When the legitimate daughter of the Ho family, Su Qingyuan, unexpectedly finds herself transformed into a mere supporting character within the pages of a novel, she discovers that her entire family, from her stern grandfather to her tender younger brother, can hear her innermost thoughts. None are spared. Just as their family faces the false accusation leading to their exile 3,000 miles away, she initially perceives it as a descent into hell. Yet, her internal musings unwittingly become the family's survival strategy. This broken carriage will surely fall apart. Better to dismantle the wood to set traps there. Our foolish deer in the woods ahead. Upon hearing this, her grandfather promptly refits the carriage, returning with 3 wild game. That malicious cousin is feigning illness to avoid work? Let her drink the nourishing soup brewed by grandfather. She'll be bouncing with energy. Her mother immediately comprehends, serving the enhanced soup, which incites her. Cousin's ire, there are Imperial spies at the relay station? Father, quickly feign pity. Crying poverty and illness could earn us some relief grain. Her father complies, not only securing provisions, but also prompting the emperor's envoy to pen a letter of grievance. Throughout their exile, while others gnaw on tree bark, the Su family indulges in roasted meats and rare delicacies while others face pursuers. Su Qingyuan utilizes her mind-reading ability to anticipate crises, leading her family to counterattack their enemies even as they traverse a hidden realm. Her musing this broken stone resembles a storage ring proves prophetic as her brother uncovers an ancient artifact. By the time news of their vindication reaches the capital, the exiled group has transformed into a grand migration troop. Her grandfather has become a master of hunting in the mountains, her mother a sharp-tongued culinary genius, and even her previously weak father is capable of wrestling bears barehanded. Lying on a freshly acquired beast's hide, Su Qingyuan laments, what was supposed to be a struggle for survival during exile has turned into a family comeback variety show. The entire family exchanges knowing smiles, quietly placing the recently acquired key to the Lord's manor into her hands. Beloved daughter-granddaughter, we are all at your command. Chapter 1. The start of the family's ruin and exile in the Qi dynasty. The Duke of the State's residence is adorned with festive decorations, radiating joy. Su Qingyi rushes into the Iha garden, drenched in sweat. Song Jinha frowns. Today marks a double celebration at the Duke's residence. Her legitimate eldest son, Su Zhenbei, is marrying, and her youngest daughter, Su Mibao, is celebrating her 100-day banquet. However, a sudden imperial decree disrupts the festivities, summoning the Duke's legitimate grandson, the war hero Su Zhenbei, into the palace. You must enter the palace to seek an audience with the Empress. Take the Duke's insignia with you, my lady. You know I am neither accomplished in literature nor martial arts. I lack the official position to be summoned into the palace. The Duke's second wife, Song Jinha, cradles her young daughter, casting a disdainful glance at her husband, the capital's most useless noble, Su Iri. Then goes seek the crown prince. Before entering the military, Zhenbei was a companion reader for the crown prince. If something were to happen to him, the crown prince would also be implicated. It seems something has gone awry in the Eastern Palace. The family is being raided. Su must flee. The Duke's residence? Su Zhenbei, upon awakening in a room filled with antiquities, hearing this familiar name, Su Mi's composure shatters completely. Once a distinguished military medic of an elite special forces unit, she thought death during a mission would be the end. But alas, she has transmigrated into a novel she casually flipped through titled after the family raid, The War God Prince Turned Dark, into the character who shares her name Su Mibao, the only legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence. Oh dear, mother, this is disastrous. The raiders shall come for our family soon. Mother? Raiders? Song Jinha's heart jolts as she focuses intently on her little daughter, just past her 100-day banquet, a chubby little bundle. Is my daughter speaking? Su Qingyi, despite his shortcomings, senses the ominous air. Oh no, mother, flee quickly. The raiders are coming for our family. We will meet a tragic fate. My elder brother will meet a tragic fate, and I shall as well. Su Mi rides anxiously in her mother's embrace. Gazing out at the evening light, she feels a surge of urgency. According to the book, at the hour of the dog, the emperor will send someone to raid their home. The entire family faces exile of the 6 members in their branch, excluding her elder brother, the story's main antagonist, and herself. All perish along the way, and their deaths are particularly gruesome. This directly leads to her brother's dark transformation. Ultimately, the story concludes with the male lead emerging victorious, while the main antagonist's brother is torn apart by horses. As the sister of the antagonist, she faces the most brutal death by dismemberment. How could this be? Not only is she denied a dignified death, but she must also endure such a gruesome fate. And for what? To be sliced into pieces? Oh, how maddening. Sumi is utterly embarrassed to hear her own infantile babbling, unable to articulate her feelings. She can only wail. Her distress is palpable. Oh dear, my sweet daughter, do not cry, my precious. Su Qingyuan steps forward to take the crying child from his wife's arms, adeptly soothing her. Ah, is this truly my biological father? Let me see how the capital's most useless noble looks. With tears still glistening on her chubby cheeks, Sumi gazes at the middle-aged man cradling her. Alas, aside from being short, he is rather plump. My father is truly unattractive. Yet how fortunate he is. With a duke for a father, favoring his wife, marrying the most beautiful woman in the capital, and having a son who is a war god. What a winning life indeed. Who is speaking? Is that soft, adorable voice truly her daughter? Su Qingyuan holds his daughter tightly, his eyes, which were once barely visible due to his girth, now entirely obscured by his smile, completely unfazed by the peculiarities of his child. What a pity such a good father meets such a tragic end. He will be devoured until nothing remains. Sumi recalls that after the family is exiled, due to natural disasters and man-made calamities, Su Qingyuan, being excessively plump, is captured by starving refugees and turned into meat porridge, leaving no remains. Death. Being eaten? Su Qingyuan is taken aback. My lady, summon mother-in-law. Zhenbei may be in trouble. Song Jinha's mind is in turmoil while she worries about her son who has not returned from the palace. She is also concerned about her little daughter, who until recently was just an ordinary child, suddenly able to hear her thoughts after the banquet. During the Battle of Yen City, the old duke led 8 sons, commanding 100,000 Su family troops, fighting valiantly, their fates unknown. The old duchess has rushed to the Guang temple to seek blessings from Master Gi for the Su family army. My lady, do not always think of the worst. Throughout the capital, every noble lady knows that Princess Chaoyun has a particular fondness for our Zhenbei. Could it be that the emperor, the fat on Su Qingyuan's face quivers? This is bad, my lady. The emperor intends to seize a groom for his daughter. Do you think the emperor is like you? Well, if my daughter grows up and takes a liking to any man, even if it is the crown prince, I would help her seize him. My lady, you know our Zhenbei is obstinate. He must not agree to divorce his new bride to marry the princess. Could it be that the emperor, fond of the princess, has directly detained Zhenbei and sent him to the princess's residence? If it's not a rare occurrence, then it's a disaster waiting to happen. Sumi shakes her little head. According to the book, Su Zhenbei becomes the main antagonist because all his misfortunes begin upon entering the palace. Severely injured on his return to the capital, he is imprisoned in the Zhao prison upon entering the palace, subjected to severe torture, and impaled with 9 soul-piercing nails. Not only suppressing the war god general's inner power and martial skills, but also leaving him paralyzed from the waist down due to one of the nails piercing his spine. This incapacity renders him unable to protect his loved ones during their exile, helplessly witnessing his mother and wife perish before his eyes, his grandmother devoured by wolves, his father turned into meat porridge, and his brother mutilated by treacherous spies from the north. Meanwhile, he is sold into a brothel, enduring humiliation to protect his younger sister, ultimately leading to his complete moral decay. The emperor intends to raid the duke's residence and to nearly kill Zhenbei. Song Jinha feels darkness closing in around her. My domain is the hospital. Save my elder brother. Quickly, save him. Sumi suddenly recalls a detail from the book where that treacherous emperor nails a soul-piercing nail into Su Zhenbei's body every hour. Once the soul-piercing nails, forged from mysterious iron, are driven in, they become a tormenting parasite, inflicting excruciating pain at every moment. The process of nailing is indescribably torturous. Each subsequent nail inflicts double the agony of the last. Ultimately, after all 9 nails are driven in, even a deity would be unable to save him. At noon, I entered the palace. By dusk, the family was implicated, and by dawn tomorrow, they would be exiled from the capital. In just 9 hours, 3 soul-anchoring nails had been driven in, with 6 more yet to come. Now, I must urgently seek help for my elder brother. Time is of the essence, and only 3 nails have been driven in so far. There is still hope, as long as Su Zhenbei remains unbroken. He can protect our family on the road to exile as long as our family survives. He will not succumb to darkness, and I shall evade a fate of being executed by slow slicing. Song Jinha hesitated to ask her youngest daughter out of fear of alarming her. The situation seemed too bizarre to be true. Did Mi Bao Bao imply that the emperor ordered nails to be driven into Zhenbei? I feel dizzy. My eyes are too heavy to open. I cannot sleep. Alas, this frail little body was too weak, and having just arrived, Sumi was not yet accustomed, her vision blurred, and she fell asleep in an instant. While others who traverse realms often possess golden fingers, I find myself transformed into a mere infant, and to make matters worse, I arrive amidst family disgrace and exile. With a tragic end awaiting, did I protest? Sumi stood amidst a sea of white mist, on the verge of tears. Her grandfather hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, her father was a master surgeon, and her mother held a doctorate in medicine. At the tender age of 3, she memorized medical texts, and by 12, she was specially recruited into the Medical Research Institute of the Special Forces, showcasing remarkable skills in both combat and healing. A tragic car accident claimed the lives of her entire family, leaving her an orphan. From that point onward, she called the military her home. This time, her status as an orphan led to her selection for a covert mission. She had intended to complete this task and earn a liberation medal, retreating to a quieter life with modest means to enjoy leisure and perhaps court a few charming young men. Instead, she found herself within the pages of a novel. As the wind swirled and the mist dispersed, a familiar high-rise building materialized before her. The bold red letters reading Southwest Military District Hospital Inpatient Building struck her vision. Her place of employment, the Special Forces Military Hospital, had somehow come along? Was this her new realm? Aha! Sumi dashed towards the building. Alas, her legs were too short. She momentarily forgot that her tiny form was merely 100 days old, unable to walk, only capable of crawling. Gazing up at the steep staircase, her mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Murmuring office in her mind, she found herself instantly transported to her workplace. She excitedly crawled around the office towards the water cooler, the sofa, even the sanitary napkins tucked away in the drawer. The third-floor ward area, the second floor's various medical departments, the first floor's pharmacy, cafeteria, and supermarket all were intact, even the computer at the billing station was lit up, operational. Above the third floor lay a blanket of white mist. Beyond this building, the hospital grounds, the streets outside, and the neighboring village orchard were all shrouded in fog. Ha ha ha. Sumi suddenly opened her eyes, awakening with a laugh, only to find herself nestled in her mother's embrace. Her mother was wiping away tears. Mother, the emperor summoned Zhenbei to the palace, and he has yet to return. This situation reeks of strangeness. Mi Bao Bao has suddenly gained consciousness and speaks of frightening matters. I am utterly at a loss. Thankfully, you returned just in time. Madame Su, with her snow-white hair and sharp eyes, was a woman of resolute authority, the steadfast anchor of the Duke's household. War in the north intensifies, and my husband is of little use. If anything were to befall Zhenbei, our household is filled with women, with no one to take charge. Song Jinha was filled with anxiety compared to the uncertainty surrounding her son's fate. She was more troubled by the ominous prophecy she had heard regarding her youngest daughter. Mother, is our Mi Bao Bao truly as Master Yi foretold, a phoenix among people, priceless beyond measure? 3 generations yield a phoenix, the foremost family in the world. Madame Su's expression turned grave. After uttering this verse, Master Yi closed his eyes, shedding tears of blood. Has Master Yi gone blind? Mother, what does this mean for our Mi Bao Bao? This string of prayer beads represents Master Yi's painstaking effort. He instructed that the child must keep it close, never to part with it. Madame Su lovingly caressed Mi Bao Bao. In this world, be they human or spirit, none shall harm my precious granddaughter. Oh, dear, my grandmother has returned. She is so clean, not even a dog dared to nibble. Mother. Song Jinhe's eyes widened today. She had heard of various grim fates that befell their family through Mi Bao Bao. Even in shock, she felt numb. Yet hearing of her mother-in-law's demise was too much to bear. Do not fear, mother. I shall have Su San deliver a message to the Duke, reporting the peril we face. Though the capital was 1,000 miles away from Yanqing in the north, with the swift messenger hawk, news could travel back and forth in a day and a night. Su Mi's eyes darted, recalling the narrative in the book at this moment. The Duke's household had lost 9 generals on the battlefield in the north, with many dead or missing. The situation dire. Grandfather and uncles have all perished. Song Jinha trembled all over. What had she just heard? Her father-in-law and both uncles were dead. Thud. Song Jinha believed her mother-in-law had fainted from the shock. In truth, her mother-in-law had stood up in agitation, knocking over her chair. Grandfather's head was severed, and the uncles suffered the most, pierced by countless arrows, like hedgehogs. Sumi extended her chubby little hand, desperately tugging at her hair, wishing she could pull it out in frustration. She was usually an adept reader, but the horrifying details of how Zhenbei, the main antagonist, was subjected to the soul-anchoring nails had made her scrutinize the text closely. She barely recalled the fates of the 9 generals of the Su family in the north. All she remembered was that the eldest Su led a cavalry unit deep into enemy territory, only to vanish. The former duke was betrayed by a spy, killed when the city fell, his head displayed on the city gate. One detail had made her nauseous after being displayed for so long. The head had begun to rot, emitting a foul stench, with worms falling from it. Su Momo released the messenger hawk. Madame Su's complexion turned pale. She had lived for 60 years, standing beside the former duke, following the late emperor into battle. From a humble peasant to a duchess, she had weathered countless storms. Today's events, and all the signs pointed to something. She knew that every fruit has its cause, and Master Yi would never speak falsely about Mi Baobao's origins. The miraculous events surrounding Mi Baobao today were surely a divine warning for the Su family. Report. Old Madam, Second Madam, Su Sen seeks an audience outside. As Su Momo approached the door, she abruptly retreated. Announce him, quickly. After 20 years of marriage into the Su family, this was the first time Song Jinha witnessed her mother-in-law's lips tremble, her jaw clenched in a forced calm. Su San greets the master. As the curtain was drawn aside, a burly man clad in black rushed in, kneeling and bowing his head to the ground, his travel-worn appearance concealing the bloodstains. Old Madam, Second Madam. The Su family had 9 secret guards, the 3 strongest accompanying the 3 generations of family heads. Su San had always closely followed the young duke, Su Zhenbei. Didn't you accompany Zhenbei into the palace? The emperor is a villain. Song Jinhe's teeth chattered, nearly causing her to faint. If she had held onto any glimmer of hope before, the sight of Su San's state extinguished it completely. The commander of the Imperial Guard stopped me at the palace gates, allowing only the young master to enter. Before he went in, the young master instructed me to check the news from Yanqing at the secret location. Trained to maintain composure, Su San had lost his calm demeanor, his forehead touching the ground as tears streamed down his face. Messages from the north indicate that Yanqing has fallen, Su Yi and Su Heir have died, and the old master's head hangs at the city gate. I was right, I foresaw this, and there is no hope left. Damn it. Su Mi's small face fell. She had hoped there might be some way to save the men of the Su family in the north. After all, they were loyal patriots, and she felt a deep kinship with such individuals. Yet, time was not on their side. It was too late. It was over. What of my second brother? Is he dead too? Song Jinha felt as if she were floating among the Su family's 9 generals. Only the second general did not bear the surname Su. He was her brother, Song Jin. The Song family was engaged in commerce, and her second brother had entered the military under the shadow of her family's useless husband. Unbeknownst to outsiders, they referred to the 9 generals of the Su family as a whole. Second aunt, it appears that General Song has been captured, and his fate remains uncertain. Upon hearing this, Su San's heart sank at the thought of the message conveyed by the hawk from 1,000 miles away, the weight of it almost shattering his resolve. The Grand General has plunged deep into enemy territory, and his whereabouts are unknown. Su Heir returned to the city seeking help, but the city fell, resulting in his demise alongside Su Yi. As for the 3rd and 4th generals, Su San raised his head, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, afraid to utter more, lest the elderly matriarch suffer a heart-wrenching blow. Speak. How did my sons perish, and by whose hand? The elderly matriarch's face bore a formidable countenance, her brows knitted in fury, instantly embodying a celestial warrior radiating brilliance. Grandmother is formidable. Grandmother, please protect us, the weaklings. Sumi looked up at the matriarch, akin to a sunflower yearning for the sun. She recalled the sparse details from the book regarding the matriarch's origins. Born into a farming family, her father a butcher, she possessed a resolute spirit, wielding a kitchen knife alongside her husband in numerous battles, earning the title of the fiercest among the noble wives. The third general suffered the loss of an arm, the fourth general was trampled into pulp, the fifth general drowned in the moat, the sixth general perished from exhaustion, and the unfortunate seventh general was pierced by 113 arrows, with 72 striking his chest. Oh dear, my uncle suffered such tragic fates. The author is merciless. Sumi truly did not recall these gruesome details. Hearing Su-san recount them now, her heart felt a pang of sorrow, perhaps a remnant of the original owner's emotions. What of the eighth brother? Is he still alive? Song Jinha felt as if her heart were being wrenched. The gentle eighth brother, the youngest son cherished most by their grandmother, was a beacon of hope. Having excelled in his studies, he had forsaken literature for the martial path, joining his brothers in the northern frontier after the incident. The eighth general is missing. All information is derived from the third general's correspondence delivered by the hawk. Mother. Song Jinha sprang to her feet, flanked by Su Momo, both anxious to shield the matriarch. They feared for her well-being should she falter. Chaos would surely ensue within the household. Oh no, grandmother must not falter. We must save my brother. A string of babbling erupted, all in the infantile language of me baby. Sumi felt a surge of urgency. The men of the Duke of State's household were on the brink of annihilation, leaving behind a house full of women. According to the book, by the hour of the dog, the emperor would send men to confiscate their property. Time was of the essence. Only about an hour remained. She needed to devise a plan quickly, otherwise, these women would either perish from torment on the road to exile or succumb to hunger and cold. Yet, she was merely an infant just beginning to crawl, her only advantage being her spatial abilities. Sumi wiggled her little hands, attempting to draw the pastries from the nearby table into her space. Her arms were too short to reach. She peered intently, her little eyes straining with effort. Whoosh! The pastries vanished. This moment, she could not simply disappear into her space in front of so many witnesses. Sumi tried to emulate the characters in the novel, using her willpower to probe into her space. It was unclear, but she saw the pastries resting on the reception table in the first-floor hall. Jinha, you remain here. I shall enter the palace to rescue Zhenbei. The matriarch's complexion turned pale, her body trembling, yet she did not faint or collapse. If San's message was true, with Song heir captured and both the eldest and eighth missing, the perilous situation in the northern territories meant that the Su family, having defended the northern frontier for 30 years against the enemy dynasty, could not allow the three brothers to survive. This left only San, an heir among the younger generation. San had become disabled, while heir was originally considered a failure. The first house had no sons. The other grandsons were still young and inept, leaving the hopes of the Duke of State's household resting solely on the second house. The eldest grandson, Zhenbei, must not perish. The Duke of State's household must not fall. Mother, I will accompany you into the palace. You will plead with the emperor, and I shall seek an audience with the crown prince. Beautiful mother, you are mistaken. The emperor is treacherous, the crown prince is doomed, and our family is in dire straits. Sumi wished she could reveal the emperor's sinister schemes to her family in that moment. The emperor seeks to eliminate the crown prince, the grand tutor, and the Duke of State's household. At this juncture, what good would it do to seek the crown prince? He was struggling to save himself. According to the narrative, 3 significant events would transpire in the capital that night. The first, a fire would engulf the East Palace, claiming the lives of the crown prince and his wife. The second, the Duke of State's household would be accused of treason and exiled. The third, the Grand Tutor's 10-year-old daughter would enter the palace to become a beauty, leading to the exile of the entire Grand Tutor's family. Mother, the Crown Prince will not. Song Jinha dared not finish her sentence. The Crown Prince was the legitimate son of the current emperor, the most favored grandson of the late emperor, and the future heir to the throne. How could this be? It seems he has ultimately taken action. The matriarch struck the ground heavily with her dragon-head cane. Mother, are you referring to that man above? Song Jinha struggled to comprehend that the emperor would turn against his own son. The royal family is devoid of loyalty. Power corrupts the heart. Our Su and Wang families have ultimately obstructed others' paths. The matriarch appeared to age significantly in an instant, her heart heavy with sorrow, as she realized that the Su family was facing an inescapable catastrophe. Song Jinha held me baby tightly. She could not bear to imagine witnessing the tragic demise of her entire family. The emperor intends to kill Zhenbei. What shall we do? Mother, what shall we do? And San, me baby, will all the people in our household perish? A father desires his son's death. A son cannot escape death. A ruler demands his minister's demise. Ministers are powerless to resist. Empress Dowager, Asumi tugged at her own hair once more. She only remembered that the narrative indicated that Su Zhenbei was saved when her grandmother sought the Empress Dowager in the palace. The specific details, however, remained unclear. Sumi vowed that if she were fortunate enough to return to her former self, she would not skip any plot points in the novel again.
Oh dear.
I shall enter the palace to seek the Empress Dowager. The matriarch extended her aged hand, gently caressing Sumi's small head. Me baby truly was a blessing to their family. Had it not been for me baby's reminder, she might have forgotten that secret from years ago. Now, in order to save Zhenbei and the Duke of State's household, she could only take a leap of faith and seek an audience with the Empress Dowager. The night breeze whispered softly beneath a canopy of twinkling stars. The decree had been delivered. Sumi awakened once more, nestled in her father's embrace. As the front courtyard of the Duke of Zhengua's residence was filled with kneeling figures, a pallid-faced eunuch recited the edict in classical Chinese, and Sumi gleaned that the Eastern Palace, the Grand Tutor's residence, and the Duke of Zhenghua had conspired in a plot to usurp the throne, colluding with enemies and betraying the nation. As a consequence, the northern frontier city of Yen fell, resulting in the loss of 800 miles of territory and untold suffering among the populace. The Duke's household was to be confiscated and the entire family exiled. Thus came the command, confiscation and shackles. A wave of grief swept through the Duke's estate. Alas, the confiscation has indeed happened. Thankfully, there is still ample space. The thought of her recent frenzied stockpiling of goods steadied Sumi's fluttering heart. She bit her lip, reflecting on the ruthless nature of the canine emperor, who had seized the home of the Su family, leaving only the women and children behind, while their men fought valiantly at the front lines, perishing for the nation. The guards, fierce as wolves, treated the household servants as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. All bonded servants were to be sold into public service, while those who were free were immediately dismissed. Those unwilling to leave would share the same fate as the Su family, condemned to exile in the northern frontier. Every member of the Su clan, whether legitimate or illegitimate, was to be treated equally. Males over the age of 10 were shackled, while females were bound with ropes. The emperor's decree was particularly cruel. The Su family had defended Yen City for 30 years, and now, branded as traitors, they faced exile to the northern frontier, where both enemies and the citizens of Deqi would harbor resentment towards them. Even if the Su family managed to reach their place of exile, survival was far from guaranteed. Do not shackle the young master. At the sound of a familiar voice, Sumi strained to twist her delicate neck, finally catching sight of a figure lying on the ground within the hall. Though she could only see a profile, the disheveled long hair, pale skin, and exquisitely sculpted jawline were unmistakable, along with the tattered clothing and the disturbing remnants of flesh, mingled with glaring blood. Wow, an unparalleled beauty. How lovely, I wish to take a bite. A dubious drool trickled from the corner of Sumi's mouth. As the future antagonist of this tale, her elder brother, Su Zhenbei, was undoubtedly the epitome of beauty within the narrative, his allure transcending gender. From even this distance, her heart raced uncontrollably. Su San, a mere servant, truly believed himself to be a member of the Su family. A lanky, pale-faced, middle-aged man with a serpent-like gaze fixated on Su San, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. The air was thick with palpable malice, and Sumi's instincts as a former operative kicked in. Her tiny hands scratched at her skin, recalling the numerous injuries sustained by the Su family during the confiscation in the story. Who was on the brink of death? Ah, is Su-san about to die? Su-san, step back. Upon hearing his daughter's thoughts, Su Qingyuan felt a chill run down his spine and hastily ordered Su-san to withdraw. Their mother had gone to the palace to plead with the Empress Dowager for Zhenbei's safety, while the emperor had sent Zhenbei back home, leaving their mother behind. The palace had sent word that the Empress Dowager, feeling lonely, wished to keep her company for a chat, promising to send her back at dawn. Zhenbei, his son, was being carried in on a wooden plank, his body marred and unrecognizable, unconscious. Upon seeing Zhenbei's wretched state, he collapsed in tears. Before he could summon the household physician for Zhenbei's treatment, Gutai had stormed into the Duke of Zhengua's residence, accompanied by the guards. The estate's physician was promptly dismissed. Was this the emperor's cunning? Surely, the emperor would not treat Zhenbei in such a manner. Su Qingyuan shook his head in disbelief. The late emperor had deemed Zhenbei a pillar of the nation, a fortune for Deqi. Zhenbei had been personally selected as the crown prince's companion by the late emperor. Fortune for Deqi? Crown prince's companion? Su Erga, you are truly a fool. Do you think you are still a child, the emperor's shadow, knowing whether his farts are sweet or foul? Su Erga? Was that the nickname given to his father? The author had bestowed upon her a powerful gift, allowing her to hear Gutai's sinister thoughts. The emperor would not allow Zhenbei to die. He could not allow it. Su Qingyuan's face flushed with indignation. A little voice within him screamed, "Even a tiger does not consume its young. How could the emperor be less than a beast?" Gutai. It was not the emperor, but rather you who wished for Zhenbei's demise. Was it not envy that drove you to despise the emperor's affection for my son and his excellence? Gutai, I do not speak lightly of you. One must accept their fate. You may be superior to me, yet your son pales in comparison to mine. Your eldest is foolish, your youngest weak. Such are the consequences of your own malevolence and your ancestors' lack of virtue. In the capital, it is common knowledge that Su Yi is a useless fool, unskilled in both literature and martial arts. He speaks, and within 3 sentences, his tone falters. The emperor proclaimed that Yan's city had fallen, and my father and his brothers did not die valiantly on the battlefield, but rather betrayed the nation. Gutai. Are you certain this is the imperial decree you have proclaimed, and not merely your own nonsense? Su Erga? Gutai? Sumi gasped, realizing why her father would openly challenge Gutai and the emperor. She recalled a detail from the book. Gutai had been merely 3 years old when his parents perished, subsequently raised by the Empress Dowager alongside Su Yi, her adoptive father, and the current emperor. It turned out that the emperor, her adoptive father, and Gutai were childhood friends. What was the nickname given to the emperor in the book? What was it? Oh, yes, Big Head G. Ha ha ha, a servant must possess the awareness of their station. Gutai, without even glancing at Su Qingyuan, casually snatched a waist knife from the guard beside him and plunged it into Su-san's chest. Su-san clutched his chest, staggered back 2 steps, and collapsed to the ground. In the presence of a superior, a servant who interrupts is deserving of death. The knife clattered to the ground as Gutai took a white cloth from a subordinate, wiped the blood from his hands, and tossed it onto Su Qingyuan's face. Servants possess no dignity. Gutai Wei, the emperor has decreed that the people of the Duke of Zhengua's household be exiled, but we have not been sentenced to death. Su Qingyuan fixated on Gutai, his expression unusually cold and serious. Death sentence? Your father, that dead old man, should have anticipated this day when he murdered my father. What did she just hear? My father was a trusted aide of the old Su, who contributed significantly to the establishment of the late emperor's reign. He merely committed a small infraction, leading his troops to seize a few young women from the Confucius Temple Street. Old Su disregarded all ties, claiming that 3 of the 13 women my father seized were under 10 years old. Such crimes, were they not unforgivable? He personally executed my father in the marketplace. My unfortunate mother perished in grief. 13 mere women, yet my father was a great hero, safeguarding the people. Old Su caused my family's ruin, and your Su family shall pay in blood. Nestled in her father's embrace, Sumi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Gutai's contorted, hideous face. Ah, how absurd. Hearing Gutai's twisted thoughts made her want to spit in his face. Shameless creature, seizing wives and daughters, not even sparing young girls. To kill him would be too lenient. He dares to claim to be a protector of the people and a great hero. Ah, how utterly disgraceful. His deceased father was no human, and Gutai is just as morally bankrupt, a perverse fiend. Su Eryi was truly detestable. Sumi's continuous inner screams darkened Su Chengyi's expression. Gutai, did you instigate the emperor to annihilate my Su family? Did you actively petition the emperor to confiscate our estate? Are you seeking personal vengeance? Su Qingyi pressed closer to Gutai, asking foolishly 3 times. Sumi felt faint. How to deal with such a foolish father? This is truly terrifying. Gutai has always remembered the enmity of his father's murder. And now the emperor has sent him to raid the Duke of Zhengua's residence. His intentions are truly malicious. It's over. This time it's all over. This wicked man will certainly not let us off easily. I must find my mother. I cannot stay with this foolish and reckless father. Sumi twisted her small body, desperately trying to attract the attention of her mother, who had just awakened and was organizing her elder brother's clothes with her new sister-in-law. Is he really foolish and reckless? Su Qingyuan gazed at his wriggling daughter in his arms and then at his third son, who was tightly clutching the hem of his garment. Indeed, he was no longer the debauched and useless Su Eryi of the past. His father and brothers had all perished, his mother remained in the palace, and his eldest son lay in a coma. This entire household was filled with women and children. Gutai, since the emperor has sent you to raid my home, feel free to do so. After all, tomorrow our entire family will be exiled, and we cannot take anything from this mansion. It all belongs to you. I only ask one thing. Please allow the physician to examine Zhenbei. Is that too much to ask? Raiding our home? Naturally, it must be done. Have you not always boasted in front of me and the emperor about the wealth of the Duke of Zhengua's residence? I want to see how much fortune your mother and wife have left for you, this useless man. A wicked smile curled Gutai's lips. Aren't you fortunate? Not only do you possess wealth, but you also have a wife whose beauty rivals that of the celestial beings. Let me see. Are all the men in the Duke of Zhengua's residence heroes? And what of the women? Surely, they cannot all be as heavenly as your wife? My aunt is going to have a rough time. It seems she is pregnant. Oh, and there's a beautiful aunt as well, but I can't recall her name. Sumi scratched her few strands of yellow hair, remembering the disturbing words of Gutai and recalling a story from her books. On the day the Duke of Zhengua's residence was raided, an aunt had attempted suicide by colliding with a pillar, but she survived, injuring the child within her. That child was lost. And then there was another, perhaps a concubine of an uncle, who was taken away by Gutai. Su Chengyi's expression changed. Since the emperor had dispatched Gutai, the Duke of Zhengua's residence would surely not meet a good end. However, the decree had been issued, widely known. And even if the emperor felt resentful, he would not allow Gutai to kill the Su family at this moment. Yet, Gutai was indeed capable of humiliating the women and children of the Su family. This man had always been deranged, and particularly so in recent months. He was notorious for the brutal tortures in the prison he oversaw. If he could personally torture Zhenbei, how could he possibly show mercy to the women and children of the residents? Gutai, Gu Sandi, do not judge me solely by my past. If you harbor grievances, direct them towards me. I will not retaliate with words or actions. Su Qingyi smiled broadly, as if the one who had just cursed Gutai was not him. Look at my father's skill in changing expressions. Truly deserving of the title of the capital's foremost debauched wastrel. Sumi scoffed. It's futile. Gutai is a wicked man, utterly deranged, and heartless. Ah. Su Qingyi's face twitched. What wild words were coming from his daughter's mouth? No wonder he felt that Gutai had become increasingly twisted over the past 6 months. A significant event had occurred half a year ago when the emperor, in disguise, was attacked and Gutai had shielded him, sustaining a severe injury. Since then, the emperor had trusted him more, and he had only grown more twisted. Not only was his malice intensified, but so was his murderous intent. It was revealed that the second son was lost. Gu Sandi, I speak without thinking. I am a wastrel, a mere nothing. You are magnanimous and should overlook my faults. For the sake of our brotherhood and considering the children you have watched grow, I implore you to spare them. I will offer my life in exchange if you would be so kind. Your life? Gutai scoffed. Your life is worth less than that of a dog. Su go. Without the Duke of Qingyuan, without your father and brothers, who do you think you are? Well said, I am indeed worth less than a dog. Su Qingyuan's mantra was that he, Su Yi, would consume anything, but would never suffer loss. He would demand everything and never be ashamed. Now, for the sake of his wife and children, for the entire household of Su family women and children, he could cast aside his shame, let alone endure loss. He would do anything, even swallow his pride. Gu Sandi, woof woof woof, Sumi closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Her father was not only a wastrel without sense, but also utterly shameless. The debts of the father must be repaid by the son, Su go. If your father had not died, he would have killed my father, and I would have killed you and all his sons in front of him. Now that old man is dead, he has escaped punishment. Sumi truly did not wish to hear Gutai's thoughts. But with her father holding her so close, it was unavoidable. After this ordeal, Sumi discovered that as long as she was close enough, she could hear the thoughts of others. But at a certain distance, she could not hear them at all. Su go. If you wish for me to spare the women of your residence, then show me some sincerity. Aren't you always so doglike? Gutai crossed his legs. Su go, you dare mock me for losing my second? Then I shall make you crawl through here in front of your wife and children. I will crawl. Gutai, I will crawl, but do not harm the women of our residence. I will crawl if you allow the physician to examine Zhenbei. No. I want to crawl. Sumi cried out in distress. Madam. Su Qingyuan could not bear to see his precious daughter subjected to humiliation. He stepped forward, handing Sumi over to Song Jinha. Husband. At this moment, Song Jinha finally regained her senses. Her mother-in-law was still in the palace, and all the women and children remained in the residence. Gutai was vicious, and her husband was no match for him. I know I am useless, Jinha. I am your husband, the father of the children, the second master of the Duke of Qingyuan's residence. Su Qingyuan calmly turned around and approached Gutai, lowering himself and struggling to crawl forward with his rotund belly. Gutai maliciously pinched his leg, and Su Qingyuan immediately became like a horse beneath him. Gutai laughed heartily, then spat a mouthful of saliva at the now upright Su Qingyuan. The second master of the Duke of Qingyuan's residence, haha. Your father must be turning in his grave. Oh, by the way, your father's head has fallen. Even in the underworld, he is a headless ghost, unable to find his way home, forever a wandering spirit. Speaking of headless and wandering spirits, Gutai's eyes reddened, and with a sinister smile, he whispered to Su Qingyuan, Su Qingyuan beheaded my father. I shall have his head taken as well. An eye for an eye, but no. I have collected some interest by eliminating a son. He reached out and slapped Su Qingyuan's face. Your father caused my descendants to lose their ancestors, so I shall ensure yours become extinct. Ha ha ha, Gutai laughed uproariously, then suddenly turned somber. In the end, who has betrayed whom? Strike your own face. With every strike, I shall spare one person from the Duke of Qingyuan's residence. Otherwise, he snorted, tomorrow, I will ensure that everyone exiled from the Duke of Qingyuan's residence will be missing a piece of themselves. His gaze was cold, like that of a venomous snake. ISN to your Duke of Zhenbei always boasting of righteousness? Yet, every servant that leaves your residence today will be missing a part of themselves when sold tomorrow. Such cruelty, such madness. Sumi stared in disbelief. As an agent, she had undertaken numerous missions and encountered many villains. Someone like Gutai was truly despicable, entirely deserving of such a reputation. Slap, slap, slap. Su Qingyuan struck as he loudly proclaimed, "This is for my mother. This is for my wife. This is for..." The third branch of the Duke of Qingyuan's family had a total of 358 servants and masters exiled. If this continued, Su Qingyuan's face, already plump, swelled to the point where his eyes were no longer visible. In a brief moment, blood flowed from his mouth and nose, his lips torn and mouth lacerated. Stop. Song Jinha placed Sumi, who was in her arms, into the embrace of her daughter-in-law, then rushed forward to embrace Su Qingyuan. Father, I beseech you to show mercy. Gu Weiyan, holding Sumi, knelt before her father, bowing her head. Gu Weiyan, have you forgotten your surname is Gu, not Su? Gutai coldly scrutinized his most disliked eldest daughter. How curious. Since Gutai and the Su family were mortal enemies, why would he marry his own daughter into the Su family? Sumi's small mind could not comprehend this matter, nor did she remember how it was written in the book. Weiyan, this is a matter between the Gu and Su families. You hold me bow. Take good care of Zhenbei. Song Jinha pushed Gu Weiyan aside. Turning, she knelt before Gutai. Zhenbei is gravely injured and unconscious. He cannot move nor escape. I implore you, do not let him be shackled. Please allow the physician to examine him. Song Jinha gazed directly into his eyes. My husband is dull-witted, unworthy of your anger. Whatever demands you have, please feel free to present them. The Duke of Jingua's house has fallen, yet I, Song Jinha, am still alive. And the Song family remains. In-laws? You? The Song family? Gutai stared intently at Song Jinha, who, despite her disheveled hair and disarray, retained a charm reminiscent of her youth. Song Jinha, Gutai pointed his whip at Su Qingyuan. Do you see this? This is the man you chose back then. Song Jinha, do you now regret it? Why did you not choose me back then? You might have selected the emperor, which is acceptable. But to be abandoned by him and then find interest in a wastrel like Su Ergo instead? Why did you not choose me? Song Jinha, you are merely a merchant's daughter. Did you think I was of low birth? Look at your current husband. He bows and scrapes before me like a dog. What a grand revelation. What have I just heard? It turns out that this Val Gutai was infatuated with my beautiful mother back in the day. He employed many underhanded tactics, almost tarnishing her reputation. Fortunately, heaven was merciful, allowing my mother and father to fall in love and marry happily. Sumi never anticipated that she would uncover such a significant secret about her mother's past. The Song family had been the imperial merchants since the reign of the previous emperor, and among the three sons, there was only one legitimate daughter, Song Jinha. Her father favored her mother, and her brothers adored her, yet she was indifferent to the adornments of a bride and preferred the business of trade. In her youth, she often disguised herself as a boy, accompanying the Song family's merchant convoy. This led to an unexpected encounter with the three brothers, the emperor, her father, and Gutai, resulting in a complicated love story involving one woman and three men. After the family was seized, the war god prince turned dark. After all, this was a male-oriented tale of strategy. The love stories of supporting female characters, like her motheress, were merely brushed over. Fortunately, my mother had the foresight to choose my father. Had she chosen Gutai, I would have certainly wept. But did the emperor ever love my mother in the past? Did he abandon her? Ugh, he is worse than Gutai. Listening to her daughter's inner thoughts while being embraced by her daughter-in-law, Song Jinha felt a surge of exasperation. If not for the inopportune time and place, she would have rolled her eyes at her daughter. When had she ever been in love with the emperor? When had she ever been abandoned by him? The one who had acted inappropriately and made mistakes, a man who takes the train before purchasing a ticket, wasn't he that her husband, Su Qingyuan? How could Gutai, a grown man, gossip like a woman and tarnish her reputation? Come with me, I will ensure your survival. Gutai brandished his whip. The 9 clans of the Duke of Zhenghua are to be exiled. The Song family, as imperial merchants, is essential to the emperor. Moreover, following the incident with the Duke of Zhenghua, the Song family tactfully offered 10,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Revenue, claiming it was for disaster relief in the northwest. That 10,000 taels bought the Song family immunity from being implicated in the Duke of Zhenggua's downfall. Truly, the Song family excels as imperial merchants, skillfully navigating their business, always calculating the pros and cons. Gutai lifted Song Jinha's chin with his whip. Rest assured, I will not harm you. The title of the Song family's legitimate daughter is enough to ensure your survival. Gutai frowned. Recalling the emperor's solemn words before his departure from the imperial study, in the Great Qi, there is only the emperor, not the war god. The Duke of Zhenbei must fall, and Su Zhenbei must die. These people will not be allowed to survive until their exile. As for Song Jinhe, a mere woman, taking her away should not provoke the emperor's ire. The third prince has already gone to the north to provide disaster relief. The favored consort has no wealth. How can the third prince compete with the second prince, who has the backing of the western consort and the prime minister's residence? If I hold the Song family's wealth in my hands, the third prince will have nothing to worry about in the future. Sumi, listening to Gutai's calculations, furrowed her small brows, pondering. Why is Gutai so favorable towards the third prince? The third prince is not his son. At this moment, Su Qingyuan, his face swollen like a basin, had ceased striking himself and moved closer to his wife, wishing to prevent her from pleading on his behalf to Gutai. However, having been accustomed to his wife's authority for years, he hesitated to contradict her. Suddenly, hearing Mi Bao's scathing inner thoughts, a flicker of realization sparked in his dim-witted mind. The favored consort? The third prince? He recalled a peculiar incident. Back when the emperor was still a prince, the three of them shared a close bond. On one occasion, Gutai brought back a beautiful woman from Jiangnan, a dancer of exceptional skill. The emperor was immediately smitten, and Gutai promptly gifted the beauty to him. That woman was indeed fortunate. Shortly after entering the prince's residence, she became pregnant and, during the new year, prematurely gave birth to a son, who became the third prince. The mother gained favor, and when the emperor ascended the throne, the beauty was bestowed the title of favored consort. Listening to her father's inner drama, Sumi exclaimed how many secrets Gutai harbored, and she felt as though she might burst from consuming too much of this evening's revelations. Could it be that the third prince was truly Gutai's biological son? How audacious of him to dare to cuckold the emperor! Ugh, he could cuckold the emperor. But he could never expect her beautiful mother to serve as a treasury for his illegitimate son. Gutai, you truly disgust me. Song Jinhe never anticipated that Gutai would harbor such vile thoughts towards her. Her husband and Gutai were childhood friends, and he could overlook that. She and his first wife, Wen Xiao, were close friends, and he could ignore that. But now she was the mother-in-law of Gu Weiyan, his own daughter's mother-in-law. To propose such repugnant demands in front of Weiyan and her husband was utterly beyond comprehension. Gutai was nothing more than a beast. I refuse to be smeared with filth. Song Jinhe, you must surely think of me as a beast, don't you? In your eyes, Su Ergo may be useless. But he is a good man, while neither I nor the emperor are worthy, correct? Alas, I see the flames of fury and darkness in Gutai's heart. He is poised to kill. Mother, the beauty. A dog biting a person is one thing, but why are you biting the dog? Sumi felt a jolt, sensing the urge to break free once more. Embarrassment washed over me as I felt myself shrink. In moments of fright and anxiety, my legs trembled uncontrollably, and I could barely contain my bladder. Gutai let out a cold snort and turned to approach Su Zhenbei, who lay sprawled on the door panel and swiftly aimed a foot towards his dangling right wrist. Today, he had taken the initiative to raid the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, with two main objectives. Firstly, to execute the emperor's orders by plundering the duke's wealth and ensuring the demise of those within the estate, which must occur after leaving the capital. The emperor had entrusted this task solely to him, as he had no faith in others to carry it out effectively. Secondly, to avenge his father by wiping out the duke's lineage entirely. To eradicate the root of the problem, as the war god General Su Zhenbei was the very foundation of the duke's power. As long as he drew breath, even in exile and stripped of all possessions, his prowess would still resonate among the people of Deqi, earning him the revered title of War God General. If he were to survive, the emperor could never rest easy. The Empress Dowager had coerced the emperor into releasing Su Zhenbei from the palace. Moreover, the emperor understood that Su Zhenbei was highly regarded by the common folk, and there were already murmurs of suspicion regarding the duke's connections to foreign powers. Should Su Zhenbei perish within the palace walls, it would only fuel public outcry and dissatisfaction among the officials. understanding the emperor's intentions. As they escorted Su Zhenbei from Zhao prison, he personally hammered down 6 soul-binding nails into Su Zhenbei's body. 3 more would suffice, for with 9 nails in total. No matter where he fled, he would meet his end. Regrettably, time was too short to drive in the 7th nail. For doing so would surely result in Su Zhenbei's immediate death. Historically, the maximum number of soul-binding nails ever struck at once was 4. And even the most resilient of prisoners would perish thereafter. Yet, Su Zhenbei, a prodigious talent and the war god of Deqi, astonishingly withstood the pain of 6 soul-binding nails. Though his body lay shattered and unconscious, he remained alive. This demonstrated his indomitable spirit, suggesting a profound and hidden obsession within him. He could not be allowed to die now, rather, he must be rendered incapacitated. A war god, especially one who wielded a silver spear against 100 generals and charged into the northern camps alone, losing his dominant right hand meant something far worse than death. Father. No. I'm scared. Sumi gazed up in terror as a massive foot approached her cherubic face. Her sister-in-law, in a fierce display of affection, lunged towards her father. This sister-in-law's love for her handsome elder brother was undeniably genuine, yet Sumi was terrified. Please don't step on my little face. You naughty dog. Never had Sumi felt more resentful of her infantile state than at this moment. Once, she had been an elite agent, capable of taking on 10 male soldiers single-handedly. When had she ever felt so helpless? Don't kick my face. I loathe anyone who strikes me. Not even with a hand, let alone a foot. Ugh, what is that suspicious blob on your shoe? As she glared at the approaching foot, 1,000 curses flooded her mind. Was that feces? Someone had soiled themselves in fear during the raid. Gutai, oblivious, stepped right into it. No! I refuse to have my face kicked or smeared with filth. Gu Weiyan watched in horror as her father's foot continued its relentless approach, showing no signs of mercy. A chill crept into her heart. The emperor had decreed that the next day, she, the legitimate daughter of the Grand Commandant's estate, would wed the Duke of Zhengua's eldest grandson. Just the night before, her father, Gutai, returned from court, and her stepmother summoned her to discuss matters in the main hall. With a beaming smile, her stepmother announced, "Yen, your wish has been fulfilled. Your mother arranged this marriage while she was still alive. Su Zhenbei, the young general, is a dragon among men. Since Su Heir's wife was your mother's close friend, you will be treated as a daughter." 3 days after her mother's death, her father hastily brought home a concubine who became her stepmother, the mistress of the Grand Commandant's household. In the 3 years since, this was the first time her stepmother had smiled at her so radiantly. Her mother had known this was the marriage arranged for her. So why had it taken 2 years to discuss it? She recalled her mother stating that this was merely a union between the Gu and Su families. The Gu household had more than one daughter, and Gu Weiyao was also a legitimate daughter. Gu Weiyan looked up at Lu Mainyang, her stepmother. Her fiancé, Su Zhenbei, was a paragon of nobility and beauty, a dream suitor for countless young ladies. Lu Mainyang's own daughter, Gu Weiyao, had glimpsed Su Zhenbei once as he galloped past on the street and had since harbored feelings for him, incessantly urging her mother to secure him for herself. Her father must have been aware of the situation, otherwise he would not have allowed the two of them to scheme. Elder sister, how envious I am of you for winning such a fine husband. There is no one in the capital who does not admire the Duke of Zhengua's immense wealth. Once you marry, you shall become the lady of the Duke's residence. Her half-sister, Gu Weiyao, sat beside their stepmother, nervously clutching a handkerchief, her face adorned with a bashful smile. Everyone knew of the young war god's unparalleled beauty. Elder sister, I have heard that even Lu Yan, the son of the Lu family, cannot compare to Su Zhenbei's looks. When her stepmother entered the household, Gu Weiyan was 15, and her younger brother, Gu Yefeng, was but 1 year old. Yet, that year, her stepmother brought with her 2 children of her own, her daughter, Gu Weiyao, aged 15, and her son, Gu Wequan, aged 13. Such was the life of a grand commandant of the realm, surrounded by a multitude of concubines, yet he had brought in a mistress whose daughter was the same age as his legitimate daughter. Gu Weiyan lowered her head, a cold smile creeping across her lips. Look at the names given to the illegitimate children. They are no different from those of the legitimate offspring, you. The children of the mistress are either the precious Yao or the highly regarded Quan. And what of us? One is merely a pawn valued only for her beauty, destined to be married off for the family escane, while the other is a name that disperses like the wind, cold and lonely. Her father was ungrateful, so quick to dismiss her mother's memory, and thus showed no affection for the siblings. Was it merely because her mother was the first to set her sights on him? How ironic that he had forgotten that when he first entered the capital, he had been nothing more than a lowly attendant to an uncherished prince, a guard without rank. The Lu family was renowned for their medical lineage. Her mother had brought a lavish dowry to marry him, only to meet a tragic fate. Gu Weiyao must have seen Lu Yan in person. Otherwise, how could she know that he was not as handsome as the young general of the Su family? Lu Mainyang's expression darkened. Once, she had been the daughter of a neighboring family, but after losing everything, she had been sold into servitude. Fortunately, she had encountered Gutai again, who redeemed her and raised her in a separate residence. In the glamorous world of wealth and power, she had relied on the manipulative skills she had honed in the brothels, yet they paled in comparison to the grace of a noble lady like Lu Winxiu, who had grown up in luxury. Though she ultimately succeeded in eliminating Lu Winxiu and marrying into the Gu family, becoming the esteemed wife of the Grand Commandant, she dreaded her origins and feared that her daughter might carry the stigma of her past. Who was Lu Yan? He was the most renowned male escort in the capital, adored by both the ladies and gentlemen alike. The wealthy patrons of the city would lavish gifts upon him, driven by both admiration and vanity. Yet, how could her daughter, a maiden from an official family, ever set foot in a place like the Southwind Pavilion to meet Lu Yan? Lu Mainyang's serpent-like eyes fixed menacingly on Gu Weiyan, filled with a desire to sink her fangs into that wretched girl, who resembled her deceased mother, graceful and dignified, embodying the essence of a noble lady. It was as if Gu Yuiyan's elegance cast her own daughter, Yao, in the light of a mere country bumpkin, adorned in garish finery. Elder sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a virtuous woman, the legitimate daughter of the Grand Minister's household. How could I ever venture into such places? Gu Weiyao exclaimed, suddenly realizing her misstep, and immediately grasped her father's arm, pleading, Father, look at my sister. She only bullies Yao. Gu Weiyao bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Lu Mainyang, with eyes that were cold and venomous when directed at foes, yet alluring and tender when gazing at men. She had a penchant for employing such glances, making any man before her seem the most formidable and singular in the world. Father, you know Yao is not as fortunate as sister. Born into this affluent nest in the capital, my brother and I were raised by our mother during the years when you were absent. We often went hungry and were poorly clothed, with no opportunity to learn the refined manners expected of noble women in the capital. Gu Yuiyao's voice quivered, her vulnerabilities laid bare. I know I am not as skilled in etiquette as my sister. Yet I have asked her numerous times to teach me. But she has only ever feigned agreement without truly guiding me. With a tone laden with grievance, Gu Weiyao lamented how each time she attended gatherings among the aristocracy, she was met with ridicule from the ladies and young misses. Tears welled in her alluring eyes, as she understood her sister's resentment stemmed from Yao being favored by their father. However, what her sister failed to grasp was that their father's affection for Yao and her brother was merely a reflection of his desire to compensate for the years of neglect in their upbringing. Yet, Yao was aware of her sister's inner turmoil. After all, before Yao and their mother entered the household, their father had doted on her sister for 15 years. Such accustomed affection, when suddenly diminished, would naturally breed discontent. Gu Yuiyao's delicate hands clutched tightly at Gutai's sleeve. She harbored no delusions about her sister's future husband. Instead, she had inadvertently stumbled upon a meeting between her sister and a remarkably handsome young man at a tavern on Long Street. Fearing for her sister's reputation and the family's honor, she dispatched her personal maid to inquire further, only to discover that the young man was none other than the young general of the Duke of the Nation. Father, Gu Weiyao cooed. Pressing her cheek against Gutai's arm, I truly have never harbored any thoughts towards my sister's fiancé. Please do not blame her for meeting with a man outside. After all, he is her destined husband. The emperor himself has issued a decree. My sister will finally marry her beloved. This was the aspect Yaoer envied the most. With a cold smirk, Gu Weiyao thought, Gu Weiyan. Do you genuinely believe you will wed into the Duke of the Nation's household and become the envy of all as the young mistress? I have overheard father whispering to mother after court. You will be marrying into a household that will soon face ruin alongside a paralyzed traitor. There is another secret you will likely never uncover. 3 days ago, the third prince explicitly told me that the emperor intends to act against the Duke of the Nation's household. He merely requires a pretext to summon Su Zhenbei back to the capital. Her father, being the emperor's trusted confidant, had boldly requested a decree in the Grand Hall, citing the marriage pact between the Gu and Su families. With the northern front beset by turmoil, the fate of the young general remained uncertain. His wife had passed, leaving only the marriage of their legitimate daughter as a concern. Should the young general perish, it would not only grieve the Duke of the Nation's household, but would also weigh heavily on him for his late wife's sake. Now, with their daughter tormented by worry for the young general, bedridden in despair, he dared to implore the emperor to summon the young general back for marriage. Naturally, the emperor seized the opportunity to issue the decree. Father and my imperial father are indeed two old foxes. Yaoer, you must charm your father well. When I return from disaster relief, I will seek my father's permission to make you my legitimate wife. She was already carrying the third prince's child. Once the third prince succeeded, she would ascend as the empress. Why would she compete with Gu Weiyan over a once great warrior destined for exile? Father, Gu Weiyan gazed at the large foot that was rapidly approaching, threatening to kick her out of the game entirely. What a dramatic turn of events! Even the most skilled of editors would hesitate to write such a tale. Sumi, cradled tightly in Gu Weiyan's embrace, was forced to listen to her sister-in-law's inner musings, utterly stupefied by the absurdity of the plot. How much drama could one heart contain? She had just overheard something crucial. Oh, right, it seemed that her sister-in-law had a half-sister named Yao. Not only had she been seen in intimate embraces with the third prince, but they had also secretly conceived a child. The third prince? It seemed he was indeed the third prince. Just moments ago, her inept father had mentioned that the third prince's mother shared a significant connection with the peculiar Gu family. Oh my, if the third prince were truly Gu family's biological son, then he and Gu Weiyan would be half-siblings. Ah, author, have mercy. This plot is far too spicy. I could eat 2 more bowls of plain rice. Thump, Gutai's foot landed squarely. Sumi stood dumbfounded, captivated by the gossip, completely oblivious to the impending mess she was about to face. In a split second, the kind-hearted sister-in-law pivoted, shielding her from the blow. Gutai's foot connected solidly with her sister-in-law's back, along with the ensuing mess. Get away! Gutai glared coldly at Gu Weiyan. As daughters, Gu Weiyan bore no resemblance to the sweet and understanding Yao Yao. Ever since her mother's passing, the look in her eyes towards him had transformed. They no longer reflected a daughter's love, but rather the animosity of a foe. As Mainyong had asserted, girls are often outwardly expressive. Ever since childhood, Gu Weiyan had harbored feelings for that wretched Su Zhenbei, and the two had long since established a secret connection. The emperor had resolutely resolved to eliminate the Duke of the Nation's household. Following her mother's death, Gu Weiyan had grown resentful towards him. Since she had already given herself to that boy, the Duke of the Nation's household must face destruction. That wretched boy must die. Keeping Gu Weiyan in the household was a liability. At any moment, she could cause irreparable harm to the Gu family. It would be wiser to use her as bait to lure Su Zhenbei back to the capital, allowing her to contribute something in return for the Gu family's nurturing. As it stood, everything unfolded precisely as Mainyong had predicted. Gu Weiyan, possessing the cunning of her late mother, having grown up in the capital's elite circles, surely understood the delicate dynamics between the Gu and Su families. To safeguard the Gu family, they must extract him before the Duke of the nation's household fell. But what of her? Unfilial daughter, aware that his actions were solely to serve the emperor, she remained oblivious to his hardships and clung desperately to that wretched boy. If he did not break that boy's right wrist today, thwarting his future and shattering his hopes, then he would have failed to fulfill his duties to the emperor, leaving the deepest thorn in his heart unaddressed. His beautiful sister-in-law stood valiantly. Bah, what utter shamelessness! Between Sumi and Gutai stood the sister-in-law, forced to eavesdrop on the tumultuous exchange between father and daughter. She now comprehended the grand secret of her mind-reading abilities. As long as she was close enough, she could hear the innermost thoughts of those opposite her. Even the darkest secrets, buried deep within, were laid bare before her. What an extraordinary weapon! She is undoubtedly the beloved of the esteemed author, the cherished daughter of destiny. Her arrival will undoubtedly transform the original male-centric political intrigue into a female-oriented spectacle filled with mindless entertainment. The farcical scene unfolds as she mocks the dowry of her mistress while sustaining an extramarital woman and a horde of concubines, all while ignoring the mistreatment of legitimate children. Such blatant hypocrisy is simply astounding. Was Gutai truly that foolish? Did Lu Wenxiu really meet such a tragic end? Was Yen or S existence in the Gu residence truly so lamentable? Nearby, Su Chengyi and Song Jinhe overheard Su Mi's relentless inner monologue, witnessing a grand drama unfold within the Gu household. A chilling truth emerged. The one who wished for the downfall of the Duke of the State was none other than the Emperor himself. Unbeknownst to Su Mi, she had become an ancient version of a recording device, her mind-reading abilities functioning bidirectionally, allowing her to hear the thoughts of those in close proximity. Her blood relatives could hear her thoughts, as well as the thoughts of others she perceived. However, Su Qingyuan and Song Jinhe were utterly bewildered by her words. Terms like hypocrisy and phoenix man were completely beyond their comprehension. Yet, this did not dampen their enthusiasm for the unfolding drama. Of course, if the gossip did not pertain to the Duke's household, their appetite for it would be even greater. Do not accuse me of not providing you with options. You have two paths before you. The first is to return with me to our residence, as you have not yet wed the criminal. After a few years, I will arrange for your mother to find you a suitable match far from the capital, ensuring your future is secure. The second path. If you insist on remaining in the Duke's residence, I choose the second path, Gu Weiyan interjected, cutting off Gutai. My beautiful sister-in-law is formidable, of course. I must remain with the Su family. Why return to that Gu residence where there is nothing but silver? Su Qingyuan and Song Jinhe were filled with joy upon hearing this, but the mood shifted abruptly. My elder brother is the richest man in the world, handsome, well-built, skilled in martial arts, and the best in his profession. I assure you, dear one, I do not deceive. Let me count on my fingers. There are many riches awaiting my elder brother. The three great legends of the martial world, the hand of the beautiful Lu, the blade of the mad dog, and the waist of my elder brother, all are unparalleled. Su Mi scratched her head, her golden locks tousled. Sister-in-law, rise to the occasion. Seize the high ground. The best waist in the world is yours for the taking. Song Jinhe blushed, mortified by her daughter's brazen words. She discreetly glanced at her daughter-in-law's face. Thankfully, only family could hear Mia's thoughts. Otherwise, not only would she be humiliated, but the century-old reputation of the Duke of the State would also be irreparably damaged. Meanwhile, Su Yi, with his sausage-like lips, laughed uncontrollably, completely oblivious to the inappropriateness of the situation. Father, if I were to say that Lu Meinyang caused my mother's demise, would you believe me? My mother was never disloyal to you. I never clandestinely met with my husband before our wedding. Everything was a deception by Gu Weiyao. One seeks to usurp the position of the legitimate wife, while the other aims to claim the title of the legitimate daughter. Do you believe my words? Despite knowing it was impossible, Gu Weiyan still wished to give her father one last chance for redemption, for he was the man who had given her life, the one her mother had loved dearly. Yaoer is not that kind of person. Your mother was overbearing and extravagant, which was incompatible with the Gu family's ethos. It is only right that I disciplined her. Her pampered nature led her to a self-destructive path. What does it have to do with me? Gu Weiyan scoffed, realizing she should have harbored no hopes for this man. As the matriarch, she was publicly whipped, and her father dubbed it merely a lesson. Yen-er could not agree with such treatment. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke. My mother may have lived extravagantly, but that was due to her upbringing in a family of imperial physicians. If you disapproved, you should never have married her in the first place. Although she first took a liking to you, it was you who later sought her hand in marriage. I only wish to ask you one thing. My mother brought a dowry of 10 miles of red silk and 100,000 taels of silver into the Gu family. She used that dowry to support the entire Gu household. Did you contribute a single coin? Gutai, enraged and ashamed, could not bear the reminder of his impoverished childhood. He despised being reminded that he relied on his wife's dowry to sustain his family, which was the very reason he loathed his first wife. No matter how high his official status or how illustrious his career, relying on his wife's wealth was his greatest disgrace. My mother loved you throughout her life, never regretting it. Many told her that my maternal family was ruined and that you were deeply entangled with them, yet she refused to believe it. She could not fathom that the man she adored would bring ruin upon her family. She often told me, Yen-er, your father is simply straightforward and quick-tempered. He performs the tasks of the judicial court, and with many enemies he naturally has many detractors. The Lu family, being from a lineage of imperial physicians, seemed prosperous. But in reality, they walked a tightrope daily. When calamity struck, it was our family that suffered. Your father sought mercy from the emperor, but the sins of your maternal grandfather and uncle were too grave. Neither your father nor anyone else could plead for them. Gu Yueyan's eyes filled with tears. But she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for she knew that this was her father's greatest weakness. Anyone who learned of it would not survive, and she, his own daughter, would be no exception. Meanwhile, Sumi, forced to digest such a heavy truth, nibbled on her fingers, exclaiming, "Wow, sister-in-law's mother is truly a hopeless romantic. Even after her entire family perished, she still pleads for the murderer. There's no need to forage for wild vegetables. She's simply digging her own grave." The shocking revelation that the Lu family massacre was orchestrated by Gutai left Su Qingyuan and Song Jinha, who had unwittingly overheard the truth alongside the recording device that was Sumi, wide-eyed in disbelief, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The Lu family massacre was one of the most sensational cases in the capital after the emperor ascended the throne. For years prior, the mother of the third prince, Consortly, suffered a miscarriage in her 6th month of pregnancy, leaving her unable to conceive again. The emperor, furious, ordered an investigation into the 6 palaces. Evidence pointed directly to Imperial physician Lu and his daughter, who were vying for favor. Consortly subsequently accused Lu Marin, and with both witnesses and material evidence, Lu faced the dire consequences of plotting against the dragon heir. The emperor executed Imperial physician Lu and his entire family. 161 lives. Lu Marin hanged herself in the palace. The only survivor of the Lu family was the young Lu Wenxiao, for she was pregnant at the time and was Gutai's wife. Thus, Gutai emerged as a loyal minister who upheld righteousness in the face of familial tragedy. Was the truth behind the Lu family massacre not the rivalry between Imperial physician Lu and Lu Marin for favor, but rather a conspiracy involving Gutai and Consortly? Song Jinha dared not think further. Get away. Gutai no longer wished to listen to Gu Yueyan's nonsensical chatter. This girl had always resembled her deceased mother, and now, having matured into a young lady, she was a spitting image of her. Each time he laid eyes on her, he would momentarily mistake her for her late mother. If not for the peculiar look in her eyes and the difference in their chins, hers was somewhat square, unlike her mother's delicate sharpness, infused with a rare spirit. And then there was that little rascal, merely 4 years old, whose eyes mirrored his mother's as well. Each time the child approached him with joy and admiration, he would be momentarily entranced, sensing the lingering essence of his departed wife within the boy. Thus, since the passing of his late wife, he had grown increasingly averse to the sight of these two children. Now he was eager to fulfill the emperor's command, to dispose of Zhenbei and eliminate this ungrateful girl. Finished. That rascal is going to take down my elder brother. Sumi could no longer feign indifference and began to scream. Zhenbei, Gutai. Both Su Qingyuan and Song Jinha were startled and rushed forward. They were incredibly grateful for the presence of me baby, for otherwise, Gutai's slightest whim could have cost Zhenbei his life. Father and mother, please step back. Gu Weiyan sensed the impending danger as she saw her father's foot rise. At that moment, her in-laws rushed in, but they could neither save her husband nor prevent her father from becoming enraged. If her father unleashed his wrath, it would not only be her husband in peril, even her in-laws and the little sister in her arms would be at risk. She believed that her father would not hesitate to strike her as well. Father, I am willing to sacrifice an arm for my husband. I implore you to grant my request. Gu Weiyan handed Sumi to Song Jinha and knelt before her father. Child, why must you be so foolish? Song Jinha wiped away her tears, yet she understood that at this moment, only Weiyan could save Zhenbei from Gutai's venomous grasp. The Su family owed Weiyan a debt that they would repay in due time. You claim that Yao has defamed you? And assert that you have no affair with the Su boy? TSK, Gutai's twisted logic is truly extraordinary. The valiant sister-in-law and my elder brother are a couple, of course, there's affection involved. How can it be linked to that Yao nonsense? This father is showing blatant favoritism. Sumi could not help but ridicule the situation. A husband is the sky for a wife. If the husband wishes for the wife to perish, she must comply. A wife must suffer for her husband. This is our Gu family's code, is it not? Did you not say this to my mother back in the day? Gu Weiyan, you are my daughter. Gutai could no longer maintain his composure. While his words were indeed righteous, hearing them from his daughter's lips felt utterly wrong. In the home, one obeys the father. Upon marriage, one follows the husband. Once a woman marries, she has no family to return to. What Gu family? I am now a member of the Su family. My life, my dowry. Everything belongs to the Su family, to my husband. I have no connection to the Gu family anymore. Gu Weiyan lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes on her father's furious expression. What if my husband is a criminal? When one marries a chicken, one must learn to cluck. If one marries a dog, one must bark. Is that not true? What wife would disdain her husband for being poor or unattractive? Father, is this not what you said to my mother? Ha ha. Sister-in-law is magnificent. Quickly, give him a piece of your mind. Sumi was in awe of her sister-in-law. In the realm of domestic strife, the cunning of the women in the Gu household was unmatched. Sister-in-law was drawing Gutai's ire toward herself, thus momentarily diverting his attention from harming her elder brother. By controlling the emotions of her adversary, she could lead him as she wished. If this were the modern day, sister-in-law would undoubtedly be a master negotiator. Very well. You truly are my good daughter. Gutai suddenly raised his whip and struck toward Gu Weiyan. Others were too slow to intervene. Yet Gu Weiyan did not flinch or evade, bracing herself for the blow. The whip struck her delicate left cheek, immediately splitting the skin and drawing blood. Gutai's whip, honed from countless punishments in the Zhao prison, was both steady and precise. Moreover, the whip bore barbs, inflicting deep wounds that exposed flesh and blood, a gruesome sight. Song Jinha, without a moment to think, rushed forward with Sumi and positioned herself in front of Gu Weiyan, exclaiming, "A woman's face is more precious than life." Gutai, are you seeking to take my daughter's life? This Gutai is filled with malice. He fears that my sister-in-law's beauty will attract attention on the road to exile. He would rather ruin her face than allow her to survive and tarnish the Gu family's reputation. Sumi raged. Mother, quickly move aside. He aims to mar your face as well. As the whip drew closer, Sumi heard Gutai's frenzied thoughts. Song Jinha. And you. If I cannot possess you, no one shall. Rebellious woman. The whip flew towards Song Jinha with a whoosh, carrying Gu Yuan's blood. With such proximity, evasion was impossible. My beautiful face. Help! Sumi suddenly recalled a horrific scene from a book. As the only surviving kin of the primary antagonist, her own sister, she found herself a mere foil to her elder brother. He was astute and cold-hearted, while she was a hopeless romantic, akin to a wildflower. He possessed an ethereal beauty, while she was unremarkable. The infamous half-faced Empress. Her delicate visage had been ruined during a family raid. Oh no! This wicked man is going to ruin my face. I'm going to become ugly. Despair washed over her as she felt an alarming warmth. Had she just wet her pants? Mortified, she cried out, wishing for a hole to hide in. In that moment, Su Qingyuan rushed forward, embracing the mother and child. He was too hefty, losing control and collapsing on top of them. The whip lashed like a venomous serpent, striking his back thrice, each crack bringing forth a rain of blood, bits of flesh falling onto the upturned face of Sumi crushed. With her parents atop her, she felt suffocated, her little face turning blue. She scratched at the suspicious blood and flesh on her face, which felt slippery. Sumi suspected that her father's back must be too thick, too fatty. This flesh must certainly be more abundant than lean. Yet, there was a silver lining. It seemed her father had merely lost flesh, for the whip's barbs were too short to reach bone, and snared by the excess. Gu Yuan raised her bloodied, disfigured face. Our father-daughter matters need not involve others. Father, you are merely here on Imperial orders to raid the Duke of the State's residence. You have no right to take any life from the Su family. You have always been a loyal minister. You would never openly defy the Emperor's command in broad daylight. Should you insist on this path, we Su family members will all take our lives before you, leaving you with the crime of disobedience. Gu Yuan's eyes turned cold. Father, are you truly willing to bring the entire Gu family down to hell alongside the Su family? If you are unafraid, then you may continue on your reckless path. When my in-laws and husband have perished because of you, I shall beat the drum in the courtroom and present my grievance to the Ministry of Justice. At that moment, I will explicitly inform the deputy minister that it was you, in your quest for vengeance for your father's death, who deliberately eliminated the Su family. The entire capital, indeed the whole world, will then speculate about your lineage. As your biological daughter, my words shall be believed by all. Gu Yuan, you are ruthless. Because I am your daughter. Gutai, filled with rage, could only laugh bitterly. This was no daughter, but clearly his adversary. The world would soon discover that Gutai, a figure of prominence, was the son of a criminal, and that his father's crimes were of the most abhorrent nature. Even he, renowned as the wolf of the execution chamber, could not deny the ferocity of his daughter's heart, rivaling his own. Indeed, she was his blood, infused with the venomous lineage of the Gu family, merciless to the core. I know what my father desires most, a severance of our ties. Henceforth, we shall no longer share the bond of father and daughter. However, I have one request. Even now, this rebellious daughter dares to negotiate? May I take my brother Feng away? Seeing the murderous intent in her father's eyes, Gu Yuan realized that her wish to rescue her younger brother, Gu Wedong, would be more challenging than she had anticipated. Yet she could not abandon him. At merely 4 years old, he had suffered under their roof, and without her, he would surely perish under the cruelty of a stepmother. Gu Wedong? That name sounds familiar. 4 years old? Oh, let me recall, what became of him? Did he die? Or, Sumi tugged at her hair in frustration. In the narrative, the elder sister was a well-known antagonist, but her brother was merely a tragic pawn. She couldn't remember how the story unfolded. Her head throbbed. Another day ruined by her own reading habits. If my father refuses to let me take foam, I shall disguise myself and sell my wares, proclaiming, I am the legitimate daughter of Gutai, a mere coin for a glance. Surely, the beggars of the villages would relish the chance to torment the daughter of the infamous wolf of the execution chamber. How audacious! What audacious words! Are these fit for me, a mere child? Mayor is right. You are shameless, a woman of loose morals, just like your domineering mother. Gutai spat venomous curses through clenched teeth. Well said, father. At that time, I shall be the talk of the town, but your mayor is loose. And your yaoer is unclear, only I know the truth. Gutai's expression shifted dramatically. You lie. Yaoer is innocent, with no one to tarnish her name. Sumi internally lamented, recognizing the irony of Gutai's awareness regarding his wife's questionable past. She mentally separated the elder sister and her brother from the Gu family, identifying Gutai, Lu Mingyang, Gu Yuya, Gu Yuchuan, and the third prince as a singular family unit. Oh, I must also delve into Gu Yuchuan's affairs someday. What secrets might he hold? What is this? Song Jinhe placed Mi Baobao into Su Qingyi's arms, attending to his back wounds. Upon hearing Mi Baobao's complaints, she accidentally pressed too hard, causing Su Qingyi to grimace in pain, but this paled in comparison to the shock they both felt upon uncovering the significant revelation. What? How could the third prince be Gutai's biological son? And how could he be entangled with Gutai's daughter? This is a violation of all propriety. Gu Yuan observed her father's transformed countenance. It was evident that mentioning Gu Yuyao struck a nerve. Your affairs are for you to investigate. I have no time to concern myself with the matters of a disgraced woman. If you refuse to return Feng to me, I will expose you for what you are, the father of a criminal, and your daughter will be deemed dishonorable. At that time, I will relish seeing how you silence the whispers of the world and maintain your position in the court. You are indeed my daughter. When it comes to shamelessness, your transgressions are minor compared to mine. Ah, dear sister, your tongue is sharper than a blade. Yet I admire it. You have struck at the very core of Gutai's vulnerabilities. When it comes to understanding the hearts of others, your prowess is unparalleled. Mother, despite her talents, pales in comparison to you. Sumi resolved then and there that she would become a devoted admirer of her elder sister. Following her would guarantee a life of comfort and indulgence. Gutai's face fluctuated through a spectrum of emotions before finally settling into a calm demeanor. He leaned towards Gu Yuan, fixing his gaze upon her. You may take him, but know this. Gu Wedong is my son. His destiny is irrevocably tied to the Gu family. In life, he is ours, and in death, he shall remain ours. If you truly wish to take him, you may. But know that only a lifeless body may exit the Gu residence. Ah, Gutai is indeed inhuman, more ruthless than a beast of prey, showing no regard even for his own offspring. Sumi gasped and fumed, wishing to unleash every foul word she knew upon Gutai. Gu Yuan stood frozen. She was confident in her wits, yet she had overlooked the fact that her father was no ordinary man, but a bloodthirsty fiend. In matters of ruthlessness and shamelessness, she was destined to lose. Ah, the memory returns. I recall the tragic fate of little Gu Wedong, the 4-year-old. The moment my sister marries, her stepmother will surely conspire to have him killed by midnight. After pulling out a few strands of yellow hair, Sumi finally remembered the grim conclusion of her sister's brother. Tomorrow at dawn, the entire family will be exiled to the outskirts of the city. While other families send their loved ones off with provisions, the Gu family will send a corpse, none other than Gu Wedong. Behind her, a wet nurse carries a child. Sumi vividly recalled that detail. When Gu Yuan joyfully approached, grasping the nurse's hand, she would see her brother's lifeless body, causing her to recoil in horror as it fell to the ground. While others send gifts, the Gu family sends a body. The crowd gasped. Gu Yuan. Were you not yearning to take your beloved brother away from the Gu residence, to escape with your romantic partner? Now your wish has come true, a couple united. Siblings reunited. Look at you, so overjoyed that you've lost your senses. This is merely a trivial matter. Do not thank me. After all, we are bound by blood. Ugh. Sumi recalled this moment with clarity, as it had left a deep impression on her. When she first read it, she had been eating, and in her anger, she had slammed the table, spilling her meal everywhere. The significant splatter had even hit the face of the eldest in the dining hall, inciting a chase. Who in the military hospital does not know that the eldest, Mei Ping, detests having anything thrown at her face? Oh dear, what should I do about missing the eldest? Ah, and the braised pork and rice from the military hospital. What braised pork? What rice? You are but 100-day-old infant. You may only drink milk, do you understand? Alas, what a sorrowful situation. What military hospital? The eldest? Song Jinha and Su Qingyuan were bewildered. Yet they understood one thing. Their precious daughter was hungry. What to do now? It is a cause for great concern. They are criminals, all confined together. Song Jinha, being the wife of an official, cannot publicly nurse her child in front of numerous subordinates, regardless of gender. Su Qingyuan scanned his surroundings, seeking a discreet spot where the lady could tend to her daughter. However, Song Jinha's mind was consumed by the horrifying news she had just received from Mi Baobao. Fomer would die tonight at the hands of his stepmother. They were all offenders, and once their homes were raided, they would be sent to prison. How could they possibly save Fomer's life? Yena, cease your quarrels with your father. Although you have married into the Su family, you have not yet been formally united with the Zhenbei family. We, the Su family, shall provide you with a divorce decree. Please heed your father's words. Do not concern yourself with us any longer, and return with him. In a moment of desperation, Song Jinha suddenly lunged forward, pulling Gutai aside. As she tugged, she patted her arm, fervently persuading her while whispering urgently about her brother Fomer's impending doom that night. Mother, do not interfere. This is between my father and me. Gutai pushed Song Jinha away and turned to face Gutai. Father, I have been inconsiderate. A sudden smile graced Guyuyan's face as she lowered her gaze and produced a document from her sleeve, handing it to Gutai. This is my letter of severance. I have signed it. All that remains is for you to place your seal upon it. This wretched girl had prepared the severance letter in advance. It seemed this father-daughter confrontation was merely a grand performance directed by her. Fortunately, he harbored no feelings for her, thus avoiding her schemes. Indeed, her cunning mind resembled that of her scheming mother from the noble family. Gutai, with a stern expression, accepted the letter and pressed his seal onto it, placing it in his sleeve. With this document signed, we are no longer father and daughter. As I depart, the journey ahead is long, and I fear I may never return. I shall not burden you, Duke Gu, any longer. I only request that my maid, Qiuling, be permitted to accompany Fomer and bid him farewell. He has been by my side since childhood, and without me, he will find it difficult to adjust. As his sister, I must provide him with some semblance of comfort. After all, he is merely 4 years old. Losing both mother and sister at once would be unbearable. Gu Weiyan suddenly softened, no longer confrontational. Moreover, her thoughts were solely occupied with her younger brother. Gu Yafeng was indeed his biological son, and Gu Weiyan had a point. Ever since her mother's passing, he had not set foot in that cold courtyard where the siblings once lived. Now, with only the 4-year-old Fomer remaining, it would be a struggle for him. Rest assured, Duke, I have returned the freedom contracts of my maids Qiuling and Huashan. Although they accompanied me into the Duke's residence, they are not Su family servants. They will convey my messages to Fomer and support him through this night. Duke, please ensure they leave by dawn. They will return to their homeland and will not cause you any trouble in your official duties. Sister-in-law is indeed formidable. She has managed to navigate such intricate circumstances. Adaptable and resourceful, she is truly a warrior maiden. Sumi could not help but acknowledge her elder sister-in-law's prowess. Fully aware that there was no reclaiming her brother and that he would suffer at the hands of his stepmother tonight, she was still able to devise such an ingenious plan. If her memory served her correctly, the novel described her sister-in-law having 2 trusted maids, Qiuling, who was skilled in martial arts, and Huashan, who was well-versed in literature. It appeared she intended for Qiuling to act as a messenger under the guise of delivering a message, allowing her to smuggle Gu Yafeng out of the Gu residence under the cover of night. Duke, it is dire news. Before Gutai could respond to Gu Weiyan, Luzon, the deputy commander responsible for the raids, rushed over, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and whispered urgently in his ear. The Duke's residence is but an empty shell. I have found nothing of value. How can this be? Today, Su Zhenbei's wedding brought an air of festivity to the entire Duke's residence. Prior to his arrival with the Imperial edict to conduct the raid, There was no possibility of information leaking. The Su family knew nothing. It was impossible for them to have moved their belongings ahead of time. Yet, he could not believe that the Duke's residence held no treasures at all. Su Qingyuan, where have your valuables been concealed? Should you dare to withhold information, it would be treason, punishable by death, do you understand? The Emperor had entrusted him with two tasks, to seize the wealth of the Duke's residence and to dismantle Zhenbei. He had failed to accomplish either task. The Deqi dynasty was currently plagued by internal strife and external threats, with calamities abounding. Whether it be natural disasters or incursions by bandits, each required a significant amount of silver. With the Emperor having reigned for 10 years, the nation was in disarray, and the treasury was depleted. The Emperor awaited the riches he had promised to recover from the Duke's residence to replenish the royal coffers. Gutai's head throbbed at the thought. Whether our Duke's residence has wealth, others may not know, but you, Gutai, surely do. Su Qingyuan approached with a wretched expression, his plump face swollen from the beating, gazing at Gutai's darkened visage, while his mind raced. The treasures in the residence have vanished? By my own hand, Sumi thought to herself, reveling in Gutai's foul mood. Oh, how fortunate I have a vast space. Ah, how fortunate I possess the ability to read minds. Hee, how fortunate my clever mother prepared well, hoarding numerous treasures. After her grandmother entered the palace to plead for mercy, her mother, attuned to her thoughts, embraced her and tirelessly scoured the entire Duke's residence. Wherever they went, her mother dismissed the servants, entering a frenzied collection mode, her little hands waving as she gathered everything in sight. From the public storerooms, warehouses, studies, and private vaults, to even the supplies in the kitchen, the Duke's residence had nearly been emptied of its contents, with her mother collecting everything in sight. Moreover, there was an abundance of food prepared for the banquet, all of which she had gathered, still warm and fragrant in her space. For the next half hour, her mother took her in a carriage to the street, closing down all 88 shops that had accompanied the Song family's dowry and giving the workers a holiday. Sumi resumed her collection. Where on earth have the valuables been hidden? Crack. Gutai struck Su Qingyuan again, his patience wearing thin. Not having seized any money was far worse than failing to dismantle Zhenbei, which would surely infuriate the Emperor. After all, Zhenbei was merely a thorn in the Emperor's side, a potential threat. Yet the wealth of the Duke's residence was substantial, urgently needed by the Emperor. Tomorrow, the third prince would descend to provide disaster relief, and the funds and provisions he would bring were all calculated based on the wealth seized from the Duke's residence. If he failed to procure the money, the Emperor would not let him off lightly tonight, and the third prince would harbor resentment as well. At that moment, Gutai felt more despondent than if he had lost his parents. He had no time to concern himself with Gu Yueyan's personal matters. Even when Gu Yueyan seized the opportunity to snatch the jade pendant from his waist, calling for Qiuling and giving her hurried instructions to leave, Gutai was too preoccupied to notice. With a foot planted on Su Qingyuan, he demanded, "Speak. Where have you hidden the wealth of the Duke's residence? Do not dare say you do not know. In this household, aside from you, there is only a bevy of women. Your mother would not have neglected to inform you about the family's finances before entering the palace." Su Qingyuan's face quivered with fear. In such a short time, besides his precious daughter, who else possessed the capability to make the entire wealth of the Duke's residence vanish? Could it be his little treasure, with her ability to read hearts, also possessed the power to make things disappear? Su Eryu was not only unafraid, but was also immensely excited deep down. It must be my beloved daughter's doing. Infuriating that twisted Gutai, others may be oblivious, but do you not know who I am? I am indeed the most notorious scion of the capital. Do not presume that the Duke of Jinggua's household is lacking in wealth, even if we had money. Do you believe my father and mother would divulge the location of their hidden treasures? Gutai was truly exasperated by this fool. As a childhood friend and confidant, he was well aware of Su Qingyuan's character and the old Duke and Duchess's indulgence and disbelief in him. If the Duke's household truly possessed riches, the old couple would never confide in Su Qingyuan. Gutai, stop your idle musings. To be frank, our Duke of Jinggua's household is indeed impoverished. Consider this. Our Deqi dynasty has faced numerous calamities and misfortunes over these years, leading to a deficit in the royal treasury. My father, leading the Su family army in the northern frontier, has not received military funds from the emperor for ages. The little money we have is all tied up by my father and a few brothers in the quagmire of Yen City. There is nothing left. Do not be deceived by our household's seemingly lavish attire. It is merely a fade. Inside, we are truly suffering. Listening to her father lamenting their financial woes, Sumi rolled her eyes. How could he claim poverty while being so well-fed? I'm not afraid of your mockery. Over the years, I have relied on my wife for sustenance. Were it not for her beauty and kindness, using her dowry to support our large family, we would be left to face the harsh winds of the northwest bare and destitute. Sumi covered her face, chuckling. Although her father subtly mocked Gutai for being supported by his wife's dowry while maintaining a respectable position, it was amusing. However, father, let us not be so harsh on ourselves. You ought to save some face. Our household is filled with women. How can you speak of being destitute and bare? Wouldn't that be cold and filthy? Can we not be a bit more civilized? Gutai frowned. Though Su Qingyuan was unreliable and notoriously inept in the capital, he lacked the cunning to fabricate lies to deceive him in such circumstances. Su Qingyuan simply did not possess the audacity or guile. Thus, it could only be concluded that he had spoken nothing but the truth. It was entirely plausible that the Duke had devoted their wealth to support the 100,000 Su family troops in Yen City. He needed to hasten back to the palace to report to the emperor and discuss the handling of funds moving forward. All confiscated assets from the household must be seized, and the Su family members imprisoned to be escorted out of the capital by dawn. Gutai departed in haste. The Ministry of Justice, the dungeon. Damp, bloody, narrow, and eerie. Cursed Su Qingyuan, a mere peasant elevated to Duke of Zhenbei, and yet still unsatisfied, plotting treason and causing the demise of our beloved Wen-er. My poor Liang-er has not yet married, and the second branch has brought us to the brink of extinction. What a sin! Our Su family's third branch has not benefited much from his second branch, yet we all share in this punishment. My poor elderly mother, over 70, still accompanies us in exile. The old Duke had 3 brothers. The eldest stayed in their hometown to guard the family estate, while the third lived with the second branch in the Duke's residence. The third branch was sparse in numbers. Su Sanming, the third son, had only 2 sons. The eldest, Su Qingyuan, was the valiant General Su Si who died in battle. The youngest, Su Qingyuan, was a notorious wastrel. At this moment, in the women's prison, Su Sanai Lu Huifan pounded on the bars, berating the women of the second branch huddled in a corner of the cell. Third branch? Wretched scoundrels. Sumi was cradled in Song Jinha's arms. Suddenly hearing the resounding insults, she was taken aback. The third branch as San Yi and San Nai, along with their younger son, were the most vile individuals. On the road to exile, these 3 had caused the demise of many from the Su family, with numerous women in the Duke's household. Upon entering the women's prison, the second and third branches naturally sat separately. The unconscious Su Zhenbei and the barely breathing Su San were carried into the women's prison by the maids of the second branch. Gutai returned to the palace to report, while the deputy commander in charge, Lu Zan, who had some connections with the Duke's household, turned a blind eye to the situation. The women of the second branch were gathered around the 2 dying inmates, fretting. Without a physician or medicine, even divine intervention would be futile. The third branch's insults ignited the anger in everyone's hearts. Lu Huifan, your mouth spews filth, cease your inane chatter. A young woman, dressed as a red-clad general, suddenly hurled a piece of broken stone from the dungeon, shattering one of Lu Huifan's front teeth. Wow! Seventh and is formidable. Sumi's small eyes sparkled. This gallant general was none other than Yi Ranqing, the wife of General Su Qi, a notable character in the tale, second only to the eldest sister-in-law in brilliance. Oh no, Sumi's gaze fell upon Yi Ranqing's pronounced belly. The child she carried would likely be lost tonight. Life was extinguished, and murder was committed. Lu Huifan spat out 2 broken teeth. screaming as if she had lost her mind. Bandits? Sumi's eyes widened in realization. She remembered that in the narrative, General Su Qi's wife, Yi Ranqing, was originally a bandit. Their love story blossomed amidst the chaos of a military crackdown. Sumi wanted to laugh uproariously. How fortuitous. She had been worried about the group of women and children, along with the two critically injured individuals, evading the pursuing soldiers and bandits. Yet, the great savior had appeared so swiftly. Yi Ranqing was ranked third in the original story's martial prowess. While Su Qi was the most skilled, his wife surpassed him. Their love story stemmed from a series of captures and rescues. However, it was Su Qi who had been captured. You barbaric woman, you bandit. Having committed heinous acts, causing the death of your own man, how can you face me? May your child be born without an anus. Su Qingyuan, coming from humble beginnings, had a sharp tongue. Believe it or not, I could kill you right now. Yi Ranqing stepped forward, grasping Lu Huifen's neck. Her eyes reddened. Su Qi was dead. The Duke's household was in shambles, and her unborn child was left fatherless. A series of blows had pushed the inherently rough and unrefined Yi Ranqing to the brink of fury. She regretted it. Had she not been pregnant, she would not have left the northern frontier, would not have left Su Qi, and thus he would not have perished. How could Su Qi have died? Who dared to turn him into a porcupine? Seventh Ant is magnificent. Kill this old hag to avoid future troubles on the road. Sumi screamed internally. Yet, if a convict perished in prison before exile, it would surely cause complications. Seventh Madam, do not take my sister's words to heart. Chen is dead. And Chengmyong's engagement to the young lady from the money family has been called off. My sister is short-sighted and momentarily upset. Please, be magnanimous. A pale, delicate voice, seemingly from a woman in her 40s, yet her tone was reminiscent of a youthful girl in her 20s. Who could this woman be? Sumi had yet to discern her identity. I could hear the frantic cries of the middle-aged woman across from me. What a thing. Just a female bandit whose man is dead. Only someone as dim-witted as Su's seventh son would be so captivated by her shameless behavior. She's just a widow. Her man is gone, yet she remains unrestrained, relying on her superior strength compared to men. You think you can bully my sister in the second household? Just wait until we are exiled. I will ensure you receive your due punishment, a whole nest of women, and I don't believe that when the time comes, you all will be lying on the ground, crying out, still so arrogant, so delicate, so wealthy. Oh my, what a venomous White Lotus woman. Sumi's little nose twitched as she read the malice deep within the woman across from her, realizing that indeed, such a character existed in her book. Lu Xianglian, the widow sister of Su San's grandmother, Lu Huifen, had moved in with her daughter, Lu Wanwan, after her husband's death. Let go of me. Lu Huifen's face turned an alarming shade of blue. Despite her rural origins and considerable strength, she could not escape the iron grip of Yi Ranqing. She twisted her waist, kicked her legs, yet could not approach Yi Ranqing. Her eyes, filled with malice, fixated on Yi Ranqing's prominently rounded belly. Seventh Madam, I implore you, consider the monk's face and spare my third sister. Coughing, Lu Xianglian timidly took a step forward, then staggered back slightly. One hand pressing a handkerchief to her mouth as she coughed, the other forming a small fist, beating against her heart, appearing as if she was about to suffocate. Her little face as pale as death. Xianglian, your health is poor. Why are you rushing forward? On the other side of the iron bars was the men's prison, where the tall and lanky Su Sanyi, Su Quanming, anxiously clutched the iron bars, waving fervently towards the women's prison. Wanwan, hurry and help your mother sit down. Mother, please sit down. Breathe deeply. Your face is so pale, mother. Lu Wanwan quickly assisted Lu Xianglian back to a sitting position near the men's prison bars. Xianglian, take deep breaths. Exhale. Yes, just like that. Observing Lu Xianglian's pale face and blue lips, Su Quanming was drenched in sweat from worry. Brother-in-law, Lu Xianglian seemed to finally catch her breath, gazing at Su Quanming with a vulnerable, cat-like expression, tears brimming in her eyes. What is happening? Sumi's heart raced, filled with anxiety. At that moment, she was a bit distant from Lu Xianglian, unable to hear her thoughts. Observing the evident tension between her brother-in-law and sister-in-law, she knew there was a significant story unfolding. However, glancing at Seventh Aunt and Su San-nai entangled together, she sighed. Although it seemed Su San-nai was at a disadvantage, this woman was indeed malevolent. Seventh Aunt, pregnant and mourning her late husband, might be caught off guard. And if Su San-nai took the opportunity to kick her in the belly, it could lead to a miscarriage. Forget it, there will always be juicy gossip. But saving the child in Seventh Aunt's womb takes precedence. With this thought, Sumi squirmed in her mother's embrace, crying out, "Mother, mother. Please save the child in Seventh Aunt's belly. Sen-nai is wicked. She wants to harm the baby." Sumi had to struggle, ever since entering the dungeon. Her mother and sister-in-law had been fretting over the two unconscious men. Although her sister-in-law, hailing from a family of Imperial physicians, had done her utmost to tend to their wounds, a craftsman is helpless without materials. There was no medicine. Her mother seemed to have lost her spirit. If not for holding on to Sumi, she would have seemed on the verge of collapse. Her mother was completely absorbed in her elder brother's plight, rendering her oblivious to the commotion in the women's prison. Otherwise, if she were holding Sumi, attuned to her thoughts, she would have already intervened. "Hubby?" A startled exclamation. Guyen's complexion changed dramatically as she trembled, placing her hand hesitantly on Su Zhenbei's nose. Wasn't he breathing? What happened to Zhenbei? Seated beside Su Sanyi in the men's prison, Su Qingyuan, with his eyes squinted, had chosen to ignore the women's clamor, feeling he could neither intervene nor speak. As one was his aunt and the other his sister-in-law, since Su Sanyi remained silent, he, as a younger generation, felt it inappropriate to comment, especially since it had nothing to do with the women of the second household. Suddenly hearing Guyen's scream, Su Qingyuan trembled all over. Throwing himself against the iron bars, his voice quaking, "What's wrong? Dead? No way. Dead, no breath." Guyen's voice trembled violently. Slap. Su Qingyuan smacked himself hard, cursing his own careless words. How could I say he's dead? The battle spirit system, no way. Her elder brother was the main antagonist in the story, destined to wreak havoc until the final conclusion. If he died before the exile even began, wouldn't the story conclude in an instant? Sumi was utterly speechless. "Zhenbei. My son." Song Jinha collapsed to the ground. Crash. Sumi tumbled to the floor, her small face aligning perfectly with her brother's astonishingly beautiful visage. His features were exquisite. Eyelashes long like wings, a hint of peach blossom red at the corners of his eyes, eyelids opening like the rising sun, brows and eyes lowly cast, reminiscent of moonlight. The masculine vigor of a man melded with the delicate beauty of a woman, creating a flawless harmony upon his face. Truly a paper figure, a comic face. Oh, the author has slain me. Sumi felt a surge of indignation. Why must he be depicted as a child? Why is such a beautiful man my brother? She genuinely wanted to embrace him, to touch him, to nibble on him. Wait, no breath. He really is dead. No way. Beeping, host crisis. Calling host, please respond. Sumi felt a wave of intense pain throughout her body, her mind clouded, and she found herself in a space hospital. Who are you? What is happening? Upon entering the space, Sumi was taken aback. Where was her original hospital building? All 3 floors had vanished, and all she could see was the place she stood, her former office. Everything else was shrouded in white mist. A familiar snow-white rabbit floated in the air, and she was no longer the child of 100 days, but her original self, a 22-year-old Special Forces medical officer. I am your story-traversing system steward, the Chinese rabbit. The significant antagonist in the story has perished, the book has collapsed, and host, you're doomed. Wait, you claim to be the system steward. Did you arrange for me to traverse the story? Now you say the book has collapsed, and I am doomed. Why does everything seem to be in your control? Did you seek my consent before pulling me into this narrative? Moreover, shouldn't you select a better role for me? Not only did I start as a helpless child, but I'm also being exiled right off the bat, and now you tell me there's no exile and I'm about to perish? With a fiery temper, she felt compelled to take action. It would be an affront to her title as an all-capable Special Forces medical officer. Reaching out, she pinched the rabbit, soft and plump. If I perish, want you to meet the same fate? Staring at the rabbit's infuriatingly smug expression, Sumi felt an unsettling familiarity. She must have seen it somewhere before. What is this? You're just a rabbit, and yet you dare to boast of military achievements? How arrogant. Who do you think you are? I could crush you with a flick. Sumi pinched the rabbit's chubby face. Host, stop playing around. If you keep this up, we truly will die. Calm down, listen to me. The rabbit babbled on, and finally, Sumi grasped the situation. This was an advanced system. Butler, little bunny, customized to individual needs. Because you accomplished several significant tasks in your previous life, you are posthumously awarded 2 medals. My initial energy is at level 2, granting you rebirth through literature, along with the ability to upgrade your spacious realm and possess a dual-sided telepathy. Host, you have already enjoyed these benefits. Are you satisfied? Are you the bunny that little you sent me? Sumi finally comprehended why this bunny appeared so familiar to her. The system Butler is tailored to individual needs. When she sacrificed herself, a keychain, a Chinese rabbit gifted by her best friend Little You, was dangling from her backpack's zipper. It's me, indeed, Master. You have finally remembered. The little bunny wept heartily. Now that the story has collapsed, we are both doomed. Master, please complete your tasks quickly. Once you finish, obtain the life-extending elixir for the antagonist, and he shall not perish, thus preventing the narrative from unraveling. Ding ding ding, a luminous panel manifested in the space, presenting 3 tasks. 1. Steal from the Internal Affairs Office. 2. Shave the Emperor's head. 3. Take Gutai's floral shorts and hang them on the plaque of the Zhenbei Hall. Sumi gazed speechlessly at the innocent-looking little bunny. Are you certain you are not a rogue rabbit? What if I refuse to comply? Sumi attempted to extract information from the little bunny, sensing that it was not as simple as it appeared and might be more cunning than it let on. Will I be sent to another timeline and begin anew? Once bound, the host has only one chance at rebirth. Observing Sumi's lack of enthusiasm, the little bunny immediately took on the role of persuader. Master, this task is not difficult. Consider this. You will eventually need to upgrade. Early or late, you must ascend. Think of it as an early upgrade. Indeed. It seems she has no choice. Sumi mused that this creature was speaking nothing but the truth. Long before her mother held her while hoarding supplies, she discovered that her space could only hoard inanimate objects, not living ones. During the exile, nursing, bathing, and changing diapers were tasks she had to accomplish within her own space. But how could a mere 100-day-old infant manage this? She must have an adult to assist her in entering the space. All right, I choose? Sumi pointed at the 3 tasks, stating that she must select one each time. What if I complete 2 tasks? Or if I finish the task I did not select, what would happen? You can only choose 1 task each time and must complete the selected one. Failing to do so will result in punishment. Sumi rolled her eyes, realizing once again that from Nanjing to Beijing, those who sell are always more astute than those who buy. The architect of this game, the great BSO, is indeed shrewd. Sumi scrutinized the 3 options. Both stealing from the Internal Affairs Office and shaving the Emperor's head required her to enter the palace. However, she was currently a prisoner. Who would be able to carry her into the palace? As for Gutai's floral shorts, it might be possible to pilfer them, as long as she encountered Gutai. She could wave her small hand and steal them with her keen eyes. Yet, placing the flag on the Zhenbei Hall still necessitated access to the palace. Can you allow me to appear in the palace out of thin air? If the system possessed such functionality, she would never have to worry about her tiny body being unable to move again. No, you must find your own way in. Well, she knew that this cunning little bunny was not to be relied upon. What are you howling about? A loud, raspy voice jolted Sumi back to reality. and she opened her eyes to find herself cradled in the arms of a small boy. "Sister, you're awake? You frightened me to death." The boy had a round, chubby face reminiscent of Su Qingyuan. "Brother has died. Please do not die too, little sister." "What on earth?" Sumi grimaced at the sight of the boy's wide-open mouth as he cried, worried that his snot would drip down onto her face. "Remove all clothing. No one is allowed to smuggle anything. If discovered, one shall face severe punishment." With a loud crash, the iron gate of the women's prison was flung open by a drunken guard brandishing a bloodied whip, lashing out at the chaotic female inmates. "Third brother Su Qingyuan, the baby needs to be washed. The wicked third aunt is about to kick seventh aunt's belly." The women's prison was in utter disarray, especially when news of Zhenbei's death reached Yi Ranqing, causing her to momentarily lose her senses. In that fleeting instant, Granny Lu lunged forward, gripping Yi Ranqing's ankles. Sumi watched this scene unfold, her heart racing. Yes, this was precisely the Granny Lu described in the book, the mother of Su Qingyuan, Lu Huifan. A 70-year-old woman who would hardly be noticed by anyone. Ever since her two daughters quarreled with the second branch, Granny Lu had been squatting in a corner of the cell, squinting to listen. She was constantly seeking an opportunity to rescue her daughters. In a desperate bid for survival, even a skilled Yi Ranqing fell victim to her sudden movement. With a slip of her foot, she stumbled backward, colliding with a torture device against the wall, resulting in her losing the child. "Later, the baby will perish." Sumi screamed, her mind racing with disbelief. Would seventh aunt fall? Would the baby inside perish? How did she suddenly hear the sweet, crisp, and adorable voice of a child? Su Qingyuan, without a moment to contemplate, propelled himself toward Yi Ranqing, clutching Sumi's plump body like a cannonball. As Yi Ranqing slipped, she instinctively retreated, her back not colliding with the sharp torture device, but rather with the chubby Su Qingyuan. "Ouch!" Thankfully, Yi Ranqing heard Su Qingyuan's voice behind her and smoothly dodged, thus mitigating the force of the impact. Nevertheless, Su Qingyuan still landed on the ground with a thud, his frightened chubby face turning pale. Fortunately, seventh aunt was spared from the collision, and the little brother was safe. Su Qingyuan held Sumi tightly, his plump back and bottom stinging with pain. "Please, someone, send a physician to see my child." Song Jinhe awoke once more, nearly driven to madness. Without regard for propriety, she lunged at the drunken guard, clinging to his thigh and pleading, entirely oblivious to her status as a woman. Her child was dying, and she could not bear to live without him. "You madwoman, your son is dead. You should seek the king of hell. What use is it to me? A mere ghost?" The guard shoved Song Jinhe aside, his whip striking her. "I demand to see the emperor. I have urgent matters to report to the emperor. I must see him." Su Qingyuan cried out, desperately banging against the iron bars, pleading to meet the emperor. "Sister, I know you are not human. Please save our brother. I won't tell anyone you're a deity. Let us make a pact." In the chaos, Su Qingyuan leaned closer to Sumi's ear and whispered, "I just heard your thoughts. You can save seventh aunt's baby, and you can save our brother." Su Qingyuan's chubby face illuminated with excitement. "You can rest assured. From now on, third brother will be your guardian. All my treats, toys, and useful items will be yours. If you make a mistake and your parents want to punish you, I will take the blame. You are certainly not human." Sumi rolled her eyes, finally recognizing the identity of the chubby boy holding her. Her third brother, Su Qingyuan, aged 9, is the most gluttonous, laziest, and luckiest little chubby boy among the grandchildren of the Duke's residence, a complete miniature version of Su Qingyuan. Sumi gazed at the rosy, plump face before her, which undoubtedly radiated good fortune, yet it was disheartening to see him reduced to a mere stick. Oh! Was he truly destined to be harmed? To have his limbs severed and transformed into a stick? Su Qingyuan's little red face turned pale with fright. He often skipped classes with his attendant Suan to watch street performances under the bridge. The storyteller had once recounted a tale of a wicked empress who, after the emperor's demise, had her favored concubines mutilated into human sticks. He had no enemies of such magnitude, Who could harbor such hatred towards him to wish for his transformation? Sister, please save your third brother. Do not let anyone turn him into a stick, all right? Sumi pondered, recalling that the rabbit had informed her that her telepathy was reciprocal. She could read others' thoughts as long as they were near. As for others? The rabbit had mentioned that thus far, only her blood relatives could hear her thoughts. In the future, after system upgrades, she could choose to let others hear her thoughts. I can hear you, sister. If you ever need anything, just call for me and I shall surely assist you. Sumi contemplated. After all, she was but a small child, limited in her actions, and indeed required an assistant. However, the more individuals aware of her space and telepathy, the more perilous her situation would become. Before she grew capable of self-defense, it was best that the number of those in the know remained minimal. Her parents, being her closest kin, would not betray her, yet they were adults, their intentions too obvious, making certain actions inconvenient at times. Moreover, her mother was currently preoccupied with her elder brother, while her father was somewhat unreliable, still shackled on their journey into exile. Third brother Su Qingyuan was a good choice, at 9, not particularly clever, and possessing an exceptional tolerance for her peculiarities. She certainly did not wish to have to explain her actions to others whenever she retrieved items from her space or employed her telepathy to resolve issues. Carry me to elder brother, she thought. Upon hearing his sister's voice, Su Qingyuan felt invigorated. The pain in his backside forgotten as he scooped up Sumi and rushed towards their elder brother. The chaos in the prison went unnoticed by the two children. Feed the pills I have to elder brother, Sumi commanded, and with a mere thought, a life-preserving pill appeared in her small palm. She had just managed to procure it from the rabbit, knowing that if she delayed until after completing her task, Zhenbei would truly perish. However, this meant the task had to be accomplished. Su Qingyuan, cradling his sister, soon found 2 pills nestled in her soft little hand. Elder brother, please do not die. He plopped down beside Zhenbei, shouting at the top of his lungs, Mother, elder brother is a good person. He will not die. With a determined pout, Su Qingyuan pushed his mother and sister-in-law aside, shielding them from view with his chubby body, and deftly pressed the pills into Zhenbei's mouth. Elder brother, wake up. I am giving you my sugar pills. Please wake up quickly. The bad guys have hurt mother, he wailed, using his small, plump hands to press and rub at his elder brother's mouth, ensuring the pills were swallowed before releasing his grip. Such a maneuver? Sumi was left astounded. Her third brother Su Qingyuan was indeed a character. She recalled that the book had mentioned his greatest fear was his elder brother, Zhenbei. This rubbing and pressing made her seriously suspect that he was taking the opportunity for personal revenge. Another one for him. Sumi turned her little neck to glance at Su-san, who lay in a corner of the women's prison, appearing lifeless. Her guiding principle was always, eat everything. Just don't suffer losses. If there's a bargain, one would be foolish not to seize it. Since she had already accrued a debt, she might as well take advantage of the situation, making it a buy one get one free deal. It was only fitting that her first task should come with a little bonus. Third young master, please bring the young lady to this corner by the wall. I shall stand guard outside. The little maid in green, tending to Su-san, promptly rose. You are Sister Huashan. I recognize you. You are the personal maid of my sister-in-law. My mother said that those who do not leave at this time, following our second branch into exile, are no longer mere servants. We shall all be family henceforth. Su Qingyuan's chubby face blossomed into a smile. In the future, you need not call me third young master. Simply refer to me as Su Qingyuan or third fatty. My silly third brother is quite the social butterfly. Sumi noted another of his qualities. Though his intellect was lacking, his emotional intelligence soared, adept at navigating social situations. This was entirely reminiscent of their father, a quintessential streetwise individual. You are family to the young lady, and thus you are also the masters of Huashan. Huashan watched as third young master pried Su-san's mouth open and fed him a pill resembling a sugar ball. She had just been seated there, and from her vantage point, she had caught sight of third young master feeding the same pill to the young master. Despite the young master being on the brink of death, third young master continued administering sugar pills, truly displaying a child's innocence. Unlike Qiuling, Huashan was typically discreet and composed. Once the young lady married into the duke's residence, even if the young master perished, as long as the Su family did not issue a letter of divorce, she would remain a member of the Su family. Huashan had to strategize for the young lady, minimizing her entanglements. When Qiuling returned with the young master, she would also have to contemplate how they would live after leaving the Su family. He has awakened. My husband has awakened. Gu Weiyan could hardly contain her joy. Instantly silencing the chaotic prison, one could hear a pin drop. The Su family's third branch ceased their commotion, and even the boorish guards paused. Su Zhenbei, the young god of war of Deqi, the third-generation heir of the Su family, who struck terror into the hearts of enemies and could easily claim the heads of opposing generals amidst 1,000,000 soldiers, had awakened. After a deathly silence, the inebriated guards fled in horror, shouting, "Quickly report to Lord Lu, quickly report to Lord Gu. General Su has awakened." The prison corridor echoed with numerous cries of awakened. Awakened. Had the Imperial physician Zhang, who had deemed him beyond recovery, been present, he would undoubtedly have swooned in disbelief. Severely injured, with poison coursing through his heart and 6 soul-fixing nails embedded, it was impossible for Su Zhenbei to awaken so soon. "Jin, can you hear your mother? Where does it hurt?" Yu Song Jinha, overwhelmed with joy, forgot her own wounds from the lashes, kneeling on the ground with outstretched hands, yearning to touch him, yet unsure where to begin, both crying and laughing. Zhenbei had awakened. The Su family finally had a pillar of support. At the sound of a commotion nearby, Huashan, unable to believe her eyes, shifted her gaze from the young master and young lady to Su San, who had just opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused. Both were momentarily stunned. The young master has awakened. Su San has awakened. The sugar pills of third young master? Huashan felt as though she had stumbled upon something dreadful. Her expression shifted rapidly before settling into calmness, as if she had resolved not to think about it at all. Sumi was startled to the point of nearly jumping up, though her small stature only allowed her to flail her arms and legs in excitement. According to the original narrative, the formidable antagonist Su Zhenbei remained unconscious, ensnared by 9 soul-binding nails, until the Su family faced confiscation and exile, awakening only 3 days after leaving the capital. His body was shattered and paralyzed. However, her unexpected intervention disrupted the original timeline. Su Zhenbei had only 6 nails embedded, and with the consumption of a life-sustaining elixir from her spatial inventory, he astonishingly regained consciousness almost instantaneously. "Quick, quick! Hold me to see my big brother. Hurry, we must not let the Emperor know that he has awakened." Sumi belatedly realized that her well-intentioned actions might have inadvertently caused harm. Su Zhenbei's awakening was undoubtedly fortuitous for the Emperor. Given the vile nature of the Emperor as depicted in the text, that despicable character would surely instruct Gutai to return Su Zhenbei to the prison of Zhao. Using the missing assets of the Duke of the State as a pretext, Su Zhenbei would face torture once again, with 3 additional soul-binding nails driven into him, resulting in the grim fate foretold in the narrative: total paralysis, loss of martial prowess, and humiliation along the path to exile. This turn of events could lead to an even more tragic outcome for the Su family than that portrayed in the original tale. As for her, she risked not only the possibility of a cruel execution, but also the horrifying fate of being subjected to a gruesome end, perhaps even being cooked alive by the male protagonist. What a troublesome rabbit! What madness is this? I asked you to prolong his life, not to awaken him so swiftly. Could you not preserve his life until we left the capital and awakened him during our exile? Alas, her habit of neglecting instruction manuals when purchasing items must change, or she would inevitably bring about her own demise. Yener, do check on Zhenbei for me. Is he truly unscathed? Will he be able to move by tomorrow? Song Jinha lost her composure as the head of the household, Her son's awakening filled her with unrestrained joy, causing her to forget their dire circumstances. "What are you doing here?" As Su Zhenbei regained consciousness, his gaze swept across the prison cell, landing on the Su family and Gutai. The war in the northern frontier, an imperial order to return to the capital, marriage and entry into the palace, interrogation in Zhao prison, Gutai, soul-binding nails, prison cell, Su family. All these events whirled through his mind like a revolving lantern, causing his head to throb with excruciating pain, alternating between the chill of an ice cavern and the heat of a fiery inferno. "Mother, grant her a letter of divorce. Let her leave." Each syllable felt as though it tore at his throat, causing it to bleed. What of Susan? Who else remains alive in the northern frontier? As the scion of the Duke of the State, no one understood the situation better than he, nor the Emperor's trepidation towards the Duke's household. Before executing his plans of murder and confiscation, the Emperor would undoubtedly address the affairs in the northern frontier, ensuring no loose ends remained before ruthlessly turning against the vulnerable members of their family. It's over, big brother, you cannot awaken. The Emperor seeks to kill you. And there are more nails to come. You, father, mother, us. Sumi became increasingly frantic, her words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. Her frustration mounting. She merely wished to convey to her brother that now was not the time for him to awaken. If he did, the Emperor would surely drive more nails into him. Gutai and the Emperor, devoid of humanity, would undoubtedly manipulate her family to coerce her brother, forcing a brutal interrogation from both sides. If the Duke's household were to concede to Gutai's sinister schemes, it would not merely result in confiscation and exile. They would face a public execution at the market square. "Little sister?" Su Zhenbei suddenly heard a sweet, childish voice, and upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of a cherubic face framed by inky black hair, her complexion fairer than snow, lips of vivid crimson, and eyes as clear as autumn's chill. "Ah, big brother, you are so beautiful. I want a hug, I want a nibble." Sumi, unable to contain herself, let a stream of drool escape. In the realm of the great Qi, the battle-hardened warrior, a naive little child, completely forgot his earlier urgency to speak. What had he heard? Astonishingly, he could discern the innermost thoughts of his mere 100-day-old sister. Moreover, she seemed to possess knowledge of the Emperor's intent to take his life, even going so far as to mention the ominous soul-binding nails. This was information even their parents were oblivious to. What was his sister? The child within his mother's womb must be extraordinary. Su Zhenbei recalled a time in the northern frontier when his grandfather had summoned him to the tent, delivering news of a letter from his grandmother. The letter spoke of a remarkable occurrence. In the 10th year of turmoil for the Great Qi, the matron of the Su family would annually visit the Buddhist temple to pray for blessings. His grandmother had narrated that during her recent visit, Master Yi had shared with her an omen regarding the stars, foretelling that a strange celestial body would descend upon their noble house. Such a phenomenon, whether auspicious or ominous, had troubled his normally unflappable grandmother, as Master Yi, the revered monk, had taken the initiative to convey this unsettling prophecy to her personally. "Guyan, you have left with the letter of divorce. Our bond is severed, and you shall seek another." Su Zhenbei's cold gaze swept over Gu Yuyan's face. He was acutely aware of the enmity between the Su and Gu families, and he and she were fated to remain apart in this lifetime. He longed to grasp his sister's tiny hand, only to discover that his limbs were immobile. He concentrated, assessing his condition. The wound beneath his ribs was grave yet not fatal. The poison had infiltrated his heart and lungs. He could only persist through sheer will. The 6 soul-binding nails had severed his meridians and sealed his dantian. By all rights, he should have perished. Yet, here he was, enduring excruciating pain that paradoxically kept him alert and alive. You should perish, merely for being born in the wrong place. In the bloody depths of the Zhao prison, the Emperor's visage, illuminated by flickering flames, exuded an eerie and profound aura. In the Great Qi, there exists only one sovereign, not a god of war. He was suspended upon the torture frame, subjected to relentless torment as needles pierced and scraped his back. It seemed the emperor sought to reduce him to a mere mass of flesh and bone to satiate his own resentment. Your beauty is striking. I genuinely admire it. Therefore, I shall preserve it. The emperor wore a smile befitting his exalted status, yet his eyes glimmered with frost. Indeed, even the crown prince finds favor in such beauty. The emperor delicately pinched his fingertip, inhaling the scent of blood that clung to it. When the late emperor was alive, he favored the crown prince. And now? The emperor chuckled softly, calculating the time. It was precisely when the crown princess accompanied the crown prince to ascend to the heavens. You ought to be by his side. The prince would feel more at ease. Does the emperor seem somewhat unhinged? The crown prince favors my elder brother. What is this nonsense? The emperor appears to harbor affection for my brother as well. My brother is indeed a paragon of beauty, beloved by many. Sumi was taken aback by the grand drama unfolding within her brother's heart. How peculiar it sounded. As if the emperor not only suspected a scandal between her brother and the crown prince, but even harbored dubious feelings himself. TSK. The antagonists in literature truly embody the essence of allure. He was nothing less than a walking weapon of the heart. My brother is indeed beautiful, adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. He is universally appealing, beloved by both young and old. The soul-binding nails, thick and barbed, drenched in venom, were gradually driven into his body. Each strike felt like a hammer on his heart, inducing pain and dizziness, yet he remained acutely aware, sensing the anguished cries of every cell within him. The virtuous crown prince, a youthful general, a perfect match for the nation. The emperor's scornful gaze traversed the bloodied ground. Where beauty and intelligence intertwined, martial prowess and eloquence were his attributes. The emperor's gaze, laced with malice, lingered on the youthful general upon the torture frame, clad in disheveled garments stained with blood. Despite his plight, he remained stunningly radiant, evoking deep emotions. The voice that once resonated so sweetly now served as a reminder of the beauty that bloomed when the young general was in the company of the crown prince. A scene of enchanting splendor. Thus, before the torturous proceedings commenced, he silenced the youth. Indulging in the agony of the young general was a delight, akin to humiliating the old duke of the state whom he despised, or ruthlessly beating the Su ergo whom he envied, or dismantling the hopes he harbored for Song Jinho. To shatter this youth was to obliterate the late emperor's aspirations and to destroy all that the crown prince cherished. Only he could claim the title of the greatest king in this realm. Truly, the emperor is a deranged fiend. The emperor is even envious of his own son. Surely, he must have endured some traumatic childhood experiences. Sumi, upon hearing this, could not help but mentally critique the situation. Gutai, your majesty, I am here. Crush him, preserving that visage, lest the late emperor and the crown prince fail to recognize him in the afterlife. Your majesty, an edict from the Empress Dowager. An imperial decree spared him from death in prison. However, before he was removed, Gutai ordered 6 soul-binding nails to be forcefully driven into him. He survived. Yet the poison had seeped into his heart, rendering him devoid of strength, his limbs numb, unable to lift even a finger. Zhenbei's eyes grew increasingly profound. Accompanying the crown prince at 6, entering the military camp at 10, traversing 1,000 miles alone, amidst the company of wolves and tigers. Having endured numerous life and death tribulations, his conviction remained unyielding. He would never utter words of surrender, especially now with the knowledge that his family in the northern frontier had perished, and only the weak and vulnerable remained at home. For the sake of his grandmother, parents, and siblings, he could not succumb. Mother. By the bamboo fence near the broken bridge of Xiangshan, there is a fragrance of medicine. At the appointed time, aid will come. Zhenbei's reassuring gaze fell upon Song Jinho. When you see Gutai, convey this message, stating that I informed you before entering the palace. Jenner. What do you mean by this? Song Jinho, aware of her son's immobility, leaned closer, and Zhenbei whispered a few words into her ear. Her eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more. My elder brother is truly the great antagonist. So beautiful he seems. So clever he approaches the realm of the supernatural. How wonderful it is to have such a brother. I can now be at ease. Sumi internally rejoiced, her heart soaring. Indeed, the author had not deceived her. The great antagonist within the narrative embodied both beauty and intellect, truly a formidable presence. Awakening with just a glance, he swiftly grasped his circumstances, formulating an ingenious plan for retaliation, truly a remarkable being. The elder brother imparted that message to their mother, indicating that he had already arranged for assistants to care for the Su family. Conversely, the emperor's orders to Gutai to torment the elder brother were not solely to appease his dark desires, but primarily to seize the Su family as command token, which commanded the Su army. By conveying such a message to Gutai, the elder brother aimed to instigate suspicion in both Gutai and the emperor, who would surely ponder the whereabouts of the vital token. Given that he could relay this message to his mother before entering the palace, the token might be concealed in a secure location, most likely tied to that place or its inhabitants. Thus, in order to facilitate a meeting between Song Jinha and the individuals near the broken bridge of Xiangshan, Gutai could not have dispatched assassins to eliminate the Su family beforehand. Gutai and the emperor would likely resolve to eradicate the Su family only after completing their objectives at Xiangshan's broken bridge. Mother, I will awaken sporadically only after we exit the capital. Su Zhenbei concluded, straining to exhale, blood spilling forth. Jenner, Song Jinha was taken aback by the spurt of blood, her voice rising in panic. My love, do not frighten me, awaken. The cries of Gu Wen were filled with deep sorrow. Big brother, big brother. Su Xinan bellowed with a loud voice, while Sumi followed suit, crying out in despair. In that moment, everyone in the cell became aware that Su Zhenbei had fainted again, even spitting blood, perhaps a fleeting moment of clarity before the end. The officer with the wine-stained nose, bowing and scraping, hurried over, followed by the grim-faced Gutai and the somewhat agitated Luzon. Upon entering the women's prison, the officer's expression changed as he heard the wails. Indeed, Sir Gu, Su Zhenbei just awakened. If you don't believe me, ask these women. He truly regained consciousness moments ago. Upon seeing the unconscious Su Zhenbei on the ground and the weeping female relatives, as well as Gutai's fluctuating expression, the officer felt a chill run down his spine. This was it. Gutai was notorious for his cruelty in the prison. The thought of trying to ingratiate himself to him was madness. If Su Zhenbei were to die from his injuries, these women would never testify in his favor, despite his earlier awakening. Thus, Gutai would undoubtedly reward him with a death sentence. There would be no escaping that fate. With that thought, the officer strode over to Lu Xianglian, grabbing her roughly. Tell Sir Gu that Su Zhenbei awakened just now. The officer's gaze was fierce as he fixed it on Lu Xianglian. He knew of her discord with the second branch of the Su family. Lu Xianglian's eyes sparkled with tears as she gazed at Gutai. I am frail and have seldom left my chamber since childhood. Sir, please release me so that I may breathe. Whatever you wish to know, Xianglian will speak freely. Sumi, unable to contain her disdain, thought, how shameless. This old woman thinks she can charm anyone. She couldn't fathom how this woman, of such age and status, believed she could attract Gutai, who was a high-ranking official surrounded by beautiful concubines. You are quite perceptive, madam. As you witnessed, Su Zhenbei did awaken and spoke with his family, did he not? Quickly, tell Sir Gu the details of what transpired. The officer regarded Lu Xianglian appreciatively, recognizing her as an alluring woman despite her age. He had a peculiar fondness for mature women who possessed a certain depth of character. Gutai, you are well aware of the discord between the second and third branches of our family. Just moments ago, we had yet another altercation. Naturally, the third branch would seek to harm us. Can you trust their words? Song Jinha, cradling Sumi, calmly addressed Gutai. You are the one who harmed Arjun. Are you not aware of whether he can awaken? You know better than anyone. Gutai's brow twitched. He had indeed taken action himself. With poison coursing through Su Zhenbei's system, combined with the 6 soul-stabilizing nails, it was improbable for him to awaken so soon. even if he survived. It would take days for him to regain consciousness. Sumi sighed. Now that my brother has awakened, perhaps our mother will return to her senses as well. This will surely provoke Gutai's arrogance. Gutai's suspicious gaze fell upon the unconscious Su Zhenbei. My husband is gravely poisoned, having affected his heart. I have examined him, Gu Weiyan asserted, her gaze fixed on her father. He is ensnared by 6 poisonous nails, leaving only a flicker of life. Such a technique is of your unique design. In all your years at the prison, has any living soul ever escaped your grasp? That insolent girl, no longer even addressing me as father. Gutai's face contorted in anger. You know that my brother has always been weak since birth. I had no choice but to secretly study medicinal texts from the Liu family. In this prison, lacking physicians or remedies, if not for the ginseng I concealed in my wedding dress to sustain my husband, he would have perished from the poison long ago. Gu Weiyan smiled bitterly. Ultimately, I too am destined to be a widow. Why prolong his suffering for another day? It would be better to die together in this prison, sparing my in-laws the burden of caring for us, allowing the second branch of the Su family to endure. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Gutai. I only hope, for the sake of our 18 years together, that you will grant us a proper burial, so our bodies do not lie exposed in the wilderness. How foolish, to dream of burial while being a condemned prisoner. Gutai kicked Gu Weiyan aside. A glimmer of cold steel flashed, and a torture nail embedded itself in the officer's left eye. Filthy wretch, begone. Lu Xianglian, standing too close, was splattered with blood and fainted from the shock. Someone search them and change their prison garb. Gutai sat heavily on a blood-stained bench, his expression dark as he surveyed the trembling female prisoners. Search them thoroughly. Leave no stone unturned. Should anyone dare to hide forbidden items, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. The methods employed in this prison can ensure your utmost discomfort. Sumi scoffed inwardly, knowing Gutai's cruel tactics were designed to humiliate the women of the Su family, forcing her brother to awaken. If he were a man of honor, he would never stand idly by while their mother and sister-in-law were subjected to such indignities. My lord? Lu Zan, aware of the impropriety of his words, could not refrain from speaking. Shouldn't we have 2 female officers conduct the searches? Lu Zan. It seems you have spent too long in this prison, Gutai retorted sharply. Lu Zan dared not speak further, retreating behind Gutai, watching as the guards entered the women's prison, tearing garments and inspecting bodies without regard. Scoundrels! A voice rang out and a flash of red passed by. Sumi recalled a passage from a book where Yi Ranqing, after suffering a miscarriage, encountered Gutai. With vengeance in her heart, she sought to kill him without consideration for her own life. Instead, she was captured and violated before taking her own life against a pillar. Her arrival had altered the course of her fate. Yet, with Yi Ranqing's temperament, she would never tolerate the guards searching her or the women of the second branch. Madam Qi, your temper is too fierce. It could be harmful to your child, Gutai sneered, not moving from his seat. Suddenly, 6 shadowy figures appeared, ensnaring the heavily pregnant Yi Ranqing in a web. Gutai, entrenched in the prison, had made numerous enemies and thus ensured his own protection with an array of formidable guards. Oh no, who can come to the rescue of Aunt Qi? Big brother, awaken! Our entire family is in dire straits. If you do not awaken, the women shall endure great suffering. Who else can save us? Sumi is once again about to scratch her little yellow fur. Terrified, she implores Lord Gu to release her sister-in-law. The 7th brother met a tragic end, and she carries his unborn child. She begs Lord Gu for mercy. Song Jinha, cradling Sumi, suddenly knelt upon the ground. In a mere day's span, she underwent a profound psychological transformation from a lady of the household to a condemned sinner. With her mother-in-law absent, she felt the weight of her responsibilities to protect the interests of the second branch of the family. Disregarding any pleasantries, Gutai was not in the mood to indulge these people. He had to lead a raid on the properties of Wang Taifu and the Crown Prince, located outside the capital. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to amass as much as possible to expedite the efforts for the third prince. With the Crown Prince fallen, The other princes were poised for a fierce competition for the throne, leaving them no option but to advance without retreat. Otherwise, should the truth come to light one day, their fate could prove far more dire than that of the Crown Prince's faction. See to it that you serve them well. They are all delicate ladies, the jailer sneered. Don't come any closer. Do not touch me. A woman shrieked. Mother, mother, save me. Sumi turned to see a young girl in a pink dress desperately seeking refuge in the arms of the recently awakened Lu Xianglian. We are merely impoverished relatives residing in the Duke of the State's manor. As a widow with a daughter, I implore you to let us stay at my sister's residence. We possess nothing of value. I beseech the officials to spare us. At that moment, Lu Xianglian was no longer frightened. She cast a flirtatious glance at the rotund officer who was tearing at her daughter Lu Wanwan's clothing. Sir, we have little to offer. Just a few taels of silver I've saved and a handful of jewelry. Everything is with me. I shall present it to you at once. Lu Xianglian swayed her slender waist, shielding her daughter behind her. I must not allow them to search my daughter. All our hidden treasures are concealed on her. She leaned closer to the portly officer. If you have any reservations, feel free to search me. I assure you, I would cooperate fully and would never dare to hide anything. With that, she accentuated her posture. We are not members of the Su family. If I could win over this officer, perhaps he could facilitate our escape tonight. Though he is unattractive and as corpulent as a pig, he is still a man of authority. If I align with him, my daughter and I could remain in the capital and opportunities would surely arise. Anything is better than being exiled to a desolate wilderness. Haha, were it not for the circumstances, Sumi would have burst into laughter. Lu Xianglian, though in her late 30s, was somewhat diminutive, yet her complexion was fair, her eyes glistening, and her waist was remarkably slender, exuding an almost ripe peach-like allure. At this moment, she was quite actively flirting with the rotund officer. Sir, that little one in the swaddling is quite plump. She may be concealing many treasures. Sumi was engrossed in her watermelon when, unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn, and she found herself the object of someone else's scrutiny. Oh no, oh no. How revolting. Don't look at me. The thin monkey official wore a sycophantic smile as he fawned over Gutai, his greedy eyes glinting with avarice as they fixated on Sumi. The mere thought that these vile individuals intended to unveil her swaddling enraged Sumi to the point where she felt as though she might faint. After all, she was merely 100 days old, clad only in a diaper. Oh, in her moment of anxiety, she had an accident. No, please. Mother, save the baby. The baby needs a change. Before Song Jin he could react, the thin monkey lunged forward and snatched the little one from her arms. Gutai. Song Jinha was taken aback, inadvertently calling out Gutai's name. She had not anticipated that her act of kneeling would not save her family, but instead jeopardize me. Bao bao. Oh, Sumi cried out in a flurry, suspended in midair by the slender monkey, her fear rendering her incapable of anything but frantic cries and flailing hands. Gutai is a complete pervert. Gutai is not a saint. He wants to kill me. I want to wash it off. Big brother. Please wake up. It was not that Sumi was selfish. Rather, she understood that at this moment, neither her mother nor her sister-in-law could rescue her from Gutai's clutches. Only her elder brother had the power to do so, even though his awakening would inevitably bring misfortune to someone. Nevertheless, he was the second male lead in the story, and it had been written that neither she nor her brother would perish. Gutai, I promise you, I will do anything you ask. I only beseech you to release my child. Song Jinha felt her entire body weaken, collapsing to the ground. It was at this moment that an overwhelming sense of dread surged from the depths of her heart. As a mother, faced with such a bloodthirsty beast, she was truly terrified. Gutai, let go of my daughter. I will go with you to see the Emperor. I have a significant secret to reveal to him, and all the credit will be yours. Is that agreeable? As long as you do not harm my daughter or my wife, I am amenable to any discussion. Su Qingyuan grasped the iron bars of the male prison cell, shaking them fervently while shouting at the top of his lungs, Gutai, I will call you father or grandfather, whatever you prefer. Just release my daughter, and I will endure anything for you. The desperation in Su Qingyi's voice was palpable, his cries becoming increasingly frantic. All right, although my father may be inept, he truly loves me more than anyone else in this world. Father, have you no spine at all? You address Gu as father or grandfather, then what are we supposed to call ourselves? Ancestors? Sumi was lifted into the air, fear evident on her face. Yet the sight of her father's desperate cries inexplicably provoked a smile. Her small eyes darted about. Her elder brother truly embodied the archetype of a notorious villain from literature. Despite the turmoil faced by their parents, he maintained a fade of unconsciousness, displaying remarkable composure, a trait befitting someone capable of great deeds. I have always despised the camaraderie among brothers and the deep affections of couples. Gutai's laughter echoed, akin to the haunting call of a nighthawk. In an instant, the guards ceased their actions, leaving the prisoners pale and silent with fear. The prison cell fell into an eerie silence. Song Jinha, I present you with a splendid opportunity. You must choose. Gutai raised Song Jinha's chin with a bloodied whip handle, his gaze drifting over to Sumi and the skinny monkey's hold, ultimately resting on Yiranqing. Suspended in the net above, the child within her and your child can only allow one to survive. You people, each one of you considers yourselves esteemed and noble, full of lofty principles and ethics. You look down upon me, a child of humble origins, and scorn me as a mere dogslayer. My father had multiple wives, and my mother was frail. I was often bullied by those brothers. Su Ergo, you have always assisted me, yet I harbor the deepest hatred and jealousy towards you. You, a worthless wretch, by what fortune do you thrive? Your father holds a higher position than mine, and your mother dotes on you. Your brothers treat you well. You wed the most affluent and beautiful merchant's daughter in the capital. Even your son is a reflection of Zhenbei. When the emperor ascended the throne, before I entered the capital as an official, I eliminated all my siblings and those vile women who contested my father's affection for my mother in a single night. The emperor praised my actions, yet you, Su Ergu, the worthless, dare to accuse me of fratricide and lack of humanity. Today I shall witness how you, as a couple, renowned for your proclamations of righteousness, will ultimately decide. Is it your brother's posthumous child, or is it your own biological daughter? I am appalled by Gutai's despicable nature. How could he resort to such insidious tactics? Indeed, Gutai is devoid of humanity. He has ruthlessly annihilated the entire Gu family with his own hands. Su Zhenbei felt a shiver run through his brows, realizing that he had underestimated Gutai's vile character. At this moment, he had no choice but to awaken. His eyelashes fluttered as he prepared to open his eyes. The man beloved by the older brother has arrived. A pair of soft hands suddenly covered his eyelids, while another hand firmly grasped his right hand. Gu Weiyan did not allow him to awaken. Gu Weiyan is the biological daughter of Gutai and heir. No one understands that villain better than she does. The time is not ripe. We must wait a little longer. Release the two children, and I will accompany you. I will return to the Song residence to seek my father, ensuring that the Song family becomes your Gu family's treasure chest. Regarding the lives of the two children, Song Jinha dared not gamble, nor did she wish to. She could only present the greatest benefits to sway Gutai's heart. Song Jinha, truly a merchant's daughter, possesses a fair amount of cleverness. Gutai nodded in satisfaction and raised his gaze to the leading shadow guard, commanding, release her. With a wave of his hand, Yiranqing was set free. Yiranqing fell to the ground with a grunt, quickly cradling her belly, her face pale as she sat on the ground. Gutai, you, do not be anxious. I promised you I would release her, and I shall. However, she sought my life. I must collect some interest, don't you think? She is carrying a child. You are truly heartless. What if, Gutai impatiently interrupted Song Jinha, women do talk too much, and you, Song Jinha, are no exception. It is bothersome. With Yiranqing's formidable skills by your side, the journey into exile will lose much of its amusement. Gutai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Rest assured, she will not perish. The child within her will not die either. She will merely endure some hardship and expend some effort. Casting a cold glance at the thin monkey, the latter immediately grew timid and presented the child he held before Gutai. This is terrifying. Gutai's gaze is so dreadful. He must be a man-eater. Suddenly confronted by a shadowy gaze, with serpent-like, bloodthirsty, and icy eyes, Sumi tightened her small bottom. Frightened to the point of nearly wetting herself. How embarrassing. I can't go on living. This girl resembles you quite a bit. Beautiful. Oh no! Do not stretch out your hand. Do not touch me. How disgusting. As she watched Gutai's lecherous hand approach her small face, Sumi truly wished to scream. But fear held her back. Being so close to this villain, if she cried out loudly and irritated him, it could lead to her demise. Indeed, the young girl from the Su family is exceptionally beautiful. When she grows up, she will undoubtedly be a great beauty. I shall take the elder one with me and the younger one as well. The elder will earn for me, and the younger, I will raise her and, when she is older, send her to the emperor. If the emperor finds her unattractive, I shall keep her for myself. Gutai cast a meaningful glance at Su Qingyuan, who clung to the iron bars, his face suddenly adorned with an exceedingly lewd smile. I shall first enjoy your wife, and then, before her, I shall indulge in your daughter. You think this is the end? Su Erga, once I am done. I will kill your wife and sell your daughter to a brothel. The smile on Gutai's face grew ever brighter, yet it was without warmth, instilling fear. Let Su family's only daughter live her life as a courtesan. The emperor will surely be pleased. How disgusting! How perverted! I curse. You do as you wish, your entire family can do as they please. Except for my dear sister-in-law. This part omitted thousands of words of frenzy. Sumi flailed her limbs. Wishing she could transform Gutai into a woman and send him to the most renowned male brothel in Deqi, making him the headliner, serving clients every day, tirelessly throughout the year. Song Jinha, hold this girl and come with me. Gutai rose. He needed to continue his raids and had no time to waste in this prison with the useless Su Qingyuan. Mother, we cannot go. Gutai desires your person, your wealth, and your life. Gutai wishes to raise me as a concubine. Gutai also wants to sell me to a flower house. We cannot go, absolutely not. Not even to wash. Sumi struggled fiercely in Song Jinha's embrace, simultaneously acting out a frantic play in her mind, desperately reminding her mother. Through the walking repeater that is Sumi, Su Zhenbei, who had clearly heard Gutai's malicious intentions, had yet to devise a plan against Gutai, but overheard him intending to take away his mother and sister. Without further ado, he immediately sought to awaken, calling out to Gutai. For Gutai and the emperor, his life held far more value than that of his mother and sister. As for wealth, he had his own ways to ensure the Song family was unharmed while still satisfying the emperor. Your Highness, the Prince of Yen. Lu Zan, walking ahead, caught sight of the Prince of Yen striding towards them, unable to conceal his surprise. The Prince of Yen has arrived. The Su family is saved. Who in the royal city does not know of the bond between the Crown Prince, the Prince of Yen, and Su Zhenbei, akin to that of brothers? As strong as steel? Is the Crown Prince dead? Has Zhenbei also perished? Sumi was startled by the sudden reading of this tragic news. The Prince of Yen? Yen Shihong? Wow! The third male lead from the original book has arrived. Oh my! Quickly let her observe this man, beloved by her older brother, who ultimately killed him. After the family raid, the war god prince has turned dark can be succinctly summarized as two men assisting a young emperor to ascend the throne, only to turn against each other, with the third male lead killing the second, leading to a tragic end in the court's power struggles. The second male lead is her exceptionally intelligent older brother, while the third male lead is this imposing Prince of Yen before her. Sumi was incredibly excited. Does the Prince of Yen not favor women? Does he truly have feelings for my older brother? Observing the plunder and exile of the Duke of State's residence, the Emperor is so bloodthirsty and brutal that any sane person would avoid him. Yet this Prince of Yen dares to charge straight into the prison? Is he here to rescue my older brother? How audacious! Does he not fear the Emperor will kill him? Or is his love for my older brother so profound that he is willing to risk his life? If he loves so dearly, why then did he ultimately kill my older brother? Oh dear, my beautiful sister-in-law. Hurry, there is a man trying to steal your husband. Ah, Song Jinha's eyes widened. What has she just heard? Me baby claims the Prince of Yen has feelings for Jenner? And ultimately killed Jenner? Song Jinha quickly turned to glance at the male prison, where Sanner was leaning against the iron bars, wiping the blood from her husband's face, noticing that their expressions remained unchanged. Oh! Song Jinha discovered yet another secret of me baby. Blood relatives can hear me baby's thoughts, but they must not be too far apart, otherwise they cannot hear. Song Jinha hesitated. The late emperor married a 16-year-old princess from the northern frontier at 60, fathering 18 sons, the princess perishing in childbirth. The late emperor named him Yen Shihong, given the courtesy name Bai, raised by his side. 10 years into the emperor's reign, he executed 15 brothers and 9 sisters. Only 3 of the late emperor's heirs remained: the emperor, Yen 18, and the legitimate eldest princess born of the empress. As long as Yen 18 is present, Gutai can never kill Jenner or have another chance to humiliate the women of the Su family. However, me baby had just claimed that Yen 18 would later kill Jenner. As a mother, how could she allow Jenner to owe Yen 18 a debt for the entire family? What if this was the very moment when Yen 18 demanded Jenner's life to repay that favor? TSK. Regarding this matter, the plot thickens. The old emperor married a 16-year-old princess and fathered Yen 18. It was all a deception. Marrying must be like Su Zhenbei. Sumi, cradled in her mother's embrace, listened to her mother's inner drama, marveling at the hidden history of the late emperor's court. She knew this well. While reading, she always delighted in such little secrets. Thus, she scrutinized this matter with utmost diligence. When the old emperor reached the age of 60, a princess from the northern frontier was sent as a bride. The delicate 16-year-old princess gave birth to the emperor's 18th son prematurely after just 7 months in the palace. Tragically, she perished during childbirth. Mother, this muscular prince is not the old emperor's son. The princess confided the truth to the old emperor. It was not a difficult birth, but rather a suicide to plead for forgiveness, to protect the child. Song Jinha's expression shifted dramatically. The late emperor had annihilated 6 kingdoms, unifying the Central Plains, earning the admiration of countless subjects. Now, she found herself hearing the hidden history of the late emperor's court. To confuse the royal bloodline was indeed a grave offense. No wonder the princess had chosen to end her life to atone. Could it be that the white-clad one is not the late emperor's offspring? Su Zhenbei lay rigid on the ground. His position near the prison door allowed him to faintly hear Su Mi's thoughts, stirring a tempest within him. It was no wonder the late emperor had raised the white-clad one by his side, not out of affection, but as a guardian. No wonder the late emperor permitted the white-clad one to practice martial arts and learn music, yet disdained his pursuit of literary strategies. It was not love, but rather a constraint, preventing him from encroaching upon the Yen family's dominion. How perplexing it was that the late emperor's last decree mandated the Yen prince to govern a desolate territory, only to return upon summons. The late emperor bestowed a yearly allowance of 1,000 taels to the Yen prince, ceasing only upon death. That was not favor. It was a design to confine him to a life of idleness. A wave of desolation washed over Su Zhenbei. He prided himself on his unparalleled wisdom. Yet in the court, he had failed to perceive the true nature of the emperor, the late emperor, and even the man before him, Yen Xiang. Moments earlier, Mi Baobao had stated that Yen Xiang loved him, a sentiment indeed expressed by Yen Xiang. That year, during the royal hunting competition, the 6-year-old Yen Xiang had emerged victorious among the princes. When the late emperor inquired about his reward, he, though also just 6 years old, would never forget that moment. Father, I wish for you to select a bride for me. The late emperor chuckled. So you wish to marry so soon? Who do you have in mind? A wife should be like Su Zhenbei. Ha ha ha, why is that? In the palace, are there beauties surpassing the scholarly gentleman? Su Zhenbei was known as the scholarly gentleman. None. The beauty of the scholarly gentleman surpasses all. Are there any ladies in the palace with wisdom that exceeds the scholarly gentleman? Certainly not. The scholarly gentleman has read countless extraordinary texts, his intellect almost supernatural. No woman in the realm, indeed no man, can surpass him. Are there any ladies in the palace with a heart that encompasses the world, gentler than the scholarly gentleman? Of course not. The scholarly gentleman possesses a broad mind and gentle temperament, the epitome of gentlemen in the world. I am the son of His Majesty. Should I not marry the finest in the land? Ha ha, what you say is absolutely true. Only those as remarkable as the scholarly gentleman may be worthy of my son. Then I seek your blessing, father. My son, do you understand that the term husband and wife must harmonize yin and yang? You and the scholarly gentleman are both men. How can you marry? The bond of husband and wife is one of mutual affection and shared hearts. From childhood, we have walked together, exchanging glances filled with emotion. What fear is there of gender? Ha ha ha, my son has grand aspirations. When you come of age, I shall arrange your marriage. Laughter erupted among the courtiers. Everyone understood that the youngest son of the late emperor, Yan Shiba, was inherently different from others, indeed sharing the bloodline of his mother, the northern princess. From his bones to his skin, he resembled the rugged men of the north, lacking the decorum of the refined men of the central plains. Yet the late emperor doted on him, raising only this little 18 by his side. It was a universal truth that the elderly cherish the young. And the emperor was no exception. The courtiers laughed. Within the palace, there was a filial crown prince and a virtuous heir apparent. Yan Shiba would simply live as an idle, wealthy prince. The emperor's indulgence was deemed appropriate and permissible by the ministers. Indeed, it is still the elder brother. Sumi thought, cradled in her mother's arms, having absorbed her brother's profound contemplations, deeply impressed. It was impossible not to be awed. Her brother was truly a paragon of beauty and wisdom, and she had merely uttered a few words. Yet he had unraveled so many complexities in such a short span of time. A remarkable being. Second lady, Zhenbei, Song Jinha stood before the prison door. Watching as the Yen prince approached her, his steps heavy, his eyes anxious. Severely injured and unconscious, poison coursed through his heart and lungs. Yeno had mentioned that Zhenbei bore 6 soul-fixing nails. At that moment, Song Jinha could not disclose to the Yen prince that her son had awakened. She only conveyed what Gutai could hear. Her words were truthful, for with so many eyes observing in the prison, none could find fault with her statements. Soul-fixing nails? 6? The Yen prince's eyes instantly filled with rage. You killed Zhenbei, you shall pay. With a swift motion, a whip lashed out like a serpent towards Gutai. Gutai was the esteemed Grand Commander of the court, a favored individual before the emperor. Yet what of it? The soul-fixing nails in Zhao prison were a death sentence. Gutai, that wretch, had placed 6 upon someone as gentle as Su Zhenbei. Gutai deserved death. The Duke of the State had conspired against the nation. Committing treason and rebellion, the imperial decree commanded his estate to be confiscated and exiled. Your Highness, please exercise restraint. Gutai evaded the whip, and 6 elite bodyguards appeared, standing before him to shield him from the Yen prince. Do not use your baseless accusations of treason to intimidate me. What nation can Su Zhenbei betray? What enemies can he conspire with? It is you treacherous ministers who have stirred discord before His Majesty, unjustly taking the lives of others. The Yen prince swung his whip again towards Gutai. Today I shall take Zhenbei home to recover. Let us see who dares to obstruct me. No matter who they are, those who block my path shall die. In an instant, the Yen prince emanated an overwhelming pressure and a palpable aura of violence akin to that of a battlefield. A hero rescuing a beauty. Yet, it was merely a handsome man rescuing a beautiful one. Goodness, is this the kind of plot a little child should witness? Hee. Sumi eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Su Zhenbei's thoughts spun in a whirlwind. Moments earlier, he had heard Mi Baobao's thoughts, stating that Yan Xieying would eventually kill him. He believed it, for since their youth, they had been taught by the late emperor to dedicate their lives to protecting one person, the crown prince, Yan Donglai. Would Yan Xieying truly kill him? Unless pain pierced Su Zhenbei's heart as the visage of the late Emperor Mingda, with a smile that was not quite a smile, resurfaced in his mind. The crown prince and crown princess perished in a fiery inferno. What of Yan Xieying? Without needing to see, Su Zhenbei could accurately determine Yan Xieying's position, for there lingered a unique fragrance of Tianshan snow lotus. Since his entry, he had sensed the faint scent of blood and charred remnants. Yan Xieying had indeed come from the scene of the fiery inferno in the East Palace. That he could come to the prison to protect him indicated that the crown prince had already passed. Would it be acceptable for the Yan prince to take a concubine? Su Zhenbei's heart turned cold. The late emperor had chosen the duke of the state and the grand tutor to assist the crown prince. Yet now both the crown prince and the heir apparent were lost. Confiscation and exile were merely the beginning. The Su and Wang families were left without masters, devoid of hope. The future Su Zhenbei dared not contemplate further. The Yan prince strode boldly into the prison, with Gutai following closely behind. One of his subordinates retrieved the bloodied bench from earlier, and Gutai sat down, spreading his legs to block the path between the Yan prince and Su Zhenbei. Your Highness, if you wish to take the prisoner away, I cannot prevent you, nor do I dare to. Gutai wore a smile that belied his true feelings as he regarded the Prince of Yan. The Emperor's affection for His Highness would certainly preclude any blame. Yet, the wrath of the sovereign was a burden that the Su family could ill afford. Song Jinhe hurriedly embraced Sumi, following closely behind the Prince of Yan as they returned to the prison, standing before Su Zhenbei. She felt a pang of conflict within her heart. The Prince of Yan genuinely cared for Zhen, risking everything to rescue him. If he were to discover that Zhenbei had not fainted and they had deceived him, it would be utterly embarrassing. How audacious of you, Gutai, to threaten His Highness. The Prince of Yan's temper flared instantly. I would never dare, Your Highness. For my ties to the Su family run deep. However, one must heed the Emperor's will. The Su family is burdened with many women and children, and the path of exile is fraught with hardship. If not for exile, a swift execution would be far more merciful. The treacherous emperor, indeed, conspired with Gutai, wreaking havoc upon the East Palace, the Wang Taifu, and the Duke of State's household, while now seeking to ensnare the Prince of Yan. Your Highness, our Duke of State's men have perished for the nation, thus, the Duke's house shall no longer exist. Through the voice of the repeating Sumi, Song Jinhe was startled by Gutai's intentions. With the Prince of Yan present, they could at least depart from the capital in safety. For these women and children, the capital had become a place of sorrow. Exile to the frontier might offer a new beginning. There was no need for the prince to plead on behalf of the Su family. Song Jinhe bowed respectfully to the Prince of Yan. Jin-er was gravely injured and could not be stirred. Your Highness's kindness in sending a physician to attend to him would be a tremendous boon. Without the Emperor's decree, a prisoner cannot receive medical attention. Gutai watched the Prince of Yan with a sly smile. Your Highness, the Emperor dotes on you most dearly. Yet these rules must not be broken. Sumi thought to herself how true the old adage was. It is not the wickedness of the bad that one should fear, but rather the cunning of the learned. Gutai was not only vindictive, but also insidious, calculating, and meticulous in his actions. In a flash, a blade gleamed, and blood sprayed. Your Highness! A chorus of gasps erupted. Sumi widened her eyes, astonished. The Prince of Yan, ever decisive, swiftly drew a dagger from a nearby guard and struck his own thigh, blood gushing forth. He then thrust Gutai to the ground and took a seat, extending his long legs to shield Su Zhenbei from Gutai's gaze. Bring a physician. I am injured and require assistance. How touching. This is undoubtedly true love. Sumi mused, her heart swelling with affection. Despite his fiery temper and limited cunning, the Prince of Yan's willingness to risk his life for those he cherished was commendable. Sumi's eyes darted between the prince and her elder sister-in-law, pondering her predicament. Both the elder sister-in-law and the Prince of Yan treated her older brother with kindness, and she found herself torn between them. Perhaps we should allow my brother to marry both of them. In ancient times, it was customary to have multiple wives. It wouldn't be excessive for him to take just these two. The elder sister-in-law, having entered first, would be the principal wife. However, the prince, being of royal blood, could not possibly serve as a concubine. The vision of the tempestuous Prince of Yen serving tea to her elder sister-in-law brought a smile to her face. Song Jinha struggled to maintain her composure while Su Zhenbei's eyelashes fluttered, nearly revealing his consciousness. He pondered where his mischievous little sister had derived such outlandish ideas. Surely, in their realm, men and women could not both be wives. His sister's thoughts were beyond his comprehension, despite his scholarly prowess. Each individual is unique, with their own destiny. The Prince of Yen, though outwardly a mere royal brother, remained the sole surviving brother of the emperor. While the emperor outwardly favored him, there was an underlying annoyance. Should the emperor genuinely wish to eliminate this brother, the Imperial clan would not permit it. If the aim was merely to ensure the East Palace case concluded successfully, the emperor could simply issue a decree to send the Prince of Yen off to battle. Instead, he orchestrated a scheme to ensnare the prince in the East Palace and Duke of State's affairs, knowing that only through such grand machinations could the prince be demoted to commoner status, silencing the clan. In one night, the East Palace, the Taifu's estate, the Duke of State's house, and the Prince of Yen's residence crumbled. The emperor had toiled tirelessly for this day, meticulously plotting. Gutai would not accompany the Prince of Yen in his madness and jeopardize the emperor's plans. Everyone here is either mad or a schemer. Will I survive 3 episodes in this chaos? Sumi, hearing Gutai's thoughts, frowned. The capital is too perilous. I must hasten my exile, the sooner the better. To distance myself from these lunatics. I wish to live a little longer. Gutai inclined his head to the Prince of Yen, the deputy of the Zhao prison. Luzon will remain here for your highness's commands. I take my leave. I have no desire to remain here with the Prince of Yen's madness. I must swiftly gather my people to seize the essentials. I shall first escort Song Jinha and her daughter away, find suitable bodies to serve as a decoy, and report their demise in prison. Later, I shall find an opportunity to mention this to the emperor, and the matter will be resolved satisfactorily. Gutai was ever pragmatic, caring little for face. Who in the capital was unaware of the Prince of Yan's unpredictable temperament? No one dared provoke him. Gutai turned to Song Jinha. Madam, please accompany me to meet the emperor. Wait, mother, we cannot go with Gutai. Sumi's heart raced, realizing she had nearly forgotten her own objectives amidst the intrigue surrounding the Prince of Yen. Mother, let the prince take us into the palace. Having already consumed the elixirs meant for her brother and Su San, she still owed a debt to the rabbit system. To accomplish her 3 tasks, entry into the palace was essential. Since Gutai had offered to take them to meet the emperor, it would be wise for her mother to accept and request the prince's company as well, facilitating their aims. Zhen'er's grave condition would not be resolved swiftly. The journey into exile would surely lead to his demise. With tears in her eyes, Song Jinha gazed at the Prince of Yen. Your Highness, I understand your intentions on behalf of Zhen'er, but one cannot defy the emperor's mandate. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she declared, I shall seek an audience with the emperor, even if it costs my life to preserve Zhenbei. In an instant, the Prince of Yen rose. Very well. I shall accompany you to meet the emperor. Oh joy! My dear mother knows how to speak wisely. The prince is taking us to the palace. The Prince of Yen entered the palace, disregarding Gutai, and merely glanced at his guard. Yenda, you stay behind. Yen Xiao, carry Miss Su and follow me into the palace. Sumi was left speechless. The Prince of Yen truly lived up to his reckless reputation, as evidenced by the names of his guards, Yenda for the tall one and Yen Xiao for the short one. The prince rose and walked without any sign of a limp. Sumi clicked her tongue. He was indeed the mad dog of the Imperial city. Despite his severe leg injury, he moved as if he felt no pain, his brow unwrinkled. Thank you, Yen Xiao said, approaching and taking Sumi from Song Jinha's arms. Once they exited the cell, Song Jinha pondered how to get the prince to take Mi Bao Bao away. The journey of exile would be arduous, and Gutai and the emperor would not spare them. Mi Bao Bao was too young. It was dangerous for her to accompany them. However, leaving Mi Bao Bao with the prince was also not an option. The emperor will demote the prince to a commoner and seal the prince's residence. Where, then? Should me Bao Bao be sent? We could have the prince take me Bao Bao to the countryside to be raised. But she is so small, without any relatives nearby. That would not do. Indeed, the prince lacks wisdom. He cannot outsmart Gutai, nor can he deceive the emperor. Where can my Mi Bao Bao be safe? The most dangerous place is the safest place, within the palace. Yes, let her stay with my mother, beside the Empress Dowager. Song Jinha's spirits lifted, in her urgency. She finally devised a good plan for Mi Bao Bao's arrangement. Once the prince took them into the palace and they met the emperor, she would beseech him for a favor, allowing her mother to bring Mi Bao Bao to reside with the Empress Dowager. She would explain that the Su family was exiled to the northern frontier, far from the emperor's reach. If the emperor remained uneasy, he could keep her mother and Mi Bao Bao in the palace as hostages. This way, the emperor would not harm Jinner, nor would he harm Mi Bao Bao. They would first navigate this immediate crisis and ensure the safety of the two children. After some time, when Jinno had recovered, they would devise another plan to rescue Mi Bao Bao and her mother. Is this plan feasible? What if something goes awry? Alas, I should first enter the palace to see my mother, then discuss it with her. Held by Yen Shao, Sumi listened to her mother's thoughts, sighing softly. Her mother truly thought of everything to prevent her from accompanying them into exile. Yet, she failed to consider that the family's many possessions were all dependent on her. If she did not go into exile, how would the Su family survive? Sumi gazed at her mother's beautiful face, feeling warmth in her heart. Although she faced the hellish ordeal of family confiscation and exile upon her arrival, she could not deny that the Su family treated her, this little baby, with utmost affection. The grandmother dotes on her, her parents love her, and her brother indulges her. She is indeed the cherished darling of the family. Moreover, the second branch of the Su family is harmonious, with loving couples and no concubines, and brothers treating each other with respect. Even the newlywed sister-in-law is devoted to the family. As a mere 100-day-old baby, and an exceptionally beautiful girl at that, in this hierarchical world that values men over women, being separated from such a loving family would surely lead to a dire fate. From the moment she entered this fictional realm, Sumi realized she must manage the Su family well to grow up safely and live a good life. The prince's leg is injured, and I have official duties. I shall take my leave first. We will meet later. Gutai glared at the Prince of Yen, who strode ahead without a hint of hesitation, his expression dark. He had to enter the palace before the prince to see the emperor and find a suitable excuse. Otherwise, if he were caught falsely conveying the emperor's orders and detaining Song Jinha and her daughter, it could cost him his life. Flowered underpants. Hearing Gutai's voice, Sumi suddenly shivered. How could she forget the most important matter? She had yet to complete her system task. For the first time, she had taken a debt, buying one and getting one free, and had forcefully borrowed 2 life-prolonging pills from the little rabbit. But the cunning little rabbit had set a deadline for repayment without saying a word, 12 hours. If she failed to complete the task, the story would collapse, and they would all perish. Was this creature truly afraid of death, thus pressuring her to act quickly? Or was it fearless of death, giving her such a short time? Perhaps this creature was simply lying. At this moment, Sumi had no time to ponder the little rabbit. The urgent task was to seize Gutai's flowered underpants. Otherwise, once they exited the prison, if he did not encounter her again, or if he kept his distance, she would not be able to get her hands on those underpants. Just as Gutai strode past Yen Shao, who was holding her, Sumi waved her small hand, and in a swift motion, she touched Gutai's clothing. Peering inward, she immediately spotted a pair of large flowered underpants on her desk. Green vase with red flowers, the kind from the northeast. Dizzy, did Gutai really wear such underpants? Indeed, they are large flowered underpants? Perplexed, she wondered how the system even knew what Gutai wore. Otherwise, how could it have listed such peculiar tasks? Suddenly, she felt something was off. Gutai continued forward, but suddenly sensed something unusual. His steps faltered as he cast a sharp glance around. What was this about flowered underpants? Why did his daughter mention Gutai's flowered underpants? Did she actually steal them? Song Jinha, Upon hearing Sumi's thoughts, widened her eyes in shock, unable to speak for a while. She knew her little girl was reckless, but stealing an old man's belongings, especially the disgusting flowered underpants of a lecherous old man, was beyond comprehension. If her daughter could steal Gutai's flowered underpants without him noticing, could she also take someone's head without them realizing? And where had her daughter hidden Gutai's flowered underpants? In the Duke of Jin's residence, in her shop, or somewhere else. Contemplating these things, Song Jinha's obsessive-compulsive tendencies resurfaced, feeling that any place her daughter stored items was tainted by Gutai's filthy flowered underpants. Dizzy. How peculiar were her mother-esque concerns. Listening to her mother's mental turmoil, Sumi felt exasperated. Mother, do you know where the Zhengtai Hall is? Will we pass by it after entering the palace? Can we take a look? Yes. Sumi's chosen task was to place Gutai's flowered underpants on the plaque of Zhengtai Hall. The dog emperor favored multiple-choice questions. As the sun set and twilight fell, a flock of crows flew over the Imperial city as Zhengda Hall. They did not merely glide past, but settled on the high eaves of the grand hall, loath to depart. Their harsh, grating cries echoed throughout the hall. Your Majesty. This girl is ominous. She should not be kept in the palace. The Western consort gazed at the solemn Mingda emperor. Her peripheral vision swept over the petite girl kneeling in the center of the hall. Sister consort, you worry too much. What omen can a mere 10-year-old girl bring? On the right side, the charming Lady Mei smiled gently, her gaze tenderly fixed on the emperor. The realm belongs to His Majesty. Not only the sinful daughter of the Wang family, but even your sister, the renowned beauty hidden away, would be willingly sent by the Prime Minister's residence if the Emperor took a liking to her. Ah, so this is the Emperor's sleeping quarters, the Zhengda Hall. Just look at it. The Emperor is indeed extravagant, with golden glimmers everywhere. Sumi, cradled in Song Jinha's arms, followed closely behind the Prince of Yen. Upon entering the opulent Zhengda Hall, she was captivated by the lavishness surrounding her. Her little eyes darted around, filled with excitement, yearning to seize every exquisite item. Each piece, if tucked away in her space, would fetch an astronomical price as an antique upon her return. Did you not hear? Even a chamber pot belonging to the Emperor can be sold for a fortune, let alone this entire room filled with gold. Goodness, the fragrance here is overwhelming. With so much beauty, how does the Emperor manage to sleep? It's no wonder they all perish early. It must be due to the abundance of beauty in the palace. Startled by her daughter's unrestrained thoughts, Song Jinha quickly squeezed Sumi's small hand, whispering, "My dear child. Please refrain from speaking out of turn, do not cry or shout, and avoid staring too much. To offend the Emperor's dignity could cost you your life. And I cannot save you then. All right, mother. I won't speak out of turn or stare. I promise to behave. Let us enjoy some juicy melons together." After several hours of acclimatization, Sumi had finally mastered the art of communicating with her family silently, employing a form of telepathy that allowed for discreet exchanges without drawing unwanted attention. Your Majesty, while the Wang family faces annihilation, the Grand Tutor is highly esteemed. His disciples spread across the court. It is deeply troubling to exile the entire Wang family while leaving their 10-year-old daughter in the palace. The gentle voice paused momentarily. Song Jinha? Your Majesty, the sinner should be imprisoned. How can she be summoned to the harem at this hour? Midnight? Sumi detected a hint of jealousy in the tone. The Western concubine seemed overly concerned, dictating to the Emperor whom he should or should not meet. With the Empress confined, the Western concubine's authority over the harem was evident. Lady Li, the harem's affairs intertwine with court politics. Your delicate fingers play the zither. Yet your mind is devoid of wisdom. There is no need for your incessant chatter. Western concubine? Mother of the second prince. Lady Li? Mother of the third prince. Sumi twisted her little neck, her curiosity piqued. She had to see. Lady Li, a beauty brought from Jiangnan by Gutai, had caught the eye of the Emperor when he was still a prince. What must she look like to capture the hearts of both Gutai and the Emperor? Look at that beauty. Oh my, with her fair skin and long legs, she truly is breathtaking. Sumi's gaze locked onto a striking Jiangnan beauty, reclining on the couch to her right, her alabaster skin, slender waist, and long legs marking her as a dancer trained from childhood. Her demeanor radiated warmth and charm, each gesture imbued with an unspoken allure. "Royal brother, please spare Su Zhenbei's life." With that, the Prince of Yen entered the hall, ignoring the cacophony of women, and knelt directly before the emperor. "Royal brother." Wang Yanyu, the Grand Tutor's youngest daughter, who had been silent and bowed in the hall, suddenly lifted her head upon hearing the prince's voice, unable to believe her eyes as she saw the Prince of Yen kneeling beside her. The young girl's voice was soft and childlike, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at the prince. Such beauty, no wonder she is called a beauty of the Wang family. Sumi's little eyes widened in astonishment. This 10-year-old girl was stunning, with starry eyes, cherry lips, and long, ebony hair. Her delicate frame and snowy skin, combined with a gentle smile and glistening tears, made her resemble a painting or a poem filled with the misty beauty of Jiangnan. "Royal brother, why is Yanyu here?" The Prince of Yen fixed his gaze on the Mingda Emperor, his emotions complex. Royal familial ties were frail. For the throne, the emperor had slain many siblings, leaving only him and the eldest princess alive. Now, for the sake of power, the emperor spared neither his own son nor grandson. The crown prince's family perished in flames. While the prince understood the necessity of the emperor's actions against the Wang and Su families, he could not fathom why the emperor summoned Song Jinha tonight, especially in these turbulent times. And why Wang Yanyu? She was merely a child. 18th brother, you have forgotten something. Did our late father not mention arranging for Wang Yanyu to be your consort? The Mingda emperor smiled enigmatically. The Grand Tutor's residence and the Duke of Zhen's household conspired with the crown prince. 18th brother, you seek to spare Su Zhenbei while inquiring about Wang Yanyu. Are you truly 18th brother? Such a cunning emperor. The Prince of Yen is naive. He stands no chance against him. Sumi sighed inwardly, bemused by the prince's lack of acumen. "Royal brother, please take me away." Wang Yanyu's pale face glistened with tears. In a single night, her home had been seized, her family imprisoned. She alone was brought into this deep palace, kneeling in the grand hall. Raised to be the prince's consort, she understood the emperor intended to confine her in the harem. With the fall of the Grand Tutor's residence, her fate was sealed. She would merely be a plaything for the emperor. While the emperor cherished her, she would be treated like a beloved pet, but when his affection waned, she would face a fate as grim as the words spoken by the Western concubine and ladily. 18th brother, today seems to be a good day for you. I could grant you a favor. To whom do you wish to bestow it? The Mingda emperor beamed brightly, yet Sumi internally scoffed at him. This emperor, akin to his friend Gutai, delighted in tormenting others with choices. Let us keep this child. She seems delightful. In light of your good mood today, Song Jinha, you may decide whether she remains as a lowly maid in the laundry or accompanies the Su family into exile. Choose wisely. Caught in the crossfire, Sumi cursed inwardly, exasperated by the emperor's games. Royal brother, I wish to bestow this favor upon Sister Yanyu. But wait, why is the Prince of Yen playing both sides? Is he not enamored with my elder brother? Could it be he is open to both genders? Sumi mused, her curiosity piqued by the palace's bustling atmosphere. With so many women, it was only natural for gossip to abound. If she were to remain in the emperor's favor, her days would be filled with delightful intrigue. She is merely a 100-day-old infant. No matter how shameless the emperor may be, what could he possibly do to her? If, as my mother said, she were to reside with her grandmother in the Empress Dowager's palace, albeit as a hostage, her days would not be devoid of amusement, with daily provisions of fruit. Yet, I cannot simply traverse this narrative without experiencing the vast world outside. My curiosity compels me to explore. Moreover, the system's rabbit would undoubtedly not permit her to remain within the confines of the Imperial palace. Without her undertaking tasks, the system would stagnate. What a dilemma. Brother Yen, I always knew you would come to rescue me. Wang Yanyu smiled through her tears. She and Prince Yan were a decade apart. The late emperor had passed away before he could arrange a marriage for her. Yet, she had been raised as the future Yan princess from a tender age. Her father had privately remarked more than once that as the designated protector of the crown prince, once the crown prince ascended the throne, Prince Yan, as the only imperial uncle, would be truly one beneath the emperor and above all others. As the youngest daughter of the Wang family, she must safeguard this immense fortune, both for herself and for her family. Her father was not only the emperor's tutor, but also the appointed educator of the crown prince. A revered scholar. A mentor to 2 generations of emperors. What honor that bestows. Wang Yanyu gazed affectionately at Prince Yan. Indeed, he harbors feelings for me. Sister is right. The more I cling to Prince Yan, the more others will merely remark on my youth, causing no significant harm. Sister-in-law truly bears malice, claiming that Prince Yan looks askance at Su Zhenbei. What is wrong with that? They are 2 grown men who have known each other since childhood and share a closer bond than most. Look at that, Prince Yan has chosen her, forsaking Su Zhenbei. The trials of love have not been in vain after all the hardships I endured in dance practice. Tisk, tsk. Who would have thought that this sweet little girl is, in fact, a cunning little schemer, adept at pursuing men and seeking her own interests? Truly, she is of the lineage of the esteemed Wang Taifu. Sumi clicked her tongue at the thought of Wang Taifu, who was the embodiment of wisdom and strategy in the original tale. Apart from her elder brother, she had yet to encounter anyone capable of outsmarting Wang Taifu. The ministers secretly dubbed him Old Oil Barrel, for he was both sly and slippery. This Wang Yanyu, despite her youth, was indeed a remarkable little schemer. Yet, as she recalled the deeds of this Wang beauty and her father against the Su family, Sumi furrowed her brows. How had this father-daughter duo harmed the Su family? Why could she not remember the details? Since the 18th prince has chosen Wang Yanyu, let us arrange their marriage. There is no better day than today, Emperor Mingda observed with a knowing smile as he watched the starry-eyed young girl gazing at Yan 18. As for the marriage, given Yan 18's temperament, he would not act against a mere 10-year-old child. In due time, let the princess reside in the Yan manor, and have Yan 18 dispatched to guard the southern frontiers. This old oil barrel, Wang Taifu, cannot be executed. He must be exiled. He believes he holds the late emperor's decree, possessing the crown prince and manipulating matters to claim half of the Yan family's dominion. Since the old oil barrel covets half of the empire, let him see that his little daughter may be titled the Yan princess, yet she is, in truth, a companion in my bed. How will he face the scholars of the world with his reputation then? Indeed, this little Yanyu, despite her youth, is remarkably beautiful. Her slender waist, having trained in dance since childhood, could she dance as gracefully as a swallow upon my hand? A single Wang Yanyu could not only captivate Wang Taifu, but also hold sway over the Yan manor. Truly, Gutai's strategy is ingenious. And there is also the younger sister of the West concubine. It is said that she and Wang Yanyu are known as the twin beauties of the capital. I have only caught a glimpse of her once. She is also a delicate beauty. Imagine, if they were to perform together, each with a drum. It would create a stunning spectacle. No wonder she is a close ally of Gu. This devious emperor truly lacks humanity. After hearing Emperor Mingda's thoughts, Sumi felt numb. Indeed, the malevolent characters in this tale have not disappointed her. Each is more devoid of morals than the last. This is the emperor who has slain all his siblings, usurped others' wives, and has been betrayed by his own ministers. The scandals of the palace are indeed delectable, though I wish I had some seats to snack on. I plead with my royal brother for a swift demise. Yan 18's coarse voice nearly sent Sumi away. What is the matter? Just as I was enjoying this feast, how did we arrive at death? Wasn't the emperor going to arrange a marriage for him? Why speak of death? Do you not wish to take Wang Yanyu as a consort? Emperor Mingda's gaze darkened upon Yan Wang. Wang Yanyu is not to be his bride, which renders the situation rather dull. 18 implored the emperor for death, offering his life in exchange for Su Zhenbei's. Brother Yan? Aware that the moment was inappropriate, Wang Yanyu still gasped, for despite her cunning, she was merely a 10-year-old girl experiencing the stirrings of young love, harboring feelings for Yan Wang for quite some time. Yan Wang's refusal to marry her shattered her heart. Did you truly harbor affections for Su Zhenbei, as others have claimed? Yan Wang's outright rejection of her as his consort extinguished any possibility of her becoming the Yan princess. Would she perish as a plaything of the emperor within the palace, or on the road to exile? Wang Yanyu's heart raced at the thought of these two fates. She wished to escape both. 18. You are the emperor's only brother. Your life is not forfeit. However, you must spare Su Zhenbei's life. Having chosen him, you can no longer select Wang Yanyu. 18. You foolish boy. This is your own choice. The emperor will not execute you. Wang Taifu will find 100 ways to do so. To use a knife to slay another, oh. The cunning emperor is indeed crafty, surpassing even Gutai. Su Mi's eyes darted sideways at Wang Yanyu. This little beauty is still following the trajectory outlined in the tale, destined to enter the palace as the emperor's woman. Let me recall the details from the book. I remember. The youngest daughter of Wang Taifu entered the palace and spent the night in the Yao pool, only to be conferred the title of Wang Main at dawn. Alas, Su Mi involuntarily bit her finger. The fate of Wang Mei in the story was quite tragic. She was known as the medicine jar beauty in the palace, remained childless, and eventually succumbed to blood loss years later. Brother, the Yan Wang knocked his head, producing a sound. 18. In the inferno of the Eastern Palace. In the dungeons of the Ministry of Punishment, you are everywhere. Even if you are esteemed as the emperor's brother, can you escape the law? I spare Su Zhenbei from death, demote you to commoner status, seal the Yen manor, and command you to proceed to your fief, returning only upon the emperor's summons. Do you agree? Brother, Yan Wang raised his head, blood trickling from his forehead, grateful to the emperor for sparing Zhenbei's life. 18 shall depart immediately. Alas, Yan Wang has played himself into a corner. How did this happen ahead of schedule? I recall this was to occur tomorrow. Su Mi lamented internally. This was disastrous. With Yan Wang's early demotion, her life would certainly be forfeit within the palace. Song Jinhe, have you made your choice? Empress Dowager, please come to my aid. Su Mi silently patted her chest. Fortunately, upon entering the palace, her mother had sent Yan Wang to deliver a message to the Empress Dowager. This child I find quite endearing. She resembles a snowball, so utterly charming. Lady Li looked at Su Mi in Song Jinhe's arms, smiling brightly. Gutai wishes to keep Song Jinhe close, to seize the purse strings of the Song family for the emperor's son. The emperor also has designs on the Song family. Yes, I must try the method Gutai suggested, ensuring the emperor remains unsuspecting while also making Song Jinhe willingly follow me. Your Majesty, the third prince is growing up, and soon he will set out to the northern frontier for official duties. I find myself quite lonely in his absence. After listening to the concerns of the beautiful consort, Su Mi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that the beautiful consort and Gutai were concocting the scheme to use the emperor's authority to take her away and raise her by the beautiful consort's side? If she remained in the palace, her mother would surely worry, and perhaps she would choose to stay as well. This way, Gutai and the beautiful consort could manipulate both her and her mother to seize the Song family's influence. Even if her mother decided not to stay and accompany her father into exile, Gutai could still control her and threaten the Song family, compelling them to serve the third prince. Oh no, it seemed that her entry into the palace had led her straight into a den of wolves. Before Song Jinhe could voice her objections, the Western consort interrupted the beautiful consort with a cold laugh, suggesting that if the beautiful consort desired children, she ought to bear one herself. The beautiful consort's expression shifted dramatically, barely concealing her delicate beauty. Western consort, do not be so cruel. You caused me to lose my child years ago, and I have been unable to bear children since. I will surely avenge this grievance. Dear sister, you are only rubbing salt into your own wounds. You are well aware that my sister cannot bear children anymore. Although many years have passed, the memories haunt her dreams. Why would you want to harm my sister's unborn child? Is it because you were swayed by others or... You wicked woman. It was you who poisoned me to cause my miscarriage. I know I cannot compete with your powerful family. So I have no choice but to follow Gutai's plan and summon Dr. Liu to treat me. Then I will accuse the Liu family of attempting to harm the royal heir. The Western consort, observing the beautiful consort's changing complexion, scoffed. Do you even know your own worth? You are nothing but a lowly woman from a southern brothel. You became a consort merely because of a son. Know your place and act accordingly. Yet you conspire with Gutai, foolishly attempting to contest the throne with my son. Losing a child was merely a warning. Sumi watched the two consorts exchange barbs, each calling the other sister, while inwardly relishing the drama unfolding before her. The events of the past were orchestrated by Gutai himself. Oh, beautiful consort, are you dissatisfied that the emperor only punished the Liu family without addressing Gutai? The Western consort chuckled. Oh, dear sister, the past is behind us. You are merely reminiscing out of sorrow for a child. Curse that Western consort, just like her father. She harbors countless schemes. She actually wishes to bring Gutai down. I could not best her regarding the child's matter back then, and now that time has passed, I cannot use that to leverage against her. The beautiful consort's thoughts whirled in turmoil. The beautiful consort was indeed kind-hearted, swallowing her bitterness while fearing to implicate others. The Western consort shifted her tone, but dear sister, you are truly overthinking. Gutai is a man of the emperor. Your actions may be seen as favoring the emperor. Such a lowly creature, do not think your secrets are safe. In this palace, there is not a single matter that escapes my notice. The Western consort delicately covered her lips with a handkerchief. You, relying on your meager charms, dare to attract Gutai? Look at your third prince. He may resemble you, but his temperament is entirely that of Gutai. Birds of a feather flock together. The inner palace and the outer court must not intermingle too closely. Yet the beautiful consort foolishly allows her son to grow close to Gutai. With the emperor's suspicious nature, it is only a matter of time before he discovers that his most trusted Gutai has secretly allied with his son. The emperor's people undoubtedly have his favor. Sister, you have your father's love, while I am alone and cold. If I raise this child in my palace, I too shall have someone to cherish. At this point, the beautiful consort cast a delicate glance at Emperor Mingda. Your Majesty, I only covet the child. I do not intend to compete with my sister. After all, how can my sister manage the 6 palaces while caring for a child? Moreover, she is merely a girl. Raising her would be akin to nurturing a flower. On days when the emperor is weary, he could find amusement in her presence. This child must remain in the palace at all costs. 10 days ago, the National Master observed celestial phenomena and predicted doom for the royal family. The ominous star originates from the Duke of the State's residence. Initially, I believed this omen referred to Su Zhenbei. But today, the National Master claimed that Master Yi has gone blind and only encountered Su's matriarch once before retreating into seclusion. If the ominous star from the Duke of the State's residence does not refer to Su Zhenbei, could it possibly refer to this little girl before us? Gutai reported that an unusual event transpired during the raid on the Duke of the State's residence. Their possessions vanished. And Su Erga claimed that the residence's resources were funneled to the Su family's military camp. The Su family army serves the Deqi dynasty, not the Duke's personal soldiers. What resources could the Duke of the State provide to sustain troops? This is evidence of treason. If they did not supply the military camp, what could account for such a disappearance? Gutai also mentioned that Prince Yan has brought Song Jinhe and her daughter into the palace. He wants me to keep these two and manipulate the Su and Song families. Gutai specifically mentioned the uniqueness of this little girl. Is it possible, as Gutai suggested, that this child is indeed the omen tied to the Duke of the State's residence? Oh dear, I am terrified. Sumi was startled by Emperor Mingda's thoughts while listening to the Western consort and beautiful consort bicker. Seeing Prince Yan about to leave, Sumi felt utterly exasperated. This man seemed entirely devoid of reason. He believed the emperor's words implicitly, thinking that his brother would never deceive him. Little did he know that Emperor Mingda was exceedingly hypocritical, not a bit less twisted than Gutai. Tomorrow, his elder brother would face exile, pursued by countless threats. Prince Yan? You brought my mother and me into the palace. You cannot leave us here. Prince Yan paused beside Song Jinho. Brother, you promised not to harm Zhenbei. In my excitement, I was about to leave the capital overnight per your order. But now, seeing mother and daughter, especially that little one's dark eyes, I suddenly feel clarity. I cannot return without ensuring their safety. Zhenbei would hate me forever. Brother, everything in my estate belongs to you. I will pay taxes from my territory to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I only ask for your permission to take them away. Yen Shiba, who do you think you are? Just because I do not kill you does not mean I am fond of you. I have slain many siblings, leaving you alive not out of brotherly love, but due to the late Emperor's decree. He commanded you to never leave your territory and only return to the capital when summoned. You shall never become emperor. Being the son of the northern border princess, you were kept alive to counterbalance the north. Yen Shiba, I have favored you, but do you intend to save the entire Duke of the State's family? Emperor Mingda smiled, his dark eyes devoid of mirth. Do you truly believe that the Crown Prince and the Duke of the State's family are in the right, while I am mistaken? Oh no, the mad dog of the royal city is truly foolish. The mad emperor wouldn't directly execute the mad dog, would he? Sumi turned to glance at Prince Yen, who was now close at hand. I hadn't noticed before, but this Prince Yen is quite handsome. The southern wind knows my intentions, carrying my dreams to the western state. This mad dog of the royal city, indeed, possesses elegant brows and a charming demeanor, exuding a decisive aura of a warrior. The god of war ought to be my elder brother, not this mad dog of Prince Yen. Or do you believe the late emperor's edict prevents me from executing you? Emperor Mingda's expression darkened. The mad emperor, unpredictable and ruthless, posed a significant threat to Prince Yen. Sumi furrowed her brows, contemplating whether she should rescue this Na'vi fellow. Rabbit, may I borrow another favor? Hand me the tranquilizer gun. I just want to knock this dog emperor out for a moment. The rabbit feigned indifference, ignoring her plea. Sumi turned her gaze to the pitiful Prince Yen. If she failed to save him, her own life would be at stake. Oh, has the mad dog of the Imperial City's eyes changed color? Sumi was startled, realizing she was too close enough to witness the transformation of Prince Yan's gaze. His eyes, as dark as the night, gradually veiled by a thin mist, transformed into a pale yellow, imbued with a shimmering green light. Wolf-like eyes? Prince Yen possessed a pair of color-changing wolf eyes? Sumi was taken aback. She couldn't recall any description of Prince Yan's eyes from the original text. Golden eyes, a trait of the royal family of the northern frontier. Emperor Mingda felt a tightness in his chest as he observed Yen Shiba's suddenly altered eyes. Crown Prince, you shall ascend the throne in the future. As the tides of time shift, you may arrange your siblings as you see fit. However, Yen Shiba is a pawn of the state, arranged by father, in his lifetime. He must remain unchanged. The late emperor confided in me about the future arrangements for the court's siblings, mentioning only Yen Shiba. Father repeatedly emphasized that Yen Shiba is a secret weapon for Daki to restrain the northern frontier. Only in dire circumstances, when both nations are at odds, will the Duke of the State present him with a secret letter, which he shall open to find a means to handle the northern frontier. The royal family of the northern frontier produces a golden-eyed child once every 3 generations. Yen Shiba possesses this trait? Emperor Mingda momentarily lost his focus. The Empress Dowager has arrived. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice from the eunuchs announced, and a procession entered the grand hall. At the forefront was the distinguished and graceful Empress Dowager Xian, her hair completely white. There is hope. My dear grandmother has come. Upon seeing the Su matriarch following the Empress Dowager, Sumi's face instantly brightened. With her grandmother's presence, she and her mother would finally be saved. According to the text, although Emperor Mingda was a shameless and deranged ruler, he was known for his filial piety. The late emperor, a leader of a peasant uprising, had risen from humble beginnings. During his years of warfare, he had little time to care for his wife and children. The Empress Dowager, as the late emperor's legitimate wife, had supported him in his quest for power, only to have her entire family slaughtered by the previous dynasty. Despite giving birth to several daughters, she ultimately bore no sons. In contrast, The late emperor had numerous concubines and children. As a leader of a peasant uprising, his family had lived in hiding, facing dire straits. The Empress Dowager took in those without mothers or family to care for them, raising them as her own. After the late emperor ascended the throne, remembering their bond, he ignored opposition and established her as empress. With no children of her own, she chose a dutiful and loyal son from those she raised as her heir. This heir is now Emperor Mingde. Without the support and upbringing of the Empress Dowager, Emperor Mingde would not have been able to ascend the throne, nor would he have survived to adulthood. Mother. Song Jinha hurriedly approached, cradling me bow and nestled beside the Su matriarch. How could you forget my instructions and bring my precious me bow into the palace? The Su matriarch shot her daughter-in-law a reproachful glance, aware that conversation was prohibited within the hall. She subtly gestured for her daughter-in-law and granddaughter to stand behind her. Mother, it's getting late, you should rest. If there is anything, have Chief Xian send a message, I shall attend to you. Emperor Mingde approached, supporting the Empress Dowager as she took her seat, his tone gentle. The old grow weary and are of little use. Your Majesty, I shall not interfere with matters of the previous dynasty. However, regarding the Empress, that is a matter of the harem. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager mention Empress Qian, Emperor Mingde's brow furrowed. The Crown Prince conspired against the throne. The Empress has failed in her duties, leading to her deposition and exile of the Qian family. Mother, this incident arose during the previous dynasty, stemming from the harem. I cannot show favoritism. Empress Qian? Sumi frowned, contemplating. In the original text, Empress Qian was merely a cannon fodder character, who barely survived a chapter. Oh dear. It seems this Empress Qian is rather unfortunate, as she is about to meet her demise. Your Majesty, I understand you harbor grievances against the Empress, but she was chosen by your late father, and there is a decree stating that the Crown Prince and the Empress cannot be deposed. The Empress Dowager's declaration of the decree caused Emperor Mingde's smile to falter. While father was alive, he controlled me. Now that he has passed, he has left behind so many people and decrees to bind me. When father was alive, he selected my consort based solely on family status and interests, unaware that I was a prince without maternal or familial support. My consort, however, hailed from a prestigious family, suffocating me at every turn. Heaven opened its eyes. She perished during childbirth. I rejoiced, thinking I could finally marry my beloved cousin. I wished to establish her as my primary consort. Yet, to protect the Crown Prince, father would not allow me to make her my primary consort, instead selecting a lowly second-rank official daughter to be my secondary consort, raising the Crown Prince under her care. Now that the Crown Prince has finally perished, and the Empress has been deposed, I shall establish my cousin as the new Empress. No one can stop me. Listen to the inner thoughts of this dog emperor. Truly, he is burdened with many matters and many women. Father, I beseech you to spare the Empress. Among the entourage the Empress Dowager brought, a girl adorned in jewels rushed forward, kneeling before Emperor Mingde, clasping his leg in tears. Father, do you not love me the most? I implore you to spare the Empress for my sake. Chaoyun, retreat. Emperor Mingde shot her a cold glare, prompting the tearful Princess Chaoyun to release her grip, yet she remained prostrated on the ground. The Crown Prince conspired against the throne? The Empress Dowager's demeanor shifted, her hand gesturing for the chief eunuch to relay an order. Soon, a figure entered, moving slowly. The Crown Princess. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing the commotion, Sumi quickly turned her head to see the newcomer. This was not right. She remembered the text clearly. The East Palace had burned down, and the Crown Prince and his wife perished in the flames, leaving behind only a child who was exchanged. This child was the male lead of the story, Yan Chengyi. How could this differ from the original narrative? Could it be that her crossing into the story had caused the wings of a butterfly to flutter? The Crown Princess did not perish. Outside the palace, an expanse of inky night enveloped the scene. The dim yellow light of the palace lanterns illuminated a tall figure approaching slowly, clad in white and veiled. Wang Zhaorong pays her respects to your Majesty. Wang Zhaorong? Emperor Mingde nearly leaped at the sight of the familiar figure kneeling before him. The crown princess is still alive? The fire was so intense. The East Palace was reduced to rubble. How could the crown princess have survived? What of the crown prince? What of the young imperial grandson? Gutai, you useless fool. Is this what you were assigned to manage? Could the crown prince still be alive? Did he and the crown princess go to mother to report? Is that why mother came here in the dead of night? Emperor Mingde's expression darkened as he glanced around. Thankfully, the eunuch had just announced the Empress Dowager's entry. He waved for Shi Fei and Li Fei to exit through the side door of the hall. Otherwise, if the other concubines learned that the crown princess was still alive, it would spell trouble. After all, the concubines in the harem were closely tied to the officials of the previous dynasty, particularly Shi Fei's father, who was indeed a troublesome old fox. Emperor Mingde cast a glance at the chief eunuch beside him. The chief eunuch immediately understood and signaled to a young attendant to summon Grand Minister Gu. TSK, look at this heartless emperor. Capable of such cruelty even towards his own son and grandson. Unable to kill them, he still seeks to inflict unbearable suffering. Sumi was perplexed. The text clearly stated that the crown prince and his wife perished in the flames, leaving only the young crown prince alive. The remaining narrative revolves around the elder brother and Prince Yan assisting the young crown prince in seizing the emperor's realm. Yet, how has the story changed? Wang Zhaorong? Emperor Mingde coldly scoffed. The crown prince conspired against me. As his wife, you must be complicit. You did not perish in the flames of the fire but dare to appear before me? You even have the audacity to incite the Empress Dowager? Your Majesty, the crown prince and the young crown prince are dead. They are your sons and grandsons, and also my dear grandchildren. The Empress Dowager rarely showed anger towards the emperor. Her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. Now that matters have come to this, I shall not say much more. However, since this crown princess was brought here by me, you need not speak of the past. It would be better to listen to what she wishes to convey to you. You ruthless little adversary. I know you harbor resentment towards your father, disdain for the late empress, and lack affection for the crown prince. Yet, now that you occupy the throne, why must you pursue the Eastern Palace with such relentless cruelty? The crown prince was beloved by the people and esteemed by the court. Your paranoia is once again manifesting. You believe that all the world wishes to harm you. You are now in your 40s, in the prime of your life. It was the crown prince's brilliance that drew so much favoritism from the late emperor, which has led to this calamity. My dear son, to kill one's own child and extinguish an entire lineage is indeed a grave sin. I failed to recognize it in time and prevent your wrongdoing. The mistake has been made. Do not create further bloodshed. These thoughts echoed in the Empress Dowager's mind. But she could not confront her son with such accusations in front of so many witnesses. After all, he was the emperor. The old dowager was truly kind-hearted. Sumi could genuinely perceive the Empress Dowager's concerns. No wonder her grandmother sought the dowager's intercession. Every time she did, it was granted. This was not merely the result of their long-standing friendship, but also a testament to the Empress Dowager's genuine compassion. Alas! Who would have thought that such a benevolent mother would have a father as capable as the late emperor? Why then was Emperor Mingde so wicked? He resembled neither his mother nor his father. Could it be that he was switched at birth? Sumi chuckled at her own fanciful thoughts. The late emperor was astute. Had Yen Shiba not been his blood, he would have ensured that Yen Shiba never aspired to the throne. Past events are like smoke, drifting away with the wind. Wang Zhaorong implored the emperor for permission to leave the palace. The crown princess knelt upon the floor, her voice faint, as though the matters at hand bore no relation to her. She hardly resembled a woman who had just lost her husband and child. I falsely told the Empress Dowager that the crown prince and the young crown prince perished in the fire, that I was rescued but disfigured. Now, I merely wished to see the emperor once more to convey the final words of the crown prince. Then I shall request to leave the palace, to live out my remaining days in solitude, like a solitary lamp before an ancient Buddha. In truth, my child did not perish, he was saved. I must survive to find him and raise him. Alas, Sumi sighed inwardly. Indeed, the Imperial Palace is no place for ordinary people, regardless of gender. Every individual harbors countless schemes. She truly was ill-suited for the Imperial city. It would be best to be exiled far away. Otherwise, if she remained, she might one day find herself oblivious to how she met her demise. The plot indeed aligned with the original text. The young crown prince had been rescued. The only unexpected twist was that the crown princess still lived. The crown prince and the young crown prince were dead, and without you by their side, they would find no peace on the road to the underworld. As Sumi listened to Emperor Mingda's words, her heart was overwhelmed with disdain. Truly, as expected of the imperial family, these two spoke the most heartless and terrifying words in the most mundane manner. The emperor was aware that the crown prince had perished in the flames, but was oblivious to the fact that the crown prince had opportunities to escape. Yet, the crown prince refused to abandon his child, walking step by step towards the inferno without looking back, willingly embracing his fate. Wang Zhaorong's voice wavered not. He asked me to convey a message to the emperor. If the sovereign demands the death of his minister, the minister must comply. If a father wishes ill for his son, the son must succumb. Prince Yan's body swayed, and Sumi, standing nearby, noticed his eyes gleaming with a wolfish hunger, glinting coldly in the night. The crown prince was foolish. I could have saved him, yet he refused to leave. He walked straight into the fire, willingly sacrificing himself. This is what he conveyed to us. If the sovereign demands the death of his minister, the minister must comply. If a father wishes ill for his son, the son must succumb. He informed me that the young crown prince was taken away by his advisor. The one who perished in the flames was the advisor's son. He entrusted me with the last of the dragon guards, given to him by the emperor. The emperor's dragon guards were not bestowed upon the crown prince, but were left for the crown prince. Seated in the flames, he smiled at me and said, "Little uncle, I entrust the city to you and Zhenbei. Only Zhenbei possesses the strength to contend with the emperor. Only you can raise my child." Yet, I watched helplessly as the crown princess stepped into the flames, following the crown prince in death. Why does she still live? Alas! Sumi gleaned the depths of Prince Yan's thoughts, too close to ignore. This truly was the secret history of the royal family. Your Majesty, in matters of royal marriage, where is the depth of affection? My child is dead, and my heart has also perished. My life has been ruined by this union. I do not wish to be a royal wife in the afterlife. I merely desire to distance myself from the capital, to live among the common folk, in a secluded hut, to end my remaining days. Alas, the crown princess, in her quest for peace, sought her son and was bold enough to speak such words. In reading, it was clear that the crown princess and the crown prince shared profound love and affection. Otherwise, the narrative would not have depicted the crown prince's self-immolation, with the crown princess following suit. Indeed, for women, love is of utmost importance, but once they become mothers, their children surpass love in significance. My son, they are all your kin. Grant her freedom, sighed the Empress Dowager, her heart aching. My dear grandson, my dear great-grandson, such wonderful children. There was no longer Wang Zhaorong in this world, nor would there be a crown princess in the palace. Wang Zhaorong rose, gently lifting the white veil. In the candlelight, a face, twisted and scarred by fire, adorned with bloodstains, emerged from beneath the gauze. A woman, disfigured, bereaved of her father and child. Although the crime of treason is great and cannot be atoned for by death, considering the Empress Dowager's plea on your behalf, I shall demote you to commoner status, stripping you of your name, to live in a thatched cottage for the rest of your days. The 100,000 Su family troops, the 300,000 Donlin troops. A single tiger talisman split in two, one half rests with the Duke of Zhenghua, who has perished, and the talisman is lost. The other half is with the crown prince, who is also dead. The talisman of Gutai has not been found. Could it be in the possession of the crown princess? Whenever this matter arose, Emperor Mingda's teeth ground in frustration. This was his greatest grievance against the late emperor. While the late emperor was alive, he often praised the crown prince, declaring him to possess the demeanor of a natural-born ruler, a wise sovereign of the future. In the eyes of the late emperor, the crown prince was merely a transitional figure, a conduit for the transfer of imperial power. As an emperor, it was utterly humiliating to have 400,000 troops completely outside his control, solely at the crown prince's command. However, since you are no longer of royal blood, it is only fitting that you leave with nothing of the imperial family. As a member of the royal family, the crown princess is undoubtedly a woman of keen intellect. She is not oblivious to my intentions. What of the tiger talisman? If it is not surrendered, do not expect to depart. Niece, quickly save your aunt. I wish to leave with you. Suddenly, Wang Yanyu emerged from the crowd and embraced Wang Zhaorong. Moments earlier, the emperor had dismissed the Western concubine and others, and no one had noticed that Wang Yanyu had remained behind. Aunt Yanyu, how came you here? Wang Zhaorong was taken aback, her previously aloof demeanor wavering. Take me with you, or I shall perish here. Wang Yanyu clung to Wang Zhaorong, exclaiming, I don't care. You must take me away. Otherwise, even if you escape, father will never forgive you. How curious, this aunt is even younger than her niece. Sumi mused, finding the Wang family's affairs rather intriguing. The Grand Tutor, being the emperor's mentor and also that of the crown prince, is of the same generation as her grandfather, the Duke of Zhen. Now in his 60s, it is quite remarkable that Lady Wang, nearing 50, bore a youngest daughter, Wang Yanyu. The Grand Tutor has 2 sons, thus, this daughter, born late in life, is cherished as a jewel, and the entire family dotes on her. The emperor's malice is such that he wishes to retain my aunt in the palace to manipulate my grandfather. Once I leave the palace, I must rely on the Wang family for shelter. Moreover, I need to find my son and raise him with their support. I cannot forsake my aunt. Yet the emperor will never let go of this pawn easily. Your Majesty, my aunt is too young, and my grandfather dotes on her. She knows not the ways of the court, and to offend the royal family would be most unfortunate. Wang Zhaorong regarded the emperor. I have an offering for your Majesty, and I beseech that both my niece and I may depart together. An offering? What might it be? The tiger talisman? To exchange the talisman for Wang Yanyu would indeed be a profitable venture for me. The Grand Tutor is renowned, and a daughter of the Wang family, well-versed and sensible, could serve the Empress Dowager and amuse her as well. Ah, how repulsive. Sumi felt an urge to spit in his face. Just moments ago, he had contemplated eliminating Wang Yanyu, yet now, faced with his daughter-in-law, he could not bring himself to utter the words of elevating Wang Yanyu to concubine status. In a few years, as Wang Yanyu matures, she could be taken into the palace, a token of my gratitude toward the Grand Tutor. I spoke too soon. Your Majesty, this offering is a relic of the Crown Prince and rightfully belongs to the royal family, to you. Half a tiger talisman commands the loyalty of hundreds of thousands of troops. It was this very talisman that led to the Crown Prince's demise and devastated the Duke of Zhen's household. This talisman could also spell doom for my son. I intend to relinquish it today. All I desire is for my son to grow up safely, simply and happily. Wang Zhaorong fixed her gaze upon the emperor, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment, their silent communication stretching over dozens of exchanges. A relic of the Crown Prince? I must see it. The emperor's words trailed off. What had captured his attention? Wang Zhaorong retrieved an object from her sleeve, turning it over in her palm. The tiger talisman, with its majestic design, shimmered enticingly in the candlelight. The traitor is deceased. The talisman must be returned. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. A large hand snatched the talisman from Wang Zhaorong's grasp. Gutai strode forward, presenting the talisman to the emperor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The talisman is restored, and the hearts of the realm shall unite. This Gutai arrives at the most inopportune moment. Sumi felt a surge of anxiety, with her grandmother present. Perhaps the Empress Dowager could negotiate with the emperor. But now that Gutai has appeared, would the Su family emerge unscathed? Very well, Zhaorong. You and your niece should return quickly. You bear injuries. Wang Yanyu was to be returned to the prison, to be exiled with the Wang family the following day. The emperor, holding the talisman, directed his words toward Wang Yanyu, though his gaze remained fixed on the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager understood that the emperor had made his decision and would not allow her to plead further for Wang Zhaorong. The emperor was pleased with the talisman, and the Empress Dowager felt a sense of joy as well. She knew her son's heart well. Indeed, my son is correct. Let Zhaorong accompany the Wang family. After all, it is unwise for her, a woman, to be alone in the world. My mother's kindness shall prevail. The emperor smiled. And Wang Zhaorong was renamed Wang Yi. After receiving treatment at the Imperial hospital, she was sent from the palace. Wang Yanyu was temporarily placed with Consort Li, to be exiled alongside Wang Yi. To exchange one Wang Yanyu for a tiger talisman, I have profited. Yet, I must present a grand gift to the Grand Tutor. I trust Consort Li shall not let me down. Oh dear, this treacherous emperor is up to no good again, Sumi thought. Observing how he had secured a talisman while acquiring a young maiden, profiting yet plotting further ruin. Sumi was also curious. Wang Zhaorong had not perished and instead had saved Wang Yanyu. These developments diverged entirely from the original narrative. Could it be that all this transpired because she had traversed into this tale, altering the fate of the Su family and consequently influencing the destinies of others? Your Majesty, I shall escort this child to Consort Li, who is quite fond of her, Gutai declared, reaching out to embrace Sumi. Just as she was enjoying the unfolding drama, she found herself unexpectedly thrust into the spotlight. Grandmother, save me. Gutai and that treacherous emperor wished to keep me in the palace as a concubine and send me to a flower house. Sumi fervently sent her thoughts to her grandmother. She knew her blood relation could hear her heart's plea. Not far from her grandmother, she was certain she could be heard. Our Su family-us children have their own parents and kin. We are not orphans, so there is no question of sending me to Consort Li. The voice of the old matriarch resonated, and she strode over, taking Sumi from Song Jinha's arms. Good child, let us go pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. Can I control this telepathy? Only a pair of flowery trousers. What a bargain for you. Sumi was truly vexed. Why was Gutai's presence felt everywhere? This fellow seemed intent on causing trouble for the Su family. Mother? Your Majesty? Empress Dowager? Song Jinha was at a loss as to whom she should turn for help. At this moment, she could not afford to speak carelessly. In the presence of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The crux of the matter was that she was uncertain of the extent of the discussions between her mother-in-law and the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Before anyone could react, the Prince of Yen, close at hand, reached out to block Gutai. No matter what, I must take my mother and sister away from the north. However, the Emperor has just made it clear that he will not allow me to interfere further. Should I persist, despite my brother's usual gentleness, he is clearly angered this time. Eliminating the Duke of Zhen is imperative. My plea may not hold weight. Should I seek the Empress Dowager's assistance, or confront my brother directly? Listening to the thoughts of the Prince of Yen, Sumi wished to slap him awake. Gentle? What a facade. What a pretense. Confront directly? How would one do that? With only 2 attendants, one tall, one short, how could 3 of them hope to seize her and her mother from the palace? Sumi was truly at a loss for words. Was the Prince of Yen foolishly ambitious, or simply lacking in foresight? My son, the Empress Dowager spoke little, merely calling to her son, her gaze laden with meaning directed toward the Emperor. Your Highness, you desire an army of 100,000 from the Su family, and you seek the demise of the Duke of the State. This is but a means for you to solidify your imperial authority. I, as your mother, cannot intervene. To ascend to the throne, one must forego compassion, a truth I am well aware of. However, concerning the Su family, particularly Song Jinha and Su Zhenbei, my son, you must not act with absolute finality. Your Majesty, in the battle at Yanchen, all the men of the Su family perished. The Duke of the State's residence has been eradicated, leaving us, the helpless women and children, to suffer in the desolate northern lands. I am grateful for your benevolence. The old matriarch of the Su family stepped forward and knelt. Song Jinha quickly embraced Su Mi and knelt beside her. With the north now in ruins and Mi Bao still young, we dare not sully your wise eyes. I shall take them away, and once stability is restored, I will diligently pray for your longevity and the well-being of the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing of the devastation in the north, the expression of Empress Dowager Xian darkened, her lips twitching slightly. My son, for the sake of securing your power, you have annihilated the entire Su family. Heaven bears witness. You have summoned Zhenbei back to the capital alone. Had Zhenbei perished alongside the Su family in Yanqing, you would surely regret your actions in the future. What does the Empress Dowager mean by this? Su Mi furrowed her brow slightly. My son, the words of the old matriarch are indeed wise. All the male generals of the Su family are dead, their merits and faults balanced. The entire clan's banishment is a great suffering. Zhenbei is a child I have watched grow. The late emperor held great affection for him. Now that he is but a shadow of his former self, we must not seek further punishment. Mother, treason is a grave sin and warrants the extermination of the entire clan. How can we? Mingde Emperor did not continue, for he had always been exceedingly filial and rarely defied his mother. He cast a cold glance at the three kneeling before him. I must ensure Su Zhenbei's death. Without it, how can I find rest? Song Jinha and this little girl must remain in the palace. Without Song Jinha, how shall I obtain the wealth of the Song family? Did not the emperor already seize the duke of the state's estate and banish the entire clan? That was punishment enough. The edict of the emperor cannot be altered. The Empress Dowager's expression was unusually grave, and Mingde Emperor recognized this as a precursor to his mother's anger. In the decades since his ascension, she had rarely displayed such ire. Mingde Emperor's gaze turned icy as he looked at the old matriarch of the Su family, imbued with a sense of impending violence. What could this wretched woman have said to the Empress Dowager? Su Mi's heart raced. She sensed that her grandmother must have divulged something of great import to the Empress Dowager. If her grandmother entered the palace to save her elder brother, then what she spoke of must pertain to him. Cautiously, Su Mi glanced at her mother, who could read her thoughts. The secret between her grandmother and the Empress Dowager was likely something her grandmother wished to keep from her mother. Rabbit, come forth. Can I control this mind-reading ability? I wish for those I desire to read my thoughts to do so, while keeping others at bay. Host, cease your speculations and complete your task promptly. After tonight, failure will lead to troublesome consequences. The system's little rabbit, which had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Su Mi was so thrilled she nearly leapt from her spot. She cast a glance around. No one noticed her excitement. Host, do not be alarmed. We are communicating through our minds. The outside world perceives nothing unusual. After the little rabbit spoke, Su Mi felt her mind clear, and she perceived a shift in her spatial surroundings. The hospital's inpatient building reappeared, identical to the first time she beheld it, with all 3 floors illuminated. Were it not for her current situation within the palace, she would have eagerly explored her space. However, the circumstances did not permit such a venture. It was marvelous that she could directly perceive her space through her consciousness. What is that? Gutai's hideous floral shorts are on my desk. How revolting. Su Mi immediately attempted to use her mind to throw the shorts onto the floor, and she succeeded. How splendid. From now on, I can manipulate the items in my space merely through thought, whether I wish to retrieve or store them. Quickly, tell me how I can freely control my mind-reading ability. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Su Mi hastily inquired of the rabbit. It is quite simple. The mind-reading system you possess is inherently bidirectional. As the system upgrades, your mind-reading capabilities will grow increasingly powerful. Let us set aside the upgrades for now. Can I currently control the mind-reading ability? Can I configure it like a phone, deciding who can hear my thoughts and who cannot? What is the range? And what can be heard or not? I have already mentioned, with system upgrades, your mind-reading ability will also enhance. In the future, not only will you hear the thoughts of those before you, but at a certain level, you will also hear the thoughts of those 1,000 miles away. Naturally, you can also allow someone 1,000 miles away to hear your thoughts. Wow, that is akin to modern telecommunication. the ability to communicate over distances. Sumi's excitement was genuine. Given the ancient transportation limitations, if her mind-reading ability possessed such functionality, it would be extraordinary. How many levels must I achieve to use mind-reading like a phone? At least level 10. But I am only at level 1. Sumi's enthusiasm promptly diminished. She knew the system was not so benevolent. Can I hear my grandmother's thoughts without my mother being aware? Not yet. At level 1. You can hear the thoughts of those opposite you, and your blood relatives can also hear yours. You lack the authority to choose. She had anticipated this outcome. Torn. She pondered whether she should listen to her grandmother's thoughts. If her grandmother had secrets, she did not wish her mother to know. It would be troublesome if her mother overheard them. The relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has never been easy during their banishment. The family would depend on both her grandmother and mother, and discord between them could lead to dire consequences. Who is the elder brother's son? However, you may first extend credit. Sumi was utterly speechless, glaring at the greedy rabbit with indignation. This fellow certainly knew how to extract money from the system. Fine. Credit it is. After all, a few more lice, one tea bite. She already owed the system a sum. She didn't mind accruing another debt. Ding. The familiar voice of the system echoed in her mind. Host, your mind-reading selection switch has been activated. Welcome to use it. Current debt, 200 coins. A screen materialized out of thin air, displaying 3 buttons. One read, unidirectional, the host can only read others, set name or distance as. One yellow, bidirectional, the host and others can read each other, same as above. One green, multidirectional, repeater function, same as above. This feature was remarkably user-friendly and considerate. Sumi immediately forgot her frustration about the debt. She promptly disabled the repeater function. Just as she did, she heard the excited thoughts of Empress Dowager Xian from across the way. Oh, my son. Had it not been for Sister Su's arrival to discuss a matter, I would not have known that Song Jinhe married into the Su family after bearing your child. Sister Su mentioned that this was what her son, Su Qingyuan, told her. This matter is known only to the two of them within the entire Su residence. Song Jinhe and Su Zhenbei are completely unaware. Empress Dowager Xian sighed, lamenting the injustice. Sister Su told me that you imprisoned Zhenbei in Zhao prison and subjected him to severe torture. You even used the soul-binding nails on him. What a sin it is. If you ever learn the truth and discover that you have personally inflicted punishment upon your own son using the soul-binding nails to maim him, how deeply would that pain your heart? Yet Empress Dowager Xian glanced at the old matriarch of the Su family, feeling conflicted. She had promised the old matriarch not to reveal Su Zhenbei's origins to the emperor. They had agreed to keep this pair of estranged father and son apart, never to mention the truth to either of them again. From henceforth, one would roam the martial world while the other remained in the court, destined to never meet again in this life. Oh, Zhenbei, my dear grandson. When you were young, you often played with the 18th prince and the crown prince in the palace, right under my nose, yet I failed to recognize you. My own grandson. Wow! What have I just heard? Sumi was so astonished that she forgot to blink. No wonder her useless father. Upon hearing that the emperor had placed the soul-binding nails on her elder brother, displayed such disbelief, insisting that the emperor could never do such a thing. He repeatedly demanded to see the emperor in prison, claiming he had important matters to discuss. It turned out this was the significant matter. Her elder brother was actually the emperor's biological son. Alas, how distressing. Her beautiful mother had been taken advantage of by that vile emperor. Yet, why was her beautiful mother so confused about who the father of her child was? There must be a great secret hidden within. Fortunately, I am clever enough to have disabled the repeater function just in time. Now, as long as I do not disclose what I hear to my mother, she will remain oblivious. Empress Dowager Xian felt a pang in her heart. My son is mediocre, and the harem is not blessed with many offspring. 4 princes and 3 princesses. Although my son has few heirs, I was never troubled about the succession. The crown prince is exceptional, virtuous, and wise. The young prince is also quite astute, and 2 generations of capable rulers seem promising. The great Qi is blessed. Alas, my son cannot tolerate the crown prince. This is the deepest thorn in his heart, a consequence sown by the late emperor. Now that the crown prince is deceased, he has borne the bitter fruit of this. Only the second prince and third prince remain among the adult princes, while the fifth prince is still too young. The second prince's mother, Consort Shi, comes from a well-connected family. The second prince is astute, possessing great talents and schemes, yet he is small-minded and exceedingly arrogant, lacking in virtue. In recent years, he has increasingly resembled his treacherous maternal grandfather, proving unfit to bear the weight of the great Qi. The third prince's mother, Consort Li, is a woman from a lowly background in Jiangnan. The third prince is fond of women and delights in conflict. A prince of such stature bears a somewhat street urchin demeanor, rendering him unfit for significant tasks. The fifth prince's mother, Consort Shu, is my niece, closest to me. The fifth prince is wise and virtuous, reminiscent of the crown prince. However, he is still too young, merely 3 years old. Consort Shu is gentle, and should I pass, I cannot ensure his safety. Whether the fifth prince can grow up safely remains a concern. Speaking of it, among my son's several princes, in terms of character, martial prowess, and strategy, aside from the deceased crown prince, even Zhenbei is a pity, being born into the Su family. Now he is damaged. Alas, after hearing Empress Dowager Xian lamenting her grandsons and plotting successors for her own son, Sumi couldn't help but sigh. Every parent in this world is undoubtedly concerned for their children. However, the Empress Dowager's heartfelt efforts are destined to be in vain. Historical records indicate that later, the male protagonist, Crown Prince Yan Chengyi, successfully ascended to the throne, while the sons of Emperor Mingde met grim fates. He himself did not perish at the hands of his grandson, but rather at the hands of his closest and most trusted minister, Gutai. Of course, the actions Emperor Mingde later took against Gutai were sufficient to incite such ruthless revenge. Consort Li was exceedingly fond of this little one. The journey into exile was fraught with dangers, yet he remained in the palace, growing up in safety. Emperor Mingde suddenly remarked this, causing Sumi to nearly spit blood in frustration. Peaceful, my foot. With you and that twisted Gutai raising me, how could I grow up? I want to stay in the palace, allowing me Bao and mother to leave. I must seek the Empress Dowager or the Emperor to ensure their safe departure. Hearing her beautiful mother's troubled thoughts, Sumi hurriedly urged her to read her mind. Mother, do not fret. Grandmother and the Empress Dowager will resolve everything. Just wait. Listening to me Bao's words, Song Jinhe still could not rest easy. Her mother-in-law sought the Empress Dowager to plead for the release of Zhenbei. Such a significant favor would surely be granted. How could her mother-in-law possibly make further demands of the Empress Dowager? Even if she did, the Empress Dowager might not agree. Although her mother-in-law and the Empress Dowager shared a deep bond from their youth, such feelings cannot withstand excessive requests. Moreover, their current statuses were worlds apart. The friendship between sovereign and subject is thinner than paper. With Consort Li's character, she could not even tolerate anyone in the palace giving birth to a child, let alone raise another's child. The Empress Dowager looked down upon Consort Li's origins and disapproved of the emperor favoring that seductive woman. She openly thwarted Emperor Mingde's intentions. Despite the Empress Dowager's disdain for Consort Li's background, Emperor Mingde did not seem to mind, but Gutai's expression darkened slightly, revealing his displeasure. For the third prince to succeed, he must earn the emperor's favor. The emperor is extremely filial. The Empress Dowager's aversion to Consort Li's origins will not bode well for the third prince. Should I consider eliminating Consort Li for the sake of the third prince? Yet, if the palace lacks maternal support, will it not be even more difficult for the third prince? Furthermore, the emperor dotes on Consort Li quite a bit. Hearing Gutai's thoughts, Sumi was at a loss for words. Truly, Gutai was as merciless as ever. To his own son's mother, he exhibited such cruelty. It seemed that in his eyes, the third prince was not a son but merely a means to the greatest benefit. This scoundrel cared only for profit, indifferent to the fate of his wife and the siblings. Now, harboring thoughts of eliminating consortly was entirely in character. Uncle has arrived, Your Majesty. Song Ji-tian requests an audience today. Why does my elder brother seek an audience with the Emperor at such a crucial moment? Our parents must not be confused. They cannot come to my aid now. It is imperative to sever ties with the Duke of State's residence swiftly. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Song Jinha's heart, prompting her to glance towards the palace gates. Given the current circumstances, my mother must have been swayed by Lady Su's manipulations. She has ordered me to release Su Zhenbei, and it is evident that she will insist on liberating the 3 members of the Su family. My brother's visit today is indeed timely. Alas. Chapter 33. Uncle has arrived. What scheme is that treacherous emperor concocting now? I cannot defy my mother. The release of the Su family is a certainty. However, I must not come out at a loss. I need to recoup some benefits from the Song family. Sumi finally felt a flicker of relief. It seems the wretched emperor intends to profit from my uncle. As long as it does not cost a life, everything else can be negotiated. Regardless of how much wealth the emperor extracts from the Duke of State's residence and the Song family, I shall find a way to reclaim it tenfold from him. The members of my Su family are known for their resilience. We are determined to gain, never to lose. The commoners bow before the emperor, shouting "Long live the emperor." Song Ji-tian entered, maintaining a straight posture, and immediately knelt, proclaiming "Long live the emperor." This is my uncle, a striking middle-aged gentleman, resembling Jin Dong somewhat. Long live the emperor. An ancient turtle, may the emperor live for eternity, akin to an old tortoise. Upon discovering a rare treasure, an exquisite imperial green ornament, the usually composed rabbit suddenly erupted in excitement. Startling Sumi Rabbit, do you suggest that the box my uncle carries contains merely an ornament? Yes. It must be seized at once. Why do you, a mere rabbit, concern yourself with riches? What use do you have for a grand ornament? Sumi shot a glance at the incessantly hopping rabbit. If the system's rabbit could appear, Sumi believed it would leap forth, snatch the box from her uncle's hands. Upgrade, upgrade. Do you not desire an upgrade? By foregoing tasks, this alone could earn you 1,000 points. Consider it, deducting the 200 points you owe. You would still have 800 left. Spending 500 points would elevate you a level, leaving you with 300. Is it not a worthwhile exchange? Are you not tempted? Why did you not mention this sooner? Can jade be used for upgrades? What about gold and silver? Are there other items that can facilitate upgrades? Let us explore the Emperor's private treasury and abscond with all the fine treasures, and we would accumulate numerous points, would we not? I shall never perform tasks again. Merely collecting treasures will suffice, correct? Imagining a future filled with treasure hunting, ascending levels, and living a leisurely life exhilarated Sumi just as much as the rabbit. My lord, you are overthinking this. Do you believe the system permits upgrades so easily? Not all gems suffice. Allow me to inform you that within this grand palace, only this imperial green ornament can facilitate upgrades. Oh dear, this system is truly a scam. It is imperative that we acquire it. Sumi fixated on the ornately carved box in her uncle's grasp, knowing she could not snatch it from him directly. She would wait until he presented it to the emperor before claiming it, thus infuriating the wretched emperor. Long live our emperor. Today, the merchant ships from Nanyang have returned, and I, a humble subject, have procured a treasure to present to His Majesty. A treasure? The Mingda emperor narrowed his eyes. Today, due to the affairs concerning the Duke of State, to safeguard the Song family, Song Ji-tian has graciously offered 100,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Revenue for disaster relief. Such a perceptive benefactor must not be allowed to falter. Currently, my great Qi dynasty faces both internal and external turmoil. We require silver for disaster relief and defense. I am in need of grain from the Elder Song and cloth from the Elder Song as well. Moreover, the third son of the Song family, Song Chengyi, is the most renowned official in the Astronomical Bureau, excelling in astrological studies. When I ascended to power, I benefited from Song Chengyi's astrological insights. At present, I still rely on the Song family. This Song Jinha, I cannot allow her to perish within the palace. It would be an unsatisfactory resolution for both my mother and the Song family. Look at this wretched emperor, truly one who seeks profit at every turn, calculating even the slightest advantage. The box opened, shimmering light flowed like water, illuminating the great hall with a resplendent glow. The imperial green ornament, symbolizing eternal stability and auspiciousness, was indeed a magnificent treasure. My dear minister, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Reward. The Mingda emperor's eyes sparkled, not solely due to the ornament's value, but also because of its auspicious connotations. In these tumultuous times, the Song family's offering of stability and prosperity truly resonates with him. The commoner beseeches his majesty. Song Jintian paused, casting a glance at Song Jinha. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, the siblings exchanged unspoken understanding. The Mingda emperor's expression darkened. Does the Song family wish to exchange this pair of imperial green ornaments for Song Jinha? With my mother present, it is impossible to retain Song Jinha and her mother. However, if Song Jitian seeks to barter for her freedom and return to the Song family, that is utterly impossible. While she may be allowed to leave, she must accompany the Su family into exile. The commoner requests permission for me to accompany the third prince northward to rescue my second brother. My younger sister has been frail since childhood. The journey to the northern frontier is perilous, and she is likely to perish en route. My mother weeps incessantly. My father is absent from the capital, and my third brother has sent me to present treasures solely to rescue my sister. However, after careful consideration, my sister cannot bear to part with her children, especially since Zhenbei has sustained severe injuries. It is impossible for her to return home with me. Upon entering the palace and seeing the old matriarch of the Su family and the Empress Dowager present, my sister is likely to be safeguarded. The Mingda emperor's gaze, suspicious and cruel, suggests that raising my sister's name now may inadvertently endanger her. General Song heir fought valiantly against the enemy, but was captured, marking a loss for our great Qi. This rescue, the northern frontier, is barbaric. They have proposed conditions for the release of our captured soldiers, 10 taels of silver for each soldier released, with rewards determined by their merits. For someone like General Song heir, 1,000 taels of silver would be required for his release. If I were to redeem all the soldiers, the treasury would be depleted. Moreover, the northern tribes are savage. Any soldiers returned will likely be missing limbs. To spend money redeeming a useless soldier who can no longer serve the nation is futile. Bah! The wretched emperor. Su Mi seethed with anger, as a military medic. She held a profound connection to the soldiers. These brave warriors shed their blood for the country, and this despicable emperor expects them to suffer further. The Song family shall donate an additional 50,000 bolts of cloth and 50,000 pickles of grain to the soldiers of the northern frontier. I will personally escort them, accompanying the third prince's entourage. Upon reaching the frontier, I shall devise a plan to redeem our people, regardless of success or failure. It shall not burden the great Qi. The Song family truly understands the situation. If all the families of captured soldiers were as perceptive as the Song family, I would not only be devoid of worries regarding the ransom, but could also profit handsomely. How splendid! Granted. With a wave of his hand, the Mingda emperor summoned Gutai to step forward and accept the box. Song Jitian rose. As Gutai approached, intending to place the box upon the emperor's table, Su Mi's small hand flailed, accidentally brushing against Gutai's arm as if a child had clumsily stumbled. In an instant, the imperial green ornament from the box found its way into Su Mi's face. The office contained everything. Master Qian. Gutai respectfully presented the box to Qian Yinge, the chief eunuch favored by the Mingda emperor. Gutai was indeed thoughtful. Qian Yinge, with his hawk-like gaze and youthful visage, received it with grace. Receiving the box, I turned to Emperor Mingda and said, "May the kingdom endure forever, and may the prosperous age bring forth joy." Your Majesty, the descent of celestial beings is indeed a harbinger of auspicious tidings. Old Song has promised me to select a propitious day and take me to the Fuguang Temple on the sunny slope to choose a prime piece of land. When a century has passed, I shall rest here alongside the Ke family. Otherwise, how could I possibly offer flattering words to Old Song? What sort of person is the emperor? He is one who would not hesitate to commit fratricide and patricide for the sake of power. I have been a long-time resident of this palace, an elder who has seen through the sordid affairs of the royal family. This Gutai plays his cards quite well. Though I am wed to the Ku family, we are unfortunately without a child. The little girl from the Duke of Jinggua's household, is rather charming. However, with so many vying for her, if I were to voice my interest now, it would seem as though I were competing for something. When have I ever had to compete for what I desired? It has always been the case that people willingly present themselves to me. I hardly wish to open my eyes to see. Yet this little girl is truly endearing. She bears a striking resemblance to the round concubine Gutai, evoking both joy and sorrow. My goodness. Sumi was taken aback. It was one thing for the emperor and Gutai to desire her, but now even a eunuch had his sights set on her. She was still a child, not some great beauty. Why was she so sought after? Rabbit, call the rabbit. Can you provide me with a firearm to blast this wretched palace to smithereens? The rabbit remained unresponsive. Oh, I must be losing my mind from frustration. My spatial hospital has been restored. Ha ha, what doesn't my office contain? Sumi turned her awareness inward and opened the safe in her office. Information system. Various data collections, global positioning maps for phones and watches, etc. The most advanced equipment in modern times is rendered useless in this ancient era. She shook her head with a wry smile. Transportation system. Various vehicles. Helicopters, currently inaccessible from the hospital's adjacent parking lot, cattle and horses, also unattainable from the northern hillside of the medical town, etc. Identity system. Various forms of identification and matching clothing and footwear. The office wardrobe is vast, but now she is but a child and cannot wear them. Weaponry system. An array of firearms and cold weapons, high-tech armaments, all at her disposal. Inside the wardrobe, behind the large cabinet door, lies a hidden room filled with an assortment of weapons belonging to her Cold Edge team, of which she is the deputy leader, overseeing a portion of the arsenal. A significant part remains with their leader. As she continuously upgraded the system, she pondered whether she could eventually unlock the entire military hospital building, or even the whole town. It is worth noting that the town where their military hospital resides is quite extraordinary. Hidden in the vast western region and surrounded by mountains, it appears to outsiders as merely an ordinary western town. In truth, beneath the hospital lies an underground city, a high-level secret research facility excelling in weaponry, biochemistry, and medicine, all at the pinnacle of global standards. The adjacent sanatorium, seemingly unremarkable, could have any elderly passerby be a retired superior or senior researcher. Just thinking about the 5-star scenic sanatorium's beautiful and expansive space, the medical research rooms in the underground city, those cutting-edge medical advancements, and the military training camp nearby, filled with countless firearms, made her chuckle softly. This little girl is so cheerful, fair-skinned and tender, bringing joy just by looking at her. The atmosphere in the grand hall was oppressive, yet the sudden sound of a baby's laughter caused everyone to smile. The Empress Dowager was pleased and decided to keep her close for entertainment. Emperor Mingda seized the opportunity, no matter who is beside her. As long as this girl remains in the palace, in a few years when she matures, I shall find an opportunity to bring her into the palace. And the Empress Dowager will naturally have no objections. Kainian suggested it would be best to keep her beside the Empress Dowager. This little girl is simply too captivating, and taking her abruptly may raise suspicions. After a few years with the Empress Dowager, we can find an opportunity for the Ku family to request her. The Ku family is favored by the Empress Dowager, and nurturing a daughter beside her would surely meet with her approval. Let us avoid my direct involvement, and the matter shall be settled. Gutai remarked, with the Su family exiled from the capital if we do not secure this little girl. Zhenbei may cause trouble later on. The distance is vast, and the emperor wouldn't dare to oppose the Empress Dowager's wishes. In 3 months, on the Empress Dowager's birthday, Our Song family will offer 50,000 loads of grain to the Fuguang Temple, opening a shelter to distribute porridge to the disaster-stricken, praying for the Empress Dowager's birthday. Today, Song knelt to pay respects to Empress Dowager Xian, and the Song family has shown great sincerity. Please rise quickly. Empress Dowager Xian was elated, nodding repeatedly. At present, the Great Qi dynasty faces floods in the east and droughts in the west, locusts in the south and soldiers in the north, leaving countless people displaced. The beautiful rivers and mountains conquered by the late emperor have been ravaged by his son within a decade. It is lamentable for the people of the Great Qi. The Song family has acted with such righteousness, having already donated over 200,000 loads of grain in recent days. They are indeed the royal merchants chosen by the late emperor. The Song family's actions are merely to seek peace for their family and to ensure the safety of Song Jinhe and her son. How could I, the Empress Dowager, stand idly by? Not only for the Song family, but also for the sake of my dear sister Su. And for my unfortunate grandson Zhenbei. No matter what, today I must ensure the safe exile of the Su family. They must not suffer within the palace. Hee, how splendid. Sumi, who had gleaned the Empress Dowager's thoughts, ceased her mental rummaging in the office. With the Empress Dowager's protection, what need had she for weapons? Moreover, she was still but a child. Should those items be recklessly revealed, they would be of no use to her or her family. If discovered, she might be branded a monster and burnt at the stake. Her uncle truly knows how to handle affairs. Aware of the emperor's greed, he sent grain and money, even presenting the emperor with a precious gem. Knowing the Empress Dowager's concern for the populace, he hastily provided grain and porridge to aid the displaced, all under the pretense of celebrating the Empress Dowager's birthday. It is often said that the business world is one of human relations. This uncle has mastered the nuances of social interactions and understands the human heart well. As night fell, the Empress Dowager grew weary. Sister Su, since Jinhe has come to fetch you with the child, you three should leave the palace promptly. It is too late. Let the Song royal merchants escort you for a stretch. Upon saying this, the Empress Dowager glanced at Emperor Mingde. Exile is the law of the land, and the Su family must comply. However, the late emperor, the Empress Dowager, and the Su family share deep ties, and I cannot help but seek a personal favor from the emperor. Tomorrow, when the time for exile comes, Sister Su need not bear the weight of shackles. I shall provide her with a donkey cart for transportation to the northern frontier. Her uncle will carry me to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Empress Dowager quietly observed Emperor Mingde. Mother is resolute in protecting the Su family. I knew it. Once that old lady arrives, Mother would not allow me to punish the Su family. Emperor Mingde smiled outwardly, assuring, I shall heed my mother's words without fail. If Mother forbids me from executing the Su family, then I shall refrain from doing so within the Imperial city. The journey into exile is long, and given enough time, I can ensure any who must perish will not escape. Kill? Death? Oh, it seems I have overlooked some crucial information. Sumi's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the old eunuch had mentioned Emperor Mingde's fratricide. In truth, the tale of fratricide is known to all within the Great Qi dynasty. The Emperor Mingde was both ruthless and suspicious. To prevent his numerous royal brothers from usurping his throne, he exterminated the previous emperor's sons, leaving only himself and Yan Shiba. However, was this an act of patricide? Was it not the case that the late emperor had succumbed to illness, rather than being murdered by this tyrant? Ah, such a delightful little creature. I simply must have her. Qianin Pavilion wore a cryptic smile. That old bald donkey Guy has blinded himself for this little treasure. This little gem is indeed a great treasure. There is nothing I desire that has ever escaped my grasp. Since the Empress Dowager and the Emperor are vigilant, I shall devise a plan while on the road. Little treasure, wait patiently for me. Rest assured, I shall cherish you alone. Oh dear! How is it that every character I encounter in this narrative is either extraordinary or a cunning individual? Sumi reaffirmed her resolve to hasten her exile. Every moment spent in the palace could lead to her utter demise. One eccentric guardian was already troublesome enough. Adding a mad emperor and a peculiar eunuch was enough to terrify anyone. Sumi once again felt grateful for her timely decision to disable several functions of her mind-reading ability. Otherwise, her beautiful mother and grandmother would be overwhelmed by the thoughts of these individuals, leading to either terror or despair. Sire Song, accompany me to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Tomorrow, ensure that the provisions and textiles are ready for timely inspection. Once the accounts are settled, we can promptly attend to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. The mention of the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent a shiver down Sumi's spine. Her uncle was heading there. How splendid. Hold me, uncle. And I shall accompany you to the ministry. Come now, I will escort you back to the dungeon. In the grand hall, amidst numerous individuals engaging in various schemes, the Yan Wang had remained silent, observing from the sidelines. Although he lacked the intellect of Su Zhenbei, he was acutely aware of the precarious situation. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, Gutai, and Qianin Pavilion were all formidable forces. He understood that without the Crown Prince and Zhenbei by his side, he was uncertain of his standing. Thus, he had kept his silence. Now seeing that the crisis for the Su family had been averted, he feared that prolonged night might lead to unforeseen troubles. He hastened to offer his assistance in escorting the Su matriarch and her kin back to the dungeon, wary of Gutai's unpredictable nature. Yan Wang, you were quite the mute just now. What prompted you to speak? Mother, let my uncle hold me. I wish to accompany him to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The mention of the ministry sent a jolt through Song Jinha. The Empress Dowager's decree had already been established, and she and her mother-in-law needed to leave promptly. What business did the child have at the ministry? Mother, it's not dangerous. I must go to the ministry, otherwise my elder brother will die, and so shall I. Why? Though Song Jinha could not comprehend her child's thoughts, a glance at the Su matriarch showed that she too had heard the child's urgent plea. Elder brother, hold the child. I will assist our mother. We shall accompany you. It is on our way. Although Song Jinha could not fathom her child's intentions, her instincts warned her of danger. Yet the look from her mother-in-law indicated that they would follow the child's lead. Very well. I shall accompany you as it aligns with my route. The Yan Wang disregarded the expressions of the Song family and directly bid farewell to the Empress Dowager, stating, The second Lady Su and Miss Su are under my charge. I will ensure their safe return. Go, it is quite late. Finish your business swiftly and return to rest. The Empress Dowager rose, signaling her attendants to assist her, and approached the Su matriarch, grasping her hand and patting it. Take care, dear Sister Su. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Su family will forever remember your kindness. The Empress Dowager, maintaining her composure, led the Su matriarch out of the Zhengde Hall. She was wary of the emperor. While he was dutiful, his role as the sovereign of Deqi took precedence over familial bonds. Since my elder brother has banished me to my fief, I might as well seize this opportunity to abduct Zhenbei while escorting them to the dungeon. Zhenbei is gravely injured. What if something happens during the exile? I must hasten to find someone of similar stature to replace him. The face, however, poses a significant dilemma. Gutai cast a glance at the emperor. He needed to follow, otherwise, with Yan Wang's unpredictable temperament, he might impulsively take Zhenbei from the dungeon. If Yan Wang departed the capital with Zhenbei, the opportunity for execution would be lost. Sumi shook her head. Gutai, you are truly naive. Yan Wang indeed plans to switch out my elder brother. Yan Wang, your lack of foresight astounds me. To attempt a swap in the dungeon is utterly foolish. Such a serious criminal as my brother will be transported in a prisoner cart. Where will you find someone of his caliber? Is there anyone in the capital who matches his striking appearance? Gutai, it seems, is everywhere. Observing the troublesome Gutai trailing behind, Sumi furrowed her brows. She intended to seize the moment to plunder the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This villain had 100 schemes. His presence was a significant hindrance. I have devised a clever plan. Sumi narrowed her eyes, nestling against Song Jinha, concealing her expression from others. She concentrated on the palace lanterns flanking the stone steps, whispering to herself, Gather, gather, gather. With a swift motion, one lantern vanished, appearing in her spatial realm in an instant. "Come forth," she commanded, amplifying her intent. The lantern reappeared on the stone steps, landing precisely at Gutai's feet. Gutai was intently focused on Qianyin Pavilion and Song Jinha ahead, contemplating how to extract more provisions from them, particularly with the cunning Qian Gonggong around. He glanced toward the Su matriarch and Song Jinha, their eyes radiating malice. Absorbed in these thoughts, he failed to notice the lantern beneath him. Suddenly, he stepped on it, shattering it, and flames ignited upon his silk robe, which was highly flammable. The flames licked up his garment. Fire consumed Gutai. Song Jinha, closest to Gutai, could not stand idly by, clutching his niece. "Burn well, for you have harmed our Zhenbei. But I cannot remain idle. Gubai Lian is known for his vindictiveness. It's on fire. Quickly, protect the Empress Dowager," Song Jinha shouted, rushing towards Sumi while attempting to extinguish the flames with his feet. "Gubai Lian? A mere gigolo." Laughter erupted as Gutai's reputation was laid bare. It seemed the entire capital was aware of his dependency on his wife. So close, it would be a disservice not to seize some opportunity for oneself. Sumi, with a playful smile, waved her small hands, gathering treasures, jade pendants, fragrant sachets, and other trinkets. By this time, it was late in the evening, the autumn wind blowing steadily. The palace lanterns cast a dim yellow glow. From a distance, their details were obscured. Sumi seized the opportunity to indulge in her mischief. If it weren't for the fear of drawing too much attention and arousing suspicion, Sumi would have eagerly plucked every hair from Gutai's body. Taking advantage of the chaos, she planned to ignite another flame on him. With her consciousness directing her, she gathered fire from Gutai, momentarily releasing it behind him, where it instantly blazed forth. And then she let some more blaze atop his head. At this point, Gutai had transformed into a fireball. Despite Gutai's cunning and meticulous nature, he found himself engulfed in flames, momentarily at a loss. "Water! Quickly, someone come! Protect the Empress Dowager!" Qianyin Pavilion shrieked, directing the palace maids and eunuchs to hastily move the Empress Dowager's palanquin further away from Gutai. Song Jinha supported the elderly matriarch and turned to see her elder brother holding baby Mi, who, instead of retreating, was approaching Gutai. Her heart raced, nearly stopping. "Elder brother, baby Mi, run." Song Jinha desperately suppressed her urge to scream. This was the Imperial Palace, before the Empress Dowager. Any display of disorder by subjects and commoners could lead to dire consequences should the emperor become enraged. "Foolish uncle, retreat!" A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out. "Today." Song Jin was taken aback. "Elder uncle, it's me, your little niece Sumi Bao. Quickly step back, or we shall both be roasted like chickens." At the Duke of Xingua's residence, while accompanying her mother to gather items from her dowry shop, Sumi had her mother briefly introduce her to the members of the Duke's household and some details about her maternal grandfather's family. Her mother had shared that her grandfather was a royal merchant appointed by the late emperor, primarily managing a weaving workshop in Jiangnan, dedicated to crafting garments for the palace. Her grandmother managed daily affairs in the Song household. Her second uncle, General Song, had been captured, while her third uncle, Song Jinji, held a position in the Astronomical Bureau. Being the youngest daughter of the Song family, her mother was adored by all, and Sumi developed a fondness for the Song family. When she witnessed her elder uncle nearly bankrupting himself to curry favor with the emperor for the sake of her mother and her siblings in the Grand Hall, warmth filled her heart. In modern society, she was an orphan, devoid of any familial ties. Yet, in this narrative, she had become a cherished member of the Duke of Xingua's family, surrounded by love from both her maternal grandfather's family and her own. Thus, as her elder uncle embraced her and exited the palace, she activated the yellow button in her mind, establishing a mutual telepathy with him. After all, she needed to accompany her elder uncle to the Ministry of Internal Affairs without relying solely on her mother to relay messages. Among the throngs of people, the risk of exposure was too great. You three brothers must remember, you are to protect your sister for life. On her 16th birthday, a limping monk had come to their home, singing blessings and proclaiming her sister to be a person of great fortune. Her mother dismissed everyone, seeking guidance from the monk in private. When their father returned at the year's end, he gathered the three brothers and solemnly conveyed the monk's message, urging them to dedicate their lives to safeguarding their sister. The monk said, "Your sister's fate is intertwined with the fortune of the Song family. As long as she lives, the Song family thrives. Should she perish, so too shall the Song family." Such peculiarities of fate seemed far-fetched. The three Song brothers, being young at the time, took it lightly. Yet, their family had only one little sister, cherished like a precious gem since childhood. Even without their parents' admonitions or the monk's verses, they would have doted on her. When their sister became involved with the then prince, their family was thrown into turmoil, with numerous princes vying for the throne. And the emperor having initially disregarded this particular prince, the situation was perilous. Their sister could not possibly enter the prince's estate as his legitimate wife given their status as royal merchants. With her temperament, how could she endure a life of shared affections? If the prince succeeded and became emperor, amidst the multitude of concubines, she would not ascend as empress, and the dangers would be manifold. Conversely, should the prince fail, disaster would befall both her and the Song family. Fortunately, there was that heir seeking to marry her. Though heir was rather ineffectual, he genuinely cared for her. Even knowing she bore another's child, he still sought to wed her. What moved our family most was that heir insisted we keep the truth of that night from her, claiming the three brothers had been inebriated, and she remained unaware of her companions. He stated he had confessed to his parents, admitting to being unable to restrain himself and had faced their reprimand. Should our family be agreeable, if Jinhe had no objections, he would implore his parents to petition the late emperor for a marriage decree, thus rendering the prince's claim moot. At that time, Jinhe was young and spoiled by our family, believing wholeheartedly that the misdeed of that night was heir's doing. On the day heir arrived, she chased him around the estate with a whip. Alas, heir's reputation as a wastrel spread throughout the capital, even drawing the late emperor's jesting scorn. Look at that little wastrel heir, failing at all serious matters yet fervently pursuing women, a far cry from his elder brother. Oh dear! As Sumi nestled in her elder uncle's embrace, she listened to his heartfelt thoughts. To her surprise, she had stumbled upon a significant revelation about her parents' love story. Ha ha! Her father was truly endearing. Who would dare label him a wastrel or a mere placeholder? Her father was a true man, authentic in his sentiments, pursuing her mother with relentless fervor, unperturbed by appearances or dignity. Regardless of her mother's actions, he embraced her wholly. Her mother bore her elder brother, and he had secretly raised another's child for years, doing so with unwavering devotion. While she understood her mother's love for her elder brother, her father genuinely adored him as well. She had witnessed it firsthand during her confinement. Her father was indeed unparalleled. "I shall lend you a hand." With a swift turn, the Prince of Yen lifted his foot and aimed a kick at Gutai's rear. Whoosh! True to his martial lineage, Gutai soared into the air, plummeting directly into the moat below the stone steps with a resounding splash. Task 1 was unexpectedly accomplished. As the trees swayed in the gusty winds, a fierce breeze swept through, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Hehe, the heavens are aiding me. Task 1. Hang Gutai's floral undergarments on the plaque of the Zhenbei Hall. Under the cover of chaos and darkness, it was indeed an opportune moment. Sumi fixated on the elevation of the plaque, concentrating her thoughts, and successfully hung it up. With a swish, the floral undergarments vanished into the ether. From a distance, she squinted her eyes, struggling to see clearly, yet there was something fluttering in the wind atop the plaque of Zhenbei Hall. Hehe, it worked! Elder uncle, hurry. Go with that chief eunuch to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and finalize the arrangements. The youthful voice chimed again. Songjin's expression shifted as he finally grasped the significance of his younger brother's words. The anomaly of the Duke of Zhengui truly was this little niece, just 100 days old, Su Bao. Ever since that incident, the Song family had devoted themselves to pampering her. She was unlike the typical daughters of affluent families, showing little interest in finery, but rather in commerce and travel. Otherwise, she would not have crossed paths with the current emperor and Gutai, as well as Su Qingyuan, under assumed identities all those years ago. Yet, as the years passed, apart from the incident of her drunken encounter with the Duke of Zhenbei, she had not exhibited any peculiarities. The Song family has been plagued by doubts in recent years, particularly the second brother, who is outspoken and believes that the monk must be spouting nonsense and deceiving them. However, 3 years ago, he accompanied their mother to the Fuguang temple to pay respects and unexpectedly encountered the esteemed monk Gutai. To his astonishment, he recognized Gutai as the monk who had visited the Song residence years prior. Gutai was a man of significance, a close confidant of the late emperor, an enlightened monk who has refused repeated invitations from the current emperor to become the national teacher, asserting that his verses would inevitably manifest. Today, Song Jin recalled a letter he had received an hour earlier, delivered by old Madame Song from his younger sister. The letter read, "Yan's city has fallen, 9 generals dead. Second brother captured, and the Duke of Zhenbei imprisoned while the Duke of the State has been searched and exiled." He was so startled that he leapt up, completely abandoning his usual composure. With their father absent from the capital and their mother frail, fearing the news would be too much for her, he hastily summoned his third brother to the residence to discuss a plan in secret. The emperor intended to act against the Duke of the State. Song Jin's third brother, Song Qingyuan, remained calm and collected, having cultivated a demeanor that remains unshaken even in the face of cataclysmic events. Observing his brother's steadiness brought solace to Song Jin. "I have observed the stars. An unusual star has fallen upon the Duke of the State." Meanwhile, the Imperial star dims, Chengyi remarked, slightly raising an eyebrow. The East Palace and the Grand Tutor's residence are also in peril. These 3 establishments, established by the late emperor, are interconnected. Shaking one would affect them all. The 2 brothers exchanged silent glances, fully aware that the emperor was targeting the crown prince. After 10 years of restraint, the emperor's actions indicated that the time was ripe, and there would be no turning back. "We must protect the Song family and our younger sister," Song Jin stated, looking at his brother. "What about Zhenbei?" he inquired, knowing the emperor sought his brother's death, a fate that the Song family could not avert. Not wishing to see his elder brother in distress, Chengyi added, "I have also observed the stars. The general star is shrouded by the light of an unusual star. Although dim, it possesses a strong vitality." "The unusual star refers to our younger sister," he suggested, implying that her husband would inform her of Zhenbei's true lineage, prompting her to seek the emperor and reveal the truth. If the emperor learned that Zhenbei was his own son, he would surely spare him. Song Jin found this reasoning compelling. If their younger sister bore a son for the emperor, he could not eliminate Zhenbei without also harming his own offspring. Thus, they could quietly facilitate their sister's escape or allow Zhenbei to assume the identity of a minor duke in the Duke of the State's residence, enabling him to start anew as a commoner. At last, Guti's verse would come to fruition. "But the unusual star is not our sister." Chengyi's words struck Song Jin with disbelief. "Is our sister not the unusual star?" "The unusual star has only recently appeared in the Duke of the State's residence." Calculating, he concluded, "Could it be our niece?" he exclaimed, realizing that the only recent arrival was his niece, Su Bao, who had just celebrated her 100-day banquet. "Protect the Song family," Song Jin nodded, aligning his thoughts with his brother's. Since they could not safeguard the Duke of the State, their sister and Zhenbei had their niece to watch over them. They must first secure the Song family, with the Duke of the State already lost. If the Song family fell too, their sister would have no hope left. Historically, wealth stirs the heart. I shall personally visit the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister won't stand up for the Duke of the State, but he will certainly not disregard the Song family, especially when it comes to riches. He will undoubtedly lend us a hand, he reasoned. Indeed, That seems prudent, Chengyi agreed, aware that their elder brother managed the family's affairs. Although he did not oversee them, he was aware that the Song family had recently been involved in a significant business deal with the Prime Minister's residence. At this time, with the Imperial succession dispute intensifying, sending money to the Prime Minister would be logical, as he would have no reason to refuse assistance to the Song family. Moreover, the Prime Minister, a cunning fox, was fully aware of the current precarious situation in the Empire, understanding that the Emperor could not afford to alienate the Song family. By offering assistance, he would gain immense benefits. Such an opportunity was too enticing to resist. You should not make an appearance. Let elder sister-in-law visit the Prime Minister's residence to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Yes, Song Jin acknowledged, appreciating his brother's foresight. Caution was paramount in matters of the court. His wife had distant kinship with the Prime Minister's matriarch, and they had maintained a cordial relationship over the years, despite not being true relatives. However, his wife was known for her diligence, and the Song family had always been generous, which had earned them the matriarch's favor and facilitated their communication during critical times. Elder brother, you should seek an audience with the Emperor and convey that the soldiers guarding the northern frontier are enduring great hardship. The Song family is willing to offer 100,000 pickles of grain and 100,000 taels of silver. You can accompany the third prince to the northern frontier while also checking on the second brother. The third brother indeed understood the Emperor's sentiments best. He promptly entered the palace for an audience, and the Emperor, delighted, readily acquiesced to his requests. The Emperor was undeniably ruthless. Despite knowing of Yen City's fall and that his second brother had been captured, he acted as if nothing had transpired, accepting the Song family's offerings without mentioning the situation at the northern frontier. An hour later, a fire broke out in the East Palace, the Grand Tutor's residence collapsed, and the Duke of the State's estate was raided. All of this aligned with the warning from their sister's letter. Swift in their responses, they managed to shield the Song family from the Emperor's wrath. He learned from the information relayed by his brother that their sister had entered the palace carrying their niece. He quickly retrieved the Song family's most valuable treasure, a pair of Imperial green jade rui, and presented them to the Emperor as a tribute. Song Jin could not help but embrace Su Mibo tightly, whispering in her ear, "Uncle knows. Uncle need not speak. I can hear your heart. Hurry and leave here. Go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and save Big Brother." Hearing her familiar little voice, Song Jin's heart warmed. His niece truly possessed remarkable abilities. The Duke of the State had hope. His sister would be rescued. Though he did not fully comprehend how going to the Ministry of Internal Affairs could aid Zhenbei, he was astute enough to realize that following his niece's advice was undoubtedly wise. Not a hair was left unscathed. Coughing, Gutai was fished out of the water, soaking wet and in a disheveled state. "Prince Yen, are you attempting to murder me?" Gutai mentally raged at Prince Yen. There was nothing he could not do in this world, save for swimming. Damn that Yen Shihong, did he wish to drown him before the Emperor's eyes? Yet, he could not voice his grievances, for this was the Imperial palace. The prince was a royal, and he was a subject. If he accused the prince of attempting to kill him, he would need to produce evidence. Such a breach of decorum could lead to severe punishment, even the extermination of his entire clan. Prince Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. This is not the court. This is outside the hall. It is not I who acted inappropriately. Rather, you kicked me into the water. Gutai felt a surge of anger but could only struggle forward a few steps before kneeling in front of the Empress Dowager's palanquin, bowing his head to the ground. I am guilty, having been preoccupied with the Emperor's entrusted duties and failing to watch my step, inadvertently stepping on a palace lantern. I am at fault. He was forced to concede that Prince Yan's words held some truth. He had indeed exited the Grand Hall without disgracing himself before the Emperor. However, the Empress Dowager was present, as was Prince Yan. This was still the Imperial Palace, where fire and water were the gravest taboos. Today he had managed to offend both. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Gutai should now be renamed Gubian Dan. Sumi, sharp-eyed, observed from Song Jin's embrace, watching Gutai's predicament with undeniable clarity. Gutai's hair had burned away, and his eyebrows and eyelashes were also gone. Under the dim, yellow light of the palace lanterns, his entire head appeared as a bright, shiny, bald egg. Today, Song was startled by the sudden excited scream of his little niece, and when he looked down, he couldn't help but laugh. Gutai was indeed in a miserable state. His clothing hung in tatters, and his head was completely bald. However, he couldn't laugh outright, for Gutai, known for his vengeful nature, was not one to be trifled with. Gutai, do you know your crimes? A sharp voice pierced the air, and Gutai, without needing to look up, knew it was that old fellow from Qianin Pavilion. He was a favored minister and childhood friend of the emperor, who relied on him for everything, making him a sharp sword in the eyes of outsiders. How much blood had this sword shed, and how much darkness had it waded through for the emperor? Gutai had long lost count. Qianin Pavilion was the emperor's close attendant, overseeing his daily needs and those of the concubines in the harem, making him one of the emperor's most cherished individuals. It was well known in the palace how much the emperor favored this old man. The extent of Qianin Pavilion's power was such that Li Fei once told him a secret. A concubine who offended Qianin Pavilion never regained the emperor's favor and ultimately met a tragic end in the cold palace. They were both favored by the emperor, yet they were bitter enemies. It was indeed a natural disaster, not my intent. I am guilty. Please forgive me, Empress Dowager. Gutai was seething with rage. Qianin Pavilion, you treacherous scoundrel. One day, when I have you in my grasp, just wait. His clothing was charred, exposing dirty skin, and in some places, blisters from burns marred his body. In this state, it would be acceptable for him to go to the prince's estate outside the city at night. But how could he attend court the next morning? He had planned to personally escort the matter. Qianin Pavilion, what do you mean? Do you wish for me to drag you back to meet the emperor and discuss this calamity? Laughter erupted as several young eunuchs quickly dealt with the burnt palace lanterns scattered on the ground. The bright light illuminated Gutai, and Qianin Pavilion was taken aback by Gutai's disheveled appearance. He was momentarily delighted and exclaimed, "Ah, Gutai, how could you end up like this? The emperor will surely feel heartbroken upon seeing you. Empress Dowager, please do not take this to heart. Consider it a performance put on by Gutai for your amusement." While he feigned concern for Gutai, he secretly reveled in his misfortune, thinking, well, Gutai, look at you now, a charred egg. What you say is quite right. It is merely a jest for the Empress Dowager. Do not let it trouble you. If I have caused you any distress, I would deserve death for my crime. Gutai's wide eyes, filled with indignation, glared at the eunuch, yet his words echoed the eunuch's sentiments. It was utterly laughable, causing Sumi to giggle. After all, she was just a little child. Crying and laughing were perfectly normal for her. It is quite late. Everyone should return. I am weary. Such trivial matters should not disturb the emperor tonight. The Empress Dowager had only been startled by the wind knocking down a few lanterns, which resulted in one being burned. Gutai was not seriously harmed. The sound of a child's laughter helped to soothe the Empress Dowager's rattled nerves. Let us return to the palace. The crowd knelt in farewell as the Empress Dowager and her entourage departed. Once they stood, Gutai, you must submit a petition to excuse yourself from court tomorrow. Rest at home for a few days. I shall certainly speak well of you before the emperor to expedite this matter. The hidden meaning in Qianin Pavilion's words darkened Gutai's expression even further. In my lord's residence, there is a ghostly physician with exceptional skills capable of treating unusual ailments. If you require assistance, I could overlook our past grievances and have this physician help you regrow your hair. The Prince of Yan's words were deeply insulting, causing Gutai's face to nearly turn green with rage. Under the strange gazes of those around him, he touched his bald head and face, smooth, slick, devoid of any hair. Even Gutai, who had seen many horrors, was taken aback by his own appearance. Yan Wang, this is your fault. I demand to see the emperor and seek justice. He recalled how Yan Wang had kicked him moments earlier, nearly drowning him, and now he found himself in this predicament, igniting a fire of indignation within him. You truly are something else. The lanterns were blown down by the wind. At your age, how could you not see a lantern and step on it, causing the fire? The flames were of your own making, and Yan Wang merely sought to extinguish them and save you. Yet you dare to blame him. Qianin Pavilion's tone was mocking. And now that the Empress Dowager had left, he spoke without restraint. Every word was like a whip on Gutai's heart. What are you angry about? Have you considered that if Yan Wang had not kicked you into the water and the fire had spread to the Empress Dowager, even a small spark, could you bear the consequences? With that, Gutai's anger subsided. He had to admit how fortunate it was that the fire had been extinguished in time. Had it spread to others, or he couldn't even bear to contemplate it, had it touched the Empress Dowager. The mountains are darkening and the cicadas are chirping. Gutai dared not think further. No matter how favored he was ultimately still a subject. You scoundrel, do you not know your own worth? You are merely a eunuch serving that perverse emperor of the previous dynasty. A sycophant. Were it not for your conniving schemes and your adopted son charming the emperor, how could you have risen to such a position? Just look at that adopted son of yours, Qian Mei Shui. A man so beautiful, so enchanting. TSK, what a palace secret. Listening to Gutai's bitter thoughts, it seemed the dog emperor favored the adopted son of Qian Pavilion, a little eunuch named Qian Mei Shui. Heh. Is this something a mere 100-day-old baby should hear? Burn well. Burn like this. And Gubai will not be able to attend court for at least 10 days or half a month. Song, holding the little me baby, could hardly contain his joy. Under the cover of night, a smile crept upon his lips. Gubai's enmity with the Duke of Jinggua's residence, especially with his sister, whom he harbors vile thoughts towards. I was just worrying about how Gubai would torment the women of the Duke of Jinggua's household tonight, especially his sister. Gubai would never let her and her husband off easily. Oh dear, may heaven protect us. Hearing her uncle's thoughts, Sumi couldn't help but giggle. It was me. It was all me. Ha ha ha. Did the fire that burned Gutai originate from me, baby? Song was astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Ah. We must hasten to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We cannot be preoccupied with idle gossip. Attending to urgent matters is paramount. Today, Song had no time to ponder how me baby managed to set Gutai ablaze. Recalling me baby's earlier words about going to the ministry to rescue Zhenbei, she hurriedly advanced a few steps toward Qianin Pavilion. Master Qian, it is getting late. I must sign this and return to my shop to expedite the shipment. Tomorrow morning. I must ensure the grain payment is arranged in time for the third prince's departure. Upon mentioning the grain payment, Qianin Pavilion's eyes sparkled with amusement. Hearing the name of the third prince, Gutai felt the flames of anger within him extinguish. Indeed, Master Gu, this incident before the court is a grave matter. The Empress Dowager has not reprimanded you, so you should earnestly recite sutras for her several hundred times a day. Master Qian was correct. My loyalty to the emperor and my profound reverence for the Empress Dowager are unwavering. Gutai uttered these words, but internally he felt vexed. Though this fire did not claim lives, it marred his appearance. His face and hands, exposed to the flames, were disfigured. Even if the emperor favored him, a blemished visage would tarnish the imperial countenance, rendering him unfit to attend court affairs for some time. There was a hint of truth in what the Yan Wang and Qianin Pavilion had said. He would need to submit a memorial and would not be returning to court for at least 10 days. Yet, the case in the Eastern Palace was ablaze with urgency. He must remain the emperor's trusted blade. If he were absent, who knows which reckless soul might seize the opportunity to gain the emperor's favor. Would the emperor still cherish him afterward? Who would have thought that Gutai is truly a loyal hound of the emperor? Master Gu, you should leave the palace and rest. I must attend to the emperor's affairs and cannot accompany you further. Qianin Pavilion smiled, yet his words dripped with disdain. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and led the way toward the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Su family hastily followed. The Yan Wang trailed behind as well. Watching the group grow distant, Gutai spat out the mud-laden saliva in his mouth, his snake-like eyes glinting with venomous intent as he fixated on their retreating figures. Patience is a virtue. When the third prince ascends to power, he would ensure that every person in the palace receives their due reckoning. The Yan Wang, Qianin Pavilion. The Duke of Zhenbei and all those who had wronged him would face his wrath, ensuring they would never know happiness again. Is this truly the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Dog Emperor? Su Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement. After traversing a grand corridor and parting ways with Empress Xian's entourage, they followed Qianin Pavilion with the Yan Wang in tow, further ahead into a grand courtyard marked by the plaque of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Upon entering, they were greeted by a wondrous sight. Su Mi's eyes gleamed with delight. The Ministry of Internal Affairs truly deserves its reputation as a miniature court within the palace, replete with military armories, crafting departments, document offices, construction bureaus, and imperial kitchens. The hall where they signed their documents was a long corridor with the left side housing various sections of the ministry and the right side comprising the storerooms. As Song bent to sign, Qianin Pavilion cradled little Su Mi. The child gazed intently at the sturdy doors lining the right side, behind which lay the storerooms of the ministry. Nestled in Qianin Pavilion's embrace, her curious eyes peeked over his shoulder at the imposing doors. At this hour, the ministry was aglow with lights, and many were still engaged in their duties. The storeroom areas were sparsely populated, with only a few guards present. As night had just begun to fall, their rounds were relaxed, not yet reaching the late-night vigilance for theft. With a small wave of her hand, Su Mi touched a large brass nail on one of the doors. Since her system level was still low, she needed to either touch or see something to gather it into her space. Collect, 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 she silently chanted. In an instant, she felt a multitude of items being drawn into her space. Quickly, she checked within her consciousness. What a sight! The lobby below was piled high with a veritable mountain of fabrics, various silks, satin, and cotton garments, along with an array of silk flowers, sachets, bedding, and cushions. She had inadvertently gathered goods from the ministry's weaving workshop, which specialized in crafting garments. Of course, there were not only fabrics but also numerous finished garments, primarily for the concubines, with the palace maids and eunuchs having the most. Alas, these items held little practical value for her. Though many garments were necessary for her exile, she could not afford to wear the palace's attire outside with ease. Su Mi frowned, however. The less precious fabrics and the wool and tiger skins from the northern tributes were indeed useful. Onward, onward. Let us see if I can gather items from the Imperial Medical Institute storeroom or the armories. A few cold weapons would be essential for the journey ahead, as the firearms in my space are rather inconvenient to wield. Everything is settled. Master Qian is most esteemed and secure. After signing the documents, Song approached, producing a small box from his sleeve and placing it into Qianin Pavilion's robe. This is the Emperor's heart, Qianshan Mutsuan, gifted to you. May you hear the cicada song for many years to come, as countless landscapes unfold. The delight on Qianin Pavilion's face was subtle yet unmistakable, his lips curving upward despite his calm demeanor. Song today is indeed worthy of being hailed as the foremost merchant of Deqi. He knows how to navigate relationships. While the Emperor's jade is admirable for its symbolism, true value lies within the heart rather than the exterior. This cicada, though small, surpasses the worth of that pair of auspicious symbols. Quickly, let us take it. The system rabbit suddenly sprang to life, exuberant as if reunited with its long-lost mother. Did you hear that? This Qianshan Mutsuan is considered superior to the auspicious symbols. Is that so? The pair of auspicious symbols was worth 1,000 points. But what of the cicada? Su Mi felt a rush of excitement. The prospect of earning points without undertaking tasks to upgrade her system was a rare opportunity. 5,000 points. How thrilling! But alas, it would be quite improper to take it now. After all, it was directly placed into Qianin Pavilion's sleeve without his having looked inside yet. If I were to steal it, he would certainly suspect that the Song family was playing a trick. That would bring great trouble upon us. Torn between the allure of 5,000 points and the loyalty to her family, Su Mi felt a profound conflict. How could she resist gazing longingly at such a treasure? Master Qian, allow me to carry the child. She is small and might dirty your garments. Song bent slightly, a humble smile gracing his face as he reached to take Su Mi from Qianin Pavilion. Ah, I am undone. My treasure cannot be taken. As Song's hand brushed against Sumi's small arm, she internally lamented. Rabbit, must the cicada remain intact, or would it suffice if it were damaged? Intact is preferable, but damaged would also be acceptable. The rabbit's greedy demeanor was quite unbecoming. Fortunately, only Sumi could perceive its antics, as she had established a mutual telepathy with Song today, allowing him to hear her thoughts in conversation with the rabbit. What should I do? Should I persuade Master Qian to remove his robes, placing the box aside, and then find a way to cause it to topple, damaging the treasure within? Song was taken aback. Why would me baby wish to ruin the precious Qianshan Mutsuan he had gifted to Master Qian? Could it be that there was something amiss with the item? A cold sweat trickled down his back. This eunuch Qian was unlike any other. He had managed to transition from the previous dynasty to the new Qi dynasty safely, earning the emperor's deep trust. It is worth noting that Emperor Mingda harbored considerable suspicion, surrounded by numerous ministers, concubines, and royal offspring. Yet, he favored only two individuals, Gutai from the former dynasty and eunuch Qian from the harem. Eunuch Qian possessed a profound depth of character, naturally adorned with a smile that would appear whenever he spoke, revealing dimples akin to those of a woman. Anyone who beheld his cheerful visage would feel an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to the warmth of the winter sun or the gentle breeze of spring. However, beneath this affable exterior lay a sinister disposition. Take, for instance, his relationship with the esteemed Kashur. It was well known throughout the palace that Kashur had once served as a personal attendant to Empress Xian, renowned for her beauty and intellect, possessing knowledge of both ancient and contemporary matters. The emperor had long coveted her beauty, making numerous requests to Empress Xian, all of which were in vain. I admire Kashur and wish to make her my beloved concubine. Why does my mother not permit it? Kashur, however, preferred the quiet companionship of books and candles over the entanglements of royal life. Empress Xian doted on Kashur, often speaking to Emperor Mingda with great courtesy. Though Kushur's own words were resolute, according to the ancestral teachings of the Ku family, a Ku woman shall not enter the royal family nor marry nobility. Should the emperor insist, death would be the only response. Many noble men, including royal kin and ministers, admired Kushur, yet she offered them not even a glance. Strangely, whenever the handsome eunuch Qian appeared, she would dutifully accompany him before the empress. The empress, perplexed, wondered if Kashur might harbor affection for a eunuch. Observing them discreetly, she noted that they exchanged neither words nor glances. Until one day, eunuch Qian achieved a significant feat, and during the New Year's banquet, Emperor Mingda loudly proclaimed, "Eunuch Qian is my beloved minister, a blessing for the Qi dynasty. Reward him." With a hearty laugh, Emperor Mingda declared that whatever eunuch Qian requested, he would grant. Eunuch Qian performed a grand gesture, bowing deeply, proclaiming "Long live the emperor," expressing gratitude for the emperor's bountiful grace, and wishing enduring prosperity for the dynasty. He then raised his head, adorned with a bandage, and cast a radiant smile towards Kashur, his dimples accentuating his expression. "I wish to share my meals with Kashur," he announced. The court erupted in astonishment, and the concubines gasped in shock. Emperor Mingda's countenance darkened, while Empress Xian, seasoned by storms, dropped her handkerchief in disbelief. "Thank you for the emperor's grace." Under the watchful eyes of all, Kashur approached with a composed demeanor, gracefully kneeling beside eunuch Qian, offering her thanks in unison with him. Their voices resonated, one filled with joy, the other with calm. Remarkably, Kashur did not resist, but accepted with apparent delight. As Song Jintian recalled that day, the New Year's banquet, he felt a tremor in his legs. To see Kashur, who refused to marry into royalty, willingly share her meals with him was extraordinary. It was equally astonishing that the capricious emperor, who had lost his beloved, would not harm him but rather bestowed even more favor upon him. Eunuch Qian was indeed an extraordinary individual. How audacious his niece, Mi Bao, was to covet anything belonging to eunuch Qian. Such naivety. A newborn calf fears no tiger. Yet he feared The Song family and the current Su household trembled at the thought of offending eunuch Qian, whose wrath could prove far more fearsome than that of Gutai. Dear one, do you wish for the mountain and evening cicada, or perhaps the Emperor Greenheart? Song Tian swiftly gathered me bow into his embrace, fearful that this oblivious little niece might truly provoke eunuch Qian. After all, she was not an ordinary girl. She could share thoughts with him and might possess other formidable abilities. If her uniqueness were to be discovered by those with ill intent, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, eunuch Qian surrounded himself with countless watchful eyes. Rabbit, do not seek the mountain and evening cicada. Would another Emperor Greenheart suffice? Sumi's heart raced. This foolish rabbit. Surely it did not desire only the mountain and evening cicada? Other options are acceptable, but they may lack the same charm or quality. However, if it is crafted from the same stone, such as another ornament made from the Emperor Greenheart, that would certainly do. At last, there was a glimmer of hope. Uncle, do you still possess an Emperor Greenheart gem from the same original stone? Indeed, aside from carving the mountain and evening cicada, there was another piece crafted. Name 10,000 waters flowing to brocade. What is 10,000 waters flowing to brocade? Is it larger than the mountain and evening cicada? Is it of good quality? It is from the same original stone, with the same Emperor Greenheart. The mountain and evening cicada is carved from the stone's shadow side, while the brocade is from the sunny side. Its quality surpasses that of the mountain and evening cicada, as the latter contains the character Qian, intended to bring good fortune to eunuch Qian. Sumi chuckled. Her uncle was indeed shrewd, calculating every detail in business, down to the very essence. Would you gift me 10,000 waters flowing to brocade? Uncle, I promise not to let you offer it for free. I will bring you something of great worth to ensure your longevity. If not for the inappropriate setting, Song Tian would have laughed heartily. His little niece was truly a treasure, a little deity, full of ambition and sweetness. Alas, he had only fathered a few mischievous boys and not a single daughter. Gurgle. What sound is that? Ptee, Sumi's little face flushed. She was hungry and had made a gurgling sound, but how could she also pass gas? Look at this adorable creature. She was utterly delightful. As Song Tian prepared to speak, hoping to cover the moment, he was reminded that eunuch Qian was renowned in the harem for his beauty and cleanliness. It was said that even the cleansing waters in the morning were fetched from the garden by the palace maids. Being bombarded by this fragrant aroma was truly tempting. Eunuch Qian's slender, fair hand gently caressed Sumi's little face. Oh dear, what peculiar taste does this eunuch have? What milk scent? My mother hasn't even changed my diaper yet. Is it not a foul smell? At this moment, Sumi genuinely hesitated to approach eunuch Qian again. She had just overheard her uncle's inner thoughts, revealing a complex drama between eunuch Qian and that Kashur. How peculiar it seemed. Perhaps they were harboring a secret unknown to the world. Could it be? Sumi's mind drifted to a drama she had recently watched, The Floating Picture. What a pity. Chengyi has always cherished bamboo fences and thatched cottages, simple tea and plain talk, with 2 or 3 children, husband and wife paired. It seems she may never fulfill her desires in this life. Suddenly, Sumi sensed eunuch Qian's sorrowful heart and his melancholic mood. Chengyi? So, eunuch Qian's wife was named Chengyi? How familiar that name sounded. Where had she seen it before? In that moment, Sumi could not recall where she had encountered this name, yet she was certain that the original text contained several chapters mentioning Chengyi. What had been written? She had no recollection. After all, after the family was exiled, the war god prince turned dark was a male-oriented tale of political intrigue. The male leads were the focus, and someone like Chengyi would not even qualify as a supporting character. She naturally has little impression left. The child may not matter. But yesterday, the envoy from the Western Yan Kingdom presented a magnificent Baishui sword, crafted from Xian steel and extraordinarily sharp. Upon seeing it, Chengyi would surely be delighted. This guest, Chengyi, is not only a talented woman but also skilled in sword dancing. Sumi couldn't help but feel a sense of shame amidst this array of paper characters. Each character in the book is more beautiful, intelligent, and skilled than the last. Uncle, Does the Ke family know how to dance with a sword? Is she a great swordswoman? A fleeting thought crossed Sumi's mind. Yet, she couldn't grasp any substantial information. Well, I've never heard anyone mention that. I only remember that the Ke family hails from a lineage of historians of the previous dynasty. She served beside Empress Su Qingyuan as a palace lady, always engaging in historical discussions with her. I've never heard of her dancing with a sword. Song Qingyuan furrowed his brows, recalling that the residence of eunuch Qian is named Qian adorned with a couplet. In Qian the sound of the zither arises. In the guest house, Chengyi dances with her sword. He remembered visiting Qian once when he accompanied his younger brother to present a gift to eunuch Qian, and he was struck by the elegance of the place. The inner courtyard was surrounded by bamboo fences and thatched cottages, lush with greenery. As he ascended the steps to enter, he glanced at the couplet and was deeply impressed by its elegance. It now struck him as a reference to the couple's names. By literal interpretation, the Ke family should indeed be skilled in sword dancing. It seemed peculiar that a eunuch, who couldn't even lift a shoulder, married a woman of both literary and martial prowess. Yet, the palace was rife with oddities and secrets, and no one would dare speak of such matters before the Emperor or Empress Dowager. Oh, I just remembered. The Ke family might indeed know how to dance with a sword. Upon hearing Song Qingyuan's thoughts, a spark ignited in Sumi's mind. Oh my! She suddenly remembered. Chengyi is not merely the daughter of a historian from the previous dynasty, she is actually the 9th princess of that dynasty. Because her mother was a lady from the historian's family, the 9th princess bears a striking resemblance to a legitimate daughter of that family, sharing a similar age. What a tale of love between a handsome eunuch and a hidden princess of the previous dynasty. No, wait, I recall that detail now. Sumi was thrilled. She finally remembered. Qian was actually home to a young court musician from the previous dynasty, especially skilled at playing the zither, whose life was forever changed upon first seeing the princess. After the fall of the dynasty, the princess disguised herself as a historian's daughter, serving by Empress Su Qingyuan's side, while he resolutely became a eunuch. Here I am, on a mission to collect for the Ministry of Internal Affairs, yet I inadvertently stumbled upon this romantic tale. At that moment, Sumi gazed at Qian with sparkling eyes, filled with pink stars. A handsome man with a devoted heart can easily captivate the hearts of countless young women. Although she is a fierce girl, now just a little child, she is still a woman, and no woman can escape the net of love. I am headed to the armory and will conveniently pass by the Imperial kitchen. Why don't you, Emperor Song, carry this little one along with me, and we shall fetch her something to eat. The voice from Qian is as gentle as flowing water, complemented by her deep dimples, making her truly enchanting. This little one is genuinely adorable, but regrettably, she will soon be returned to confinement. At such a tender age, where will she find milk to drink? I might as well go to the Imperial kitchen and bring this little one a jug of goat's milk. How can a man, a middle-aged eunuch, be so extraordinarily beautiful and so caring? Isn't that quite an unconventional matter? Oh dear, at this moment. Sumi looked at this grand eunuch and found him no longer sinister. He appeared rather delightful. Just look at him, so considerate towards his wife, and even showing affection towards a strange little girl. How could he possibly be a bad person? Song Qingyuan hesitated for a moment. His sister and the Yan Wing along with their mother-in-law were still waiting outside the main gate. When entering the Ministry of Internal Affairs to sign documents, only he had brought Mi Bao into the inner sanctum. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is a place of great significance. One can't enter or exit without a royal summons. If he goes to the Imperial kitchen now, wouldn't he, his sister, and the others wait too long? What if something goes wrong again? Go, hurry up, great uncle. The armory and the Imperial kitchen are both splendid places. We mustn't miss the opportunity. Song Qingyuan couldn't quite comprehend why Mi Bao insisted these places were so wonderful, but when his little niece insisted on going, he felt compelled to comply. Didn't you hear? I want goat's milk, freshly drawn, neither too hot nor too cold. At the entrance of the armory, Qian kicked the eunuch carrying the goat's milk to the ground. The sword was drawn, and a cold, sharp glimmer cut through the candlelight, blood splattering forth. Useless slave, incapable of handling even a trivial matter, what good are you? She took the white silk offered by the trembling little eunuch nearby, delicately wiping the blood from her sword, just in time to dedicate it to the Baishui sword. Then, with indifference, she tossed the bloodied silk onto the quaking eunuch's face. You go, remember what I desire. The little eunuch, terrified, fled with trembling legs. I retract my previous statement. This eunuch Qian is truly comparable to the tyrant emperor, capricious and indifferent to human life. This little girl truly resonates with my sentiments. She neither cries nor fusses. Look. Her little eyes are not even blinking. She embodies the essence of the Qian family. Striving to send a wet nurse? How does she embody the Qian family's essence? I have no connection to your Qian family whatsoever. If you think you can be my father, you might as well give up that hope. Regardless of my father's shortcomings, he is still far superior to you, a dead eunuch. At this moment, I am in high spirits and shall not hold grudges against you, this dead eunuch. Sumi recalled how, when passing by the Imperial kitchen earlier, she had secretly collected items from there. Aside from the obvious, she had cleared out everything piled in the corners, hung from the beams, or stored in jars and on stools. Having just exited the armory, she had also seized all the weapons while the armory director showcased the sword to Qian. Under cover of night, it was likely that by dawn, they would discover items missing. At that point, she and the Su family might very well be exiled from the capital. No one would suspect them, after all. Even in the presence of the old fox Qian, they had left the palace empty-handed. Suspecting whom? No one would think of them. Madame Su heir. You have no milk, do you? Upon exiting the gates of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, she spotted Song Jintian and the others waiting outside. The first words from Qian nearly left the crowd aghast. The journey of exile is perilous, and without milk, this little girl would suffer greatly. Qian remained blissfully unaware of how shocking her words were, gazing at the little one in Song Jintian's arms with a pained expression. This little girl is so adorable. Should she perish on the road, it would truly break one's heart. Why don't I send someone along on the journey to secretly take the little girl and raise her in another estate? But looking at the Su family, as well as Emperor Song, who both cherished this little girl, they would never allow her to leave. In a moment of desperation, the suggestion arose to find a child of similar stature to replace the little girl, allowing her to be discreetly raised by Song Wanshang in the countryside. However, it was deemed ill-advised, as the little girl was far too conspicuous, having caught the attention of both the emperor and that Val Gutai. It was absolutely impossible for her to be sheltered within the Song family's home, should she be discovered. It would provide the emperor with a perfect pretext to seize the assets of Song Wanshang. Regrettably, she retracted her earlier harsh words about wishing for his demise. Sumi felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite Qian notorious temperament and disregard for human life, he had shown her genuine kindness. It was evident that Qian's disposition was capricious, yet when it came to those he cherished, he was fiercely protective. Thank you, Master Qian, for your concern, she expressed sincerely. The matriarch of the Su family, along with the Prince of Yan and Song Jinhe, were taken aback by Qian's remarks, almost losing their composure in the face of such blatant indignity. A young eunuch hurriedly approached, his arms laden with several large leather bags of goat's milk. The milk has arrived, my lord. I had it warmed just right, neither too hot nor too cold, ready for immediate consumption. The other 3 bags are at room temperature, suitable for the chilly autumn nights, and will remain unspoiled for several days. The eunuch, glistening with sweat and wearing a smile of obsequiousness, trembled slightly in fear of incurring the displeasure of the chief steward. You do possess some discernment. Go now and receive your reward, Qian remarked, barely raising an eyelid. The group soon realized that the eunuch was not merely taking pleasure in tormenting Song Jinhe, but rather held a sincere affection for their little Mi Bao. Song Jin he hastily expressed her gratitude, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The sudden upheaval in the Duke of Jinggua's household had been swift and devastating, with the fall of Yen City and the imprisonment of the northern general, culminating in confiscation and exile. In less than 2 hours, the Su family had transformed from a prestigious lineage to one of the condemned. The challenges ahead were numerous and daunting. With time slipping by, it was not just the adults who had gone without food. Even the tiny Mibao had not been nourished for 2 hours and was in dire need of a change. "My child, it is all my fault. I failed to protect your elder brother and neglected your needs," lamented Song Jin-hee, her heart heavy with despair. Previously, as the second mistress of the Duke of Zhenghua, she had enjoyed the privileges of a noblewoman with a wet nurse to tend to her children. However, following the confiscation of their estate, such support was no longer available, and the prospect of finding a wet nurse during their impending exile seemed utterly bleak. With her own milk long dried up, what would become of little Mibao? She glanced at her mother-in-law, recognizing the shared anguish reflected in her eyes. "Master Qian, your efforts are greatly appreciated," she said, grateful for his thoughtfulness. The Prince of Yen, with a confident demeanor, proposed a solution. "I will send 2 wet nurses in a carriage to follow the exiled convoy, and they will feed the child at rest stops." How does that sound? His expression suggested that he found this arrangement quite simple. "Thank you, Your Highness. I feared you might remain silent and be mistaken for a mute," Sumi retorted, eyeing the prince with a hint of exasperation. They were exiles, after all. Who had ever heard of exiles being accompanied by wet nurses? The others regarded the prince with a mix of resignation and gratitude, acknowledging his good intentions, though he was a young man who had never been wed and was doing his utmost to assist. Rarely does one encounter such genuine concern from the Prince of Yen. "I have an idea," Qian Yinge mused, his eyes brightening with mischief. "It would not be inappropriate for a couple of women to accompany the escorting officials on their journey." The cunning Qian Yinge, a favorite at the emperor's court, had his own motives for being so kind to the Su family, especially given the emperor's desire to obliterate them. The Prince of Yen regarded Qian Yinge with a cold stare, his thoughts brewing with frustration. "Under normal circumstances, I would not concern myself with your schemes. Whether you are a cunning fox or just another sycophant, I can endure many hardships, but not this indignity," he thought, seething inwardly at the power dynamics at play. Observing the prince's simmering anger, Sumi couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the lengths he would go to for his brother. Enduring all manner of indignities in the name of love. Once outside the palace, the group prepared to enter the prince's carriage for their return to the prison. Gently, Song Jin he passed little Mibao to her younger sister, her voice thick with emotion. "Sister, as you embark on this long journey, please take care." She lowered her voice. "I have arranged for a farewell at the 10-mile pavilion outside the Imperial city tomorrow. My sister-in-law and I will come to see you off. I've taken care of the guards at the prison for tonight, and I've prepared money and supplies for your journey. I will deliver them to you at the pavilion tomorrow. We cannot risk taking them back now. The prison is not safe. Princess Cheng is not of royal blood." Song Jin he nodded earnestly, understanding that in such turbulent times, both relatives and friends would keep their distance, for everyone feared entanglement in her family's disgrace, especially as she was merely a married daughter. The Su family had always cherished her dearly. "Uncle, I do not want a wet nurse," Sumi interjected, recalling how the men had discussed finding someone to nurse her in her presence, leaving her utterly speechless. She was not a mere infant. She vehemently rejected the notion of being nursed by anyone. "Dear child, without a wet nurse, you may perish during the journey. You are still young and do not understand. Exiled criminals do not have access to rice porridge. Those coarse foods are beyond your ability to digest," her uncle implored earnestly, attempting to reason with her. A smile crept across Sumi's face as she realized that regardless of their familial relations, be it her grandmother, parents, elder brother, or even her newly acquainted uncle, everyone accepted her uniqueness without hesitation, showering her with unconditional love and affection. In a world where ignorance and superstition prevailed, Where the slightest anomaly could lead to accusations of witchcraft, it was heartwarming to know that none of her family regarded her as a monster. Feeling a swell of warmth, she resolved to protect the Su family and those who loved her now that she had arrived in this world. Uncle, you seem to read my thoughts. I must tell you now, I possess the ability to provide for myself. Do you believe me? Song Jin, he paused, contemplating seriously. Could it be that Mi Bao has the power of telepathy? If she is truly from another realm, is she perhaps a celestial being? If so, can she thrive merely on dew? Or does she possess some divine nectar? Sumi stifled a laugh, amused by her uncle's whimsical thoughts. Who would have imagined that the dignified Song Wanshang would entertain such fantastical notions? A celestial being? Fortunately, Uncle did not perceive her as a demoness. What celestial elixir could she possibly drink? The supermarket on the first floor of the space hospital sells baby formula, which is quite good. The mere thought of formula immediately reminded Sumi of diapers. This simply would not do. She needed to urgently request her mother to change her diaper. While a day without formula could be endured, the thought of being left in a soiled state was unbearable. The moment she contemplated this, she felt her little bottom becoming sticky, and she could not hold on any longer. Master, wait for us. With a shout, 2 palace maids emerged from the small side door. Master, I am of no use. Our carriage could not be brought out in time. Su Butler, bent over and limping, approached with a look of despair. This matter is not the fault of Su Butler. Originally, a maid from the Empress Dowager's side sent word for us to exit the palace. However, once we had left the inner palace, we were halted by the guards, who claimed that this was the carriage of a first-rank lady and that a convict should not board it, as it was against the rules. Beside Su Butler stood Nurse Su, a robust woman with a dark complexion and large feet, exuding the demeanor of a fierce country matron despite being over 60. She strode with vigor, her voice resonant. The Empress Dowager had personally interceded with the Emperor on behalf of her mother, citing the long journey and her mother's age, asserting that without a carriage, they could not reach the northern border. The Emperor had readily agreed to the Empress Dowager's plea. So why was he now so quick to break that promise? Song Jinha, perplexed, thought it was merely a carriage and not a significant matter, especially since it had been requested by the Empress Dowager. It is just a carriage. If it is unavailable, so be it. We must not speak recklessly. Madame Su responded calmly, her expression unchanged. The Emperor is not concerned about a mere carriage. He fears I might take this carriage and use it to heal Zhenbei on the journey. He intends to ensure Zhenbei's demise, leaving no path for survival. Though her face showed no signs, her heart burned with anxiety. I have informed the Empress Dowager of Zhenbei's lineage, and she, aware of the truth, could not bear to see her son slay her grandson. The Emperor's harsh treatment of Zhenbei, while still maintaining the facade of releasing him for the Empress Dowager's sake, indicates a determined intent to obliterate the Su family and ruin Zhenbei. Madame Su was plagued by doubt about whether she had made a grave mistake. I had agreed with the Empress Dowager not to disclose Zhenbei's lineage to the Emperor. Henceforth, father and son would never meet again. I thought this was in Zhenbei's best interest. He is a young prodigy, a general with both literary and martial talents, having faced no adversity in his early life. Now that he is crippled, learning of his true heritage would undoubtedly be a devastating blow. Madame Su was torn. But withholding the truth from the Empress Dowager has led the Emperor to deny even a carriage to Zhenbei, aiming to ensure his death. Sumi listened to her grandmother's inner turmoil and thought, "Oh, my dear grandmother, do not be so conflicted. Know this, in the original narrative, the Emperor learns of Brother's true lineage yet chooses to kill him nonetheless. For he is the Emperor, and Brother's existence is his Achilles heel, a source of shame that tarnishes his reputation. In the Emperor's heart, there has never been an ounce of paternal affection for Brother. The royal family is devoid of loyalty or compassion, especially as the Emperor has many sons. The Emperor's cruelty must not allow him to discover that the princess is not of royal blood." What? Sumi suddenly sensed a major revelation. The princess, the Emperor's biological sister. the only surviving daughter of the late emperor and the sole offspring of the Empress Dowager. The tyrant Mingda was merciless. In the original narrative, he slaughtered countless kin. Yet he showed remarkable kindness to 3 individuals. 1. The Western consort, his most beloved woman, his youthful ideal, and the mother of his second son. This favoritism towards the second son was partly why he orchestrated the first son's downfall, seeking to elevate the second instead. 2. The Empress Dowager, who endured great hardship and humiliation to raise him. 3. The princess, his only surviving sister. Alas, this daughter, cherished by the Empress Dowager, the emperor's most beloved little sister, was not of royal lineage. Whose child was she? Was she a case of mistaken identity, or had the Empress Dowager deceived the late emperor? Oh! The intrigues of the royal family are endless. Everyone, please board my carriage. I shall personally escort you home on horseback. Alternatively, you may ride in my carriage, and the coachman will return afterward. Noticing the hesitation among the group, Song Jin grew anxious. Just ahead, around that bend, lies the bustling night market. The stalls will still be open. I will hire a carriage to return. Jinha, let us heed your elder brother's suggestion. Madame Su nodded. This place was not suitable for lingering, nor was it a place for conversation. This works well. Grandmother shall ride in the prince's carriage, while my mother and I will take uncle's carriage. Sumi cheerfully expressed her urgent desire to her mother. Given Nurse Su's age, grandmother naturally did not wish to let her travel alone. At this point, distinctions of master and servant were irrelevant. Everyone crowded into the prince's carriage. How could she possibly retrieve a fresh diaper now? 3 days later, the earth would tremble. Jinha, I have arranged for friends to manage the officials in the prison and on the road, but beneath the emperor's gaze, it must not be too conspicuous. As Song Jin watched Jinha board the carriage, he cautiously handed Sumi to her sister. Song Jin glanced at the prince's carriage ahead. Grandmother and Nurse Su had already boarded, and Su Butler was seated at the front, ready to depart. Yes, brother, you have eased our parents' minds. They are elderly and cannot bear such burdens. I understand, and I have already sent word to our parents, assuring them that you are all well and that Zhenbei has been rescued. During our journey here, I had them prepare supplies for your exile, giving them something to occupy their thoughts, preventing them from dwelling on worries. Indeed, Uncle is a most reliable person. After arranging everything, Song Jin watched the carriage disappear before he turned to head home. Upon rounding a corner, he encountered the lively night market of the capital. Alas, I forgot to inform Uncle. Sumi suddenly recalled a crucial detail. According to the original narrative, calamity befell the Su family after their exile from the Great Qi dynasty. First, the incident involving the Ming family spread, followed by a fire in the Eastern Palace, leading to multiple exiles, which became the talk of the streets. 3 days later, the capital would be struck without warning by an earthquake, resulting in countless casualties. Afterward, the Great Qi dynasty seemed to open the gates of hell. As if it had received a script for the apocalypse, war, floods, droughts, cold disasters, earthquakes, plagues, and banditry unfolded in rapid succession. Alas, so many lives lost. It is truly tragic. Sumi gazed at the bustling street illuminated by candlelight, filled with life and energy, and reflected on how everything would abruptly end 3 days hence. With a sigh, she lamented that she was merely a wobbly little darling, barely able to articulate her thoughts. Such world-saving matters were ill-suited for her. She could not even save herself. The impending earthquake was news that must reach Uncle so they could take precautions. Mother, the capital will experience an earthquake in 3 days. I forgot to tell Uncle. Song Jin was taken aback. An earthquake? In the capital? Is it truly severe? The walls will collapse, and the entire East Main Street will be swallowed by a massive fissure. The royal palace lay in ruins, and even the old emperor's tomb had collapsed. Sumi inwardly cursed. The dog emperor was indeed tenacious, having survived. It was the dead of night, and everyone was asleep, so no one had managed to escape. Many perished, yet the dog emperor remained unharmed, albeit he stumbled over his robes and fell. losing 2 prominent front teeth in the process. A sly grin spread across Sumi's face as she recalled this detail vividly from her reading. In ancient times, there were no dentists, but eventually, a clever craftsman devised a mechanism to implant 2 teeth from other individuals into the dog emperor's mouth. Those 2 teeth had been forcibly extracted from living victims. To procure these teeth, Gutai had pried out dozens of teeth from various people, ultimately selecting 2 that fit the emperor's mouth. Given the rudimentary dental techniques of the era, during a council meeting, the dog emperor became so animated that one of his false teeth flew out, landing squarely on the face of the chancellor standing in the front row. The shrewd chancellor, upon returning to court the following day, revealed a gaping mouth missing 2 front teeth, speaking with an odd whistling sound. On the 3rd day, when he spoke again, he proudly displayed a row of 4 glistening golden teeth. Your Majesty, my dental work remains unstable, and I still whistle while speaking. My wife found me a folk healer who wrapped 4 of my teeth in gold. Now I can savor my meals without a hitch. Before long, many ministers in the court had also adorned themselves with 4 golden teeth, causing a dazzling spectacle each time they presented their petitions. Soon enough, the dog emperor himself displayed 4 golden teeth whenever he spoke, promoting a sense of unity among ruler and subjects. The Mingda emperor had lost 2 front teeth? Song Jinha, aware that the timing was not opportune, couldn't help but smile. Mother's smile is truly delightful. She must smile more often. Her little darling was indeed a good fortune. Song Jinha embraced her precious child tightly, feeling a mix of relief and gratitude. They were set to leave the capital tomorrow for exile, distancing themselves a couple of 100 miles from the city in 3 days, narrowly escaping a calamity. What should I tell my uncle? It's all right. Tomorrow, he will come to see us off at the 10-mile pavilion outside the capital. Mother will inform him then. Song Jinha felt both fortunate and secure at that moment. The belongings of the Duke of the State and her dowry, including the goods from their shops, had all been safely stored by Mi Bao Bao. Though the journey of the Duke of the State was fraught with hardship and uncertainty, they were together, all in good health. Having safely exited the palace, with her mother-in-law beside her, the Su family had regained their strength. Since learning of the impending confiscation, her heart, which had hung in limbo, finally found peace. Moreover, the Song family was a royal merchant clan, with extensive assets, shops, and workshops scattered throughout. Without Mi Bao Bao's timely warning, Song Jinha could hardly fathom the potential devastation. It was one thing to lose their stores and farmlands, another to contemplate her second brother, missing and uncertain of his fate, and her eldest brother who was set to escort supplies north with the 3rd prince the very next morning, leaving only her 3rd brother as the lone male in the household. With their parents aging and the presence of sisters-in-law and nieces in 3 days, when the earth shook and buildings crumbled, there would be no escape for anyone. A soft gurgle emerged from her little one's belly. Oh dear, it's all my fault. My precious baby hasn't had any milk since noon. Song Jinha reproached herself as she picked up the goat's milk sent from Qianin Pavilion. Mother, I don't want goat's milk. I want to wash my bottom first. Sumi longed for the refreshing sensation of hot water on her skin, a ritual she missed dearly. In her fluster, she had forgotten to bring diapers for her little darling amidst the chaos. Song Jinha felt a pang of guilt. Her body had yet to recuperate since childbirth, and her husband had hired 4 wet nurses for their baby, 1 for feeding, another for bathing and changing, a 3rd for play, and the last for keeping watch at night. She had never changed a diaper herself, nor did she have one on hand. I have some, mother, just wait. Sumi immediately plunged her consciousness into her spatial realm. Rabbit, come forth. I'm here, my lord. Do you wish to upgrade the space? You expect me to sit in filth while you upgrade? Sumi shot the rabbit a glare. I am your master. As a servant, you should possess some discernment. I need to change the diaper. My lord, I only wish to help you. You are but a child. Do you want milk? Do you want a fresh diaper? Oh! Are you yearning for a warm wash for your little bottom? Are you a worm in my belly? Sumi mused, finding the rabbit's antics both amusing and exasperating. You are mistaken. I dwell not within your belly, but within your mind. Your thoughts are as clear to me as day. My goodness. Does that mean you will know my every desire, even when I wish to relieve myself? Indeed. You may choose to utilize a one-way mind-reading technique to keep your thoughts private from others. However, as your servant and steward, I am privy to your every wish and command. What do you desire in return? No benefits? No early rises? Sumi was skeptical of the rabbit's claims. Naturally. I remind you to complete tasks. Upgrading will enhance my abilities as well. At a certain level, I could leave this space and explore the outside world. The world is vast. I cannot remain confined here forever. All right, I concede. You make a valid point. Sumi acknowledged. This space has been restored to 3 levels, and I can simply retrieve whatever I wish. You misunderstand, my lord. When you first arrived, the system provided this space at a secondary level, which was already a significant privilege. However, with the demise of the book's antagonist, the system reset entirely. His death has no bearing on me. This is an enforced finding. Sumi attempted to refute, but the rabbit remained unfazed. You revived the antagonist, reactivating the space, but it has reverted to the beginning level. You still owe the space 200 points. Until you settle your debt, you cannot upgrade. The items within the 3 levels are merely for your viewing pleasure. None are usable. But last time, I could freely manipulate Gutai's flamboyant undergarments. That was because the undergarments were items you brought into the space from the outside. They belong to you, thus you may store or retrieve them at will. However, items from the original space remain unusable until upgraded. Then all the items I collected today, I can use without upgrading, correct? Sumi felt frustrated with the system's constraints, as it seemed to compel her into completing tasks. You may use them, but my lord, you will find no small basin for washing, no towels, no milk powder, nor diapers. Furthermore, there will be no toilet paper or wipes. The rabbit remarked, Are you certain you wish to utilize ancient cloths for your child's needs, while they are bundled in traditional swaddling? Sumi felt her heart shatter within her. She was unwilling. She protested. It is important to note that the hospital's inpatient department occupied the 8th floor, with an entire floor dedicated to obstetrics. Consequently, the supermarket on the 1st floor featured a designated area for infant care, including baby clothing, formula, baby supplies, and maternity apparel, as well as anti-radiation products, everything one could possibly need. Well, an upgrade. With her voice, in an instant, the sun in the space emitted a radiance, and the pair of Imperial green jade talismans soared into the air, gradually becoming transparent before vanishing, leaving a warm current flowing through Sumi, making her feel entirely at ease. She stretched her arms and legs, and a sudden surge of energy coursed through her small body. This space system upgrade not only enhanced her capabilities, but also strengthened her physique. The pair of Imperial green jade talismans cost 1,000 points. After deducting 200 for repayment, 500 would elevate her by 1 level, leaving her with 300 points. Master, you may use the remaining 300 points to purchase the following services. The rabbit performed a somersault in the air, waving its hand to reveal the original interface. Welcome to the System Mall. The rabbit offers you services. 1. Bring someone into the space for 1 hour, 100 points. 2. Allow one person to enter the space, unlimited times, duration of 12 hours, 1,000 points. 3. Return to your original self in the space, 10,000 points. How outrageous! If I want to bring my mother into the space, she can only stay for 1 hour, and it will cost me 100 points? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Sumi thought the rabbit was more of a bandit than any bandit could be. No way, it's too exploitative. The second option is appealing, but the price is exorbitant. Can we negotiate? If I bring my mother in, I'll give you all my 300 points. Is that acceptable? Products from the system are invariably exquisite. Credit is a matter of sentiment. Bargaining is not possible. The rabbit shook its head vigorously. What does the third option mean? Returning to my original self in the space? Sumi's heart raced. Could it be that if she purchased this, she would no longer be a child upon entering the space, but rather revert to her original self, A 22-year-old special agent and military doctor? That would be sheer bliss. In such a scenario, she could bathe, shop, and watch television within the space. Living in exile would feel so much more joyful. Indeed, just as you imagined. Observing the rabbit nodding, Sumi felt elated. Wonderful. She had to buy the third option. After some contemplation, she recalled the Imperial green talismans, which cost 5,000. And her uncle's mention of the flowing waters of brocade, which should also amount to 5,000. So, if she acquired both items, she would be able to purchase the third option. Yes, her elder brother's injuries, as well as Su San's, were grievous. With such conditions, they wouldn't last long on the road to exile. To heal these two, especially her elder brother, she must bring them into the space and revert to her original form to perform the surgery. She needed to bring her elder brother into the space for the operation, which would take about 3 to 4 hours, costing roughly 300 to 400 points. She could still afford it. Sumi inhaled sharply, wondering how she could acquire the 1,000 mountains and twilight cicadas. If I don't buy it now, I can always address it later. I must take my leave. Sumi disregarded the rabbit and directed her consciousness to her office. Her office was located at the far east corner of the third-floor ward area, consisting of an outer office and an inner resting room. She had a 2-story small house in town, where her close friend, Qin Xiaoyu, also taught at the local secondary school and moved in with her. However, unless she was on a mission, she spent little time at home, which meant the small house was often occupied solely by Qin Xiaoyu. Consequently, her office felt more like home than her actual residence, with a bed, cabinets, and even a small bathroom. The bathroom had a water heater, and the water dispenser in the office was lit. Unfortunately, with her being merely 100 days old, she couldn't fill the warm water in the potty basin. It would be absurd to use her consciousness to directly manipulate the water heater or the dispenser, wouldn't it? Sighing, Sumi relinquished her struggle and simply used her consciousness to procure formula, a bottle, wipes, diapers, and a baby onesie from the supermarket on the first floor. These items suddenly appeared in the carriage, startling Song Jinha for a moment before she quickly secured the carriage curtains. Fortunately, at that moment, only the mother and daughter were inside. If anyone else saw, the baby would surely be branded as a monster and burned. What is all this? Song Jinha examined the items. She could comprehend the onesie, but the diapers and wipes were beyond her understanding. Mother, unwrap the swaddling, remove the soiled diaper, and dispose of it. Then use a wipe to clean up the urine. Sumi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly instructed her mother on how to clean her. Without warm water, how could one achieve cleanliness? It was all her mother's fault for being inept. Song Jinha pulled at her inner garment, preparing to tear off a piece to wipe the baby's bottom. Yes, it's the rectangular box. The wipes are pre-moistened. Use them like this. Sumi guided her mother through the process. Suddenly, recalling that babies are prone to rashes due to their chubby bodies and delicate skin, she quickly retrieved some baby powder from the supermarket. As she took the powder out, the supermarket checkout suddenly beeped 3 times. Upon closer inspection, Sumi noted the register displayed a total of 500 yuan, with a line of red text reminding her, "Today's credit limit has been reached. We welcome your next visit." What a shock! The items in this space, after the upgrade, could be retrieved, but there was still a limit on the credit. This system is truly infuriating. As Sumi was leaving, she noticed a large cup at the checkout counter filled to the brim with hot water. With this hot water, she could prepare the formula. However, her limit had been reached. Could she still take the hot water out? A thought flashed, and the cup appeared in the carriage. How curious! No matter. Time was of the essence. She would seek clarification from the rabbit later. Under her diligent guidance, Song Jinha quickly cleaned Sumi's bottom, changed her into a fresh diaper, dressed her in the onesie, and finally wrapped her snugly in a swaddle. Come, baby, drink your goat's milk or it will get cold. Once everything was set, Song Jinha hurriedly fed the child. I want formula, mother. Sumi quickly instructed Song Jinha on how to use the bottle and prepare the formula. At that moment, she didn't fuss too much about cleanliness. She simply rinsed the new bottle with some hot water. Once the milk was ready, Sumi eagerly reached out her tiny hands, tightly clutching the bottle. She guzzled it down, her belly swelling with fullness. Feeling satisfied, she squinted her little eyes, swaying her tiny head, the chub on her face jiggling. Sleepy, after a hearty meal, she truly longed for slumber. This night was indeed tumultuous, with many tasks awaiting her. However, in her current fragile state, the swaying of the carriage soon lulled Sumi into a deep sleep. A piercing scream jolted Sumi from her beautiful dream. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself nestled in her mother's embrace, with the faint light from the burning torches illuminating the dark, cold corridor of the prison. Sumi was cradled in her mother's arms, while Su Mama supported her grandmother. And Su Zongguan held onto something as they had just traversed the corridor and arrived at the prison door. The scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Whether as a special agent or a military doctor, Sumi was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. Who had sustained grave injuries? Had someone died? Sumi's heart leaped into her throat. Could it be that during the brief time she and her mother had left, something dreadful had occurred in the prison? It hurts. It hurts terribly, mother. The trembling voice of a young woman was laced with profound fear. Sumi turned her little head towards the source of the sound and saw a girl sprawled on the ground. The prison door stood wide open, and a burly guard with a dark face kicked a woman, who fell forward and landed directly on the girl who had been lying on the ground. The girl let out another piercing scream. "Oh, my poor daughter." A middle-aged woman, panting heavily, rushed forward to push the woman aside and help the girl. "My Wanan. How pitiful. Beaten so badly. What misfortune has befallen us? This girl Wawan is quite clever." When we returned, I instructed her repeatedly to show the marks from the 2 lashes she received so that people wouldn't suspect anything. It is indeed Lu Xianglian and her daughter Lu Wanwan. Mother, it hurts so much. My leg is pinned, and I twisted my ankle. With her mother as support, Lu Wanwan limped back into the prison. Oh, my back aches terribly. Every step pulls at my wounds. If I don't pretend to have twisted my ankle. With so many sharp-eyed women in the prison, if they discover that the guard harmed me, my life would be over. Sumi did not expect to witness such a colorful scene upon opening her eyes. So much had transpired in the prison during the time she and her mother had entered the palace. Gutai was gone. And with the protection of the Prince of Yen, who would be so audacious as to harm the women of the Su family? Who was the bloodied woman who had just fallen onto Lu Wanan? Could it be her sister-in-law? Impossible. Sumi shook her head vigorously. If something had happened to her sister-in-law, her brother would not be pretending to be unconscious. It's all Mother's fault for being so clever. Claiming we are not of the Duke of the State, but merely relatives, trying to curry favor with the guards to see if they could get us released tonight. Look where that got us, no benefits, and instead, we walked right into the wolf's den. Hearing Lu Wanwan's thoughts, Sumi couldn't help but think it served her right. It turned out it was Lu Xianglian and her daughter who, taking advantage of her mother's absence, had caused this trouble. The guards searched the women and found items on several of them, dragging them to a nearby room for interrogation. I didn't think this could be a good opportunity. If I pretend to have items found on me and get taken over there, I could seduce those guards. Devise a plan for us, hoping to avoid exile. Even if we pretend to be sold off, we could find a small courtyard elsewhere to live as concubines. That would be better than following the Su family into exile. Lu Xianglian, watching her daughter struggle to walk, felt regretful. I never expected that the fat guard would be so ruthless, taking my money without doing his job, and now, not only has he ruined my body, but he has also harmed Wanwan's. I could just fight him. Sumi widened her eyes. Was this something a little child should hear? In such a short time, Lu Xianglian had brought both herself and her daughter to such a state. Cleverness had led to their downfall. It was a true case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Sumi finally understood the scheme of this mother and daughter. They were terrified that others would discover they had been harmed and that the female convicts in the prison would see through their ruse. Although they were all exiled criminals, such an incident would still bring shame, and if known, they would surely be scorned. Moreover, Lu Wanwan was still an unmarried girl, with the label of an exiled convict. Few would dare to marry her. Adding the tarnished reputation, it seemed she would remain a spinster for life. Thus, Lu Xianglian intended to swallow her grievances and pretend nothing had happened. Xiapinger, are you trying to crush me? Lu Wanwan angrily kicked the woman lying nearby. Each kick landed heavily, echoing painfully. Wanwan, I didn't mean to. I truly am badly hurt and couldn't stand. The woman's soft voice was barely audible. Her silk shirt, once a delicate pink, was now stained red with blood, indicating serious injury. Mother, please don't die. A small, sweet voice called out as a little figure rushed over and tightly embraced the woman named Xiapinger. Qiao, dear, I'm fine. Xiapinger. Struggling to rise with her 5 or 6-year-old daughter, Su Qiao clung to her. Lu Wanwan, my sister-in-law is injured worse than you. How can you be so heartless and push her? A furious male voice erupted. Cough. Uncle, I'm fine. Don't yell at Wanwan. It's my fault for carelessly falling on her and hurting her back. She has every right to be angry with me. The woman looked up towards the male prison. With a fair complexion, delicate pink lips, and slender fingers, she appeared fragile, adorned with a green silk flower in her hair. Her starry eyes glistened with tears as she gazed at the young man grasping the bars of the cell. Sister-in-law, don't cry. Our family is in trouble. It's all because of the second branch. Chongliang, be quiet. Don't speak nonsense. Su Sanyi, Su Quanming, yelled at the young man nearby. In trouble? We are all suffering. How can you blame Wanwan? Furthermore, if it weren't for the first branch holding Wanwan back, would Wanwan have scolded her? The second son of the Su family, Su Qingyuan, frowned, glaring at his father. Father, look at how biased you are. It's one thing to favor Aunt Lian. But now that our family is in trouble, my mother is injured, and you show no concern. Yet you can't bear to see Aunt Lian and her daughter suffer even a little. You little brat. They were guests when they came to our house. Xiapinger is merely a concubine of your elder brother, and she brings along a burden. You want to sacrifice your own aunt and cousin for them? You can't distinguish between close and distant relations. Su Qingyuan? Xiapinger? Sumi's mind buzzed. At this moment, she could no longer focus on the scandal involving Lu Xianglian and her daughter. Su Qingyuan and Xiapinger were the most dangerous individuals on the road to exile, responsible for the downfall of both her sister-in-law and mother in the book. Sumi's head spun back and forth between Su Qingyuan and Xiapinger. Su Quanming. What do you mean by that? Why do I feel something is amiss? Lu Huifan, with a mouth missing 2 teeth, spoke somewhat unclearly. What do you mean, shui? Sumi couldn't help but giggle. It seemed Lu Huifan had caught on to a trend, soon to become part of the toothless faction like the emperor and his ministers. Lu Huifan, raised in the countryside, had always been headstrong and straightforward. Her younger sister, Lu Xianglian, was much softer and more tender-hearted. While their parents favored Xianglian more, after becoming a widow, Huifan had taken her in. And everyone in the third branch doted on Xianglian even more. Xianglian would sweetly call her sister every day, and they often shared intimate conversations. Huifan had never thought her sister would harbor feelings for her man. Though others might say so, she wouldn't believe it. But she trusted her younger son, Su Qingyuan, 1,000 times over. Though she had given birth to 2 sons, her elder son, Su Qingyuan, had long been stationed with the old Duke of Zhenbei in Yen City, a taciturn individual who had never been close to her. In contrast, her younger son, perceived by outsiders as a debauched idler, indulging in cockfights and reveling in brothels, was deemed a wastrel. Yet, in her eyes, her younger son was a dutiful child, always by her side, sweet-tongued, and constantly considerate of her. Do not be swayed by his outlandish claims. He is already 22 and has yet to form a romantic attachment. Is it not his infamous reputation that has led to this? Even rabbits do not feed on the grass nearest their burrow. Su Qingyuan murmured the latter part of his sentence in a low voice. Xia Pinger, my elder cousin has just passed away, and you, a mourning concubine, are eager to step into the limelight. Who does not see through your malicious intentions? Speak plainly, no need for this pathetic facade. My second cousin may fall for your tricks, but I, Lu Wanwan, shall not indulge you. Lu Wanwan glared at Xia Pinger. Are you attempting to curry favor with your mother-in-law to use up my sister-in-law's position? Lu Wanwan, known for her sharp tongue, could not overlook Xia Pinger's earlier public insinuation about her back pain. Dear cousin, why must you be so relentless? Chen Wen has lost his life. And you continue to press me. Do you not consider that your mother and I are cut from the same cloth? I have no ill will towards you. In fact, I wish to be closer to you. Xia Pinger, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls, appeared woefully pitiful. Do not involve my mother in this. She is my father's legitimate wife, while you are merely a minor concubine to my elder cousin. Lu Wanwan narrowed her eyes, casting a malevolent gaze upon Xia Pinger. By the way, I have heard a rumor. With my elder cousin's demise, it is likely you shall be dismissed. Tell me, are you truly mourning, or are you secretly reveling in this? Lu Wanwan lifted the hem of Xia Pinger's skirt. Look at you, clad in red beneath that black dress, as if no one could perceive your intentions. You crossed the line, Lu Wanwan. Xia Pinger released her child's hand and rushed towards Lu Huifan. Mother, listen. I am raising a child alone, dutifully showing respect before you and father. Yet I am subjected to such slander. After all, the young lady is but a guest. I truly, Lu Wanwan, you, a young lady, ought not to speak such nonsense. Lu Huifan, rarely displeased, glanced at her younger sister, Lu Xianglian. Xianglian, take Wanwan to rest. Silence, you rascals. A stern voice suddenly pierced the air. Sumi, cradled in her mother's arms, gazed up at her grandmother with a darkened expression. The Prince of Yen had escorted them to the prison's entrance, where grandmother had graciously declined his offer to enter and visit her elder son. The elder's goodwill was not to be disobeyed. Although uneasy, they complied and departed. He thought to himself that, in any case, he would return to gather his belongings. Working until dawn before departing the capital at the same time as the Su family's exile, the emperor had ordered his banishment, and as a member of the princely house, he must tend to his affairs. Working through the night was not deemed a violation of the decree. With such thoughts occupying him, the Prince of Yen decided against insisting on visiting Zhenbei that night. He simply instructed Yan Xiao to escort Sumi and the others back to the prison and then return to the prince's residence with Yenda. The gathering stood in the corridor, observing the entire farce unfold clearly. The old matriarch of the Su family, filled with exasperation, entered the cell. Casting a cold glance at the crowd and huffing, the Duke of Jingua is no more. All that remains is the Su family. Now all are condemned, facing exile, uncertain of their futures and fates. Instead of uniting for survival, you bicker and quarrel. Do you wish to hasten your demise? As expected of the steadfast anchor of the Duke of Jingua's household, her roar silenced the room immediately. I will rise to strike you. Lu Huifan's lips parted. Yet she dared not utter a word. Second lady, this concerns our third household. You need only manage your own affairs, Su Qingyuan retorted fiercely. Look at our family. Reduced to the state of confiscation and exile, all because of Zhenbei's actions. Su Qingyuan shot a sidelong glance at the second household's entrance. Old crone. Do you still think you are the matriarch of the Duke of Jingua? You are but a molting phoenix, inferior to a mere chicken. You cannot even manage your own household, yet your reach extends so far, as if this were still the Duke's estate. This is a prison. Hearing Su Qingyuan's reckless thoughts, Sumi was internally screaming. At that moment, she possessed a dual reading ability, so neither her grandmother nor mother could hear Su Qingyuan's inner voice. Otherwise, they would have been incensed. Su Qingyuan's face turned pale with fear. If anyone in the family instilled fear in him, it was not the eldest brother who remained in the old home, nor the second brother who served as the Duke of Jingua, but rather the old matriarch of the Su family. Years ago, when the Su family was merely a humble farming household, the old matriarch had married into the family during difficult times, supporting the household as her in-laws fell ill while the elder brother and sister-in-law proved ineffectual. The entire family relied on the newlywed matriarch for sustenance. When she entered the family, the third brother, Su Qingyuan, was but 10 years old, raised by her. She provided for his needs, ensured his education, and later, when he failed in both literature and martial arts, it was she who arranged for him to marry Lu Huifan. Thus, Su Qingyuan held a deep-seated fear of this matriarch. He could not uphold the family, lacked affection for his wife, and failed to educate his children. He squandered his time outside. If any of these matters reached the matriarch's ears, he would surely be met with a lecture, leaving him feeling ashamed, angry, and resentful. Now, witnessing his younger son, Su Qingyuan, insult the old matriarch, he felt a mix of fear and a flicker of hidden joy. Slap, slap, slap. The resounding sound of 3 sharp slaps echoed within the prison, leaving everyone stunned. The Duke of Zhenbei has fallen, yet the Su family still lives. Did you hear my mother's words? Those without manners deserve to be reprimanded. No one expected that, since Song Jinghe and her daughter had departed the male prison. Su Qingyuan had been restless. Upon seeing his mother and wife enter the cell, he was rendered speechless, collapsing onto the filthy floor and weeping profusely. Now, hearing that the young scion of the third household dared to speak disrespectfully to his mother ignited his fury. He sprang up and swiftly delivered 3 resounding slaps to Su Qingyuan. Well done. Father is truly formidable. Such a venomous tongue and wicked heart deserve punishment. Sumi exclaimed joyfully, nearly bouncing with excitement. Were it not for her tender age of merely 100 days, she would have rushed forward to knock out 2 of Su Qingyuan's front teeth. Upon witnessing her husband defending her mother's honor, and hearing her daughter cheerfully urging him on, Song Jinghe stepped forward with little Mi Bao in her arms. My little Mi Bao praised me. Dear child. Watch closely as your father continues to strike. As they drew closer, hearing his daughter's heartfelt sentiments, Su Qingyuan's face blossomed with delight. Although imprisoned, the family remained united. Gazing upon his mother, his wife, and his children, Su Qingyuan was filled with an overwhelming sense of security. Su Qingyuan stood resolutely, accepting 3 slaps from his third uncle. Well done, my husband. Strike him down. How dare he hit my son? Lu Huifan, who had just witnessed Su Qingyuan's sudden attack on her child, trembled with heartache. However, upon seeing her man retaliate against Su Qingyuan, her spirit soared. As if a cloud had lifted from her day. We fear the second sister-in-law, but we do not fear that good-for-nothing Su Qingyuan. As Lu Huifan beheld the scene, it was as if a door to a new world had swung open, leaving her euphoric and disoriented. How splendid! From now on, the second sister-in-law can no longer control us. I shall have my husband strike her precious son. Third uncle, you are the uncle and I am the nephew. You strike me and I shall endure it. With that, Su Qingyuan turned to Su Qingyuan and, with fervor, delivered 3 more resounding slaps. I am the elder brother, and you are the younger. Insulting my mother is a grave breach of respect, and thus I must teach you a lesson. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Su Qingyuan's delicate face. To add force to his blows, he leaped slightly, raising his hefty arm to deliver a fierce strike. Bravo! Father, you truly possess remarkable talent. Sumi exclaimed, waving her little arms in delight. Whoever dares to call my father a good-for-nothing shall be met with my wrath. My father is undeniably a genius. Lu Huifan did not anticipate such a turn of events. Stunned, she reacted instinctively, squawking like a startled hen amidst the sound of slaps. Su Qingyuan, you dare strike me. I curse your ancestors. Su Qingyuan, taken aback, lunged forward, grappling with Su Qingyuan in a desperate scuffle. Renowned in the capital as the good-for-nothing Su Qingyuan and the notorious wastrel Su Qingyuan, they were a duo that tarnished the reputation of the Duke of Gui's household. Su Qingyuan bore little resemblance to his parents, but strikingly resembled his second aunt, Lu Xianglian. A grown man with a delicate, pale complexion and an air of effeminacy, he favored flamboyant attire, often donning red shirts and green hats, adorned with ostentatious flowers when in high spirits. He was both charming and extravagant, having squandered his youth amidst wine and beauty. Yet, even at over 20, he could not best Su Qingyuan, who was in his 40s. In the blink of an eye, he was knocked to the ground, his face bruised, as Su Qingyuan shifted his bulk and sat upon him. Strike him, strike him. Father, lay into the scoundrel. He harbors ill intentions against my mother and sister-in-law. Yes, precisely. Remain seated upon him, dear. Let us crush him with your ample frame. Hearing his precious daughter proclaim that Su Qingyuan wished harm upon his wife and eldest daughter-in-law, Su Qingyuan became even more incensed. Not only did he remain seated on Su Qingyuan, but he also pressed his substantial weight onto the areas where words could not reach, all the while raising his chubby hands to continue the barrage of slaps. Su Qingyuan, you shameless leech, relying on women to sustain you. Move aside. If you strike me again, Su Qingyuan, realizing his own frail physique was no match for Su Qingyuan, who easily weighed over 200 pounds, found himself at a loss, rolling his eyes in defeat and unable to escape. Husband, quickly, save our son. My dear child. Elder brother has fallen ill, and Lu Huifan wishes to assist, but finds herself unable to enter the men's prison, leaving her in a state of anxiety, repeatedly calling for her man. Su Qingyuan. You scoundrel. Su Quanming believes he merely paused for a moment. His son has been beaten to a pulp. Infuriated, he rushes forward to strike Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan does not retaliate, but instead firmly holds down Su Qingyuan with his corpulent form. For every slap Su Quanming delivers, Su Qingyuan retaliates with 3 against Su Qingyuan. A single strike is not spared. After delivering a dozen slaps, Su Quanming, already in poor health, trembles with rage and shock, his slaps lacking force. In contrast, Su Qingyuan continues his relentless assault, leaving Su Qingyuan gasping for air, unable to breathe. My son, my son. Lu Huifan wails, her voice piercing. Get up, Su Qingyuan. You rascal. Fearful of this young man, Su Quanming ceases his attack. No wonder the people of the capital refer to him as a good-for-nothing. His thought process is indeed unique. Desperately, Su Quanming attempts to pull Su Qingyuan away, but the latter's bulk proves too much for his slender arms and legs. Sister. Lu Xianglian casts a meaningful glance at Lu Huifan. Following her sister's gaze, Lu Huifan spots Su Zhenbei lying in a corner of the women's prison. Sister-in-law, today, you will be the cause of my son's demise. I will have it out with your family. At this moment, Lu Huifan regains her composure and lunges towards Su Zhenbei in the corner, declaring, Let us trade lives. Get lost. Yi Ranqing kicks Lu Huifan away. Oh dear. Seventh Ant is formidable. Wait a minute. Seventh Ant's ankle is swollen. This doesn't add up. Seventh Ant is so skilled, she shouldn't need to approach. A single strike could have sent Lu Huifan flying. Why has she lost her inner strength? A mere kick, and she is gasping for breath? What kind of treachery has that scoundrel Gutai employed against her? Damn Gu the rogue, he has poisoned her. It's the dissipation powder. And now I have lost all my internal strength. I cannot protect my mother-in-law and sister-in-law, nor can I safeguard myself and the child within me. With the kick, Yi Ranqing feels a sharp pain in her abdomen, immediately clutching her belly and sinking to the ground. Yi Ranqing, you have always been headstrong. With the death of the seventh, you must protect the child. No more recklessness, no more anger, and certainly no more impulsive actions. You must not let them realize that I have lost my inner strength. No wonder. Sumi furrows her brows tightly. Her intervention has altered the fate of Seventh Ant, saving her from miscarriage and humiliation leading to suicide as depicted in the original narrative. However, Gutai had claimed that Seventh Ant's skills would protect them on the road to exile. This was something he did not wish to witness. He desires neither Seventh Ant's life nor that of the child, but he must ensure that she endures some hardship, diminishing her strength. Thus, Gutai's entrapment of Seventh Ant was not a mere coincidence but a premeditated scheme. Were it not for her fury leading to irrationality with her abilities, it would have been impossible for her to be ensnared or poisoned. Gutai is indeed meticulous in his machinations, intent on bringing ruin to every member of the Su family. Elder sister, elder sister. Lu Xianglian hurriedly moves to support her sister, witnessing Lu Huifan clutching her waist and crying out in pain. Oh dear, you have struck too harshly from the seventh branch. Do you wish for my elder sister's demise? Lu Xianglian sets aside her bashfulness and quickly checks her sister's injury. Yi Ranqing had merely intended to chastise the third branch for their disrespect towards her mother-in-law, hence she did not exert excessive force against Lu Huifan. Furthermore, her internal strength had been completely depleted, and she needed to protect the child within her. Moreover, Lu Huifan was already intimidated by Yi Ranqing's earlier display. Thus, when Yi Ranqing approached, she was on guard, and as soon as Yi Ranqing's foot came near, she rolled away. What are you all shouting about? Are you seeking death or punishment? A round-nosed constable kicked open the men's prison, entering with a whip that cracked ominously. Whether due to the arrangements made by the Song family or directives from the Prince of Yen after Gutai and his men departed, no one in the prison troubled the Su family any further. The commotion had been considerable, and it took a long time for the constable to appear. Upon seeing the constable enter, Su Qingyuan quickly rolled aside, resembling a plump ball as he curled into the corner, clutching his head in apparent fear and compliance. His sudden movement exposed the prostrate Su Qingyuan, who, unable to turn in time, received 2 lashes, one striking his face, causing him to cry out in agony and lose consciousness. Even Su Quanming, standing nearby, was not spared, receiving 2 lashes as well. After administering the punishment, the constable turned and entered the women's prison, waving his whip at the crowd. Stop your wailing. If you continue, you will be dragged out and made to scream all night. This threat turned the women's faces pale, and the prison fell into a hushed silence. On this chilly autumn night, the night watch was indeed a grim task. The constable cast a glance at Song Jinha before departing. Ah, so it was the people arranged by my uncle. No wonder they lean in favor of my father, Sumi mused, finding her uncle reliable and considerate. She reflected on how the Song family had generously provided silver and grain to the wretched emperor to save her and her mother. They must have been equally generous in arranging for these constables. With the Prince of Yan's instructions and Gutai absent from immediate sight, these constables would naturally not trouble the Su family any further. The prison was dimly lit, casting ghostly shadows. Following the earlier uproar, the women's prison had naturally split into 2 factions, Su Zhenbei and Su Sanlei against the east wall. While the second branch of the Su family occupied the eastern side, the men's prison lay within, separated from the women's prison by a simple barrier. Su Qingyuan naturally leaned against the eastern edge, sitting close to his family. When Su Qingyuan regained consciousness, he was assisted by Su Quanming to sit against the western side of the barrier, right next to the third branch of the women's prison. The ground was too cold. It would be better to place the young lord on a cloak. Su Mama had been holding a large cloak, which the Prince of Yen had unfastened earlier, instructing her to drape it over Su Zhenbei upon entering the prison. No constable would dare confiscate the prince's cloak, allowing Su Mama to bring in this warm, fur-lined garment. Earlier, everyone had changed into prison garb. Now, they were clad only in undergarments, with rough hemp prison clothes over them. The autumn night was cold, causing them to shiver. Su Zhenbei, having endured punishment, had his clothes torn, now lying on the ground strewn with rotten straw. Though Sumi's medicinal pills had preserved his life, he was still burning with fever. Severely injured and with a soul-binding nail within him, he could not be moved easily. Fortunately, the presence of the healer Gu Weiyan allowed the others to carefully lift Su Zhenbei onto the cloak and cover him. My elder brother is truly handsome, exuding beauty. Sumi tilted her little head, gazing closely at her elder brother beside her. The black embroidered cloak enveloped an exquisitely beautiful face, with slightly furrowed brows and long lashes casting shadows upon his pale, fragile eyelids. Perhaps the pain from the punishment had caused him to bite his lip, creating a beauty that was both radiant and broken. Now he lay deeply nestled within a dark, wolf-fur cocoon, the dim prison light reflecting blood-red glimmers, presenting a fragile yet enticing beauty. "My lords, please sit against the wall, and we will surround you to provide some protection," Steward Su, the capable head of the Duke's household, quickly directed several remaining servants to gather straw from the dungeon and spread it around Su Zhenbei in the corner, ensuring that all the lords had a place to sit upon it. He sat on the outskirts with several servants shielding him. "Su-san, you lie beside the north of the town and drape the cloak." As the head of the family, old Madame Su maintained a calm demeanor in organizing everything. "Truly my grandmother possesses great spirit," Sumi silently praised her grandmother, feeling reassured that as long as she was present, everyone had a steadfast anchor. Upon hearing her granddaughter's voice, old Madame Su could not help but smile bitterly. She did not consider herself formidable. "Thank you, old Madame Su," Su-san said, his face pale, glancing gratefully at Song Jin-hee. "My wounds have ceased to bleed. The young mistress has tended to my injuries. I can sit against the wall and meditate." During his brief period of consciousness, he recalled that Hua Shan had rendered him unconscious due to his injuries, and that young Master Su had administered a pill to both him and the young master, preserving his life. Hua Shan had also informed him that the young master had already been revived, but was feigning unconsciousness. Only then did Su-san's heart find peace. As a dark guard of the Su family, he, along with Su-yi and Su-heir, was tasked with protecting the 3 generations of the Su family's heads. Now that the old Duke of Jingua had passed away and the general was missing, both Su-yi and Su-heir had perished. Should anything happen to the young master, he could not bear to live on. Indeed, the resilience of the Su family's dark guards is astonishing, Sumi thought to herself, marveling at Su-san's recovery. Though the system produced quality, the medicine was indeed effective. However, Su-san's body was remarkably resilient, having narrowly escaped death from a knife wound to the heart. How could he sit upright and meditate so soon? Hua Shan was genuinely devoted to Su-san. Sumi observed Hua Shan sitting close to him, attempting to block the cold wind seeping in with her slight frame. Unfortunately, Hua Shan's delicate constitution, combined with her thin prison garments, left her trembling from the cold. "I have said, since the plunder of our duke's residence began, and since you chose to accompany us into exile, there are no longer masters and servants here. We are all family." Old Madame Su's gaze swept over the loyal servants encircling them: Su-san, Steward Su, Granny Su, Granny Song, Hua Shan, and Su-an old and young, yet all unwaveringly devoted to the Su family. From the capital to the northern frontier, the journey spanned approximately 3,000 miles, taking around 3 months. It was now late autumn, and they would not reach the place of exile until the depths of winter. The hardships they would face along the way, compounded by the ulterior motives of the emperor and others, were uncertain. If these loyal servants were to perish on the road, the Su family would truly be remiss. "You are gravely injured. The night is too cold, and your stomach is empty. How will you endure?" Song Jin, he felt a twinge of regret. When her elder brother had sent her out of the palace, she should have discreetly sought ways to bring some food along. After all, as exiled criminals under the emperor's watch, she dared not make her brother's actions too conspicuous. If it drew attention from Gutai or the emperor, it would be disastrous. However, if she had concealed a few pieces of dry cakes in her sleeve to stave off hunger, no one would have said anything. As this thought crossed her mind, her stomach audibly growled. Though the sound was not loud, her face flushed with embarrassment. Surrounded by servants, matrons, and her own children, especially with a new daughter-in-law present, it was indeed shameful. "I am wounded and unable to move, but my inner strength remains. I fear not the cold." Su-san firmly believed that his survival was due to the precious medicine provided by Madame Su-heir. He thought that since the medicine was given to him by young Master Su, it must have been sent by Madame Su-heir, the mistress of the Duke's residence and a daughter of the Song family, who always had many valuable things at her disposal. It was entirely reasonable for her to have brought some precious pills before the plunder. Besides, given the severity of the young master's injuries, Madame Su heir would certainly have sought ways to procure some medicine for him. Nevertheless, it was a stroke of fortune for him to receive a life-saving pill intended for the young master. With this in mind, Su San gazed appreciatively at Madame Su heir, silently resolving to protect the Su family with all his might on this journey to ensure their safe arrival at the place of exile. Grandmother, do not worry. With me here, I will ensure they all arrive safely at the place of exile. None shall be lost. Sumi sighed, realizing that these individuals risked their lives to follow the Su family into exile, yet in the original tale, none survived. The Su family had met with a tragic fate, and prior to that, these loyal servants had already perished while protecting their masters. Sumi gazed intently at those encircling them, forming a human shield against the wind and cold, and a peculiar feeling arose within her. In her previous life as a military doctor, she had faced numerous perilous missions, often teetering on the brink of death. The comrades by her side exhibited the same spirit as those loyal servants today, united in their efforts to safeguard the safety of the people, even when aware of the futility of their actions. This was driven by a sense of righteousness and responsibility toward the world. In this life, I have arrived, and I shall not allow you to perish. Sumi's soft, tender voice melted old Madame Su's heart. The old matriarch turned her gaze toward her children. The eldest daughter-in-law, Du Linyang, was already 40 and had long been frail and childless. The second couple was not dependable. The second son was of no use. The only reliable one was the second daughter-in-law. Song Jinhe, the seventh daughter-in-law, Yuranqing, was pregnant with a 6 or 7-month-old child who would be born on the road. Old Madame Su's heart ached as she reflected on her sons. She had given birth to 7 sons in her lifetime, yet now only the useless second son remained by her side. Her loving gaze shifted to her grandchildren. The eldest grandson and his wife, Su Zhenbei and Gu Yuyan, were in a precarious situation, while Yan heir was a good child. She pitied the sheltered daughter of an official for having to endure the hardships of exile. The third grandson, Su Xinan, was 9 years old, and the youngest granddaughter was merely 100 days old. Finally, old Madame Su's gaze settled on the 2 small figures huddled in the corner, Su Qingyuan and Su Ruoyuan. These children were the twin sons of her third son, Su Chengyi. The third daughter-in-law had died in childbirth, and the couple had been deeply in love, choosing not to remarry for many years. Now, the third son had lost an arm and was imprisoned in the prison of Yancheng, waiting for the Su family to be exiled there before they could reunite and be sent to the harshest regions of the northern frontier. These 2 children, only 8 years old, faced congenital heart disease. Old Madame Su's heart twisted in pain. The Su family was fraught with the old and the young, the wounded and the ill. Would the 11 of them truly reach the northern frontier safely? Even without harm, reaching the destination was a daunting challenge, especially with so many scheming individuals seeking to inflict harm. Dry, cold, and hard-steamed buns gurgled a stomach, as another voice of a young girl from the third house piped up, "Mother, my stomach hurts." "Come here, Chiao Chiao. First suck on this candied fruit, then eat this piece of peach blossom pastry." Fourth aunt brought delicious food. Su Xinan's plump figure peeked out from behind Song Jinhe, gazing at the third house where Xiaoping heir was feeding her little daughter, Su Qiao. "Candied fruit? Peach blossom pastry?" Plop. Su Xinan's saliva dripped down. Jojo is afflicted with a delicate ailment, and her mother hangs a cloth pouch around her waist, filled with various delectable treats. Su Xinan, often lost in his studies and prone to spraining his ankle during training, has an uncanny ability to identify those delightful morsels at a mere glance, able to describe their exquisite flavors. "Mother, I am hungry too," a timid voice from the third room interjects. "What do you expect to eat? This is a prison, not a restaurant. Do you think your mother can be as meticulous as Aunt Xia?" Lu Huifan barks at her grandson. "TSK, I've never encountered such a foolish woman." Sumi muses, recognizing the identity of the little boy. The book describes the third branch of the Su family as lacking in members. Lu Huifan has only borne 2 sons, the eldest, Su Qingyuan, perished in battle at Yanqing, leaving behind a wife and a concubine. His legitimate wife, Qingyuan, has one son, Su Zixi, who bears a birthmark that invites scorn and disdain. The concubine, Xia Ping'er, has a daughter, Su Qiaoqiao, who is not Su Qingyuan's child, but rather one brought in by Xia Ping'er. The second son, Su Qingyuan, has yet to marry a proper wife, though he has a horde of servant girls, none of whom have borne him any offspring. Sumi finds Lu Huifen's thought process utterly perplexing. She neglects her own daughter-in-law and grandson, yet dotes on this illegitimate granddaughter. Why is that? As she recalls details from the original narrative, a memory surfaces. Qingyuan was poisoned during her pregnancy with Su Zixi, causing her son to be born with a birthmark, and she was rendered unable to bear more children. Lu Huifen's animosity toward Qingyuan stems from her inability to produce more heirs, leading to her disdain for the grandson who cannot bring honor to the third branch. Furthermore, her aversion to her eldest son fuels her contempt for his entire family. All her hopes are pinned on her favored younger son, wishing for him to secure a prosperous marriage and father a brood of intelligent grandchildren. Xia Ping'er, adept at navigating family dynamics, has ingratiated herself with her in-laws since entering as a concubine, providing them with food and gifts while also courting Su Qingyuan, fostering a familial bond. Come, Zixi, come to your great-grandmother, Lu Laolao calls, casting a glance at her eldest granddaughter. Though she is aging, she is far from foolish. She disapproves of Lu Huifen's favoritism toward the illegitimate child over her own grandson. However, as merely a guest in her son-in-law's household, she cannot meddle in the affairs of the Su family. Lu Laolao pulls Su Zixi close and produces a cold, hard-steamed bun from her bosom. Here, eat, dear. The bun, though made from white flour, is dry and tough, crumbling without moisture. Grandmother, I am hungry too. You can't just cater to your great-grandson. I am here starving as well, Su Qingyuan remarks, leaning against the railing with a smile. This is for you, Lu Laolao responds, retrieving another bun and handing it to him. Su Qingyuan accepts it with one hand, while his other hand reaches out to snatch Su Zixi's bun. Father, you eat this. He offers his father one, sitting down to munch on the other. The audacity! You, an uncle, are stealing your nephew's bun, Lu Laolao scolds softly, before splitting another bun in half, giving one piece to Su Zixi and dividing the other half between Lu Huifen and Lu Xianglian. Finally, she pulls out yet another bun, ignoring everyone and contentedly eating it herself. Grandmother, do you have any more? Please give me another, Su Qingyuan implores, grinning despite his bruised face. No. This is all I had left from the banquet at noon. This old woman, over 70, still has her teeth and can chew tough buns, Sumi observes, amused by the antics of the third branch, noting how a simple meal can unfold into a grand drama. A banquet? Could it be that Lu Laolao's buns were pilfered from the celebratory feast? Goodness, even this elderly woman has mastered the art of modern rural dining, managing to sneak away so many buns after being searched. Truly impressive. Sumi muses, realizing that the officials likely sought gold and silver, entirely dismissing the humble bun. Delicious. I wish to partake. Made from white flour, they are fragrant when soft and delightful even when hard, Su Sinan exclaims, drooling slightly, wiping his mouth before expressing his desire again. You long for it? Your father is so capable, your grandmother is so formidable, yet you cannot procure a single bun? Su Qingyuan laughs, taunting Su Sinan while deliberately chewing loudly in the presence of Su Qinyi, his cousin. It is quite absurd for a young man in his 20s to mock a mere 9-year-old child, especially one who calls him uncle. Sumi cannot help but glance at her seventh aunt, imagining that if her aunt's skills were intact, she would surely hurl a brick at Su Qingyuan, knocking out a couple of his front teeth, rendering him as winded as his mother. When the bun is hard, take a small piece and let it soften in your mouth before swallowing. It will be more palatable, Sumi advises, casting an exasperated look at her brother. Unable to bear the sight, here stands the third young master of the Duke of State's residence, not accustomed to hardship, Yet he is so ravenous over a mere hard bun that he seems to embody the title of little glutton. Father, your teeth are in bad shape. Don't swallow so quickly. Allow it to soften in your mouth first, Su Qingyuan continues, chewing noisily while eyeing the nearly tearful Su Qingyuan, deliberately addressing his father, Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan, seated by the railing, is devouring the white buns, not even lifting his eyelids. He is acutely aware that a horde of concubines' gazes is fixed upon him, and as he eats, he discreetly stashes a few buns in his sleeve, thinking to himself that they will soon be exiled. And the food provided by the officials will be coarse black bread. He must save some provisions for the journey ahead. There isn't a decent person in the third branch. The third son is equally heartless. The old matriarch Su feels a chill in her heart, unaware that tears are streaming down her faded eyes. Grandmother, don't cry. With me here, no one shall bring you harm. Sumi longs to stretch out her small hand to wipe away the tears from her grandmother's eyes. Uncle, would you like some goat's milk? Hand me the baby. All present wear thin prison garments, save for the old matriarch and the recently arrived steward and nurse, who are clad in their own attire. The old matriarch had once fought alongside the late duke for the previous emperor, sustaining injuries and suffering from chronic ailments. Whenever she steps outside, the nurse always carries a cloak, ready to drape it over her. Song Jinha understands her mother-in-law's intent and does not refuse, knowing that the baby is only 100 days old and too small for the cold of the night. She fears for the child's well-being. Carefully, she places the baby into her mother-in-law's arms, who promptly covers the infant with the cloak. Come, Sinan, Jinjuan, Ruiyuan, and Suen, gather here with your grandmother. Madame Su summoned several of her grandchildren, including the 9-year-old page Suen. The children obediently gathered around her, resembling little chicks, encircling their mother hen. Fortunately, Madame Su's cloak was ample and thick, lined with soft, curly lambskin. The children settled on the thick straw, clustering close to her and wrapping themselves in the cloak, their small bodies quickly warming up. Mother, come closer and give me your hand, Sumi called to Song Jinha, who without hesitation moved closer to her mother-in-law and extended her right hand beneath the cloak to grasp Sumi's small hand. Instantly, she felt a warmth and weight within the sleeve, and hastily reaching in with her left hand, she discovered a stash of soft pastries. Green jade bean cakes, chestnut cakes, two-colored bean cakes, red bean rolls. To her astonishment, Song Jinha realized that the assortment of pastries she had concealed in her sleeve weighed nearly 2 pounds, each variety being from the 4-tiered offerings of the 6 fortune pavilion that had accompanied her dowry. Goodness, could the items her precious daughter had collected now be utilized? A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Song Jinha as she recalled how she had gathered a significant portion of the Duke of the State's residence and all the goods from her dowry. If these items could be readily accessed during their banishment journey, it would ensure that even if they were a party of 17 or even 170, they could travel without concern for sustenance. Yet a shadow of worry crept in. Would such exchanges cause harm to her daughter, affecting her fortune or lifespan? Moreover, she feared being seen, lest her daughter be mistaken for a demon and captured for burning. In that moment, the typically astute mistress of the household found herself momentarily stunned. Mother, you must be hungry. Please eat some. Share with everyone, as we are all famished. Sumi's gentle, sweet voice brought Song Jinha back to reality. Indeed, ever since the royal messenger had visited the north town, her heart had been in turmoil, and she had scarcely touched food all day. Following the evening raid, none had partaken of dinner. After a long day filled with exhaustion and fear, and with several injured among them, it was imperative to eat something before their journey at dawn, as they would all need to rely on their own legs. Besides, it was uncertain whether they would be offered a meal before setting out. While the adults might manage, the children, especially those who were injured, could not afford to go without nourishment. Resolving to put aside her worries, Song Jinha hurriedly divided the pastries among everyone. When I arrived, my elder brother gave me a package of pastries. My mind has been in such disarray that I nearly forgot. Had it not been for the food brought from the third house, Mother, Please eat a little. Everyone should have a bite. The pastries were not plentiful, just enough for each person to have a piece, with the children receiving slightly larger portions before they were all gone. As they bit into the treats, the sugar and oil melted in the warmth of their mouths, offering a taste of happiness that immediately comforted their stomachs. The Duke of the State's residence had never been harsh on its servants. These pastries were not just for the masters, but even for the likes of old Madame Su and the other servants, who enjoyed them regularly. In times past, they had seemed unremarkable, yet now, trapped in this prison. Cold, hungry, and injured, they tasted like the most exquisite delicacies. Moreover, there was the goat's milk, sent to their daughter-me by Lord Qian, still warm. Everyone should drink some. We need the strength for the journey tomorrow. After successfully bringing her mother-in-law back from the palace, her elder brother had arranged everything. Although the family bore injuries, they were now together, and Song Jinha felt a sense of relief as she resumed her role as the discerning matriarch. Since Mi did not drink goat's milk and these items could not be stored indefinitely, Song Jinha naturally instructed old Madame Su to distribute the milk to everyone. Following the incident at Qianin Pavilion, the young eunuch was particularly attentive, having prepared 4 bags of goat's milk for me, as well as a cloth bag with a complete set of small cups, spoons, and napkins for drinking the milk. Considering the inconvenience of carrying porcelain on the road, the cups and spoons were all made of wood, exquisite in their craftsmanship, a testament to the palace's fine standards. Regaining her usual meticulousness, Song Jinha set aside 2 cups and a spoon for me, while the remaining 4 sets were given to the others. The beautifully carved small cups, especially the complete set, would fetch a handsome price in modern times. Sumi suppressed the urge to ask her mother not to use those cups. She had plenty of usable cups and bowls in her space, and there were many such items in the office and supermarket. However, with so many eyes from the 3rd house upon her, she dared not reveal modern possessions. Even the items she had collected from the Duke's residence could not be used in front of these people, as she observed everyone drinking goat's milk. Sumi recalled the dishes from the banquet at the Duke's residence, which were now wafting enticing aromas in her space. Her mouth watered at the thought. She did not want powdered milk. She genuinely craved a meal, meat, spices. In modern times, she was a carnivore who thrived on spice. When would she grow teeth? When would she be able to gnaw on bones? If she couldn't eat, she could at least savor the flavors. Pastries? Goat's milk? Hearing Song Jinha's words, everyone from the 3rd house craned their necks, especially when catching the scent of the pastries, which they had previously overlooked but now found utterly appetizing. And the goat's milk. Delicious. This red bean roll is so soft and glutinous. My face is all swollen, and my teeth are loose. These soft treats are just perfect for me. Su Qingyuan exclaimed, biting into the red bean roll his wife had handed him, followed by a sip of the warm goat's milk in his wooden bowl. My brother-in-law is truly thoughtful. From so close, Su Qingyuan watched his cousin devour the pastries and drink the goat's milk, and he immediately found his dry, hard bun unappetizing. Cousin Chinny, could you spare me a sip of goat's milk? My throat is parched. I feel like I'm choking. Stretching his neck, he found it quite unpleasant to swallow the dry bun, especially after hastily hiding the larger portion of it, fearing it would be snatched by his concubine and children. Uncle, you want goat's milk? Good things should be shared with family. Goat's milk. The goat's milk from Lord Qian. It's not that I want to drink it, but everyone in the capital would want it too. Su Qingyuan felt a pang of envy upon hearing Song Jinha mention that the goat's milk was from Lord Qian. This is goat's milk, sent by Lord Qian. Who doesn't he know that the few goats in the palace are raised specifically for the masters? Their feed is not ordinary grass, it's said to be nourished with precious herbs. This isn't just goat's milk, it's akin to a restorative tonic. He was determined to have a taste of that goat's milk. However, he couldn't ask his sister-in-law for it, especially after the earlier altercation with Su Qingyuan. And given that his son had been so rude to her, if he were to speak up now, she certainly would not oblige. On this long journey to exile, survival depends not only on wits but also on physical strength. With my frail body, I must make haste to replenish my strength. Life is paramount. What is my pride worth? Su Qingyuan's long, thin face broke into a wide grin. Chengyi, I am your dear uncle. You are my beloved nephew. You see, I am not being greedy. It's just that I choked on my bun earlier. Please, just a sip to save my life. Uncle, do you truly wish to drink? Is the goat's milk that delightful? Su Qingyuan offered a small bowl of the milk to Su Qingyuan. Oh, my dear nephew, you are truly kind. Su Qingyuan hastily reached out to catch it, but Su Qingyuan pulled back slightly. Uncle, will you hit me again in the future? No, we are family. There are no grudges held overnight. Besides, wasn't it you who struck my son first? Su Qingyuan's face beamed with a smile so wide that his eyes squinted into slits. This couple may bicker, but they bear no ill will. When night falls, they must still sleep together. Our bond is of blood, truly familial. Far more profound than that of mere acquaintances. Observing Su Qingyuan's unapologetic laughter, Sumi couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement at the third branch of the family. They never cease to surprise. Look at them. For the sake of gain and survival, they truly disregard all semblance of dignity. It appears that this is no ordinary goat's milk. Sumi felt a surge of gratitude toward the capricious Lord Qian, who undoubtedly held genuine affection for her. However, this Lord Qian dared to meddle even with the master's provisions. Upon reflection, he was indeed a man bold enough to take a former princess as his partner. Brother, Chengyi, may I have a sip too? Upon awakening, Su Qingyuan found the members of the second branch indulging in pastries and goat's milk. Hearing his father plead with Su Qingyuan for a sip, he felt irked, reasoning that his father, despite his misfortunes, had not yet been exiled and should not beg the second branch, especially for that useless one. I told you, my father is a man of worth. He can smell profit from miles away. Who would have thought such a rare delicacy would come from Lord Qian? The goat's milk from the palace. I've heard from friends that the palace raises goats specifically for the emperor's consorts. They say some are bred especially for the emperor, with milk that can cure men's ailments. I've heard the emperor has been unwell for the past 2 years. Yes, they say the goats eat medicinal herbs and their milk cures those ailments. It was suggested to the emperor by Grand Minister Gu. I must have a few sips. I heard the emperor nearly took the daughter of the Grand Tutor as a consort. It seems his condition might have improved. I have seen no women as numerous as those in the emperor's harem. If I drink a few sips, perhaps my own affliction will be alleviated. With these thoughts, Su Qingyuan's gaze towards Su Qingyuan sparkled with hope. Brother, my dear brother, could you please let me have a sip? The emperor's ailment? Grand Minister Gu's remedy? Su Qingyuan's affliction? Ha. Sumi could hardly contain her laughter. She was imprisoned yet felt compelled to enjoy the gossip. Do you both wish to drink? Then let me have what is in your bowl. Brother, pour another bowl for my father. Doesn't sister-in-law have more? At this, Su Qingyuan squinted, eyeing Su Qingyuan's bowl as if it were a treasure. Brother, I must tell you, this milk is precious. Our family cannot even afford it. You must not be foolish enough to share it with those servants. They do not deserve it. Su Qingyuan observed the third branch, all indulging in goat's milk. Even the lowly Suan, that little scholar, had drunk half a bowl, his eyes turning red with urgency. What good is this goat's milk? Even if our duke's mansion has fallen, our Su family should not be unable to afford goat's milk. Yet you too, who just struck me, now wish to drink a mere sip of goat's milk, suddenly treating me like family again. What wickedness are you concealing? I do not believe you merely desire the sip of goat's milk. Su Qingyuan's hand with the bowl shrank back again, causing Su Qingyuan's eyes to nearly bulge out of their sockets. Brother, my dear brother, listen to me. Su Qingyuan, seeing the goat's milk dwindle sip by sip, grew genuinely anxious. He could no longer afford to hold back and leaned close to Su Qingyuan's ear, secretly relaying information he had heard from his dubious friends. After finishing, he added, Really, brother, my information is absolutely accurate. My friend is someone who has come from the palace. Oh, now that you mention it. This goat's milk is indeed a treasure that cannot be purchased with wealth. It should not be wasted on outsiders, but reserved for our own family. Yes, good things must be kept for our kin, especially for us men. We must drink more to strengthen our bodies and better protect our women and children. As for those servants, how can they be worthy of palace provisions? Su Chengli watched as the bowl in Su Chengyi's hand came closer to him. Indeed. My son is right. We, the third branch, now stand as the most significant men of the Su family. If our strength falters, our entire family shall have no hope. We must drink, and we must drink abundantly. Su Qingyuan cast a satisfied glance at his son. When it comes to verbal finesse, my dear son excels. He knows how to speak sweetly. Su Qingyuan, that useless fellow, is no match for my son in cunning. With a swift motion, Su Qingyuan downed the goat's milk in his bowl in a few gulps, to the disbelief of the two watchers. The two stared incredulously at the empty bowl. Did you not say that such good things must be reserved for family? Su Qingyuan feigned innocence. Indeed, Su Chengyi's expression darkened. Su Qingyuan, you tricked me. What of it? Family? You are hardly human. Su Qingyuan suddenly smacked his lips in front of Su Qingyuan. This goat's milk truly lives up to its reputation. It is sweet and carries a hint of medicinal fragrance. Ha ha, Sumi was nearly beside herself with laughter. When it comes to mischief, her father reigns supreme. This outrageous, infuriating scoundrel presented himself as if to say, "This is who I am. What of it? If you are displeased, then strike me. You both were right. Good things must be reserved for family. Why can't we buy fever-reducing medicine? Jinhe, try to give Zhenbei another dose. Let the remaining portion be divided among the children." The old matriarch calmly instructed Song Jinha to distribute the remaining bulk of goat's milk. Yes, do as mother says. I just shook the bundle. And my elder brother had placed some other items inside. I will distribute these now. Upon exchanging glances with her mother-in-law, Song Jinha understood her intentions. After years of working together as mother and daughter-in-law, their coordination was remarkably seamless. Since this goat's milk was given by Lord Qian, and judging by the words of Uncle Zan and Su Chengli, they were all aware of its preciousness. If they were to keep it, they would surely inform the officials escorting them. Those officials rarely encountered palace goods and would undoubtedly seize it. Hence, it must all be consumed tonight. Oh dear! What package has my elder brother ever sent? Was it not just now, while everyone was eating and no one was paying attention, that me Bao snuck something into my sleeve? Mother, quickly distribute the warming moxa patches to everyone. Otherwise, if we freeze tonight, those with injuries will surely develop fevers like my elder brother. As for those without injuries, our family consists of women and children, all of whom are in poor health and cannot withstand the cold. By dawn, everyone will be ill. Upon hearing me Bao's words, Song Jinha's expression changed. What is most feared on the road to exile? Naturally, it is the chill that leads to illness. In a state of hunger and cold, devoid of medicine and care, should the chill of winter take hold and fever ensue, the elderly and the young among them would surely find themselves in dire straits. Despite the presence of the physician Yenner, lives remain precarious. Su Qingyuan, how brazen you are! Do you dare to mock our third household? Mark my words. Your time will come. Watching the second household swiftly consume all the goat's milk left Su Qingyuan deflated, collapsing onto the ground. Su Qingli ground his teeth, cursing Su Chengyi vehemently. Just wait, with your nest of the elderly and the young, the sick and the disabled, they will all perish in due time. Filled with hatred, Su Qingli longed to unleash every vile word he had ever learned upon the second household. Such wickedness, devoid of humanity. No wonder all the men in the family have met their demise. Soon, the young ones will follow suit. Lu Huifan, deeply concerned for her youngest son, noticed his pale face and trembling body, and she scolded the second household with heartfelt anger. Suddenly, 3 sharp sounds pierced the air. The voices of Su Qingyuan, Su Chengli, and Lu Huifan fell silent. With a sudden gasp, Su San, who had been resting, spat blood and collapsed onto the grass mat. Alas, what folly! Sumi furrowed her small face like a bitter gourd. Let them curse, she thought. It wouldn't tire her, for their words would not touch her. Moreover, they dared not raise their voices for fear of attracting the authorities and facing punishment. Yet, Su San could not tolerate insults directed at his master. Alas! He was already teetering on the edge of life and death, barely saved by a life-extending elixir, and now, in a moment of recklessness, he exerted his internal energy, only to cough up blood and faint again. Patience is vital in grand schemes. Initially, Su San was expected to protect them, given his martial prowess. But his unyielding loyalty proved to be his downfall. He lacked adaptability. Su San, Huafan exclaimed, unable to contain her alarm as she observed his distress. He deserves it. That blind servant. The three masters of the third household found themselves rendered mute, their voices stifled. The rest of the household, lacking any fundamental conflict with the second household, fell silent. Only Lu Wanwan uttered a curse, warning that anyone who dared to speak without reason would face her wrath. Yi Ranqing, who had been quietly recuperating, suddenly spoke a harsh word, demonstrating an unexpected strength despite her weakened state. In that moment, Sumi recognized Yi Ranqing's formidable reputation as the third-ranked martial artist in the realm, not only for her skills, but also for her intellect. However, she sensed that Yi Ranqing's current state did not reflect her full potential. Could it be that during her exile, she encountered some fortuitous event that enhanced her abilities? With Su Quanming and his companions silenced, the remaining members of the third household, numbering over a dozen, hesitated to confront the second household. A profound silence enveloped the prison. Initially startled, Su Quanming soon realized that Su San's injuries and insufficient strength, along with their status as masters, meant he had not exerted his full force. The impact was mild. Aside from being unable to speak, he felt no lasting harm. The commotion had left them all weary, and the three relatives huddled together, closing their eyes to restore their energy. Once their voices were freed, he vowed not to spare Su San, that wretched servant. Why can't I procure medicine anymore? Sumi pondered, considering retrieving some fever-reducing medicine from her space for her elder brother. She descended to the pharmacy on the first floor, where the lights were bright and the computer aglow, the rows of medicine appearing quite tempting. Yet, she found herself unable to take any. 500 points. And you can ascend from level 1 to level 2, allowing you to purchase goods worth 500 yuan daily. Once purchased, it will cease automatically. The rabbit's excited voice chimed in, Master, do you want to see? The items you collected are all ready. How do you know my items are good? Did you sneak a peek while I was away? Sumi recalled the items she had pilfered from the Emperor's household, all haphazardly piled on the first floor. Yet she had not had the chance to organize them. Master, didn't I mention? As you level up, my abilities will enhance as well. I have regained my capacity for organization, and I will promptly arrange any items you collect in the future. So, if I level up for 500 points, I can only buy goods worth 500 yuan daily? If I spend more to reach a higher level, does that mean I can buy more? Yes, that's the gist. You will have to wait until after midnight tonight to purchase the fever-reducing medicine. This matter of the fever could not be delayed. Sumi suddenly recalled the cup of hot water she had taken from the supermarket. After her mother prepared the formula, she had returned the cup. Now, she focused her mind and found the cup restored, full and steaming. Intrigued, she ventured into the supermarket to check on the diapers, formula, and onesies she had previously taken. While she struggled to assess the diapers and formula, the onesies were unmistakable. The rack still held a onesie identical to the one she was wearing. What a delightful surprise! The items within her spatial hospital were all regenerative. No matter how many she took, they would revert to their original state. She could never take everything. Rabbit. What about the pastries from Liufu building? And the goat's milk? Have they restored as well? No. The items from the Great Qi dynasty that you have collected can be used anytime and are not limited in quantity, but they are not regenerative. Sumi wore a knowing smile, unperturbed. She could simply gather items as she journeyed through the Great Qi dynasty. The freedom to access her collected items without restriction was truly wonderful. The system had finally done something commendable. As for the items from her original world, they were limited. But that was no problem. She would strive to level up. Rabbit, when I reach level 10, aside from being able to use telepathy to make calls. Will there be better benefits? Yes, absolutely. The system delivers only the finest. There's nothing you can't achieve. Sumi pouted. The more she listened, the more she felt something was amiss. Wasn't that a classic sales pitch? For instance, what kind of benefits? Give me an example. Confidential. The rabbit replied with a mischievous grin. Suddenly, Sumi smirked, looking at the rabbit with feigned seriousness. I don't want to play anymore. I want to procure fever-reducing medicine for the villain. I want to save the Su family either. I want to end it all. With a face of resignation, she declared that she never wished to be transported into the story, nor did she desire telepathy, spatial abilities, or reincarnation. All of it was thrust upon her by the system. This world of paper characters was utterly dull. I want to die, and I'll take you with me. Master, the little rabbit's big eyes glistened with tears as it feigned a cute expression. You can't think that way. Better to live poorly than to die well. This world of paper characters is still a life. You dare not speak the truth to me? If I were to perish in this realm of paper figures, would the battle spirit system still transport me to another world? Yet, your existence as a system steward would vanish forever, would it not? Ah, little rabbit. I never anticipated that my master before me possessed such depth of feeling. Is she attempting to deceive me, or has she truly uncovered something? Though her expression remained composed, the flicker of panic in her large eyes did not escape Sumi's keen observation. In an instant, she discerned that every subtle hint could serve as a clue. How amusing! She calls me her master, yet is constantly maneuvering around me. In Sumi's world, there has never been an insurmountable predicament. Furthermore, you need not level up to exit this space and see the outside world, correct? At this revelation, the expression on the little rabbit's face crumbled entirely. Her long, snow-white ears drooped down. She was merely an adorable little rabbit, devoid of any ill intentions, always considering her master's well-being. Listen to her tone. She instantly transformed into a cute little darling. A true embodiment of a green tea princess, without a doubt. Straighten your tongue and speak properly. It is not one but I. Sumi shot a glance at the green tea rabbit and inquired, Now tell me, how can I procure fever-reducing medicine at this very moment? With a semblance of a smile, Sumi fixed her gaze on the rabbit, though no mirth shone in her eyes. If you dare to suggest I defer payment, I shall promptly send you to your demise after midnight when I deduct from tomorrow's limit of 500. Very well, I shall speak the unvarnished truth. My initial actions were merely to gauge your capabilities as my new master. Despite being a consummate agent and healer, you are significantly weaker than my previous masters. The rabbit wore a look of deep grievance. My former masters were either celestial beings or earthly war gods. Accompanying them, I was at worst a lion, a steed of unmatched swiftness, or a golden eagle. Yet, here with you, I have become a feeble little rabbit. Master, I am the mightiest battle spirit system of the three realms, yet I find myself transformed into a mere rabbit, and a female one at that. I am truly ashamed to face anyone. Sumi nearly lost her composure at the sight of the rabbit's woeful expression, stifling a laugh. So, your desire for me to level up swiftly stems not only from testing my abilities, but also because once I do, you will be able to transform, is that so? Sumi felt increasingly attuned to the rabbit's thoughts. Indeed, you are correct. When I level up, will you be able to take human form? Or will you become a rabbit spirit or a rabbit demon? The rabbit observed Sumi, who was becoming gradually more excited, and immediately sensed that she had been deceived. To leave this space and take human form like Baisuzhen, the snake spirit? Human-like, yet possessing extraordinary powers, is that not so? Sumi was now thoroughly exhilarated, no longer concerned with maintaining her grip over the situation. If her rabbit truly possessed such prowess, she could roam freely within this world of paper figures. Just imagine the scenario. Typically, this enchanting little beauty cradles a snow-white, adorable rabbit. When assistance is required, the rabbit could transform into human form to serve as her maid. When facing adversities, the rabbit would swiftly morph into a rabbit demon or a rabbit spirit, annihilating any foes in an instant. Master, your current level is low. which is why I can only accompany you as a rabbit. Once your level rises, I shall be able to take human form. Yes, a female one, with some extraordinary abilities, though not as formidable as you envision. How does my prowess compare to that of my seventh aunt? Is it higher or lower? If your level is sufficiently elevated, I will be akin to you, Ranching. My goodness, this is a tremendous gain. The battle spirit system is truly benevolent. It has transported me into a story, granted me telepathic abilities, provided a vast space, and now bestowed upon me a grand steward, maid, and protector. Sumi was elated, her heart brimming with praise for the system, entirely forgetting that she had just criticized it mercilessly. Rabbit, you must understand that you belong to me. From this moment forth, when I instruct you to go east, you shall not venture west. Regardless of what transpires, you must prioritize my needs above all else. Do you comprehend? Understood. The rabbit felt a sense of indignation. How did she shift from being a master of the situation to a mere servant? As if she had signed a contract of servitude? The fever-reducing medicine is in your office. You may retrieve it directly. No need to purchase? No need for credit? Sumi momentarily faltered. Was it not said that items from the original world were limited? The supermarket items have restrictions. But your office is your private property and does not require purchase. You may use it freely, just as in the original world. The rabbit, flexible and adaptive, accepted her new role as the grand steward and domestic maid of her new master. I understand now. The items in my office, as well as the 3 patient rooms in the 3rd floor ward for which I am responsible, are mine from the original world and can be used without expending points. There are no restrictions, correct? Sumi was filled with excitement at the thought of her little courtyard in town. Given this understanding, it was her purchased private property, and she could access its contents freely to treat injuries. Yes, indeed. Wonderful. I know what to do. Sumi nearly embraced the rabbit, planting a large kiss on it. Oh, dear rabbit, I adore you so. In that moment, her consciousness flashed, and she found herself in her office. She vividly recalled the large package of medicine in her desk drawer, a gift from her friend Qin Xiaoyu half a year prior during the COVID pandemic, who had chided her for neglecting her own health while tending to others. Later, the hospital had also provided each employee with a generous medicine package containing not only remedies for COVID and various flu strains, but also medications for everyday ailments such as diarrhea. How could I have forgotten this? Sumi then remembered the emergency medical kit in her office's secret room, stocked with other supplies beyond just firearms. As the vice captain of the Cold Front team, she not only undertook missions like her teammates, but also served as the team's medic. Fever-reducing medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs. Mother, do not move. I will fetch medicine for Big Brother. Sumi nestled in her grandmother's embrace, employing the dual telepathy with her mother. Song Jinha sat closely beside her grandmother, holding Mi Bao Bao's small hand within her own, the wide sleeves concealing everything. Also, antiseptic and band-aids. These 2 items are from my emergency kit. Song Jinha felt several items subtly added to her sleeves. Mother, the white tablets are for fever. Take one and secretly give it to Big Brother. The green ones are anti-inflammatory. Give him 2. Sumi was also conflicted. These items could not be seen. Were it not for her small stature, she wouldn't have been able to stealthily retrieve the tablets. Once you have taken them, keep the rest in your sleeves and do not move them. I will retrieve them later when you need to take more. The pills were relatively easy to conceal, but alcohol and bandages were another matter entirely. After pondering for a moment, Sumi suggested, Mother, why not discreetly hand the alcohol bottle to my sister-in-law so she can apply it for my brother's wounds? For the larger injuries, we can use bandages to cover them. This will prevent infection and facilitate quicker healing. Sumi considered her unique circumstances. She could not keep her ability to access space a secret from her family. After all, she would need to retrieve food and supplies from it during their journey. It was impractical to require her mother to concoct excuses for each instance. Furthermore, given her grandmother's experiences and her brother and sister-in-law's intelligence, it was futile to maintain such a facade. Since concealment was impossible, she decided to embrace transparency. Through their shared experiences and countless events, Sumi felt the unconditional love her family had for her, their cherished little one. As for whether outsiders would discover her secret, Sumi had faith that her family would devise a means to protect her privacy. Mother, don't forget the mugwort worm patches I gave you earlier. Please distribute one to each person, removing the labels first. Let them sit for a while and then stick them to the lower back of their inner garments. They will warm up and alleviate the cold. All right, my precious child, I shall seek out your sister-in-law first. She hails from a family of Imperial physicians and possesses greater knowledge in such matters than I do. You need not worry. She is wise, discreet, and understands the gravity of our situation. Gu Weiyan had grown up watching Song Jinha, and now, with the complete severance of ties with the Gu family, she had become an integral member of the Su family. Your father and your third brother, however, are less astute. They can be naive and talkative. Although they know of your capabilities, they are unlikely to disclose them. Still, one can never be too careful. In the event they fall prey to deception, they will only grasp the generality of the situation, not the intricacies. A warmth enveloped Sumi's heart, despite the turmoil at home, with her father and brother injured. Her mother was regaining her composure and focusing solely on her well-being. Song Jinha shifted closer, discreetly slipping something into Gu Yueyan's hand while whispering instructions about its use. Of course, given the inopportune context, Song Jinha did not disclose that these items originated from Sumi. Instead, she claimed they were valuable goods procured by her brother from a merchant ship in Nanyang. Being from a family of Imperial physicians, Gu Weiyan found the properties and application of the item to be quite peculiar. Upon receiving the small, smooth pill, she was certain such a concoction could not exist even within the royal palace's medical department, let alone in Nanyang. Having observed her grandfather and uncle heal others since childhood, she had never encountered such a method of creation. Her uncle, who traveled far and wide to procure rare medicines, had always brought her fascinating trinkets and shared stories of his adventures. Yet, he had never mentioned such a remedy. The thought of her uncle, Liu Yeshi, who had escaped a massacre years ago, filled her with an indescribable sense of longing. Years had passed, and she wondered where he might be now. Hiding under an assumed identity, her heart's only desire, apart from escaping the Gu family with her brother, was to one day reunite with her uncle. He was the only person in the world who had ever truly cared for her and her brother. Taking a deep breath, Gu Weiyan cast aside her sorrow. The most pressing concern now was to heal her husband's wounds and ensure their survival in exile. She administered the medication to Su Zhenbei and offered him some goat's milk. The family formed a protective circle around him, seated with their backs toward him, while Su Lafuren and several children were adjacent, with Su San leaning against the wall. As Gu Weiyan lifted her cloak, shielding them from view, the dim light from the corridor cast shadows, obscuring the happenings within. Even if some members of the Su family remained awake, they could not discern the nature of the proceedings. Despite her mental preparation, Gu Weiyan was taken aback when she opened the alcohol. The liquid in the glass vial bore a scent of alcohol, but it was not wine. She tore a strip from her soft, white undergarment, dipped it in the alcohol, and carefully cleaned Su Zhenbei's wounds. His injuries were extensive and severe. The alcohol's sting roused him from a half-conscious state, and though he stifled cries of pain, he trembled and eventually lost consciousness again. The most serious injuries were on his ribs and back. She applied antiseptic and bandaged them. His back was treated similarly, but only after using alcohol and antiseptic. She wrapped it in a clean strip of her undergarment. As for the poison within Su Zhenbei and his internal injuries, along with the 6 soul-binding nails embedded in his body, Gu Weiyan had no means to address them in the confines of the prison. However, she was relieved to find that the pulse indicated the poison seemed under control. It had neither dissipated nor intensified. Once Su Zhenbei's injuries were tended to, Gu Weiyan opened the mugwort worm patches her mother-in-law had given her. Following her mother-in-law's instructions, she allowed them to sit for a while and was pleasantly surprised to find they had become warm. She placed one patch on Su Zhenbei's lower back and another on his abdomen. Astute as she was, Gutai had noticed the peculiarities surrounding the awakenings of Su San and Su Zhenbei. They were both interconnected. Earlier, Su San had been cradling their little sister, Sumi. Now, with the introduction of these strange items by her mother-in-law, she couldn't help but ponder how her mother-in-law had known of the impending danger posed by her stepmother. The events involving Aunt Chi and the old fox from Chengyi Pavilion who had sent goat's milk to little sister Sumi flooded her mind. Sumi was undoubtedly an extraordinary child. Gu Weiyan glanced at her mother-in-law, who was now seated beside her grandmother, whispering softly to her. At that moment, her mother-in-law produced a peculiar object from her wide sleeve and began distributing it to the children concealed beneath their cloaks. It seemed as if her sleeve were a cornucopia, capable of yielding an abundance of treasures. Yet, Gu Weiyan, ever composed and discerning, chose to remain silent. Deep down, she felt more resolute in her decision to leave the Gu family, taking her brother with her to join the Su family, even if it meant exile. That, too, could be a form of happiness. She touched the wound on her face, which had been tended to with care, but the long, deep scar would remain as a reminder. From then on, she would bear the mark of a scarred woman. Lowering her gaze, she gazed upon her husband, who lay unconscious, injured yet still strikingly beautiful. Despite being branded a convict, he was still Su Zhenbei, a man of undeniable allure and pride. Would he ever accept a disfigured woman as his wife? If he were to awaken and still embrace her, she would pledge to stand by him for a lifetime, even if it meant wandering the world together, making the vastness of the earth their home. If he harbors disdain for her, then she shall wait until she has healed his wounds, and only after they reach the place of exile will she depart. After all, their union was merely a political marriage orchestrated by parental decree and matchmakers' words. Little does the elder sister know, her husband harbors feelings for her that transcend the mere obligations dictated by their families. Gu Weiyan resolved to employ her medical skills to safeguard each member of her husband's family during their future journey into exile. For she cherished this family dearly, as it bestowed upon her a warmth and kinship that the Gu residents had never offered, true familial love. As night deepened, the wind roamed restlessly across the land. With dawn's arrival, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed within the dungeon, accompanied by the sharp reprimands of the guards, the crack of whips against flesh, and the anguished cries of men and women alike. Sumi jolted awake, her eyes widening as she beheld the cell door opposite swinging open, a throng of individuals being herded inside like swine. The men were shackled, while the women were bound together in a line. "Quickly, eat up. We leave in half an hour," shouted the guards. A few jailers entered, carrying wooden buckets. "Get up. It's time for your meal." They kicked at the prisoners sprawled on the ground. With a clatter, 5 large wooden bowls were flung down. A plump jailer stirred the contents of the bucket and ladled a sludgy mixture of yellow and green into the bowls, emanating a stale odor reminiscent of leftovers. "Here are your rations, 1 for each adult, half for the children." A thin jailer, with a wicker basket slung over his shoulder, distributed blackened bread. "Surprisingly, they're actually giving us breakfast before the journey?" Sumi scrutinized the dubious hue of the mixture and suspected it was merely swine feed. The foul-smelling broth likely consisted of the remnants from last night's pig slop. Even within the confines of a prison, this was the Emperor's domain, and providing a meal to exiled prisoners before their departure could be viewed as a modicum of humane consideration. The funds allotted by the Ministry of Revenue to the Ministry of Justice had been siphoned through numerous hands, leaving little for those truly managing the provisions. Ultimately, receiving a bowl of pig slop was a stroke of fortune, for once these exiled prisoners left the dungeon, they would never return. Pouting, Sumi thought to herself that she needed to devise a means to provide her family with something decent to eat before they set off. Otherwise, the frail and ailing members of her family might faint before they even left the capital. Regret washed over her. She should have awakened earlier to ensure her family had something to eat before the guards arrived. With so many eyes upon her now, Stealing food would be no easy feat. Ouch, my head. A woman cried out from the cell opposite. Sumi looked up, recognizing that the newly arrived prisoners, both men and women, young and old, were thrust into the cell together without segregation. A man, donning a wooden yoke, bent down to grab his piece of bread, inadvertently striking a nearby woman on the head with the yoke. She immediately clutched her head, blood seeping through her fingers. How could I have forgotten such a crucial detail? Sumi's heart raced as she realized the gravity of the situation. They were about to embark on their journey, and all males aged 10 and above were shackled. Among their group of 17, her father, elder brother, steward Su, and Su-san would all be wearing yokes. Sumi quickly activated her mind-reading ability, selecting the one-way option to hear the thoughts of those around her. She opted for the blood relations setting in the two-way mind-reading, allowing her to communicate her thoughts with anyone sharing her bloodline. She recalled the events detailed in the original text, where the Su family faced several grave incidents during their day of exile, nearly failing to survive the journey out of the capital. Today, she needed to be exceedingly cautious. Rabbit, can you transform? Sumi mused, realizing that relying solely on herself would make it challenging to protect everyone in the Su family. Master, I can. Then transform into a rabbit design and perch on my little hat. The rabbit, filled with excitement, finally had the chance to explore the world outside. Wearing a baby rabbit hat, Sumi looked adorable. Since Mi Bao was born in the year of the rabbit, she had received a rabbit-embroidered swaddling blanket and a rabbit hat for her 100-day celebration. The pink hat, adorned with a ring of white fox fur, featured an exquisite embroidery of a lively little white rabbit clutching a carrot, smiling innocently. The rabbit emerged, and to the untrained eye, there seemed to be no noticeable change. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the rabbit appeared almost lifelike, its eyes inlaid with rubies that sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. In the dim dungeon, it emanated a mysterious glow, as if a pair of eyes were observing the world. Hey, where do you think you're touching? Sumi turned her head just in time to see the plump jailer reaching into Lu Xianglian's prison garb. Search every master thoroughly, he barked. What do you think you're hiding, you filthy prisoner? I'm here to check if you've concealed anything. Let me remind you, hoarding valuables is a serious offense. Oh, officer, my wife is quite ignorant. Please don't hold it against her. Su Qingyuan grinned, trying to placate the guards. Isn't this Su-san? And this lady must be your wife. How audacious of her. How fortunate that Su-san's wife, despite her age, possesses such fair and delicate skin. It's a pity, though, that the brothers who searched her yesterday surely did a thorough job. I doubt I'll find much of value. The portly jailer casually removed the last hairpin from Lu Xianglian's hair, causing her locks to cascade down, obscuring her expression. What kind of eyes do you have? I am indeed Su-san's wife, and she is my sister. Lu Huifan exclaimed, unable to endure the ignorance of those around her. Oh dear, I truly am blind. The plump officer stepped closer, yanking down Lu Huifan's prison garb to reveal her inner skirt, regardless of her protests, and brazenly groped her from the waist down to her feet in full view of the crowd. You scoundrel! I am the third mistress of the Su family. Su-san's wife, I truly must thank you for your generosity today. Rest assured, once we step outside, I'll ensure my brothers treat you well. In the blink of an eye, the plump officer had extracted a multitude of items from Lu Huifan. Jewelry hidden within her bodice, gold leaves concealed in her underskirt, and silver notes tucked into her shoes. It was well known that ever since Mi Bao had informed Song Jinhe that the emperor was soon to confiscate their assets, she had hurriedly prepared. Fearing leaks, she had not dared to speak openly but had discreetly hinted to those in the Su family's third branch. To everyone's surprise, Su-san's wife had indeed played her cards right, managing to hide away such a trove of valuables. After being searched upon entering prison, nothing had been discovered. Mainly because no one would suspect that a woman of Su-san's stature and age could possibly conceal anything in such a place. My heavens, this is unbearable. The plump officer's search opened a new avenue for the guards delivering meals. Look here. The women from the noble families are far craftier than we gentlemen could ever imagine. The jailers exchanged glances, abandoning the meal distribution as they began a new round of searches. The exquisite glass bottle, valued at 100 taels, was a treasure that the prison guards would undoubtedly covet. What would become of the potion contained within? Sumi heard the startled thoughts of her sister-in-law. Mother, quickly, pass me the alcohol from my sister-in-law's hands. It was her oversight. If the guards discovered the glass bottle, they would mistakenly believe that every member of the Su family's second branch harbored valuable possessions, leading to a thorough search of their persons. The family had gathered around, sharing their meager meal, with Su, the steward, distributing the coarse bread and 2 bowls of gruel to each individual. They remained seated, as the commotion in the opposite cell prompted the matriarch to instruct everyone to stay put, allowing the steward to manage the situation. After all, there were injured members and children in the family. Safety took precedence over sustenance. Moreover, the previous night they had all been treated to a hearty meal by Mi Bao, ensuring they were not driven to desperate measures for food. Nearby, Song Jinhe heeded her obedient daughter's words and discreetly patted Gu Weiyan's back, prompting her to swiftly conceal the alcohol bottle within her mother-in-law's ample sleeves. Clever as Gu Weiyan was, she understood that her mother-in-law likely harbored secrets within those sleeves. Though her mother-in-law did not speak of it, she chose to feign ignorance, trusting that her mother-in-law would manage the situation adeptly. Mother, when we set off, have Su Mama and Steward Su assist you. I will carry Mi Bao. As Song Jinhe took Mi Bao from the matriarch's arms, she immediately felt a small hand slipping into her sleeve, causing the item to vanish in an instant. The guards, indifferent to the cries of the third branch, conducted a thorough search of both men and women. 2 guards advanced toward the second branch of the Su family. The matriarch, seated on the grass mat, calmly regarded the approaching guards, stating, "It is well known in the capital that our Su family's second branch places great importance on family discipline. They are mere servants and would not have the opportunity to conceal our family's possessions." The guards, aware of the formidable reputation of the Su family matriarch, who had assisted the late emperor alongside the former Duke of State, recognized that her fierce presence was not something they could challenge. Since the matriarch has spoken so, we shall refrain from searching. However, we request that the masters of the second branch voluntarily surrender any items they possess. That old woman, though aged, exudes an aura of intimidation. Should she be angered, who knows what she might do? Even as a prisoner, her status could allow her to eliminate a lowly guard without consequence. It would not be wise to provoke her. Grandmother is formidable. Sumi silently cheered for her grandmother, noting the cowardice of the guards. Our family is currently preoccupied with my son's wedding preparations. How could we possibly have time to hide anything? As the lady of the house, Song Jinhe was always prepared to step forward in times of need. Yesterday, they took everything of value from us. We were left with only a single garment and a filthy, tattered prison uniform. Look, they even took my belt. Su Qingyuan pouted, displaying her round little belly. A chuckle nearly escaped Sumi's lips. Indeed, during the previous search, the officials had not dared to inspect the bodies of the women from the second branch. Yet they had confiscated any conspicuous adornments, including fragrant pouches hanging from their waists. Her brother had his belt taken due to the few embedded beads, leading to a near scuffle between 2 officials over the prize. Su Qingyuan, being stout, had to make do with a torn piece of fabric from Song Mama to secure his trousers. My son emerged from the prison in a state of unconsciousness. With nothing to his name, Song Jinhe quickly explained as the guards cast their gaze towards Su Zhenbei on the floor. Nonsense, second Madame Su. That cloak appears quite valuable. One guard remarked, reaching for the cloak enveloping Su Zhenbei. Gu Weiyan interjected sharply, "Are you certain you wish to take my husband's cloak? It was gifted to him by the Prince of Yan when my mother and I returned yesterday after the rain. With winter approaching, this cloak will keep my family warm." The slender guard swiftly blocked the chubby one, smiling broadly. "Come on, let my younger brother have this one." "Yan Prince?" The guards froze, realizing they were dealing with someone connected to the notorious royal family. My lady is the daughter of the esteemed Gutai. Are you two implying you wish to search her? The sound of a fan being opened echoed, heightening the tension. Gutai? The favored one at the emperor's side? The infamous wolf of the prison? The guards' expressions faltered. They realized they were in over their heads. What a pity. Truly. The nobility of the Duke of State is evident. Even a child's cap shines like a ruby. The lean guard, pulled away by his companion, greedily eyed the hat on Sumi's head. How dare they covet my belongings? Sumi fumed internally, her eyes flashing with indignation. With a sudden slip, the lean guard stumbled and fell into a barrel, splashing broth everywhere. I'm trying to get up, he cried, struggling to rise amidst the chaos, only to fall again repeatedly until finally pulled up by the chubby guard, now drenched in broth and with a suspicious vegetable leaf stuck in his hair. If not for the inappropriate timing, Sumi would have laughed heartily at the absurdity of it all. The rabbit's spirit was indeed one of vengeance, and the character resonated with her own temperament. Half an hour later, the men were shackled, and the women were tied together with ropes. The guards, exasperated, abandoned their buckets and baskets, storming out. Meanwhile, the newly arrived guards had completed their searches and echoed similar announcements about departing in half an hour. With a clang, the prison door slammed shut, and the guards began to disperse their confiscated items. In half an hour, quickly. I must devise a way to procure some protective items for my father. Otherwise, burdened with that heavy wooden yoke and with my father's injuries, the journey will only exacerbate his condition. Sumi dared not dwell further on the grim possibilities. Everyone, quickly gather some clean straw and soften it to stuff into the prison uniforms. Song Jinha, ever the capable matriarch, faced the circumstances head-on, recalling her experiences of disguising herself as a man for years while traveling and conducting business. Upon hearing the lean guard mention the cold dampness from the previous night's rain, Song Jinha immediately devised a plan. In this late autumn season, they are once again exiled northward, with the weather growing colder by the day. These individuals, frail and infirm, are clad in thin garments. Without support, they would surely succumb to hunger or freeze to death. Mother is truly remarkable. Sumi couldn't help but praise her mother. Stuffing dry straw between their prison clothes and undergarments not only blocks the cold, but also retains warmth. The critical advantage is that, as exiles, they must traverse from the prison to the Imperial city, a journey far from short. Although she was unaware of the exact distance between the dungeon and the city gate, she could reasonably surmise it was not particularly close. Moreover, they would have to walk the entire way, taking at least an hour to exit the city. Yes, and there would be common folk obstructing their path. Sumi suddenly recalled a detail from a book she had read. Today, several exiles were being paraded together, causing the townspeople to flock to the streets in curiosity. With the incitement of those with ulterior motives, the uninformed populace became furious, and despite the presence of guards, they hurled vegetable scraps and excrement. Stuffing some straw in their clothing would not only shield them from the cold, but also protect them from the objects thrown by the crowd. They helped each other gather straw. Su's steward reacted swiftly. As soon as the master spoke, he commanded several servants, including Huashan, to collect the less soiled, softer straw for the master. Everyone assisted in stuffing it into the back of their clothing, binding the cuffs and pant hems with cloth strips. The women from the Su family's second and third branches, initially taken aback, quickly joined the effort to gather straw. As for listening to his wife, Su Qingyuan was the most attentive. Upon hearing Song Jinha's words, he hastened to shove the straw from beside the fence into the women's prison. They were situated in a male prison that housed only the 3 men of the Su family. Fortunately, this cell had recently been laid with fresh straw. After Su Qingyuan managed to cram most of the new straw through, Su Sanyi finally came to his senses and hurried to gather straw as well. But most of the new straw had already been taken by Su Qingyuan. Yet, the remaining handfuls he managed to gather for Lu Huifan were still more than what Su Huifan had managed for herself. Turning around, Song Jinha assisted Su Qingyuan in stuffing straw into his pant legs. Mother, please apply this medicine to father's wounds first. Seizing the opportunity, Sumi purchased some iodine from a nearby market, instructing her mother to apply it to her father's injuries. After a night had passed, the bruises on Su Qingyuan's body and face had changed colors, some yellow, some black, some red, all quite ghastly. Applying iodine now would raise no suspicions, given the discoloration. Let S replace the heating pads with new ones, Sumi thought, considering that her father would be wearing heavy wooden shackles and leg irons that would surely chafe his skin. After pondering for a moment, her gaze swept across the market. And an idea struck her. Consciousness in, body out, retrieving items from afar. She quickly went to her office and retrieved a pack of extra-long sanitary pads. Mother, tear off the smooth paper on the back and stick a layer on father's neck, ankles, and wrists. Then, bind his sleeves and pant legs. Having traveled the world, Song Jinhe had encountered many strange items. Upon hearing her daughter's instructions, she immediately understood the implication. The item her daughter produced was indeed a remarkable one, soft, thick, and protective of the skin. With an additional layer of straw and properly bound, her husband could wear the shackles without the risk of skin irritation. Unfortunately, the heavy wooden yoke would still press upon his shoulders, and given her husband's low tolerance for hardship, his shoulders would likely become red and swollen. Listening to her mother's thoughts, Sumi recalled another item and retrieved it from her office wardrobe, a black neck gaiter designed for winter motorcycle riding, providing warmth and wind protection. Mother, there's something under the elder brother's cloak. Put it on father, it will protect his shoulders from the yoke. The neck gaiter was thick, and Sumi was not foolish enough to simply tuck it into her mother's sleeve. Even if the sleeve was wide, extracting such an item from within would seem unreasonable. Song Jinhe asked no further questions, knowing her daughter's preparations must be of use. She turned and bent down, retrieving an item from beneath the elder brother Su Zhenbei's large cloak. The garments of the Yen Wang were black, the neck gaiter was black, and Su Qingyuan's prison garb was also black with yellow accents. This commotion caused Su Qingyuan to appear considerably bulkier, almost to the point of seeming to have a shortened neck. However, it mattered little. Everyone knew Su Yi was a portly man, so any additional bulk would not seem out of place. What then of Su San and Steward Su? Sumi furrowed her brow in contemplation. Unlike her father, these two were warriors, and using sanitary pads would be excessive. They were not so delicate. However, the iron chains around their wrists and ankles would still chafe their skin. Eureka! How could she have forgotten such a useful item? Sumi hurried to her surgical department's main office to find some ankle guards to prevent sprains. Give 1 pair each to Su San and Steward Su. And let my father have another pair as well. Sumi collected 32 pairs, which were unisex and without size variations. These items had built-in elasticity, meaning adults would wear them tighter while children could wear them looser. All 16 individuals donned them on their hands and feet, with the exception of Su Zhenbei. Not only would they prevent chafing from the chains, but they would also help avoid sprained ankles during their arduous journey. Realizing that their ordeal would be akin to a cross-country trek, Sumi quickly purchased 16 pairs of cushioned insoles. Mother, place these into everyone's shoes. It will ease their footsteps. She also arranged for new mugwort warming patches. Mother, don't apply this to the elder brother. Sumi understood that her elder brother was the #1 criminal of the State Duke's residence, a thorn in the Emperor's side. Although the Emperor had been compelled by the Dowager Empress to release him, the Emperor would not wish to invite trouble by returning a tiger to the mountain. Thus, from the prison to the city gate, the Emperor would surely dispatch someone to create disturbances along the way. Everyone's attention would be focused on her elder brother. She could not afford to provide him with anything that did not belong to this era. If it were to be discovered by someone with ill intentions, it would end disastrously. The entire family was now thoroughly equipped. Food. They needed to prepare some sustenance. A full stomach would make for a better journey. High-calorie, odorless food, such as chocolate, would suffice. She had a large, unopened box of it in her office drawer, a parcel her friend had ordered and asked her to collect. She hadn't had the chance to return it yet, as her mission had begun. Just as she was about to retrieve the chocolate, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the prison. Yan De and Yan Xiao entered, accompanied by a rotund jailer, carrying a food box. Our prince sends off General Su with a farewell meal. Yan Xiao, being quite perceptive, immediately changed his demeanor upon seeing Su Zhenbei lying motionless on the ground, as if startled. What has happened to General Su? Did he succumb to his injuries from last night? His tone was filled with incredulity. You are too audacious. The Emperor has exiled the Su family, and you would dare to execute them? Oh dear, isn't General Su awake? He has quite the act down. Lying there so still, you startled me. Listening to Yan Zhao's internal monologue, Sumi found it amusing. No wonder Yan Wang had sent Yan Xiao. He was quite clever. Oh dear, our prince has said that this parting will lead to an eternal separation. He has already sent a servant to deliver a farewell drink to General Su. Yet, you lot turned the prince's farewell into a death sentence. Regardless of how one viewed Yan Wang, he was still of royal blood. He sent someone to bid farewell to an old friend, and the emperor could not obstruct such a gesture. Even the obstinate officials of the censorate would have no grounds for further censure. After all, human sentiments transcended the law. Moreover, with a sudden outburst from Yan Xiao, Yan De stepped forward with a frown. Oh dear, Guardian Yan, you truly frighten me, he exclaimed. The portly jailer quickly approached, grinning like a sycophant. Look here. Although Su has yet to awaken, his breath is steady. He is faring well. The stout jailer forcefully swallowed his words about the prisoner Su. Esteemed matriarch, do see if we can rouse General Su to consume some nourishment. If he continues to slumber, his life may be at risk. Yan Xiao stepped forward, while Yan De obstructed the jailer's view. She discreetly passed a small vial to Steward Su, exchanging a knowing glance. The prince did not summon us merely to deliver meals. It is but a pretext. The main purpose is to present this vial of medicine, the black jade bone mending ointment, specifically designed for treating external injuries, promoting swift healing without scarring. Yan Xiao glanced at Gutai. TSK, Gutai is truly heartless. Just look at how he has marred his own daughter's visage. Our prince has gifted this vial. Even if General Su awakens, he is unlikely to use it, most likely bestowing it upon this young lady for her face. Alas, our prince's heartfelt intentions may go unappreciated. It seems the prince indeed harbors some affection for her elder brother. His personal attendant is no fool, especially since Yan Xiao is remarkably astute. And this wine, it is a treasure the prince procured from the ghostly physician. Who knows how many precious ingredients it contains? It renders one immune to 100 poisons. While it may not eradicate General Su's affliction entirely, it will preserve his life. Wow, the prince truly loves her brother. Investing so generously. Sumi recalled the original narrative's conclusion for the two. The prince murdered her brother, ostensibly to protect the Yan family's legacy. Yet there was also a resentment born of unrequited love. This mad dog of the Imperial city, the prince, is undoubtedly a formidable threat. The Su family cannot afford to owe him anything. What if? She pondered a plan to keep the prince in the capital, waiting for the upheaval 3 days hence to eliminate him, thus removing a significant threat. Sumi was conflicted. She was merely a 100-day-old infant and was incapable of taking action against the prince at this moment. On the other hand, the prince's madness would only manifest after enduring numerous trials in the original tale. Currently, he is just a pitiable young lord, devoid of parents and love. He is an innocent soul, not yet tainted by darkness. It would be unjust to preemptively strike him due to future transgressions. I express my gratitude to Lord Yen on behalf of Zhen'er, the matriarch said, glancing at Gutai. Yen'er, see if you can coax some chicken soup into Zhenbei. She then turned to her descendants. Eat. We shall soon be on our way. After this meal, we will bid farewell to the capital. Whether we perish on the road or arrive safely at our exile, we shall never return. Matriarch, we take our leave. May you take care on the journey. Yan Xiao whispered to the matriarch. Last night, amidst the cold rain, the royal tomb collapsed, revealing a great chasm. The emperor summoned the prince into the palace. It appears he cannot accompany you out of the capital. The royal tomb collapsed? This event was absent from the original narrative. It was clear that the Su family was meant to depart at dawn, with the prince following closely behind, secretly offering protection. It was precisely for this reason that he would encounter the hidden young prince 10 days later. Sumi's heart raced. Could the upheaval occur sooner than anticipated? How has the story diverged from the original? If this continues, will the prince still meet the young heir? Without her brother by his side, would they endure the trials together? The deep bonds may sever, and the fated entanglement may be lost. Perhaps the prince and her brother would not reach such a tragic end. If he remains in the capital, oh dear, Sumi suddenly realized. If the prince does not leave, and the upheaval occurs 3 days hence, what if he perishes? Her brother, as the second male lead, if he dies, the narrative would collapse. The prince, being the third male lead, would also cause the story to unravel if he were to die prematurely. Rabbit, come forth. Sumi hastily shared her thoughts with the rabbit. The rabbit shot her a look. This is a male-centric political intrigue narrative. The 3 male protagonists cannot perish before the conclusion. Sumi nodded vigorously, comprehending that before the narrative's end, the young heir, her brother, and the prince must survive. If one of them dies, the story would collapse and she would follow suit. In that case, does that imply she, too, would not perish before the story concludes? Sumi posed this question with a sense of entitlement, as she was the villainess's sister who ultimately met her demise at the end of the tale, merely a tool for the narrative. The rabbit gave her a look that suggested she was overthinking. As a competent tool, you must always remember your purpose. You must die, whether sooner or later. The outcome remains the same. Your main role is to expedite the second male lead's transformation into the ultimate villain. Sumi felt an urge to bite this creature. If I perish, you shall too. What is there to boast about? The rabbit exclaimed, you bit me. Upon this realization, Sumi emerged from her thoughts, only to find that Yenda and Yen Xiao had already departed. The entire family was huddled on the ground, sharing a meager meal. Cold and hungry, they were uncertain when their next meal would come. The women of the Su family's third branch could no longer restrain themselves and surged forward to seize food. Especially Lu Huifan and grandmother Lu, who jostled to get closer to Su Zhenbei, causing the entire family to tense, fearful of disturbing her brother's injuries. Fortunately, when Yenda and Yen Xiao were present, the family had consumed most of the food available. What a frenzy! Are we starving ghosts reincarnated? As they emerged, shackles and ropes in hand, a group of jailers entered, brandishing ropes, wooden stocks, and iron chains. The more the jailers shouted, the more fiercely the women and children from the third branch fought for the remaining scraps. The jailers whipped a few times, yet the third branch's members still devoured every last morsel. Su Qingyuan received a chicken backside from his mother, and some even choked on it, desperately pounding their chests in an attempt to breathe. Indeed, the third branch was not foolish. They had originally pursued the ancestral home, forcibly settling in the Duke's residence, relying on the old Duke for sustenance. With no relatives in the capital, their meager savings had been seized. The hardships of the journey ahead were unimaginable at this moment. Having even a drop of rich broth, even if it were merely a chicken backside, was akin to a feast. Men over 10 were shackled, while women and children were tied in groups of 10. As they exited the prison, a cold wind swept over them, causing them to instinctively huddle closer. The previous night had brought rain, leaving the ground muddy and treacherous. Walking along, their shoes would soon be drenched. They had access to disposable rubber medical gloves and foot coverings, but putting them directly over their shoes would attract unwanted attention. Soon, not only the common folk would be watching, but the tyrannical emperor would also have spies lurking, as would the Duke's political adversaries. Any minor oversight could spell disaster for the Su family, preventing them from escaping the capital alive. Alas, they must endure this punishment as a family. Once they passed through the city gates, she would devise a plan to procure new shoes for her kin. In the courtyard, the prisoners were divided into 2 groups under the jailer's orders. Men over 10 were shackled, while the women were tied with ropes. What manner of ordeal awaited them? As she gazed down the corridor of the courtyard, A charcoal brazier wafted smoke, upon which lay peculiar iron tools. Nearby, on a rudimentary desk, rested a wooden tray adorned with large needles. A sudden jolt ran through Sumi's eyelids. Oh dear, could this be the ancient punishment of tattooing the faces of exiles? Had the original text ever mentioned the Su family's branding during their exile? Perhaps it was a trivial detail she overlooked while reading. Or perhaps the narrative had shifted with her arrival, introducing this branding punishment. I do not want this. I refuse to become an eyesore. Suddenly, a wailing voice pierced the air among the Su family. Your Excellency, we are not the principal offenders. We are not even true Su family members, merely distant relatives. We are but two frail women. Even if ordered to run, we could not manage it. We beseech you, do not mark us. Without needing to turn, Sumi recognized the familiar voices of Lu Xianglian and Lu Wanwan causing a ruckus once again. What are they thinking? Do they believe this is a marketplace where one can haggle? This is a case decreed by the Emperor. You are undoubtedly exiles. To simply brand your foreheads is a mercy. Continue your cries, and I may just give you an even worse fate. The jailers chuckled maliciously, taking liberties with the women. The courtyard was filled with a dozen or more prisoner carts and around 100 male and female convicts, bustling under the watchful eyes of 30 to 40 jailers. Today, besides the entire clan of the Duke of Jingua, the entire family of the Grand Tutor Wang was also being exiled. Yet, even with so many, the numbers did not match. Who else might accompany this group of conspirators into exile? The treacherous emperor and the twisted Gu must be plotting, exiling so many criminals together. It would facilitate hiding their assassins among the guards assigned to them. Mother, what shall we do? Our little Mi Bao is far too young for such a punishment. Song Jinha clutched her precious child, her heart racing with anxiety. At merely 100 days old, how could he endure the agony of branding? Hadn't her elder brother made proper arrangements? As the Su family members were being branded one by one, it was soon to be their turn. And Song Jinha's complexion shifted with dread. Oh dear, Song Wushang truly knows how to handle matters. He has prepared generous gifts for us brothers, 100 taels for each, discreetly delivered to our families. As we send the Su family on their way today, we are to ensure everything is taken care of, remarked a scar-faced jailer, approaching with tools in hand, followed by a dark-faced companion. Shackles and ropes for binding the prisoners. These tasks are second nature for my brothers. If you wish for someone to suffer more or less, it is entirely within our discretion. Song Wushang specifically requested the branding. He assured us that once this task is completed, we would not be shortchanged. The jailers exchanged glances. Brother, have you prepared the needle? Rest assured. I have infused it with anesthetic. It will not be too painful. Be careful with the pressure when piercing. We cannot leave any scars. If we do, we would be remiss for not honoring Song Wushang's generous payment. Do not worry, I have been handling this for 20 years. To leave a scar or not is a trivial matter. Just ensure your ink is well mixed. Fear not, it will wash away in 3 months. Ah, my uncle is indeed astute, considering every detail. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, branding is inevitable. The mere thought of a needle piercing her forehead or a hot iron searing her flesh made Sumi's skin crawl. The memories of injuries from her past life surged, triggering an instinctive protective response that tightened every cell in her body. How could her family's patriarch, Zhenbei, remain unconscious while she stood in a prisoner cart? She watched helplessly as Su Qingyuan was forced into a cart, shackled and chained. His entire being was thrust into the confines of the wagon, swaying uncomfortably as it moved. The Su family felt their hearts tear apart at the sight, yet when they saw the jailers preparing to lift Su Zhenbei into the cart, Song Jinha and the matriarch could no longer contain themselves. Do not worry, we have specially designed prisoner carts for those who are unconscious, came a familiar voice. Gutai. Sumi's pupils dilated with fear. It was over. With Gutai present, how could she evade the branding? Bring the prisoner Su Zhenbei to the cart, commanded Gutai, as the warden hurriedly fetched a stool for him to sit upon. A specially crafted cart was drawn by a mule, the sound of its arrival echoing ominously. Su Qingyuan, did you not mock my son for being foolish and inept? Your son is handsome and capable. Today, I wish to see what becomes of this illustrious firstborn of yours. Gutai's face contorted momentarily, his gaze dark and menacing. Sumi blinked in alarm. Oh no! Could he have regained his senses? The one who burned him to a crisp must know it was her. But that could not be. How could he suspect her? A mere child? And you, Song Jinha, so heartless and brazen. How dare you set fire to me within the palace? Do you think I, Gutai, have feelings for you and would not act against you? His piercing gaze fixed on Song Jinha, who cradled her child. In his youth, he was blind to love's pains. Now he was overwhelmed with emotion. Song Jinha, I do hold affection for you, but I am aware that the emperor is also fond of you. So for so many years, I have watched you and Su Chengyi flourish together, refraining from any action, fearing the emperor's wrath. Now that you are leaving the capital, you shall depart forever. Sumi gasped, realizing her miscalculations. Gutai suspected that it was her mother who had set the fire. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Gu Weiyan was already being restrained by Song Jinha. Gutai Wei, my family has been deemed guilty and sentenced to exile. His Majesty and the Empress Dowager have granted us permission to leave the capital. The matriarch of the Su family held Gutai's gaze with steady resolve. The Empress Dowager has issued a decree that all members of the Duke of Zhenggua's household shall leave the capital at the hour of Qin. Not one shall be spared. Ah, the old truly has their wisdom. Grandmother is remarkable, having not only sought the Empress Dowager's clemency, but also secured a formal decree. With this decree, the lives of the Su family are momentarily preserved, remarked the matriarch. Indeed, the Empress Dowager was known for her compassion and kindness, especially towards the elderly. Understanding the matriarch's frailty, she graciously granted her a light carriage for the journey into exile. Gutai chuckled, his eyes cold as ice. With a wave of his hand, a soldier led an old horse, pulling a small cart adorned with a blue canopy. By decree of the Empress Dowager, I shall ensure that everything is meticulously prepared for the branding, and that the Su family's prisoners are escorted out of the Imperial city without fail. Grandmother, you are frail. It would be best for you to rest in the cart. Since the Empress Dowager has shown consideration for the matriarch, the branding will surely be spared. Gutai pointed at Song Jinha, Gu Weiyan, Su Qingyuan, and Su Zhenbei, who lay surrounded by Su San and the others. These individuals are the rightful masters of the Duke of Zhenggua's household. Having enjoyed the glory of the Duke of Zhenggua, they must now bear the weight of its crimes. What a malicious ploy! Gutai is twisting the words to his advantage. The Empress Dowager's decree states that they must leave the capital at the hour of Qin. Not one shall be spared. However, it does not specify whether they must walk out or be carted away as prisoners. The decree does not detail the nature of the branding, nor how extensive it must be. Such specifics are certainly not within the decree. Grandmother, what shall we do? Should I devise a plan to deal with him? Sumi could not bear to watch as her entire family faced the branding, especially for someone like the elder brother. With his celestial demeanor and haughty nature, being marked on the face would be far more distressing than death itself. Moreover, once marked, it would hinder their future activities. Upon hearing the long-missed sweet voice, the old lady Su felt a warmth in her heart. Indeed, as Master Gui had said, Mi Bao Bao was a celestial being sent to the Su family, a fortunate star. The old lady Su was all too familiar with Gutai's character. She could not allow her granddaughter to be put in peril for the sake of rescuing her grandson. Dear granddaughter, do not concern yourself. These matters are for adults to handle, the old lady Su said as she stepped forward and gently lifted her little granddaughter from Song Jinha's arms. The gazes exchanged between the two women conveyed an immediate understanding of each other's thoughts. In their branch of the family, regardless of age, the men would have to rely on their strength and ability to survive in the exiled northern frontier. However, the gentle Mi Bao Bao could not endure such trials. She was a girl destined for marriage, and her appearance must remain unblemished. Come, I am Su Momo, a servant attending to the old lady, the elderly woman declared as she approached the jailer with a scarred face. Look at this, such is the family tradition of the Duke of the State. Truly, a family that has produced 9 generals. Even a servant possesses such integrity. They want to mark me so that I may serve my master afterward. What loyalty! The jailer cast a glance at the other jailer. The moment Gutai arrived, they both understood that trouble was brewing. Despite their boldness, they dared not act mischievously in front of Gutai. They loved money, but their fear of death was greater. "Sit down," the jailer ordered, directing Su Momo to a designated bench. The other jailer hastily prepared to mark her face, trembling slightly as he retrieved the needle from the tray. Ultimately, he dared not use the specially tampered needle nor the cotton cloth soaked in the drug on her forehead. The old lady Su, holding Mi Bao Bao, turned and made her way toward the green canopy carriage. Gutai observed the old lady's retreating figure without uttering a word to stop her. To him, an elderly woman on the verge of death and a newborn girl were inconsequential. If he intervened now, not only would he face the wrath of the Empress Dowager, but he would also appear cruel to the public. He needed to act swiftly while Zhenbei was still in the capital for this brief half-hour to fulfill the emperor's orders. Grandmother, father, they truly intend to mark their faces. No, I must find a way to get rid of Gutai, Sumi exclaimed urgently after overhearing the jailer's conversation. Do not act recklessly, Mi Bao Bao. As long as they are alive, what does a face matter? You are different, the old lady cautioned. Mi Bao Bao, do not move. If they mark me, I have thick skin and can endure the pain. Besides, I do not rely on my looks to survive, Su Qingyuan reassured her. Mi Bao Bao, do not act. It matters not for me, as long as you all are well, Song Jinha added. Little sister, do not move. Although third brother fears pain, a mark on his face will not hinder him from eating buns, Su Sinon said. Little sister, do not act rashly. A small sacrifice now will preserve the greater plan. Gutai is ruthless and suspicious. Enduring a small humiliation to protect oneself is the wisest course, Su Zhenbei advised. A warmth spread through Sumi's heart, healing years of loneliness in an instant. This family all were genuinely concerned for her, their newborn sister. Sumi Bao Bao. Never had she felt more moved by these 3 words, Sumi Bao Bao. Indeed, in the eyes of the Su family, she was the treasure of them all. From this moment forth, I am no longer a solitary grain of rice, but a precious gem in the palms of many. Sumi Bao Bao. My name is Sumi Bao Bao. The housekeeper of the Duke of the State, Su Lail, stepped forward as Su Momo finished her marking. Unconsciously, Suin, Huashan, and others also stepped forward, as if by shielding their master a moment longer, they could delay the marking. As Su Zhenbei was escorted to the prison carriage, Gutai's brows furrowed, a glint of malice in his eyes. Guyan, unable to restrain herself, attempted to step forward, but was blocked by Song Jinho. Gutai. Since Jin is unconscious and cannot stand, why not place him in my carriage to lie down? Otherwise, put me in that carriage as well, so we may share it. I will shield him from falling out. If he were to tumble and something were to happen, would you not ruin the emperor's decree? Not a single person can be lost, correct? Su Qingyuan began to speak again, always playing the role of one who remains unembarrassed while others feel discomfort. Rest assured. Your son is a warrior. He can stand firm, Gutai replied with a sinister smile. With a wave of his hand, 2 guards immediately moved to remove the heavy cloak from the ground where Su Zhenbei lay. Do not touch the young master. Su San stood firm, his expression one that conveyed they would have to step over his dead body to proceed. Su San. The attendant who had been waiting to mark faces rushed over. My lord, this cloak is a gift from the Prince of Yen. She subtly positioned herself in front of Su San. The Emperor and Empress Dowager decreed that not a single member of the Duke of the State's family can be lost. That applies to the master. A servant like Su San can be sacrificed without anyone noticing. Ah, a gift from the Prince of Yen? Gutai's lips curled into a smirk. A bunch of fools. Thinking they can rely on the Prince of Yen? He was also demoted by the Emperor last night. Considering the time, he has likely already left the capital. Regardless of his thoughts, openly speaking of the Prince of Yen being demoted still required respect towards the Emperor's 18th son. No matter how formidable Gutai was, he remained a subject and could not afford to show disrespect. Be careful, do not damage the prince's belongings, Gutai warned, and the guards nodded. Approaching to wrap Zhenbei in the cloak and place him in the prison carriage. Gutai, should you truly harm Jin, the Empress Dowager will never forgive you. Su Qingyuan glared at Gutai. Mi bao bao, let everyone refrain from pleading for me. Get in the carriage, I shall not perish. Su Mi suddenly heard her brother's thoughts. All right, brother, do not worry. I will ensure you survive. Su Mi bao bao quickly relayed her brother's intentions to her parents and grandmother. From this point, Su Mi finally embraced her name, adding the word treasure to it with a heart full of happiness. Song Jinha exchanged a glance with Gu Weiyan. Gu Weiyan, astute and quick-witted, immediately grasped the elder's intentions. My lord, as the wife of a convict, I should share the same punishment as my husband. She stepped forward. And Song Jinha could not restrain her in time as Gu Weiyan knelt before Gutai. Very well, the Su family, from servants to masters, are all made of strong stuff, Gutai remarked coldly, emphasizing the words strong stuff with disdain. Place Gu Weiyan and Su Zhenbei in the same prison carriage, and Song Jinha and Su Qingyuan together as well. The guards approached to remove Su Qingyuan's wooden yoke, replacing it with a double yoke, and then pushed the two into a larger prison carriage. The agony of the double yoke was evident as Su Qingyuan, being taller and heavier than Song Jinha, could not shrink himself to fit. Song Jinha had to remain upright, half kneeling in the carriage to maintain balance, and the hard, permeable bottom would surely wear down their legs by the time they reached the city gate. Jinha, sit on my lap, Su Qingyuan insisted, unwilling to let his wife suffer. You are injured. Song Jinha glanced at her husband, battered and bruised. Despite Mi Bao Bao's medicine, any touch still caused him considerable pain. Moreover, her husband is notoriously delicate and fearful, often reduced to tears at the slightest scrape from a branch, requiring the old matriarch to soothe him with treats. Fear not. I am robust and well padded. The flesh shall withstand any pressure upon the bones. Very well, I shall heed my husband's wishes. I will kneel for a spell and, when my legs ache, I shall perch upon your lap. Song Jinha twisted her neck and shrugged. Madame Su boarded the carriage, cradling Su Mi Bao in her arms. The little one's eyes remained fixed on her mother. Witnessing her mother's plight, Su Mi Bao sighed. Despite all calculations, a critical oversight had occurred. She had not anticipated that Song Jinha would be shackled. The once pampered mistress, accustomed to a life of luxury, was now subjected to the rough wood of the stocks, which would soon chafe her delicate skin. Alas, her elder brother and sister-in-law were truly enduring great suffering this time. Su Mi Bao glanced towards her elder brother, Su Zhenbei, who was confined in a specially designed prisoner-esque cart, crafted by the Jiaoyi prison for the most heinous of criminals. Those unfortunate souls entering Jiaoyi prison often face severe torture, emerging battered and broken. How could a person in such a state remain seated within the cart? The answer lay in the specially designed railings and pillars inside. A stout wooden post stood at the center of the cart, to which Su Zhenbei's arms were bound tightly with coarse rope. A heavy iron collar encircled his neck, affixed to the great wooden pillar, while his chest bore a multitude of bindings, all secured with thick jute rope, rendering him immobile. His legs were similarly restrained to the cart's lower beam. Gu Weiyan was tied back to back with him on the opposite side of the post. The guards of Zhao prison were well aware of Gu Weiyan's identity. They believed that even if her father, Minister Gu, were to sever ties with her in a fit of anger, such feelings would be fleeting, as blood relations cannot be easily dissolved. Thus, they merely symbolically bound Gu Weiyan to Su Zhenbei, leaving her limbs free. Minister Gu's expression was dark as he observed the scene, saying nothing. Ensure that the esteemed members of the Duke of Zhen's household are well attended to, he commanded, a cold smile gracing his lips, though madness gleamed in his eyes. A row of over a dozen officials stood beneath the eaves, the leader's expression one of restrained gravity. Ordinarily, once a criminal has been sentenced to exile, the procedures of marking and binding are the responsibility of the officials of the Ministry of Punishment. After escorting the prisoner beyond the city, they would hand him over to the officials assigned to the exile, concluding their duty. It was unheard of for a condemned criminal to be tortured or interrogated on the eve of their exile. However, the situation was complicated by Minister Gu, as Zhenbei prison, while technically a department of their ministry, was directly under the Emperor's authority. Zhenbei prison had always operated with a degree of autonomy that overshadowed their own. At that moment, they could only watch, unable to voice their dissatisfaction towards Minister Gu, and respectfully awaited the conclusion of his affairs before escorting the prisoners out of the city. Their sole hope was that Minister Gu would permit them to depart on time. Otherwise, they would be the ones facing punishment for tardiness. You cannot mark Zhenbei. If anyone is to be marked, let it be me. If you seek vengeance, mar my face completely. Su Qingyuan began to prattle. The Empress would never allow you to mark Zhenbei, if you persist in your folly. The Emperor will surely not spare you. He repeatedly invoked Su Zhenbei's name and referenced the Emperor. Sensitive to nuances, Minister Gu furrowed his brow. Did Su Erga harbor secrets? Why would the Emperor blame me? Su Zhenbei is the leader of the rebels. Being exiled and marked is a light punishment. He should be grateful for not facing execution. What are you prattling on about? Minister Gu leaned closer, his face mere inches from Su Qingyuan's. His voice dripped with coldness, yet his eyes sparkled with boundless scheming. Tell me, what is the connection between Su Zhenbei and the Emperor? He left the sentence unfinished, his gaze slithering like a serpent towards Su Qingyuan. A tremor coursed through Su Qingyuan. Minister Gu's malicious eyes struck him like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. No, my son has no connection with the Emperor. I thought as much. What relationship could a criminal have with His Majesty? Minister Gu continued to scrutinize Su Qingyuan. I shall send the most seasoned torturer from Zhenbei prison to meticulously etch a perfect mark upon Su Zhenbei. Not possible. Su Qingyuan shouted. He was a criminal, a most heinous one. Why could he not be marked? Of course, he could, and he should be marked severely. Oh! By the way, Su Qingyuan, you just reminded me. Didn't you say you wished to have a full face mark? Very well. I shall consider it a kind gesture and gift your precious son, Su Zhenbei, a farewell present. Su Qingyuan's lips trembled, not his face. Minister Gu's voice thundered. Why not? Tell me, why should his face remain unmarked? Father, be silent. Minister Gu is trying to trick you. Stop talking. Su Mibao wished to roll her eyes at her father. No wonder her mother advised her to keep her matters hidden from her father and third brother. While they loved her dearly, they would never betray her. Yet, they could not resist their own foolishness. Look, just a few words had led to this predicament. Trick him? Su Qingyuan suddenly snapped back to awareness at the sound of his daughter's clear voice. With a resounding slap, he struck his own distorted face. Minister Gu, you have deceived me. Ever since childhood, you have been filled with malice, constantly tricking me. Even now, you continue to deceive me. Tell me, why can't he be marked? Minister Gu's eyes shimmered with frenzied excitement. He felt he had stumbled upon a significant secret. What could it possibly be? There is nothing. I am simply deceiving you. In this lifetime, I have only indulged you. Why shouldn't I have my turn? Su Qingyuan was not particularly clever, but he was adept at throwing tantrums and creating scenes. You truly want to speak? Minister Gu leaned in closer, nearly touching Su Qingyuan's face. I'll tell you. If you come a little closer, I will tell you. Suddenly, Su Qingyuan thrust his plump face forward. Before Minister Gu could react, Su Qingyuan's swollen lips parted, and he bit down on Minister Gu's ear. Ah! Minister Gu cried out in pain as Su Qingyuan gnawed at his ear, chewing and then spitting out a mouthful. Oh dear, father, you've caused trouble again. The family was stunned, unable to comprehend why Su Qingyuan would act in such a manner. What good could come from enraging Minister Gu? Well, it is no surprise he is a descendant of the Su family. Although the second son is a wastrel, he is no coward. Madame Su's eyes sparkled with amusement. Oh my father has been reckless. What good can come from provoking Minister Gu? Su Mibao thought with a bitter smile, knowing that with Minister Gu's vindictive nature, he would surely seek double retribution from the Su family. Mibao, you are still young and do not understand. Our Su men are to be killed, not humiliated. Even in death, we must never yield to a villain like Minister Gu. Madame Su tenderly caressed Su Mibao's small face. Do not fear, Minister Gu would not dare to kill your father. He merely wishes to make him suffer a little. Yet, Su Mibao thought, I do not wish for my father to endure such suffering at all. With narrowed eyes, she desperately recalled whether the original text contained any mention of marks. However, in the original text, prior to the exile, Gutai's humiliation of the Su family is indeed present. Yet, she has always read at a rapid pace, thus failing to pay much attention to this detail. Consequently, she remains unaware of the methods Gutai employed to torment the Su family. She only recalls that at the onset of the exile, her elder brother was in a coma, while the others from the Su family were unharmed. Who, in the original narrative, rescued the Su family from Gutai? Was it the Prince Yan? Or some unforeseen event? It dawned on her. Su Mi's eyes sparkled. It was the emperor who summoned Gutai to the palace with an urgent decree. Gutai was compelled to abandon his torment of the Su family and hurriedly made his way to the palace to pay his respects. Gutai, may you suffer the wrath of your ancestors. Su Chengyi cursed loudly. I wish you could have children without any dignity. May you, oh dear, father. This sounds like a shrew-esque tirade. Sumi couldn't help but laugh. She turned to glance at her sister-in-law, chuckling, oh father. How could you curse Gutai in front of sister-in-law? After all, her younger brother is Gutai's own son. Gutai, that venomous wretch. I am publicly humiliating him, so he would feel too ashamed to retaliate against me. I want him to seek revenge on me with a fervor that distracts him from his connection with Jinner and the Emperor, diverting his attention from my family. Based on my understanding of Gutai, he will likely first inflict pain by biting off my ear and then slap my face, declaring he will strike me until my parents no longer recognize me. And if I am not mistaken, he will personally take action, as that is the only way he can quench his hatred. The laughter on Sumi's face froze as she grasped her father's unspoken thoughts. It turned out her father was not foolish at all. He feared that Gutai might discover her brother was the emperor's legitimate son. If Gutai were to learn of her brother's true lineage, he would surely attempt to eliminate him before the emperor found out. It was puzzling. If her father knew her brother was not his biological child, why was he so affectionate towards him? Sumi was perplexed. Regardless of his methods of tormenting me, he must allow the prisoner transport to depart at the hour of Qin. He wouldn't dare let me die now, at most. He will exert himself to humiliate and torture me, perhaps by slashing my face, biting off my ear, or severing my tendons, ensuring I live on as a mere shell of a person. This aligns perfectly with Gutai's character. Once this torment has run its course, the time will have come, and the others will be safe. The second master of the Su family in the Duke of Jin's manor, known as the most notorious scoundrel in the capital, cherished his wife and children dearly. Chapter 64, Release the Dog. Gutai, true to Su Chengyi's expectations, took the handkerchief from the guards and pressed it against the bleeding side of his face, immediately gesturing with a sinister flick of his hand. The guards promptly brought forth a large wolf dog. It was fitting that Gutai had indeed raised a bloodthirsty wolf dog in the prison. Keep your distance. Let the dog bite my father? How can they say to keep your distance? Sumi was confused. She watched as the guard tightened the leash, and the dog, clearly accustomed to attacking prisoners, immediately bared its teeth and lunged at Su Qingyi in the transport. With the guard holding the leash, the moment the dog lunged, its claws scraped against the transport, making a piercing sound, almost reaching Su Qingyi. Startled, Su Qingyi screamed, but then quickly realized what was happening and clamped his mouth shut, though his face turned pale and his body trembled uncontrollably. As the dog lunged again, Su Qingyi instinctively recoiled, exposing Song Jinha on the other side of the wooden stalk. He hurriedly stepped forward, shielding Song Jinha behind him. The dog scratched at Su Qingyi's leg, tearing his clothing and revealing the straw beneath. Thankfully, the straw was plentiful, so his leg remained unscathed. Gutai, you wicked scoundrel. May the heavens punish you, you despicable creature. May the winds blow you away. May lightning strike you down. May the rain drench you to your core. May you trip and fall to your demise. My father, this is truly a village woman-esque curse. An array of bizarre deaths. What is going on in his mind? May you be crushed by a cart, drowned by rising waters, kicked to death by a donkey, devoured by dogs. Chapter 65. May you be pecked to death by birds. Su Qingyuan's curses grew louder. May you be burned by fire from the heavens. Buried in an earthquake. If he were not in the transport, he would be thumping his thighs, jabbing his fingers at Gutai's face, bouncing around as he cursed. For some inexplicable reason, this scene suddenly materialized in Su Mi's mind. Her father became increasingly animated, saliva spraying everywhere, startling even the dog. As Gutai's face darkened, Su Mi grew genuinely anxious. "Oh, Emperor, please send your decree quickly. If you do not come, my father will be bitten by that dog." Su Mi's heart raced with urgency as she turned her wide, round eyes towards the entrance of the Ministry of Justice. Glancing up at the sky and then down at the ground, the morning light began to break, painting the eastern skies with hues of dawn. Oh! What was wrong with the colors in the sky? Before Su Mi could ponder further, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the earth. Wow, Kaka! A chorus of birdsong echoed from the east, and the people watched in astonishment as dark clouds began to rise from the eastern horizon. What was that? Last night, as heavy rain had produced similar sounds. Why was the eastern sky turning so red? That was not a dark cloud. It was a multitude of birds. The area of East Mountain, known for its abundant birds, was it not near the royal tomb? Could the sounds just now have originated from the royal tomb? The officials and prisoners in the courtyard murmured among themselves. What red clouds? Is that not an earthquake cloud? Su Mi gasped, "Oh no. Could an earthquake be imminent?" Earthquake clouds, the sound just now, and the birds flying about, these were all clear signs of an impending earthquake. One must understand that peculiar phenomena often precede earthquakes, such as the sky turning red, birds flying erratically, ants relocating, frogs crossing paths, and mice scurrying about. Mice. The prisoners suddenly became agitated as they collectively noticed that mice were frantically darting around the courtyard as if pursued by something dreadful. Release the dogs. Gutai observed these anomalies, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Last night in the palace, he had been singed by a palace lamp. And this morning he had taken leave. Otherwise, he would not have been present at such an early hour. But now that strange occurrences were unfolding in the capital, the emperor would undoubtedly summon him to the palace for discussions. He had no time to linger here. This is bad. I cannot allow the dog to bite my father. In a moment of desperation, Su Mi called out to the rabbit perched atop her head, which had been feigning death. "Rabbit, quickly think of a way to stop that dog. Do not let it harm my father." "Master, do you think I am a dog? You want me to intercept that beast? I am a mere rabbit. If I go, I would merely be serving myself as a dish." The rabbit chattered above Su Mi's head. "Who asked you to go? Hurry, think of something. Use your powers to." Su Mi gazed up at the increasing number of birds in the sky and suddenly had an epiphany. "Rabbit, can you summon all those birds? Have them peck at Gutai, his men, and that dog." "Yes, and send some bees to sting that dog and Gutai. I am capable. Yet, after I do this, I will have no time left." Su Mibao interrupted the rabbit, asserting that being capable was sufficient. "Quickly, summon the birds and bees." "Yes." "Instruct them to only target Gutai's people." Su Mibao had no desire to listen to the rabbit's incessant chatter. The rabbit was nothing but a deceptive character, rarely speaking the truth. She was disinclined to lend an ear. If there were indeed matters to address, they were for another time. For now, her priority was to overcome the immediate challenge. If she delayed any longer, her father would truly be devoured by dogs. Birds, no. Bees, stay away, woof, woof, woof. Initially, a swarm of bees buzzed toward the guards, relentlessly stinging them. The dog was also covered in bees, barking and wildly wagging its tail, but helpless against the swarm. Gutai reacted swiftly. As he saw the bees approaching, he raised his cloak to shield his head and face. He called for the birds to come and for the eagle to seize Gutai's cloak. Su Mibao observed the guards in disarray, joyfully urging the rabbit to hasten in removing Gutai's cloak. There was no way she would allow that villain to evade capture. Do not approach. There are so many birds. Do not peck me. Ah, feces, the guards cried out in despair. No matter how skilled they were, they could not withstand the onslaught of birds. A dark cloud of various birds descended upon them, flapping and pecking at these men. In their frantic escape, they trampled over the fleeing old uncle, tumbling down. The scene was utter chaos. The prisoners dared not move or flee, fearing a collision with the officials. If they were struck, it would be unfortunate. But if the officials attempted to catch them to shield against the bees, it would be dire. Thus, when the bees and birds approached, the prisoners quickly squatted down together. The women and children covering their heads, hiding beneath the wooden yokes of the men. Everyone stomped their feet to drive away the birds. The rats could not approach them, and the bees seemed to dislike their scent, refraining from stinging them. Haha, it was actually the rabbits' doing. Do not come closer, I will kill you, beast. A massive eagle extended its sharp talons, snatching away Gutai's cloaked cover, while more birds arrived, collectively defecating upon him, scratching, pecking, clawing before the eyes of all. Gutai's hat fell off, his hair gone, eyebrows vanished, beard missing. How did Gutai suddenly transform into a round, bald egg? And a round egg smeared with bird droppings, no less. Ha ha ha, Su Mibao could no longer contain her laughter. She had forgotten about this incident. Last night in the palace, she had set Gutai ablaze. His eyebrows, beard, and hair had all been burned away, leaving his head a shiny, hairless orb. Archers! Gutai's roar erupted. Was he planning to shoot those birds? Rabbit, disperse the birds quickly. Life is precious, and Su Mibao did not wish to see the little birds, who had just aided her, meet their demise. Yikes, a cacophony of cawing crows filled the air as if a decree from the heavens. The bees buzzed upward, the birds soared, and the rats scurried away. The courtyard lay in shambles, silent and desolate. Gutai stared with bloodshot eyes at the dead rats, bird feces, and the large wolf dog lying motionless nearby. Is this the poisonous bee? He felt an intense itch where the bees had stung his face. Kill them. Not a single member of the Su family must be spared. We cannot kill them here. We shall do so after leaving the city. I will not let the Su family go. I want them to suffer terribly. Hearing Gutai's venomous thoughts, Su Mibao's heart raced. Would Gutai truly be audacious enough to massacre everyone here to silence them? My lord, at the entrance, a swift horse from the palace galloped forth, halting before them as a guard dismounted. My lord, the palace sends word. The royal tomb has collapsed. You must return at once. The royal tomb has collapsed? Everyone gasped. Glancing at Su Qingyuan, realizing the words spoken by the second master of the Su family had indeed come to fruition. Fire from the heavens to incinerate him. Observe how Gutai's head is devoid of hair, bearing the marks of burns. Birds defecating upon him. Look at Gutai's face covered in droppings. An earthquake causing a pit to swallow him. Hear that the royal tomb has indeed collapsed. The late emperor's tomb was overseen by Gutai himself. The royal tomb has collapsed. Gutai's complexion paled drastically. This is bad. The muffled sound from last night was indeed a landslide at the back of the royal tomb. He had supervised the construction of the late emperor's tomb 10 years ago, and the maintenance costs had surely lined his pockets over the years. Last night, upon receiving word from the tomb's supervisor, he had not given it much thought. Autumn rains and landslides were minor issues. Moreover, this was a critical time for him to assist the third prince in consolidating power. He had no time to attend to such trifles, merely dismissing the messenger with a few words, instructing them to wait for clear skies for routine repairs. Little did he expect that the royal tomb would collapse. His fate was sealed. At this moment, Gutai could hardly concern himself with seeking trouble from Su Qingyuan. He rose swiftly, heading outside. Prepare the horses quickly. I must enter the palace to meet the emperor. The destruction of the royal tomb is a crime punishable by annihilation of 9 generations. If this matter is not resolved properly, the Gu family will suffer a far worse fate than the Su family. Time was of the essence, as Gutai departed. The officials from the Ministry of Justice hurriedly prepared the prisoners for branding, shackling, and binding them for transport. In 3 months, they will disappear, leaving no scars. The scarred jailer whispered to Song Jinha, Mother, they are people whom my uncle has taken care of. Do not speak, let them quickly brand our family. Song Jinha had yet to grasp the meaning behind the jailer's words when she heard Mi Bao's soft voice prompt her. Immediately, she turned to the jailer and requested, "Please brand Zhen's couple first." Thinking that this person had been arranged by her elder brother, she hurriedly instructed him to brand Su Zhenbei and Gu Weiyan first, hoping to avoid drawing attention and complicating matters. The jailer was quick-witted and swiftly produced the specially prepared needles, efficiently branding the second branch of the Su family. Most of the officials from the Ministry of Justice had been arranged by Song Jinha, so they shackled and bound the second branch of the Su family without much force. Yet they dared not exceed protocol, as they were still within the emperor's presence. The war god general has been wronged. The Duke of Town's household boasts 9 generals, serving the country and its people, perishing on the battlefield. How could they possibly plot rebellion? They must be innocent. The venerable Grand Tutor has devoted his life to the people, serving as the Imperial Tutor for 2 generations. It is inconceivable that he would conspire against the throne. The Crown Prince, loyal and valiant, loves his country and its people and would never betray them. Your Majesty, please discern the truth. And do not let treacherous ministers deceive you into executing loyal subjects. The prisoner cart rattled along as the members of the Su family, burdened with heavy wooden shackles, were escorted alongside other condemned prisoners towards the southern gate of the Imperial city. The procession moved slowly, with crowds of citizens gathered to witness the spectacle. Many left in shock by the morning's shocking announcements. The Crown Prince has betrayed the nation and set himself ablaze in the East Palace as a form of apology. Grand Tutor Wang has plotted to assist the Crown Prince in rebellion and regicide. The Duke of Zhen has conspired against the nation, leading to the fall of Yen City. The citizens cannot possibly believe the proclamations. The Crown Prince has always been a paragon of loyalty and courage, devoted to the welfare of the people. The Grand Tutor's wisdom rivals that of Zhuge Liang, serving as the intellectual backbone of the Great Qi dynasty. The Duke of Zhen is a valiant warrior, steadfast at the borders, a bulwark of stability for the realm. How could they all have turned traitor overnight? As the Su family beheld the throngs of citizens on either side of the road, their eyes brimmed with tears. Hot droplets fell down Su Mibao's cheeks as she looked up to see her grandmother weeping openly, a stark contrast to her usual composure. Overwhelmed by the cries of the people, "My husband, my sons, do you hear me?" The elderly matriarch, with tears glistening in her eyes, clutched Su Mibao tightly. "Our Su family has always safeguarded the citizens of the Great Qi. We are blameless before the world. The king may be heartless, but the people do not forsake the Su family." Su Mibao was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated such profound thoughts from her grandmother, a woman of ancient ways. It dawned on her that her grandmother understood that the realm belongs to the people, not the sovereign. A surge of righteous fervor filled her. After all, she too was a soldier sworn to protect her homeland. Even across the bounds of time, she resonated with the noble actions of the Su family. "Su Zhenbei, you are my husband, forever my dream prince." A woman's voice suddenly pierced the crowd, calling out with deep affection. "Su Zhenbei, you are also my husband, my eternal warrior brother." The initial cry was soon echoed by others, as flowers, fruits, vegetables, silks, garments, fragrant sachets, fans, jewelry, and coins were hurled toward the prisoner cart where Su Zhenbei sat at the forefront. As the chief culprit of the Su clan, their cart led the procession, followed by the cart of Su Qingyuan and his wife, and then the walking members of the Su family, with the elderly matriarch's cart bringing up the rear to avoid any mishaps or delays due to injuries among the family. "Look at my brother's grand reception." Akin to a flower-laden chariot, Su Mibao marveled, bewildered. Her brother was undeniably handsome, striking enough to stir envy among the heavens. Yet, was the ancient world of celebrity adoration truly this fervent? But her sister-in-law remained at his side. How could these maidens not see that? Old Tutor Wang, ignorant citizens misled. The East Palace, the Wang family, and the Su family conspire in treason. The whip cracked sharply, and the citizens fell back, retreating in disarray. A troop of armored Imperial guards charged forth, shouting commands to disperse the crowd. The voices of the women abruptly fell silent. Was this passage in the original text? Su Mibao pondered, recalling that in the book, the prisoner cart passed through the long street, with citizens hurling stones, rotten eggs, and filth at the war god general. How had it transformed into a shower of flowers and fruits? I am guilty. I incited rebellion. I gathered the masses to conspire. A hoarse voice of an elder broke through the air, imbued with profound sorrow, desolation, and wrath as the guards cleared a wide path down the street. From her vantage in the cart, Su Mibao observed a crossroads ahead, where an elderly man in wooden shackles, with snow-white hair and blood-stained garments, approached, calling out as he walked, followed by several officers. Grand Tutor Wang. Su's matriarch clenched her fists in indignation. Wang Yonian, over 70 years old, was a veteran hero of the realm, having fought alongside the former Duke of Jin and the late Emperor. He had tutored both the current Emperor and the Crown Prince, revered as the master of scholars. How could he be so humiliated? This is disastrous. The old fox approaches. The one capable of vanquishing my brother is here. Su Mibao exclaimed in excitement, flailing her limbs in her grandmother's embrace. Will the old fox kill Zhenbei? Is that what you mean, Mibao? The matriarch's eyes gleamed with a fierce light upon hearing her granddaughter's thoughts. Yes, grandmother, do not feel sympathy for this old fox. He harbors too many wicked schemes. My brother is clever, but he is too young to match the cunning of the old fox. Ultimately, the old fox will conspire with the young prince to eliminate my brother. Mibao felt small, perceiving that she was merely a child. She resolved to inform her family early, allowing the elders to prepare for the looming threat, especially her grandmother, who seemed to share a deep connection with the old fox. It was vital that her grandmother not harbor any sympathy for him. The young prince? Did he not perish in the East Palace alongside the Crown Prince? Compared to Wang Yonian's plight, the matriarch was more concerned about the fate of the only legitimate heir, the 4-year-old young prince. He has not perished. The young prince is the male protagonist. He will not die under any circumstances. In the future, he shall ascend the throne. The news of the young prince's survival and his destined future as emperor left Su's matriarch in a state of shock. The Duke of Jin's family had always been loyal to the nation, designated by the late emperor to protect the crown prince, yet now they were branded as traitors. With the crown prince dead and the East Palace destroyed, the Duke of Jin's family appeared to have no future. However, if the young prince were indeed alive and destined for the throne, it implied that there remained hope for the Duke of Jin's family to clear their name. Tears streamed down the matriarch's cheeks as she felt a flicker of hope. I am guilty. I incited rebellion, the Grand Tutor advanced, drawing closer to the Su family's procession. Dad, a piercing cry from a girl echoed from the eastern edge of the crossroads. Wang Yanyu. As she followed the cries, Su Mibao unexpectedly glimpsed a group of prisoners approaching from the east of the intersection. Among them, a girl running and weeping caught her eye, Wang Yanyu. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a veiled woman in black walking beside Wang Yanyu. The crown princess, Wang Zhaorong? No, she had been renamed by the tyrant emperor last night to Wang Yi. She was no longer a crown princess, but merely an ordinary commoner, allowed by the emperor to accompany the Wang family into exile. Yet, since the crown princess was publicly declared dead in the flames, Su Mibao pondered what new identity the tyrant emperor had bestowed upon Wang Yi in the official exile documentation. She felt a twinge of curiosity about this matter, especially since in the original narrative, the crown princess had perished alongside the crown prince in the Eastern Palace. Her presence had altered many events from the original tale, and the resurrection of the crown princess was the most uncontrollable aspect. Su Mibao observed Wang Yi drawing nearer. Disfigured and fearful of being recognized, she concealed her face with a veil. The Empress Dowager had permitted Wang Yi to accompany her family into exile, naturally dispatching someone to manage the aftermath. Thus, Wang Yi was unbound, merely carrying a small bundle, clad in simple clothes and shoes, following the exiled group. After all, whether it was the emperor, the Empress Dowager, or Wang Yi herself, none wished for her to attract undue attention or suspicion. My dear Yanyu, Wang Taifu exclaimed as he beheld Wang Yanyu sprinting towards him, unable to restrain his tears. "Oh, Emperor, how ruthless you are. My poor Yanyu is but 10 years old, and yet you can be so cruel. I, Wang Yonian, vow that if I ever return to the capital in my lifetime, I will slaughter your entire court to avenge my Yanyu and my Zharong." Slaughter the entire court? Sumi Bao thought, taken aback by Wang Taifu's silent outcry. The old man, despite his seemingly refined appearance, harbored a heart full of malice and cunning. The emperor and Gutai, combined, could not match the old man's intellect. As for her elder brother, in terms of martial prowess and intelligence, he might surpass the old man. But the elder had walked a path far longer than her brother had lived. As the ancients wisely said, one cannot contend with the wisdom of the aged. "Father," Wang Yanyu cried, throwing herself at Wang Taifu's feet, weeping sorrowfully. "My father has become like this, and there is no one left to avenge my grievances." Why does she weep so bitterly? Sumi Bao mused. Is it merely because of the injustices suffered in the palace? Does she not see that her father is in a far worse predicament? She questioned whether there had been events in the palace the previous day that she was unaware of. Sumi Bao could not fathom it, for in the original tale, Wang Yanyu had remained in the palace, becoming the emperor's favorite concubine. Now, her fate had been irrevocably altered. What had transpired, Sumi Bao could only speculate. "My child has suffered," Wang Taifu lamented, extending his frail, bloodied hand to caress his daughter's delicate cheek, tears streaming down his aged face. "Had it not been for the emperor coercing me with the lives of my daughter and Zharong, I, Wang Yonian, would rather die than publicly declare my guilt, tarnishing my lifelong reputation." His gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the direction of the palace. "Last night, in the palace dungeon, Wang Zuanian. You are quite resilient for an old man." Emperor Mingda observed Wang Taifu, who had endured severe punishment yet remained steadfastly silent. "You are my teacher, and you know well that I am the most impatient of men. If you do not disclose the late emperor's edict and the Dragon Guard's command, prepare for your family demise." Half of the Dragon Guard belonged to the Crown Prince, who had perished in the Eastern Palace, rendering the command lost. The other half safeguarded the late emperor, and as the Crown Prince ventured eastward, the ministers were gravely ill at home. It was the emperor who personally attended to the late emperor during his illness. The last to see him was not a minister, but the emperor himself. Knowing all this, why would he inquire about the edict? Mingda's expression was a mixture of amusement and disdain as he regarded Wang Taifu, this cunning old man. He believed not a word of the old man's claims. When he thought of his late father, the founder of the Great Qi, revered by the people as a divine figure, Mingda felt a tumult of emotions. Once, as a prince, he was the most mediocre among his brothers. Yet, as the only legitimate son of the Empress, he was destined to be crowned. However, his father hesitated until his son, Yan Donglai, astonished everyone at the age of 3, prompting the late emperor to name him heir apparent. Mingda chuckled bitterly, realizing he was perhaps the most ridiculous crown prince, his only merit being the birth of a remarkable son, Yan Donglai. The young boy was deemed the reincarnation of the Purple Star, a divine child. At 3 years old, he was taken into the palace and personally educated in the ways of kingship, assisting his father with state affairs from the age of 6. With a founding father and a divine son, he, the crown prince of Great Qi, was merely a figurehead, a joke. Mingda's expression twisted as he recalled the night 10 years ago when his father, on the brink of death, gazed intensely at him, saying, "Son, when you ascend to the throne, you must never depose the crown prince." How cursed his father was, thinking of his grandson Yan Donglai until the end. Yet forever blind to his own son. Damn it, all who look down upon me should perish. Be it my father, the Duke of State, or this old Wang Taifu. They all deserve death. Emperor Mingda's dark gaze bore into Wang Taifu, unable to refute the old man's words or find any flaws in his arguments. "May your majesty decree the execution of the entire Wang family." Wang Taifu's tattered sleeves and bloodied white hair belied the fiery spirit still shining in his eyes, akin to an ancient pine enduring the frost. My knowledge is all derived from you, my teacher. To command me to slay you would invite scorn from the world. To annihilate your family would turn all scholars against me. Your plan is indeed clever, but I shall not fulfill your wishes." Mingda laughed heartily, echoing in the dim dungeon, where only he and the bound Wang Taifu remained. He had not allowed anyone else to enter, and he had finally awaited this day. The late emperor, the crown prince, and the Duke of State, the three formidable pressures upon him, had all crumbled beneath his hand. Only this decrepit Wang Taifu remained. "You have slain the late emperor, extinguished the crown prince, and executed your own brothers. What is there that you fear not? If you wipe out the Wang family, will it not all be complete?" Mingda's chilling laughter reverberated. "Teacher, I knew my actions could deceive the world, even the astute late emperor, but never you. Are you not aware? The more one knows, the quicker they perish. A mind as sharp as yours should refrain from such verbosity." The crown prince ventured eastward, seizing the opportunity to murder the ailing emperor. And upon ascending, fearing dissent from his siblings, he slaughtered them as well. Now, even the crown prince and your own son and grandson are not spared. Such a madman. What does it matter if you become emperor? If the world does not accept you, if the scholars do not support you, eventually, Wang Taifu ceased to speak, a smirk gracing his lips. "You old fool were the one who incessantly instigated the late emperor against my ascension, claiming I lacked the wisdom and heart to rule the world. I strongly advise the emperor to directly appoint the crown prince as the heir apparent. Tell me, throughout history, how many dynasties have bypassed the son and appointed the grandson as the successor? You are nothing but a nefarious villain, capable of patricide, fratricide, and sororicide. What seems like madness is, in reality, an expression of cowardice, fear, and a lack of responsibility." My teacher understands me well. Emperor Mingda chuckled coldly, "But, dear teacher, your scorn is fierce. Is it merely to seek a swift end for your Wang family? How pitiable. Generations of wisdom in your lineage have been monopolized by you alone. Teacher, you have been clever all your life, yet do you not know that the ancients often said, excessive wisdom shortens life, and too much cleverness invites disaster? You have hoarded the intellect of several generations. Thus, after you, the Wang family has seen no more talents, all are mediocre." Emperor Mingda understood his teacher well, knowing precisely how to inflict deeper pain. "Your progeny are all dullards, and you, unwilling to witness your family's enjoyment of the empire built alongside the late emperor, have devoted yourself to cultivating your granddaughter as the crown princess and nurturing your younger daughter to be the princess of Yan. You aspire to train your great-granddaughter as the imperial grand consort. Your sons are unworthy, and you wish for your daughters to control the harem and share the world with our Yan family." Emperor Mingda sneered disdainfully. "You old fool. Do you truly believe yourself to be clever? Does the world seem foolish to you? Unbeknownst to you, extremes lead to reversals. When cleverness exceeds limits, it becomes a path to doom. Teacher, I shall not kill you, nor will I slay your entire family. You are not the duke of the nation. I intend to exile your entire clan, forcing you to witness your descendants reduced to commoners, to lowly slaves. To kill is not as effective as to strike at the heart, especially against a two-generation imperial tutor like you. As the emperor, I cannot overtly slay my teacher. It would be a disgrace to scholars everywhere. But I want you to wear shackles and walk barefoot, publicly confessing, I have incited the crown prince. I have conspired against the state. I want the whole world to see that it is you, Wang Yonyan, who has betrayed the name of the grand tutor, who has failed the late emperor's trust. You are a true opportunist, a hypocritical schemer, unworthy of being a model for scholars." Emperor Mingda smiled meaningfully. "If you do not comply, well, tonight I have taken a new concubine named Wang Yanyu. Though young, she is exceptionally charming. I intend to bestow upon her the title of Wang, Marin, and summon her to my bedchamber tonight. Before our union, I shall have eunuch Qian serve her a bowl of the childlessness elixir. Teacher, are you not loyal to the late emperor, loyal to the crown prince? United in our ambitions. I shall ensure that no daughter of the Wang family bears my offspring. Only then can your family wholeheartedly assist the crown prince, can they not?" The esteemed grand tutor's eyes were deep and inscrutable, revealing no emotion. His eldest daughter married the then Prince Mingda over a decade ago, yet remained childless, suffering illness for many years and passed away before he ascended the throne. He had always believed that his daughter died at the hands of the women of the inner palace, but now he realized his lifelong loyalty to the crown prince ensured that no daughter of the Wang family would give birth to imperial blood. Emperor Mingda's smile was glacial. "This is the caution my father imparted to me. Teacher, what do you think?" That old man, like my father, is deeply calculating, each plotting against the other. The three of them forged the vast empire of Deqi, with my father ascending to the throne, Wang Yonian esteemed as the grand tutor, and his eldest granddaughter becoming the crown princess. They have truly realized a shared dominion over Deqi. Only that old duke of the nation remains, singularly devoted yet foolish, clinging to the oath sworn among the three to fight for the common people. With a lineage of 9 generals guarding the borders, bloodshed and sacrifice abound. Little do they know, they live perpetually in the machinations of others. Yanen, the emperor, the grand tutor, recalled their conversation in the prison last night. Looking upon his youngest daughter's tearful eyes, his heart twisted in anguish. He had heeded the emperor's words, yet the emperor had turned against his daughter. "The emperor has bestowed upon me the title of Wang Marin and decreed the childlessness elixir. After our union, I am to be demoted to a convict, exiled alongside the Wang family." Young Wang Yanyu, still tender in age, knelt and clung to her father, weeping uncontrollably. Despite the strict rules of the Wang family, she was the cherished daughter of her father, never having endured such humiliation and pain. Now, every part of her ached. Each step felt like dancing upon the edge of a knife. She entered the palace at night, only to find herself a deposed concubine by dawn, facing exile. When the eunuch announced the decree for her family's banishment, her mother fainted dead away, and even now, her elder brother carried her, still unconscious. Wang Yanyu knew that countless people secretly mocked her. Now, seeing her father, her lifelong support, she could no longer contain her sorrow and wept bitterly. No matter how cunning she was, she remained merely a pampered 12-year-old girl. This is utterly shocking, simply beyond comprehension. Su Mibao, hearing the heartfelt exchange between the father and daughter, was left speechless. That old schemer has truly manipulated 3 generations of the Imperial family. How terrifying. In the end, he calculated everything, yet never anticipated that the current emperor is a cunning character, playing the fool. This dog of an emperor lacks governance skills, yet has fully learned the art of manipulating the hearts of men from his master. Suddenly, from the crowd emerged cries of anger, followed by a surge of beggars rushing towards the line of prisoners. "Yin City has fallen. Our fathers, mothers, wives, and children have been slain by the northern border soldiers. All of them are from the Su family, traitors selling out our nation, causing our homeland to fall. Kill the traitors. Slay the sellouts." In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted. People hurled stones, dirt clods, rotten vegetable leaves, and foul eggs along with filth at the line of exiles. The scene mirrored the dangers described in the original text, tightening Su Mibao's heart with unease. Quickly, Su Mibao turned to her grandmother. "Among the commoners are those loyal to the emperor and Gutai. They will seize this opportunity to strike against our Su family." Given that her elder brother was still unconscious, the emperor and Gutai had incited the masses, who, unaware of the truth, believed that their revered Su Zhenbei was a traitor, igniting even more fury. They charged forward, beating and cursing the members of the Su family. By the time the officials managed to disperse the crowd and restore order, several members of the Su family had already been injured. Most notably Su Zhenbei, lying unconscious in the prison cart, had been bitten by enraged citizens, suffering grievous wounds. The law does not punish the masses. The citizens, driven by patriotism, express their hatred towards the treacherous officials. Not only would they not be blamed, but it would also become a tale of valor. "It's over. My brother, sister-in-law, and parents are all in the prison cart. There's no escaping this. And Aunt Seven, she is with child." Su Mibao felt overwhelmed. In the original text, Aunt Seven had already perished by now, so she had not faced the chaos of the streets. But But now, things were different. Her presence had altered the fate of Aunt Seven and her child. And now, they were caught up in this turmoil. This is terrible, Grandma. The Emperor's men are trying to lure the citizens into consuming my brother's flesh. Su Mibao felt an immense sense of relief. Her ability to read minds had allowed her to hear the thoughts of everyone within a 10-mile radius. At this moment, she was startled to hear the thoughts of several individuals within the oncoming crowd. The Emperor commands us to incite the populace to drink the blood of treacherous officials and feast upon their flesh. Su Mibao recalled her history lessons in middle school, where her teacher spoke of the renowned Ming Dynasty General Yuan Chonghuan, who was falsely accused and imprisoned, ultimately executed in the capital, while the common folk consumed his flesh, cursing him as they did so, leaving nothing but his head behind. His family was exiled 3,000 miles away, and their wealth was confiscated. Good heavens! What a cruel emperor! The original author of After the Family is Plundered, the war god prince turns dark, was truly heartless, forcing the paper-thin emperor to learn such a wicked trick, intending for her elder brother to be consumed alive by the people. A chill ran down Su Mibao's spine. Reading about such events in books felt superficial, but facing the reality was a bone-chilling terror, a harrowing pain that gripped her very soul. What should she do? She watched as beggars and townsfolk surged forward like a relentless tide. The Emperor Mingda was truly malicious, having devised this treacherous scheme to destroy the Su family through the hands of the commoners. The old matriarch of the Su family trembled with fury. The Su family had always been loyal and valiant, sacrificing their lives to protect the people, yet they were now to be slain by those very people, falling in the long streets of the capital. Was there a more tragic fate than this? The Su family could meet 1,000 different ends, but they must never suffer this one. The escorting guards, numbering only 30 or 40, were utterly unprepared for such a scenario. By the time they reacted, the crowd had already engulfed the prison cart. Rabbit, come out quickly. Think of a way to protect the Su family. Su Mibao cried out in desperation. Played dead. There was no response. Su Mibao anxiously tugged at her rabbit hat. The wretched rabbit, playing dead at such a critical moment. Grandmother, take off my hat and face the little rabbit towards me. In her urgency, Su Mibao could not afford to hesitate. She was too small and lacked the strength to remove the hat herself, so she needed her grandmother's assistance. The old matriarch understood her granddaughter's peculiarities. Although she was pained by the thought of exposing her granddaughter's abilities, the situation was dire, leaving no room for hesitation. With a swift motion, the old matriarch removed the hat and handed it to Su Mibao. To her astonishment, the rabbit that had been resting on the hat had vanished, returning to its original form. Rabbit, where are you? What happened? Su Mibao called out with her mind, but received no response. She delved into her consciousness to check the space, but found no trace of the rabbit. Grandmother, cover me with your cloak. Do not let anyone discover my absence. Do not be frightened. I am going to a place and will return shortly. Without waiting for her grandmother's reply, Su Mibao instantly slipped into the space. The old matriarch was left stunned, clutching the cloak tightly, as if still holding onto her granddaughter. Master, we have separated from the lady and the young master, reported Mammy Su anxiously as the carriage curtain was lifted. The old matriarch peered outside, only to see a sea of people surrounding the carriage, with no sign of any members of the Su family or prisoners. The throng pressed closer, isolating her carriage from the rest of her kin. Mammy Su, come up quickly. Mammy Su had spent her life serving the old matriarch and had never strayed far from her side. Thus, when they set off, she had walked beside the carriage. Due to her age and the markings on her face, the guards had paid her no mind. Do not worry, my lady, I will squeeze through to take a look. However, given her age and limited mobility, it was a daunting task. Come back quickly, the old matriarch urged, pulling Mammy Su's hand. If the crowd disperses, we may never see each other again. Her meaning was clear. Both of them were elderly, and it was best for them to remain in the carriage, avoiding any trouble for their descendants. If they ventured out now, they could easily be trampled by the masses. The old matriarch firmly believed that her clever granddaughter would find a way to resolve the current predicament. Old servant, keep an eye on the door. Do not let anyone harm the young lady or the little master. Mammy soon nodded and quickly climbed onto the carriage, positioning herself at the edge of the canopy to shield the old matriarch and the young miss from any potential harm. Rabbit, come out. Su Mibao called the moment she entered the space. Master, I am here, came a weak voice. Su Mibao looked around but did not see the rabbit. Suddenly, a system screen appeared before her, displaying a message: system energy depleted, entering sleep mode. The text flickered and then transformed into the familiar shape of a rabbit, its little eyes blinking at her with a look of distress. Master, I am trapped here and cannot escape. It then dawned on Su Mibao that when she had requested the rabbit to summon birds to peck Gutai, the rabbit had been trying to convey something to her, but she had interrupted it. It seemed the rabbit wished to inform her that due to its low energy level, it had entered a dormant state after using its powers to summon the small birds. The outside is dangerous. Please help me quickly. I can do nothing, master. You must rely on yourself now. What should she do? Su Mibao frowned, realizing that without the rabbit's assistance, she was left to fend for herself. A gun? Impossible. With so many commoners outside, what could she accomplish with a firearm? Even if she retrieved the machine gun from the secret chamber, it would be of no use to her as a mere child. Smoke bombs? As an operative, she knew there were special smoke bombs in the secret space that lasted longer than normal ones, up to an hour, covering a distance of a kilometer. However, how could a mere infant utilize such devices? Rabbit, think of something quickly. If Su Zhenbei is consumed by the commoners, we will both meet our doom. Su Zhenbei will not die now. There will surely be someone to save him, the rabbit replied calmly. Su Mibao was at a loss. How could she forget? This was a world from a book. Su Zhenbei was the second male lead. The author would never allow him to perish. However, this conflict would undoubtedly lead to the deaths of others in the Su family. If her intuition served her rightly, the Su family would not only face casualties, but would suffer terribly. The tragic demise of the Su family members would serve as a significant catalyst for Su Zhenbei's transformation into darkness, especially considering that they would fall victim to the hands of the very people they had protected. This would turn him from a valiant young hero into a power-hungry, vengeful figure, willing to employ all manner of dark tactics to protect the remnants of his family. Who would perish? It was all too clear, and Su Mibao's expression darkened. Her parents, bound in the prison cart and unable to move, were left vulnerable to the wrath of the commoners and with the schemers sent by the emperor. Serious injury or death was a distinct possibility. Then there was Aunt Seven, pregnant for 6 or 7 months. Surrounded by so many people, even with her skill, she would be at grave risk of harm. The most likely outcome for her was a tragic demise for both mother and child. And the 4 children aged 8 or 9 would surely be injured, if not killed. I cannot wait any longer. Rabbit, you must have a solution, do you not? There are indeed solutions, but stop with the buts. What solutions are available? Speak quickly. If that rabbit is done for, the Su family will perish entirely. It's important to remember the original narrative where the Su family perished during their exile, leaving only her and her elder brother. If they fall victim during this street turmoil, it merely hastens their demise, still effectively facilitating the male antagonist's descent into darkness. It is, after all, a continuation of the original storyline. The system is dormant, and my abilities are temporarily sealed. I cannot assist you. However, you can directly trade with the system on credit. Rabbit, are you implying I should take on debt? I can retrieve anything from my office's secret stash. The core issue is not the inability to acquire items, but rather how I, a mere child, can utilize them once they are procured. My dear, you are far too impatient. What I meant by taking on credit is for you to engage in a transaction with the system to revert to your original form. Original form? The 22-year-old female agent and military doctor? Are you jesting? Is that even feasible? Su Mibao was momentarily taken aback. However, it comes at a steep price. The system can allow you to exit the space as your original self for 100 coins per minute. That is indeed exorbitant, more than highway robbery. Yet, Su Mibao envisioned herself as a formidable young woman, armed with a submachine gun and smoke grenades, suddenly appearing in a carriage. It would surely startle her grandmother into a faint. Teleportation. You can also trade on credit with the system to unlock the teleportation feature. Teleportation? Wow! Su Mibao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since her transmigration, she had cursed this wretched system countless times. Having observed numerous protagonists in similar tales possessing spatial abilities, she noted how they not only had space, but could also teleport. One moment, they would be in the palace, raiding the treasury, and the next, they would be at the home of a nefarious minister, clearing out the villains. How exhilarating! Yet, she was unable to do so. To retrieve an item, she had to physically touch it or squint her eyes for what felt like an eternity to draw it into her space. It was excessively tedious and utterly exhausting. How many coins are needed to unlock the teleportation feature? 5,000. Well, I knew it. This treacherous rabbit is nothing but a cunning trickster, always intent on skinning me alive. However, this is not the moment for me to lament my points or haggle. Lives are at stake outside. Once the teleportation feature is unlocked, will it be revoked? Su Zhenbei grew anxious. Su Mibao did not trust this deceitful rabbit. She needed clarification. What if she was deceived again? Just look at the system steward. It seems to oscillate between life and death. Once unlocked, it is for permanent use unless you meet your demise. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Su Mibao almost smiled, but the latter half extinguished her smile instantly. This wretched rabbit. Why must it always utter such disheartening truths? Let us activate it for 10 minutes at a cost of 1,000 points. Unlock teleportation for 5,000 and revert to your original form for another 1,000. In total, you owe the system 6,000. As for your remaining points, Su Mibao had no interest in the rabbit's prattle. She snatched her backpack from the office and instantly exited the space. Upon exiting, she utilized both the teleportation and reversion functions to appear on the eaves of a 3-story tavern beside Chong Street. Dressed in a form-fitting black suit with a long black coat draped over it and black leather boots on her feet, the attire from her last mission. At the crossroads, a chaotic throng had gathered. Prisoners, officials, and commoners were all jumbled together, shouting and cursing. The Su family's prison carriage was positioned directly beneath the tavern, with 2 carriages now merged into one. Butler Su and Su San had their wooden stocks smashed open, standing guard in front and behind the carriages, wielding iron shackles to disperse the encroaching crowd. Madame Hua held her ground on the eastern side of the carriage, while Granny Song defended the west, their ropes severed. Each wielded wooden boards to keep the masses at bay. With the stocks of their parents broken, several slats from the carriage had been removed, revealing 4 children crouched inside, their parents shielding them with wooden boards. In the other carriage, Su Dage's wife had been freed, but due to the numerous bindings on him, she could not assist him immediately. She remained seated in the carriage, protecting her husband. Yi Ranqing sat atop her brother's carriage, brandishing a long wooden board to strike anyone who approached. However, this was only a temporary measure as the crowd continued to swell. The 2 horses pulling the carriage could barely move. From her elevated position, Su Mibao observed the emperor and the agents dispatched by Gutai, lurking among the crowd and inching closer to the carriage. If they drew near, they were skilled fighters, far beyond the capabilities of the Su family's women and children. You cannot awaken, you must not. Inside the carriage, Gu Weiyan clung tightly to Su Zhenbei, preventing him from rising. Shortly after the carriage had departed from the execution department, Su Zhenbei's fever subsided and he regained consciousness. As the women cried out for their husbands and the valiant brother, tossing flowers and fruits into his carriage, he was fully awakened. Not only did he regain consciousness, but he also discovered an astonishing change in his body. The 6 soul-pacifying nails that had sealed his meridians were now loosening. The internal force that had been suppressed by a strange poison began to flow freely. To the onlookers, he appeared unconscious and bound within the carriage. In reality, He had been silently circulating his internal energy, gradually easing the tension in his meridians throughout the journey. He was not paralyzed. He had not lost his martial prowess, though it was currently only at a meager 20%. Before those shadowy guards made their move, I must ensure my family's escape from this chaos. Fearing detection, Gu Weiyan shielded Su Zhenbei's head with the corner of her cloak, speaking to him as she nestled inside. To outsiders, it appeared as though she was protecting her husband from harm. Su Zhenbei let out a cold laugh. He had to thank the hypocrisy of Emperor Mingda. The emperor had no desire to see him leave the capital alive. Yet, he had promised the Empress Dowager to set him free. Moreover, Emperor Mingda aspired to be seen as a wise ruler in the eyes of the people and did not wish for them to witness his death at his hands. Thus, the shadowy guards dispatched would never kill him openly before the populace. They would operate from the shadows, inciting the masses to do the deed. Those guards would merely blend in with the crowd and strike at him covertly. Understanding the emperor's intentions, Gutai, a favored minister, was acutely aware of the emperor's mindset and would not brazenly send assassins after him. Su Zhenbei scoffed inwardly. These shadowy guards would initially hide behind the commoners as per their master's orders. Now that chaos had erupted, they were seizing the opportunity to advance. However, with so many people, even their skill would require time to navigate through the throng. He had to ensure his family's safe departure before the guards reached the carriage. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Though he currently possessed only 20% of his abilities, it would not be difficult to extract 1 or 2 individuals from this crowd. Su Zhenbei contemplated using his lightness skill to carry people up to the eaves along the street. There were a few chances of success. Firstly, due to the crowd, he could only take 2 or 3 individuals at a time, making it impossible to evacuate the entire Su family swiftly. Secondly, if he were to break open the carriage, his injuries would inevitably worsen. He could not sustain himself for long. Once he leaped onto the roofs, he would be a fugitive, and the shadowy guards and officials would have no qualms about shooting him down. Thus, this plan was unfeasible. In the second plan, he pulled the long pole in the center of the prison cart, standing atop it, clearing a bloody path with a stick in hand. He instructed Su San and steward Su to hasten their departure with the cart. Initially, this would result in the unfortunate demise of some oblivious commoners. Yet the sight of death would undoubtedly prompt the crowd to scatter. As the horses galloped, the fear of collision would compel the people to yield a path. At that moment, whether it was the hidden guards or the official soldiers, they could be thwarted one by one. No, you cannot reveal yourself. If you stand up, you may temporarily save the Su family from this place, Gu Weiyan remarked, her perception keen, instantly discerning Su Zhenbei's intentions. But you would expose yourself. The emperor and Gutai will not spare you. Should your injuries worsen, those hidden guards will seize the opportunity to kill you under the guise of pursuing a fugitive. The Su family would then become outlaws as well. If you perish, where could they possibly escape to? They would simply be captured, and at that point, exile would be replaced with execution, would it not? Her words were calm and unhurried, her expression composed. Su Zhenbei furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had to concede that Gu Weiyan was correct. This plan was futile. Thus, he was left with only one option, an option he sincerely wished to avoid. He would rather sacrifice his own life than resort to this method. However, the lives of his entire family, including his infant sister barely 100 days old, were at stake. He could not bear to watch his loved ones perish before his eyes. I have betrayed the late emperor and the crown prince. All blame rests upon my shoulders. An internal struggle ensued within Su Zhenbei before he lifted his blood-red gaze and declared, "Stay away from me." He intended to shatter the prison cart and the ropes binding him, wary of injuring Gu Weiyan in the process. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke erupted from all 4 directions at the street corner, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars and earth-shaking sounds. An escape was underway. Howls of wild beasts echoed through the smoke. Wolves. No bears. Wait, it's wild boars. Tigers, it's tigers. The rising white mist obscured everything within a mere 2 steps distance, rendering the surroundings indistinct, with only 3 or 4 figures barely visible ahead. The cacophony of thunder and beastly roars instilled fear in the hearts of the people. Another thunderous sound resonated from the east. It was from the direction of the royal tomb, which had collapsed. Beasts from the royal hunting grounds had escaped, eliciting gasps of shock from the crowd. To the east lay the royal tomb, surrounded by an unbroken range of mountains that housed the royal hunting grounds of the Qi dynasty, a realm forbidden to common folk. This sanctuary not only harbored indigenous creatures, but also an array of animals brought in from various regions. Lo! The light of the divine! The heavens are enraged! The crowd exclaimed in awe. A flock of birds took flight, circling the sky before perching on the eaves, their cawing jarring and unsettling. Grandmother, quickly let stewards Su and Su San drive the prison cart away. Su Mibo instantaneously teleported into the embrace of the old lady Su, reverting to the appearance of a small child. Earlier, she had scattered several enhanced smoke bombs along the long street, then retrieved her phone from her backpack, placing it on the eaves and amplifying the sounds of a stormy animal world. She then teleported towards the royal tomb, releasing more smoke bombs and playing recordings of earthquake sounds. Using an infrared laser light, she sliced through the white mist, revealing a striking scene to the entire capital. Upon finishing, Su Mibo teleported to the cart's roof, activating her original form, and shone the infrared laser ahead, clearing a path. She then wielded a tear gas sprayer and unleashed a torrent forward. The light of the divine! The infrared light fell upon the people, causing them to recoil in fear. The pungent spray of pepper solution stung their eyes, rendering them unable to open them, their faces ablaze with pain. Ouch, my eyes! It hurts, my face! They cried, terrified that the divine was punishing them. In an instant, a path opened as they retreated. Madame Su tightened her grip on the reins, wielding her whip fiercely against the old horse. Feeling the sting, the horse neighed in pain and galloped wildly. Steward Su and Su San were no ordinary individuals. Upon Madame Su's command, the crowd parted. The two of them hastily jumped onto the prison cart, urging the horse to follow closely behind the green canopy cart. The 3 vehicles raced through the gaps in the crowd, whizzing past. Prisoners in transport. Most of the official soldiers had been well bribed by Songjin today, showcasing the effects of wealth. Among the officials with ties to the Su family, some, quick-witted, saw the prison carts flee and shouted to rally, leading the charge after them. The other officials, upon witnessing this, joined in pursuit. In an extraordinary scene amid the swirling smoke, red lights guided the way as the 3 carts surged ahead, a throng of officials following close behind as they rushed through the crowd. Turn left, there's an alleyway, it's empty. Early in the morning, the streets were filled with spectators eager for the spectacle. The adjacent lanes lay deserted, populated only by a few straggling pedestrians. As they witnessed the unusual occurrence in the sky and the sudden cloud of smoke, the sound of approaching carts urged them to seek refuge in nearby shops. The 3 carts sped out of the long street, veering into the alleyway. Upon exiting, they turned onto another main road, galloping fiercely towards the eastern city gate. Wait! The prison cart is heading to the east gate. Aren't we supposed to rendezvous at the south gate as Shirley Pavilion? An official, out of breath, exclaimed. Are you blind? With the street in this state, do you think we can still exit through the south gate? The leader scolded the official. Onward, all of you run. Out through the east gate, follow the moat road, and turn towards Shirley Pavilion. But they have carts, and we have only our 2 legs. We can't outrun 4 legs. Another voiced in dismay. Running to Shirley Pavilion is a 5 or 6 li journey. It costs 10 taels of silver to run a li. Are we running or not? Run. Our monthly salary is only 5 taels, barely enough for half a li. Not running would be foolish. But we're running. And you must pay us. The leader kicked the official's backside. What are you thinking? Even if I had money, I wouldn't give it to you. Why not enjoy a drink instead? Yes, your money is all with your wife. You have to beg her just to have a sip. Fools, stop questioning and run. Song Huashong is far richer than any of us. It's Song Huashong footing the bill? Hurry to Shirley Pavilion. The faster we run, the more silver he'll provide." The officials laughed, envisioning the gleaming silver, their leader's agility spurring them on as they ran with all their might. In the Golden Wan Hall, the atmosphere was stifling. The Crown Prince had conspired to usurp the throne and commit regicide, a most heinous act. Last night, he had perished in flames within the Eastern Palace, leading to the demise of all within. The Duke of Jin National and the Crown Prince had colluded, resulting in the fall of Yen City. The common folk were displaced, losing land over 100 miles, with the entire clan facing exile. The Grand Tutor's residence acted as the mastermind behind the scenes, with the entire clan facing the same fate. At dawn, the court ministers gathered for the morning assembly, greeted by the shocking news of the Crown Prince's rebellion and the fire at the Eastern Palace. The Duke of Jin National and the Grand Tutor's residence had been decreed to be raided by the Emperor last night, reducing them to prisoners by dawn. They were to be exiled to the northern frontier. The defeat of Yen City had led to the northern frontier being ravaged, with 400,000 troops left without a single grain of rice. The Dichi dynasty could no longer sustain a fight. Negotiation was the only viable path forward. Fortunately, the general of the border troops was summoned in a time of crisis to negotiate with the northern frontier for a ceasefire. The chancellor presented the reports from the northern frontier, and the court erupted in uproar. A peace negotiation? The northern frontier demands tribute from the Great Qi. This matter has already been settled between me and the chancellor. The ministers must not discuss it further. The chancellor, with a grave expression, surveyed the assembly and spoke solemnly. The situation within the court is dire. The city of Yen is without provisions, internal traitors abound, and external foes threaten us. The northwest suffers from drought, the south from floods, and the east is plagued by pirates. Tell me, how can our Great Qi afford to wage war against the northern frontier? The ministers fell silent. The Great Qi lacks both the Grand Tutor in civil matters and the Duke of National Defense in military affairs. We are surrounded by enemies on all sides. Furthermore, before the troops can mobilize, provisions must be secured. Yet our treasury, the chancellor chose not to continue, raising his gaze to the emperor. Emperor Mingda glanced at Qianin Pavilion, who was standing beside him. Qian Gonggong, please report once more on the situation regarding the theft from the treasury. Let the ministers listen carefully. The emperor sat heavily on his throne, casting his gaze upon the ministers. The various departments within the inner ministry, including the armory, the Imperial kitchen, and the weaving workshop, Qianin Pavilion, maintaining an impassive expression, recited the losses from each of these departments, revealing that everything had been stolen. Everything has been taken? Surely not. The ministers exchanged worried glances, incredulous that any thief would dare to rob the palace. Such a lapse in the palace guard is inexcusable for the commander of the Imperial Guard. The chancellor stepped forward, his eyes downcast, calculating the implications. They are all playing their own games. The Duke of National Defense, the Grand Tutor, and the Crown Prince's faction were once the most powerful in court, but the emperor, in an effort to suppress the Crown Prince's faction, had cultivated ties with Gutai to create a counterbalance. Now that the Crown Prince's faction has fallen, Empress Qian has been relegated to the cold palace, her daughter, Consort Shi, presiding over the 6 palaces, and her grandson, the second prince, has ascended as the rightful heir. Soon, the emperor will surely elevate Consort Shi to empress, and the second prince will be the legitimate firstborn. The commander of the Imperial Guard is Gutai's man. Although Gutai appears loyal to the emperor, he is the one the emperor trusts the most. Yet, the chancellor knows that Gutai has a deep connection with the beautiful consort, covertly supporting the third prince. With the crown prince deceased, the competition for succession looms large. He cannot afford to give Gutai and the third prince even the slightest opportunity to gain power and become a rival to his grandson. The chancellor's words ring true. Indeed, the Imperial Guard is as good as non-existent. Had the enemy not stolen from the inner ministry's treasury, but instead sought my life, I might not see you all here today. What does the emperor mean by this? The ministers bowed their heads, too fearful to respond. After all, the court is in turmoil. Officials associated with the crown prince have been imprisoned or exiled, leaving many positions vacant. The Duke of National Defense as the military chief and the Grand Tutor as the civil head, these two positions have suddenly become available overnight. Will Gutai and the Chancellor smoothly take their places? And how should they align themselves next for their own benefit? Or would it be more advantageous not to take sides? The ministers were engulfed in trepidation. I am guilty. We have not captured the thief, nor discovered any suspicious traces. Just then, Commander Jiwei strode into the hall, kneeling before the emperor, a wooden tray in his hands, displaying an object that caused him great discomfort. This item felt oddly familiar, stirring unease within him. To report it would be to risk the emperor's wrath, yet to withhold it would be treason. No suspicious traces were found? The ever-composed Xianin Pavilion raised his gaze to the emperor, then cast an irritated look at Jiwei. What are you saying, Commander? Not only have thousands of exquisite armors and finely crafted weapons vanished from the armory, but even the pots, pans, and stoves from the Imperial kitchen have also disappeared. You mean to say there is not a single trace left? Pots? Pans? Stoves? The ministers gasped in astonishment. What manner of thief is this? Xianin Pavilion. The most astute in reading expressions and discerning the emperor's thoughts, noticed the peculiar look in the emperor's eyes as they fell upon the object in Jiwei's hands and quickly stepped forward to take the tray, presenting it to the emperor. Your Majesty, behold this. Oh dear, this is clearly a pair of large floral underpants. Bold Jiwei. How dare you present such filthy items before the emperor? Xianin Pavilion's face darkened, his fans snapping shut as he admonished. In a single night, under the watchful eyes of so many skilled guards, everything from the inner ministry's treasury was stolen without a sound. And yet, they dare to leave behind such a disgraceful item? The ministers were filled with curiosity, casting furtive glances at the tray. Those closest to the dais recognized the object as a pair of large floral underpants, their eyes widening in disbelief. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's expressions. Indeed, it was a pair of large floral underpants, and evidently, they belonged to a man. Who would have thought the emperor had such a taste? No wonder the ministers would think it belonged to the emperor, in the inner palace, apart from the emperor. There were no other true men. The eunuch's undergarments were all custom-made. Who but the emperor would dare to wear such large floral underpants within the palace? Isn't this the very item you presented to the emperor, Jiwei? And now you dare to say I have sullied his majesty's eyes? Jiwei inwardly cursed Xianin Pavilion for being so cunning, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. As the commander, he led 100,000 imperial guards to defend the palace, yet in a single night, the inner ministry's treasury was utterly stripped bare. And he had not even caught a glimpse of the thief. The emperor's anger could justly cost him his head. Bowing down, Jiwei declared, I have searched the palace thoroughly, yet found nothing amiss. Only this item does not belong within the palace, but it was found hanging and Jiwei hesitated, knowing that what he was about to say would only provoke greater anger from the emperor. Yet he could not remain silent, so he bowed his head once more. I am guilty, I am guilty. This item was found hanging within the palace? Even Xianin Pavilion's countenance shifted. A pair of a man's large floral underpants hanging in the palace? Throughout history, no such disgraceful incident had occurred. As the chief eunuch of the inner palace and the emperor's closest confidant, Xianin Pavilion would not mistake the ownership of such undergarments. After all, every thread the emperor wore passed through his hands. Hanging where? At that moment, Emperor Mingda realized the nature of the object, a flicker of dark light in his eyes. Above the plaque of the Zhenbei Hall, the ministers' faces paled, and they quickly bowed their heads even lower. The thief was exceedingly cunning. Not only did he steal countless treasures, but he had also dared to hang the emperor's large floral underpants for all to see. Such audacity would surely enrage the emperor to the point of apoplexy. When the Son of Heaven is enraged, countless lives could be lost. The ministers prostrated themselves, not daring to breathe. Quickly summon Gutai. Each word was enunciated by Emperor Mingda with palpable fury. Others may not know, but he recognized at once that these large floral underpants belonged to none other than his childhood friend and trusted minister, Gutai. Gutai had visited the palace last night, but how had his large floral underpants ended up here? It is improbable for a thief to directly remove such a closely fitted item from him unless it was willingly discarded, allowing the thief to seize it opportunistically. At this moment, Emperor Mingda was not concerned about the thief's absurdity in stealing something so seemingly worthless. What preoccupied his mind was the context in which Gutai had removed it and where it had been left behind. Our Emperor Mingda's paranoia was once again awakened. Summon Lord Gu. Hastily summon Lord Gu. Observing the Emperor's countenance change dramatically, Qianyin Pavilion promptly dispatched a young attendant to convey the Emperor's words. Your Majesty, we are preparing to send aid to the northwest for disaster relief, while simultaneously transporting military provisions to Yen City, thereby demonstrating the might of our great Qi. The journey is arduous and long. The left chancellor took a step forward, adding, moreover, this mission will represent our great Qi dynasty, acting in the capacity of an imperial envoy to negotiate trade matters with the northern frontier. The round trip will take over 6 months. With the third prince's wedding approaching, it is indeed difficult to undertake such a journey. The elder statesman concurred with the chancellor's sentiments. The relief efforts in the northwest, the defense reinforcement at Yen City, and the trade negotiations are not tasks to be completed in a day. The third prince, being of noble birth, faces significant risks on such a prolonged journey, and any misstep could jeopardize the stability of the realm. I propose that we instead dispatch 1 civil and 1 military official together to deliver the provisions and establish trade for the peace of our citizens. The execution of the Su Wang and his family, as well as the trade negotiations, require astuteness and eloquence. No one in our great Qi can rival the second prince in terms of oratory and wisdom. Thus, it would be fitting for the second prince to lead this expedition. Once someone initiated the proposal, others quickly echoed it. In a flurry of discourse, the court was engulfed in a heated debate, each minister fiercely defending their stance. After much commotion, neither side yielded. Though the Qianyin Pavilion maintained an outwardly neutral facade, internally they scoffed at the assembly, recognizing them as a gathering of cunning old foxes. Should Yen City falter, the entire lineage of the Duke of State would be extinguished. The Great Qi dynasty would negotiate peace with the northern frontier, with the latter pledging allegiance to Great Qi in exchange for annual tributes of silk and other goods. This mission, regardless of who undertook it, would entail the management of 100,000 troops from the Su family and the 30,000 stationed at the border. Furthermore, controlling the trade routes at Yen City would be a lucrative endeavor, a venture promising both wealth and power. As for the drought in the northwest, it was merely a secondary concern. With the crown prince deceased, the competition for succession between the second and third princes intensified. This journey to Yen City held immense significance for both factions, prompting ministers to align themselves accordingly, each cloaked in eloquent rhetoric while pursuing their own interests. How blind they were to the emperor's evident distress. Just after the crown prince's death, they hastily supported the power struggles of the two princes. Did they perceive the emperor as a mere figurehead? Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the hall, startling the ministers into silence. What has transpired? Investigate. The ongoing theft investigation within the Internal Affairs Office had yet to yield any leads, and now this ominous sound heralded further trouble. A moment later, a messenger rushed in, breathless with urgency. Smoke has erupted throughout the capital. Thick, white smoke obscured visibility. Another report. Yet another messenger burst in, describing chaos as birds and animals fled in terror. One more report. A third messenger entered, announcing disturbances at the street corners where prisoners were in disarray, with the Su family's prison cart being guided towards the eastern gate. And yet another report. A fourth messenger rushed in, breathlessly declaring that the royal tomb had collapsed, causing tremors and flooding. What? Emperor Mingda was nearly thrown from his throne in shock. He had scarcely grasped the preceding reports, but this last piece of news struck him profoundly. The royal tomb had collapsed. Was this a sign of divine retribution for his actions against the crown prince, the Duke of State, and the royal tutor? The royal tomb? He must go there immediately. Emperor Mingda was torn, despite his status as the sovereign. The royal tomb represented the ancestral resting place of his family. If an incident had occurred, it was only fitting for the royal lineage to investigate. As the ruler of the nation, how could he set a poor example by not attending? Regardless of whether it was the second or third prince, they were merely his grandchildren in relation to the late emperor. How could he, as the father figure, neglect his duties while they attended? Yet, with the situation unclear and no thief apprehended, he hesitated. At that moment, Emperor Mingda felt a pang of regret. He should not have executed all his siblings. Had he spared at least one, he might not have been compelled to attend personally. Yen Shibashi? Alas! He had just decreed Yen Shibashi to depart the capital for his fief the previous night. It would be too late to send someone after him now. Your Imperial Majesty. Last night at the hour of the tiger, Uncle Yen led a group to the royal tomb. The second prince stepped forward to report. Yen Shibashi had ventured to the royal tomb in the dead of night? Emperor Mingda thought, recalling his command for Yen Shibashi to leave the capital for his fief. It was reasonable for Yen Shibashi to pay his respects to the late emperor before his departure, knowing he would not return to the capital again. Very well. I shall send someone to the royal tomb to check. I trust that Uncle Yen will ensure everything is well. Indeed. My second son is astute and possesses great depth of character. Emperor Mingda cast a approving glance at the second prince, discreetly alleviating the tension. Proclaim a decree. Instruct Duke Yen to guard the royal tomb and expedite the repairs. Matters concerning the departure from the capital shall be discussed later. Your Majesty. I am guilty. I beseech you to execute me and bury me at the entrance of the royal tomb, so I may guard it for eternity and fulfill my filial duty to the late emperor. A resonant voice echoed through the hall. Gutai, stripped of his outer robe, clad only in his inner garments and bearing thorns, approached the throne, prostrating himself and knocking his head on the ground. Ah, what has happened to Lord Gu? Upon entering the hall, he bowed low before the crimson dais, his prostrations echoing loudly. Last night, the heavy rain caused a landslide. I guarded the royal tomb until the hour of the tiger. Hearing of the theft, I led a search throughout the capital for the thief, exhausting myself in the process. After dawn, I found numerous inconsistencies, all seemingly linked to the exiled prisoners. I hurried back to report to your Majesty, but en route, I witnessed unusual occurrences, animals fleeing and ominous signs in the sky. Upon hearing of the royal tomb's collapse, I am guilty. The Qianyin pavilion maintained a stoic facade, yet internally they relished the spectacle. If the left chancellor was a cunning fox, Gutai was truly shameless. Listen to the eloquence of his words. As if he were solely concerned for the emperor, claiming the royal tomb's collapse was due to his inadequate supervision. He failed to consider that the tomb's collapse was a result of the excessive greed he displayed during its construction, a reflection of poor quality rather than negligence in guarding it. What is this? The ministers gasped in astonishment, eyes wide with disbelief. Shorn of hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes, he sported a smooth, round head. What had befallen Lord Gu? Had the thief stolen all his hair overnight? Lord Gu, the collapse of the royal tomb is due to your poor oversight. The theft from the treasury is a result of your negligence. You certainly deserve to face the consequences. The left chancellor pointedly accused Gutai. At this juncture, defeating Gutai would secure a smooth path for the second prince's future. Investigate the theft within the Internal Affairs Office, repair and guard the royal tomb, and manage the prisoners being exiled. These burdens, dear Chancellor, are you capable of shouldering at your advanced age? The more one does, the more one errs. If you were to take on these responsibilities, you would fare no better than I. Gutai retorted without mercy. Raising his bloodied head, he faced the emperor with an expression of unwavering loyalty. Your Majesty, it is all my fault. You may execute me, but I shall not yield. However, I am naturally forthright and there are certain truths I must express. All these matters are intricately connected to the exile of the Su family. Subsequently, Gutai reported to Emperor Mingda the unusual occurrences he witnessed in the Ministry of Justice and the strange reports concerning the Su family's prison carriage that he had received during his journey. With each word, Emperor Mingda's countenance darkened further. The incident involving the crown prince had just been disclosed that morning, stirring discontent among the court officials and provoking rampant rumors among the common folk. Indeed, it seemed that the fears one harbors often materialize. Emperor Mingda's gaze settled deeply upon Gutai's face. "Ah, Gutai, you are indeed my trusted minister." With just a few words, "You have attributed all anomalies to the Su family. It is true, their treachery has led to the fall of Yen City, resulting in the loss of hundreds of miles and rivers flowing with blood. Thus, the late emperor's wrath was incited, manifesting in these ominous signs." Qianning, perceptive as ever, had keenly noted the exchange of glances between Emperor Mingda and Gutai. Stepping forward, he waved his ceremonial dust brush, declaring, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince, the Grand Tutor, and the Duke of the State are all esteemed ministers favored by the late Emperor, yet, on this day, they have failed the trust placed upon them, resulting in loss and suffering. The late Emperor's fury has summoned divine retribution. The royal tomb has collapsed, and all beasts mourn. I am willing to serve your Majesty," he continued, "by executing the Su family and the Wang family to appease the spirit of the late emperor and quell the heavens' wrath." Gutai, ever the opportunist, immediately knelt forward, gazing earnestly at Emperor Mingda. Chapter 74. The Execution of the Su and Wang Families. Qianning felt a jolt of alarm within, though his face remained impassive. Alas, he has merely become the emperor's mouthpiece. Surely, he does not intend to bring about the demise of the Su family at this instant? That cannot be allowed, for the Su family still has that little girl. As Emperor Mingda furrowed his brow and cleared his throat, Qianning promptly took the heavy cloak from the young eunuch's hands and respectfully draped it over the emperor's shoulders. "Your Majesty, not only has our imperial kitchen been stripped bare, but even the weaving workshop is empty. This morning, when the song merchant came to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to present his receipts, he learned of the calamity and discreetly sent over 20 loads of goods. This cloak you possess, Your Majesty, is also present with the Empress Dowager." Upon finishing, Qianning accepted the warming stove passed to him by the young eunuch, filled with exquisite silver charcoal that emitted no smoke, and handed it to Emperor Mingda. A flicker of appreciation crossed the emperor's gaze as he observed Qianning, who was astute in providing comfort and care, understanding the needs of those he served with meticulous attention. Now, after a decade upon the throne, he had finally dismantled the weighty obstacles posed by the Crown Prince, the Grand Tutor, and the Duke of the State. He could finally sit securely upon his throne and relish the happiness and glory that his position afforded him. Yet, the realm of Deqi was rife with turmoil, with power vacuums beckoning contention. He needed loyal subjects, and thus, despite Gutai's missteps, he could not punish him, nor could he exile him. By deflecting all blame onto the Su and Wang families, he merely sought to placate the officials and the populace. However, Qianning's reminder was astute. Funds were urgently needed. Yet, the Ministry of Internal Affairs had been thoroughly looted, and the treasury had been in deficit for years. The song merchant, who could provide financial support, was to be preserved at all costs. With the male members of the Su family extinguished, only the elderly, weak, women and children remained, incapable of inciting significant resistance. Moreover, the fate of the second Madame Su was tied to the Song family. It would be wiser to keep her alive than to eliminate her. The Su and Wang families were indeed guilty of grave offenses, and all officials connected to their 3 clans would face confiscation of property and exile. The adult male supporters of the Crown Prince would be executed, while the women and children would be banished. Emperor Mingda's gaze swept over the prostrate officials, some of whom lay weeping upon the ground, many of whom had ties to the late Grand Tutor or connections to the Su family through marriage, as well as those close to the Crown Prince. Emperor Mingda sought to maximize the enmity of the officials and the populace towards the Su and Wang families. Such actions rendered the officials silent, fearful that a careless word might ensnare them in the same fate. The Right Chancellor was tasked with transporting the exiles, sending them 300 miles northward. 300 convicts from the Zhao prison would accompany them. The officials remained silent, their backs drenched in cold sweat. To be exiled to the northern border. Delving another 300 miles into the desolate territories where the realms of Western Yen, the Northern Kingdom, and Deqi converged, an arid wasteland devoid of human life. Filled with wild beasts was a fate far more terrifying than execution for the elderly, weak, women, and children, alongside the 300 convicts. After a decade in power, Emperor Mingda had increasingly revealed his brutal and sinister nature. Outside the eastern city gate, along the tree-lined path by the moat, a green canopy carriage and 2 prison carts raced forward. "Young master, it is the Zhao guards and the Imperial army pursuing us." Su San's chest was soaked in blood. As he urged his horse onward, he cast furtive glances behind. Once they had exited the eastern city gate, Zhenbei ceased to feign unconsciousness. The jostling of the prison cart was too intense. Leaning against Gutai, his complexion was as pale as paper, blood seeping from the corners of his lips. His body was riddled with injuries, and the 6 soul-pacifying nails inflicted relentless agony. Had he not suppressed his strength to endure, he would have perished from blood loss long ago. In light of this unexpected turn of events, his brief revival from unconsciousness could be explained. Thus, he decided to abandon the pretense of unconsciousness. "We are now fugitives. They have the right to execute us on the spot if they catch up." With no common folk around to witness their escape, the charade could be dropped. The pursuers, while claiming to assist the officials in apprehending fugitives, were indeed agents of the Emperor and Gutai. Su San gritted his teeth, realizing how despicably the Emperor and Gutai conspired, wishing for the young master to bear the ignominy of being a fugitive even in death. Su Zhenbei smiled faintly, his eyes icy as he remarked, "As long as we are swift enough to reach the 10-mile pavilion and meet the officials responsible for the exile, we shall no longer be fugitives." "Understood, we must hurry." Su San cracked the whip against the horse's back. The horse, having just received a dash of pepper spray, was further agitated by the relentless whipping, rearing and neighing in distress. The prison cart lost some wooden planks, and with the frantic pace, it creaked ominously, threatening to collapse. "Su San!" Huashan cried out in alarm, clutching Su San's chest, blood seeping through her fingers. Su San's vision dimmed, and he collapsed. Huashan, seated beside him in the prison cart, quickly caught him. But Su San was too heavy, and they were on the verge of falling out. Ya Ranqing, who had settled in the corner of the prison cart after exiting the eastern city gate, reached out and grasped both of them, pulling them back up. With no one to drive the horses, the prison cart slowed, and Su Zongguan's other cart drew alongside. "Is Su San in trouble?" Before Huashan could respond, Guyan called out, "Seventh aunt." Everyone turned to look at Ya Ranqing, and blood, unbeknownst to them, had stained the hem of her garment. "Seventh sister-in-law?" Song Jinhe leaped down from the prison cart to check on Ya Ranqing. Trouble had arisen. The frantically racing green canopy carriage came to a halt as Su Mama lifted the curtain and addressed the elderly matriarch of the Su family. "We must turn back, quickly." The elderly matriarch tightly embraced Su Mibao, calmly instructing Su Mama. "Did anyone get injured earlier?" The black line on Su Mibao's forehead deepened. Having fought through the chaos, she needed to hurry. If she could evade Gutai and the Emperor's men, reaching Shirley Pavilion would ensure her safety. In the original narrative, her unexpected appearance and the smoke screens were absent, thus there was no plot of being pursued. Consequently, she found herself utterly bewildered, navigating this treacherous path blindly. According to the original text, Su Wang and several families were escorted by the officials of the Ministry of Justice to the outskirts of Shirley Pavilion, where they would be transferred to the officers responsible for exiles, marking the conclusion of events in the capital. Following that, the saga of the Su family's exile would unfold. However, she had no inkling of how this unexpected turn of events could align with a safe farewell at Shirley Pavilion. Jin He and the green canopy carriage turned back to meet 2 prison carts. The elderly matriarch of the Su family lifted the curtain with urgency, observing the state of the 2 carts. Su San was unconscious, and her sister-in-law had sustained injuries. "Sister-in-law?" What sister-in-law? Su Mibao's first thought was that Gu Weiyan had been harmed. But then she realized no. The person her mother referred to as sister-in-law was the first lady of the Duke of Jinghua, the wife of the missing general, her stepfather's sister. Oh! Su Mibao recalled. This person had always been inconspicuous. The first lady of the Su family, her aunt, a childless, devoutly Buddhist woman. Frail and often ill, Du Linyong had originally followed behind the prison cart alongside Granny Hua and the others. In the chaos of the long street, she had been pushed onto Su Zhenbei's cart by Granny Song, where she had been huddled in a corner, unaware of when she had been struck and lost consciousness. Yi Ranqing entered the prison cart and squeezed beside her. She paid no mind, thinking her sister-in-law merely timid, too frightened to speak. It was only when Yi Ranqing's skirt was stained with Du Linyong's blood, discovered by Granny Hua, that they realized something had happened to her. What should they do? Lacking medicine and aid, if blood continued to flow, Song Jinha had yet to finish her sentence. Whoosh, 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 a flurry of arrows shot towards them. Su Zhenbei held the rear, commanding, "Go, Steward Su, take everyone and flee swiftly to Shirley Pavilion. I will stay back to hold them off." Despite the pain coursing through his body, Su Zhenbei's demeanor remained calm as he issued orders. "You all must escape. They seek my life. You must go. Especially the women and children. Su-san is unconscious. Only you, Steward Su, can lead everyone safely to Shirley Pavilion. The Emperor wants my life, so let everyone leave. I will stay back to hold them off. I only need to endure until Su Jiu's squad arrives, and then I can escape." No wonder elder brother would not die. Su Mibao contemplated Su Zhenbei's thoughts, recalling that in the original narrative, the chaos of the long street did not include her unexpected involvement. In the original story, elder brother remained unconscious. Despite sustaining injuries, the Su family ultimately reached Shirley Pavilion safely, all intact on the road to exile. Could it be that elder brother's mention of Su Jiu's squad was what saved them? This segment was entirely unfamiliar to her. Su Mibao pondered. Perhaps she had been in listening mode then, as she often enjoyed hearing stories while engaging in other tasks. Oh, she remembered now, she had been washing her hair while listening. After finishing, she had missed that part while drying her hair, only to catch the farewell at Shirley Pavilion later. "My husband, I will not leave. I am a healer. With me here, I can tend to your wounds. I can ride and drive the carriage." Gu Weiyan was the first to assert her intention to stay and assist Su Zhenbei. "No need," Su Zhenbei replied, looking at Song Jinha. "Mother, once we reach Shirley Pavilion, please give Miss Gu a letter of divorce, allowing her to leave and remarry peacefully." Is Su Zhenbei ashamed of my disfigurement? Gu Weiyan felt a pang of sorrow. Yet her expression remained unchanged. After all, we are merely bound by parental arrangements. Moreover, I am still a daughter of the Gu family, entangled in a deep feud with the Su family. Su Zhenbei is indeed a man of thoughtfulness, unwilling to keep the daughter of his enemy close. Gu Weiyan's countenance darkened as a sense of desolation enveloped her. She truly felt lost in this vast world. If not for her younger brother's unresolved matters, she would be at a loss for her purpose in this life. "Oh, mother, tell elder brother to be quiet. Sister-in-law genuinely wishes to stay with us. She has nowhere else to go. If elder brother continues to drive her away, she may not wish to live anymore." Su Mibao hastily interjected to her mother. At such a critical moment, with fire at their heels, why were elder brother and sister-in-law suddenly discussing love and entanglements? Oh dear, author. Could you refrain from dropping the ball at such a crucial juncture? Escaping is of utmost importance. Romance should take a back seat. Su Mibao inwardly lamented the author's lack of focus. Song Jinha was perplexed. She understood the first part of the conversation, but was lost regarding the remarks about dropping the ball and the author. "Enough, Jenner. Never utter such nonsense about sending Yenner away again," she scolded gently. If the situation had allowed, she would have loved to smack her son on the head. Was he not the brightest in all of Deqi? Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, he was utterly clueless, unlike his father. Just look at Su Qingyuan. He had no other talents, yet during their courtship, he had employed every tactic imaginable, disregarding all shame. Looking at her gravely injured son, how could she bear to reprimand him at this moment of life and death? No, Jenna, I cannot leave you here alone. You are gravely wounded. Even in death, I will not part from you. Zhenbei, your mother speaks truly. If we must leave, let us all leave together. If we must stay, let us all stay. Together in life, together in death. On the road to the underworld, with so many of us, we need not fear being robbed by other spirits. Even if our family were to perish, we need not worry about lacking offerings for the afterlife. Your uncle loves your mother dearly, and he is generous enough to burn several carts of offerings for us all. Listening to her father, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, utter such words, Su Mibao could not suppress her laughter. Her father's words were a curious mix of solemnity and absurdity. The first sentence seemed so serious, yet it quickly veered off course. Whoosh, 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 another volley of arrows rained down. This time, the arrows were much closer than before. Everyone turned to see that the Imperial cavalry was hot on their heels. Fortunately, Gutai and the Emperor's men were mingled among the common folk and did not have horses, so they had not yet caught up. These Imperial cavalrymen were hastily conscripted guards stationed at the capital's perimeter, numbering only a few hundred. However, they were indeed elite soldiers, with so many injured women and children. How could a mere handful of them withstand the onslaught of 200 to 300 Imperial cavalrymen? Grandmother, we will listen to elder brother. We must hurry. He will be fine. She did not notice the details, but the Su family at Shirley Pavilion had lost none. They had all set forth on the path of exile. Su Mibao believed leaving elder brother behind was wise. He possessed the protagonist's aura. In moments of crisis, surely someone would come to his rescue. Be it Su Jio or Prince Yan, it mattered not. The protagonist would be safe. As she observed the approaching pursuers and the injured around her, Su Leofuren understood that her granddaughter was indeed a little lucky star. If she said Zhenbei would be fine, then he would surely be fine. Su Guanjia, please stay behind and drive the prisoner cart to the north. The rest of you, quickly board the green canopy cart. The situation is urgent. And Madame Su immediately directs everyone to board the cart. Su Guanjia is skilled in martial arts. He has experience from his younger days as a bodyguard, making him quite seasoned. As for the northern town, let Su Guanjia remain to assist you. Rest assured, madam, if they wish to harm the young master, they must step over my corpse first. Su Mibao glanced at Su Guanjia, who had a hunched back and limped on one leg. Right. Su Guanjia was once a bodyguard, but after a calamity that wiped out his family, he was saved by my grandmother and has since remained loyal to her in the Duke's residence. At this moment, Su Mibao looked at Su Guanjia with eyes gleaming brightly. He was truly a treasure. Ancient bodyguards spent years on the road, accumulating abundant experience. With Su Guanjia by their side, the Su family's journey into exile gained another layer of security. Just as Su Mibao was about to express to her grandmother how invaluable Su Guanjia was for their family during the exile, she was interrupted by Madame Su's resolute gaze directed at Su Guanjia. Do your utmost. They seek the lives of the Su family. In the worst-case scenario, you must survive. Master. Su Guanjia's expression was one of excitement. Alas, though I am deeply concerned, my dear little Mibao has assured me that the northern town will not perish. Therefore, all shall be well. However, Su Guanjia's fate is uncertain. If he falls, who will avenge our family's blood? As the elder brother donned his gear, Su Mibao listened to her grandmother's thoughts, feeling a warmth in her heart. Her grandmother was truly kind and sensible, a rare gem in this world. Everyone, get on the cart quickly. Huashan and Mama Song assisted the injured Su San and the eldest lady onto the cart, followed by the children. Song Jinha pushed Gu Weiyan onto the cart and then took Su Mibao from her grandmother's arms, helping Madame into the vehicle. Huashan and Mama Song exchanged glances. Observing Su Qingyuan's struggle, The cart was small, typically accommodating only 5 or 6 people, yet they were now crammed with nearly 8. Once Madame Su joined them with little Miss, the cart would be utterly filled, leaving no room to spare. Mama Su took the reins, with the two of them perched on either side of the cart. Su Iri was quite rotund, unable to fit inside, so he remained on the cart's yoke. Su Mibao was oblivious to the troubles on the green canopy cart, as her mother was holding her while she prepared to send supplies to her elder brother. Although she knew her brother, as the male second lead in the original narrative, was guaranteed not to perish here, survival did not equate to immunity from suffering. With hundreds of cavalry pursuing them, a fierce battle loomed on the horizon, especially in this age of cold weaponry. Su Mibao wished she could produce a machine gun for her brother, but time was too short for such instruction. She contemplated using her original self to emerge and wield a machine gun against the cavalry or perhaps toss a few bombs. However, this was the Emperor's domain. Should she act recklessly, the tyrant would surely devise every means to eliminate the Su family, even at the cost of innocent lives. For such weaponry was a deadly force in this era. Any emperor, upon discovering such, would see only two paths: align with the emperor or face annihilation. Nevertheless, providing her brother with some protection was certainly feasible. Su Mibao urged her mother to hold her close to the brother's prisoner cart, retrieving 2 bulletproof vests from her space. Brother, wear these vests. They can protect against arrows and blades. These ordinary bulletproof vests had the capacity to resist cold weapons, and those from Su Mibao's secret chamber were specially designed, offering enhanced protection. Brother, take these needles for use as hidden weapons, and here are these drugs. Pour them into the needle box. They are potent anesthetics. Once hit, even a bull would fall unconscious. Su Mibao produced a row of surgical needles and a box of strong anesthetics from her medical supplies. These anesthetics were upgraded versions specifically for agents. She recalled vividly that her brother, the male second lead in the story, was exceptionally skilled in both martial arts and strategy, adept in both ranged weaponry and concealed arms. At this moment, Su Mibao felt gratitude towards the author for adhering to the ancient romantic narrative laws. The male lead belongs to the female lead. The male second is shared by all, while the male third is merely fodder for emotional turmoil. As the male second lead's elder brother, his character was impeccably crafted. There was nothing he could not accomplish, only things one could not foresee. Extracting such items posed a risk of exposing her abilities, yet there was no time for hesitation. From the moment they set foot on the road to exile, Su Mibao had resolved to begin utilizing her space openly. However, unexpected events arose before they even reached the 10-mile pavilion, forcing her to reveal her powers prematurely. Su Guanjia, wear this, she commanded. Young master, be careful not to touch your wounds. I shall assist you in donning it, Su Guanjia replied, not disappointing Su Mibao. Upon seeing the unexpected items appear in Su Zhenbei's cloak, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Asking nothing and proceeding to assist Su Zhenbei. Inwardly, he mused, the young lady is truly a fortunate charm. When the Su family faces calamity, heaven sends the young lady to aid us. She is indeed endowed with great powers. May heaven protect the master and his family as they reach their place of exile safely. If only one of these garments were a pair of trousers, I could fully equip the young master. What right does an old servant like me, buried halfway in the ground, have to don such divine artifacts? Hearing Su Guanjia's thoughts, Su Mibao felt reassured. His loyalty was unwavering. Mother, quickly board the cart and depart. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows rained down, several striking mere paces from the prisoner cart. Su Zhenbei raised his hand, and with a swift flick of the wrist, Su Mibao estimated that the cavalry was nearly 200 meters away. As the flying needles from her brother's hand struck, several riders were unseated, their horses running wild with the riders still entangled in their stirrups and reins. Wow! Is this what the ancients referred to as 100 paces piercing the sun? His skill with the flying needles is truly extraordinary. Su Mibao felt a surge of excitement. She, a master of combat capable of martial arts, parachuting, diving, rapid descent, and sniping, was thrilled. Of course, her greatest strength lay in her medical expertise. As a sharpshooter, her eyesight was unparalleled, and she possessed significant physical strength. Thus, the ancient hidden weapons wielded by her should prove effective. However, they cannot rival the proficiency of her elder brother, for she lacks his internal strength and agility. Regrettably, she is but a mere infant of 100 days, incapable of any significant action. Although she still possesses a fleeting moment of her former self, she is reluctant to squander it now, considering its value for more critical junctures. With her mother departed, Song Jinha gazed at her son and daughter, gritted her teeth, and rushed towards the green canopy carriage. At this time, Su Momo and the others had already replaced the old horse on the carriage. 2 prisoner carts were present. The one belonging to Su Zhenbei had been intentionally equipped by Gutai with a strong, unruly mule that had yet to be tamed. Gutai aimed to provoke the rebellious mule, causing the cart to jolt violently, subjecting the injured Su Zhenbei to further torment. The other cart, also later swapped by Gutai for Su Chengyi and Song Jinha, was a large one drawn by a fierce red horse. Su Momo and her companions transferred the red horse to the green canopy carriage, while the old horse was ridden by Su Chengyi. Unfortunately, he was too corpulent for the green canopy carriage. Should he attempt to board, it would require at least 3 individuals to disembark to accommodate him. And if a child were involved, they would likely all need to alight. In haste, Su Mibao provided her father with a bulletproof vest, donning an additional bulletproof cloak over it, ensuring he was thoroughly protected. Her elder brother had not provided a vest, as he was under constant scrutiny from numerous foes, rendering the concealed vest less conspicuous. As for her father, his unconventional attire would not draw any undue attention, for the actions of the most inept man in the capital were never ordinary. Su Mibao recalled a humorous anecdote regarding her father from the original narrative. For a period, the second master of the Su family frequented Chuanxiang Tower every 3 days, ordering a lavish feast without eating, merely sitting for half an hour before departing. Have you heard? Our second master visits Chuanxiang Tower every 3 days to indulge in flowers and melodies. Indeed, but he reserves the entire venue, costing a staggering 200 taels each time. Hush, don't let the second madam catch wind of this, or else. The maidservants turned to see the second madam and Song Momo approaching, causing them to kneel in fright and, without being asked, divulged all they knew. Song Jinha, known for her fiery temper, was incensed. Su Qingyuan had crossed 2 of her boundaries, taking a concubine to revel in courtesans and squandering money. Immediately, she stormed into Chuanxiang Tower with Song Momo and their entourage, ascending to the 3rd floor's private room, which cost 200 taels. There, they caught Su Qingyuan in the act, seated by the window, absorbed in the distant melodies from the theater, thoroughly enjoying himself. Where were the courtesans? There were none. Su Qingyuan had spent 200 taels to book the windowside room, adorned with a table of vegetarian dishes, while listening to the delicate tunes from the theater and gazing at the lush locust tree by the window, its fragrant blossoms leaning against the sill, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain. My lady, what brings you here? Please, take a seat. Just savor the fragrance. The sound of rain, the locust blossoms, and those elusive melodies, such exquisite enjoyment is a rare gift. Is this your idea of indulging in flowers and melodies? Song Jinha could hardly believe her eyes. Her husband was not merely inept, he was utterly foolish. My lady, please do not be angry. Booking this room was indeed costly. I spent a bit more silver. However, this is the only suitable location in the entire Chuanxiang Tower. I attempted to negotiate, but to no avail. Su Chengyi chuckled, glancing at his wife with a sheepish grin. But to save money, I only ordered a table of vegetarian dishes, not a single meat dish. He leaned closer. If you truly cannot bear to part with the silver, I shall ask our mother for extra pocket money to make it up to you, all right? What is there to see in these blossoms? They grow everywhere along the city moat. Why pay to see just this one? These flowers are not the same as all the others. Some favor peonies, while I find joy in these locust blossoms. This particular tree is unlike any other. Just as humans differ from one another, though all may appear alike at first glance, each possesses unique qualities. Song Jinha regarded her foolish husband. And the music? Wouldn't it be cheaper to secure a seat at the theater? Hee, my lady, enjoying the performers up close and absorbing their essence from afar each have their merits. Su Qingyuan squinted his eyes, now mere slits, as he gazed outside. This flower, this melody, this rain, combined with your presence today, is an encounter that may never be repeated in a lifetime. How curious it is that such a notorious figure in the capital, draped in an oddly styled bulletproof cloak, raises no eyebrows. A sudden cry pierced the air, and Su Mibo turned sharply, her face paling. An arrow had struck the rear of the mule pulling her elder brother's cart. In pain, it bolted forward, recklessly charging towards the pursuing soldiers. Quickly, you must go. Su Zhenbei's commanding voice rang out, leaving no room for dissent. Go, we must leave. This time, Su Qingyuan hesitated not at all. Upon seeing his wife clutching Mibao and boarding the carriage, he promptly urged the old horse forward with a sharp whip. Hurry, Su Momo, do not complicate matters for Zhenbei. Su Qingyuan then lashed the red horse, drawing the green canopy carriage, which, in turn, bolted forward in distress. Dear, will my elder brother truly be unharmed? With everyone crowded together, Song Jinha hesitated to voice her concern directly to Su Mibao, yet her anxiety for her son compelled her to silently question her daughter. Mother, fret not. Elder brother shall not perish, Su Mibao quickly reassured her. What a jest it would be for the second male lead to meet his end at such a juncture. He is alone, so grievously injured. Although grandmother mentioned that steward Su possesses skills, he is elderly and unfit to assist your elder brother significantly. Given his condition, how could he possibly survive against so many Imperial guards and cavalry? Alas, Su Mibao sighed internally. Oh, dear mother. What you ask is a challenging question for me to answer, for I, too, am uncertain how my elder brother endures amidst such terrifying pursuers. Was it fate? Or did someone come to his aid? Was it the Prince of Yen or his hidden guards? I possess no knowledge to provide you with a satisfying answer. Mother, do you not call me a blessed child? I simply know that elder brother will not die. Do not dwell on it. Now, I must tend to the injured within the carriage. Observing the wounded within, Su Mibao believed her elder brother would escape harm. Yet the fates of Su San and her aunt were uncertain. After all, both were mere supporting characters, whose survival beyond the early chapters was not guaranteed. Yenner, how fares your aunt? Is Su-san in danger? Song Jinha then redirected her focus to the injured family members in the carriage. Her aunt had sustained a deep wound to her back. While serious, it was not life-threatening, and with proper care, the external injury could be treated. Why has Lin Yong remained unconscious for so long? Madame Su gazed with concern at her eldest daughter-in-law, who lay in a prolonged state of unconsciousness. She must be weak and has likely fainted from fright. Listening to the conversation between her grandmother and sister-in-law, Su Mibao contemplated the portrayal of the Su family's matriarch in the original story, merely a decorative figure who had no lines or significant scenes. Now, amidst their family's escape, the author had conveniently placed her in a state of perpetual unconsciousness. Sua-san has awakened, came the surprised voice of Hua Shan. Master, Sua-san spoke faintly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Do not move, your internal injuries are severe. I can only tend to your external wounds. Guyu Yan replied, glancing at Song Jinhe. To treat Sua-san and her aunt's external injuries, they would require the items given by her mother-in-law. However, those items, though the carriage was filled with their own people and loyal servants, were remarkably extraordinary, and she found it difficult to approach her mother-in-law about it. Su Mibao hastily retrieved alcohol, anti-inflammatory medicine, adhesive bandages, gauze, and bandages from her space. Regardless of the astonishment of those in the carriage, these items materialized in Song Jinhe's embrace. Yuan heir, I will assist you, she declared. Song Jinhe intended to hand Su Mibao to her mother-in-law and help Guyu herself. No need, mother. Let Hua Shan assist. She has been by my side since childhood and has learned quite a bit. Indeed, Sumi Bao couldn't help but chuckle at this. The maid Huashan was quite remarkable. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as managing accounts and culinary arts. She was the right hand cultivated specifically for her sister-in-law by her mother, Lu Wenxiu. In the past, she had helped manage Lu Wenxiu's dowry shops, restaurants, pharmacies, pawn shops, and banks exceptionally well. Oh, this Huashan seems to have quite the background, Sumi Bao mused, unable to recall the details at that moment. Her memory was swift to forget. But one thing she understood was that Huashan's medical skills might surpass those of her sister-in-law. With Huashan's assistance, they quickly managed to treat both individuals. Qing heir, are you all right? The voice of the matriarch, Su Ren, was laced with anxiety. It was then that Sumi Bao noticed that the face of her seventh aunt, Yi Renqing, had grown increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. I am fine, mother. I merely feel some dull pain in my abdomen. Yi Renqing, hailing from a mountain village, had spent many years in battle prior to entering the household, accustomed to living among a group of men and thus spoke without pretense, even in the presence of men in the carriage. Abdominal pain? That indicates a disturbance in the pregnancy, Su Ren fretted, gazing at the jolting carriage that seemed to be driven madly. A disturbance requires rest, if there is any bleeding. She must be confined to bed for the sake of the pregnancy. But now we are all fleeing for our lives. Mother, give this pill to seventh aunt. Sumi Bao urged, immediately retrieving a pregnancy-preserving medicine from her space. This time, she brought the entire bottle, unable to tear off the label or transfer it to a porcelain container. After all, having produced so many items that did not belong to this era already exposed her secret. Glancing at the people in the carriage, she felt relieved. No one, whether master or servant, questioned the origin of the items. Even the 4 boys, none older than 10, displayed no curiosity. Since the moment of their family's misfortune, everyone had reached a consensus. Their little treasure, Sumi Bao, was a child with extraordinary abilities. Once the danger passed, she needed to quickly administer a pregnancy-preserving injection to seventh aunt. Before she could ponder how to administer the injection, after all, as a child, she couldn't do it herself. She mused whether to teach her mother or her sister-in-law. It would be better to instruct her sister-in-law directly. In the future, her brother's injury would require surgical intervention in her space, which would necessitate multiple operations. She couldn't manage it alone. She needed assistance. Perhaps she should begin training her sister-in-law and Huashan now. With them as her aides, she wouldn't have to worry about performing surgeries later on. Yes, she needed to quickly devise a way to earn enough points to revert to her true self in the space. Otherwise, how could she perform surgeries? There's blood, sister-in-law. It's not Sua-san's blood, it's your own. As Song Jin, he administered the pregnancy-preserving medicine to Yi Renqing. She noticed the blood seeping from her skirt. Oh no, the child cannot be saved. Su Ren, following Song Jin his gaze, also saw the blood and felt a pang in her heart. If the 7th child is lost, this child cannot be preserved either. Qing heir, with her strong-willed nature, must be in great distress. The loss of the child is indeed heartbreaking. However, given the current circumstances, it is truly difficult for Qing heir to carry this pregnancy to term. God forbid, if anything were to happen to her, such were the thoughts of my grandmother. When Sumi Bao first heard her grandmother's inner voice, she felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing how much ancient society valued lineage. With the 7th uncle's demise, the child that 7th aunt carried was but a posthumous child. To her grandmother and others, the loss of this child would mean the end of the family line. Yet, her grandmother's sorrow was not solely for the child, but even more so for 7th aunt. Sumi Bao felt a warmth in her heart. The Su family had a commendable set of values and displayed great unity. She truly adored this family of hers. With me here, no one shall perish. Sumi Bao's resolve to protect the Su family solidified. Mother, I will enter my space for a moment. Do not worry. Without further ado, Su Bao informed her mother and prepared to vanish before everyone's eyes, intending to enter her space and negotiate once more with the system to bring seventh ant into the space for treatment. Whoosh! 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 The sound of arrows slicing through the air struck the carriage. Ah! Came the painful whinny of a horse. Master, a group of people is approaching ahead. It's the Zhao guards. The coachwoman, Su Mo, turned to inform Su Fu Ren within the carriage. The horse has been struck by an arrow. This is not good. There are too many arrows, ow. Su Mo let out a muffled groan of pain. Mother, mother. The Zhao guards, they are the bloodthirsty wolves of Gutai's Zhao guards. A shout from Su Chengyi could be heard from outside the carriage. Damn them. Yi Renqing cursed, disregarding the others' attempts to stop her. She tore back the carriage curtain, seized the wooden board she had placed on the carriage's yoke, leapt onto the roof, and began to wave it, deflecting the rain of arrows aimed at the carriage. With the curtain raised, the occupants of the carriage could see a group approaching along the riverside path. At the forefront were mounted Zhao guards, bows drawn, firing arrows in their direction. Behind them was a throng of ragged individuals. At the center, riding a majestic steed, was none other than Gutai himself. What a twist of fate, Su Bao thought. How could she encounter this man again? Wasn't he summoned to the palace by the emperor? The royal tomb had collapsed. Yet he still managed to arrive here to ambush them? Indeed, this was a world of paper figures where anything could occur. Turning her gaze back to her brother's side, despite her preparations and understanding that he would not die, the sight before her still caused her heart to tremble. 200 to 300 Zhao guards lay scattered on the ground, nearly all of them downed. At that moment, only a handful of individuals were left surrounding Su Zhenbei's carriage, visibly diminished. Su Bao understood that these individuals and horses were not dead. They had merely succumbed to her elder brother's tranquilizer. His combat prowess was indeed extraordinary. Shoot! Fire away with all your might. Gutai, mounted on his horse, drew closer with a sinister smile. Eliminate everyone outside the carriage. Spare those within. Gutai sneered. For he had received the emperor's command to escort 300 convicts from the Zhao prison alongside the exiled members of the Su family. All 300 of these convicts were the most heinous of criminals, predominantly young and vigorous men. Upon their release, he removed their heavy shackles, fed them each a poison pill, and instructed them to run desperately behind the Zhao cavalry. If anyone lags and ends up in a wolf's belly, they have no one to blame but themselves. Gutai then unleashed 20 specially bred Zhao prison wolfhounds, known for their relentless pursuit of convicts, who were now familiar with the scent of their prey. As soon as they were released, the hounds pursued the convicts with ferocity. These 300 convicts, all robust and some skilled in martial arts, immediately engaged in a life-and-death race against the wolves. Gutai, upon learning from his subordinates that chaos had erupted on the long street and that 3 Su family carriages had exited the eastern city gate, had chosen this route. If these convicts ran fast enough, they would intercept the Su family's carriage here, thereby executing a flawless ambush on Su Zhenbei. At this moment, Su Zhenbei was a fugitive, having led Zhao guards to a perfect execution without a flaw. However, the elderly matriarch of the Su family within the carriage was under the protection of the Empress Dowager, and thus could not be harmed. Song Jinhe, retained by the emperor to restrain the Song merchants, was also off limits. And then there was that little girl, whom so many coveted. She must be preserved. As for the rest, their fates would be left to chance. With good fortune, they might live to be exiled alongside the 300 convicts. With ill fortune, death awaited them. The heavens seemed to conspire against them. Su Bao's face darkened, her jet-black eyes radiating a murderous intent. Do not underestimate me. Do not mistake my restraint for weakness. The elderly matriarch gently squeezed Su Bao's hand, her loving gaze reassuring. The carriage felt cramped, with Song Jinhe holding onto Mi Bao, pressed closely against the matriarch. She was the first to sense the sudden surge of murderous energy emanating from Mi Bao. Gutai's Zhao cavalry are being pursued by the convicts from Zhao prison, all of whom are notorious criminals. Gutai does not have the authority to release so many convicts. It must be the emperor who ordered him to escort them into exile. The matriarch quickly communicated with Su Qingyuan through thought. There are 100,000 Imperial guards in the capital, and Gutai commands 30,000 Zhao guards. My precious little one. Please do not panic. The matriarch scanned the group. Fear not. As long as we remain inside, Gutai will not dare to harm us. If I die, he will have defied the Empress Dowager's edict, which would be a capital offense. Gutai is greedy for wealth and power, and values his own life far too much to exchange it for ours. At that moment, a horse let out a pained whinny. Mother, my horse has been struck by an arrow. Outside, Su Qingyuan shouted, followed by another cry, Mother, they're shooting at my backside. Truly a lively spirit. She could only manage a few coherent words, but when she spoke more, it turned into jest. Master, the horse is done for. Su Momo's voice rang out with vigor. Su Qingyuan couldn't help but click her tongue. This Su Momo was indeed impressive. At over 60 years of age, she had just been struck by an arrow yet remained so formidable. It was remarkable how unflinching she was. Even a grown man would tremble in such circumstances. Yet she remained composed, steering the carriage with poise. What was her background? Suddenly, Su Qingyuan's focus landed on a boy of around 8 or 9 years old, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and full lips. Suan. He was her third brother's young servant, the grandson of Su Momo amidst the chaos at the Su residence. She had only seen these two. She was uncertain about the others. Quick, cut the reins, or the carriage will be ruined. Su Qingyuan yelled into the carriage. Mother. Madam, do you have a knife to sever the ropes? A knife? As exiled convicts, how could they possibly carry any weapons? Mother, a knife for you. Su Qingyuan thought quickly. Their little squad had plenty of weapons, both firearms and bladed ones. She summoned a tang sword from her hidden space, opting for a longer one to cut the reins. Su Momo took the sword. Song Jin had considered handing the knife to Su Qingyuan, but thought better of it. Su Qingyuan was not as reliable as Su Momo. With great strength, Su Momo drew the blade and swiftly severed the reins. The injured horse collapsed with a thud, bringing the carriage to a halt. In an instant, Gutai's bloodthirsty Zhao guards formed a line, neatly arranged in 3 rows, facing them. Blood wolves, silver wolves. With a command from Gutai, 2 Zhao cavalrymen stepped forward, tossing 2 spinning projectiles onto the roof of the green canopy carriage. The occupants inside were momentarily blinded by the flash, as the front half of the canopy was brutally sliced away. Leave the 3 of them. The rest are yours, Gutai declared with a sinister expression, pointing at the matriarch, Song Jinhe, Su Qingyuan, and Guyan. In the murky depths of hell, tormented for ages, they were finally given a glimpse of the light today. The convicts understood that 1,000 miles of exile could bring unpredictable death. Now, on the eve of their departure, they were granted a chance to indulge. Whether in consumption or use, it was a feast for them. A unified cry erupted from the convicts as they surged toward the uncovered carriage like a swarm of locusts. Ha ha ha, Gutai laughed triumphantly. The Su family's betrayal before exile, subjected to the humiliation and consumption by 300 convicts. What a shocking event for the realm. After years of scheming, he had finally awaited this day. The so-called confiscation and exile were but a ruse for the world to see. He relished witnessing the Su family members, once joyful in marriage and childbirth, suddenly branded as traitors, their homes raided and imprisoned. They believed they would face execution, only to plummet from the clouds into the abyss. And now? The emperor spared their lives, granting them exile, offering the Su family a glimmer of hope. Today, he would personally shatter that hope, forcing the adults of the Su family to watch helplessly as their children were torn apart before their very eyes. And then, they too would meet a tragic end. The most exquisite part was Gutai's narrowed gaze upon the matriarch. This old wretch was still alive, witnessing her descendants perish in such a tragic manner. Even in death, she would be reduced to the fate of a fugitive. When his father died, he and his mother experienced that kind of despair and helplessness. Today, He would ensure that the matriarch and Song Jin he tasted the same bitterness. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky, swiftly charging toward the convicts, dropping many in an instant. The convicts stood frozen in shock. Oh my, is this the legendary supreme martial arts? Su Mibao looked up to see her elder brother soaring like a great bird, landing atop the remaining half of the green canopy. Gutai, your end is nigh. Su Zhenbei's elongated gaze darkened, his eyes glistening with a blood-red hue. As he spoke, Su Zhenbei pierced through the air like a sharp sword, hurtling directly toward Gutai, hundreds of meters away. Protect the esteemed Tai. The blood wolf Zhao Wei is not to be trifled with. Swiftly, they formed a line before Gutai, seeking death. Su Zhenbei's gaze darkened further, his speed accelerating as he advanced. The soul-calling bell nestled in his mother's embrace. Su Mibao witnessed a magnificent assassination unfold before her eyes. Su Zhenbei resembled a sharp blade, while the Zhao Wei before him fell like sliced pork, smooth and unimpeded. Blood rained down, drop by drop. Cloaks billowed, long hair danced. Su Zhenbei appeared as a descending god of slaughter, not merely a man, but an embodiment of lethal aura. The young war god. Truly a name well earned. Su Mibao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her elder brother, undoubtedly the cherished child of the author, had been grievously injured, nearly incapacitated. Only through the medicine she procured from her space did he manage to cling to life. Yet now, in this perilous moment, he unleashed an enormous fighting spirit. However, dear brother, can your body withstand this? It is akin to an act of self-destruction. As Su Zhenbei stretched out his hand towards Gutai's neck, Gutai shrank back, sliding off his horse. Suddenly, a puff of green smoke erupted behind him, followed by a resilient, intricate net adorned with peculiar little bells. As the net was wielded by the blood wolf Zhao Wei, the bells emitted a piercing sound. At the sound of the bells, Su Zhenbei abruptly froze, as if something within him had seized control. He stood there, his expression shifting abruptly. With a spurt of fresh blood, he became as if encased in ice, limbs stiffened. Unable to move. Hanging there. Gutai smirked coldly, the Zhao Wei wielding the net swung it, the bells ringing incessantly. Su Zhenbei felt as though he were being gnawed upon by a myriad of ants, yet he remained utterly immobile. With a shot from the Zhao Wei, the formation shifted, 5 thick ropes ensnaring Su Zhenbei's limbs, dragging him to the ground. The cloak fell away, revealing his battered body clad only in thin undergarments and a tattered prison uniform. The bells grew ever more grating. Onlookers gasped in horror as they beheld blood spurting from the torn fabric of Su Zhenbei's arm. If one looked closely, they could see a nail head writhing at the sight of the bleeding. Gutai, you despicable scoundrel, release my son at once. Song Jinha's eyes blazed with fury. Su Zhenbei, did you not expect this? This is the 81st chapter of the Soul Calling Bell, specifically designed to counter you. As long as I cause the 81st chapter of the Soul Calling Bell to resonate, the soul-suppressing nail within you will respond to the call, gradually emerging from your body. How does that feel? Ha ha ha, Su Zhenbei, did you think I would believe you were unconscious? Did you think I had not prepared to kill you? Gutai had already taken the new reins passed to him by a subordinate, mounted his horse, and slowly approached Su Zhenbei. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the frozen Su Zhenbei. Do not even think of moving again. This is the soul-suppressing bell, specifically meant to control the soul-suppressing nails. Unfortunately, we are still 3 nails short. If all 9 were in play, Su Zhenbei, not only would your movements be restrained, but your very consciousness would also be under control. Vile wretch, I can no longer tolerate this. Su Mibao, a modern individual who had traversed time, could no longer bear the dire situation. Since her arrival, she had either been fleeing or on the verge of being killed. It was suffocating. She disregarded everything, the elite guards, the station troops outside the city, the fearsome Zhao Wei. If chaos was to ensue, she might as well tear a hole in the heavens. System, I wish to incur a debt. It costs 100 coins to bring one person into the space for an hour, correct? I want to bring everyone into the space. Allow me to teleport 1,000 miles away. What a fanciful notion, my lord. The rabbit's feeble voice echoed in her mind. Your current level is too low. Teleportation is only available on credit. How could you possibly teleport 1,000 miles in an instant? Su Mibao was nearly fainting with rage. Very well. She had suspected that the rabbit was a grand deceiver. How far can I teleport? Just a moment ago. I teleported to the royal mausoleum from the main street, didn't I? The initial teleportation distance is a radius of 10 miles. 10 miles? Are you trying to fool me? I teleported to the royal mausoleum from the main street, and that distance is certainly more than 10 miles. That was a special experience granted by the system to unlock new features. Anyone who has felt the thrill and satisfaction of teleportation would desire to unlock that feature. Fine, she fell for it again, deceived by the rabbit's cunning nature. Su Mibao rolled her eyes in frustration. She could teleport anywhere within a 10-mile radius. But what use was that? It would not allow her to escape the relentless pursuit of Gutai and the blood wolf Zhenbei. Moreover, she had to bring along a dozen living individuals. Just the cost of bringing people into the space would leave her buried in debt. Zhenbei, you must resign yourself to fate. Gutai, having shed all pretense, no longer cared. After today, there would be no young war god left in this world. From yesterday to today, he had made several fatal errors, mishandling numerous matters, all the fault of the Su family. When he set out with the prisoners, he received particularly disheartening news. The emperor had not ordered the third prince to head north, stating that the funds had not yet been collected and that the matter would be discussed in a few days. This was evidently the scheme of the Western concubine and the left chancellor. The struggle for succession had already begun. He could not afford to lose the emperor's trust at this critical juncture. Killing Zhenbei at all costs was the only good news he could bring to the emperor now. He understood the emperor too well. No one could comprehend better than him what the emperor desired most. Furthermore, Gutai glanced at Su Qingyuan. The things he said were indeed questionable. What connection could the emperor and Zhenbei possibly have? If he killed Zhenbei, the emperor would surely not forgive him once he learned the truth. Moreover, what leverage did the old madam of the Su family possess to compel the Empress Dowager to protect the Su family? To safeguard Zhenbei? Although he was reluctant to ponder this direction, Gutai, having risen from the streets, was well aware of the sordid affairs. Coupled with his deep familiarity with both the emperor and Su Qingyuan, he could not help but wonder, could Zhenbei be the emperor's offspring? In the past, the emperor and Su Qingyuan had formed a brotherhood with Song Jinha, who disguised herself as a man, venturing into the world together, each harboring feelings for her. Back then, Song Jinha treated all three equally. To win her favor, Su Qingyuan had employed every trick in the book, flattery, tantrums, and even coercion, yet he had never seen her show any particular affection for him. Then suddenly, news broke that Su Qingyuan and Song Jinha were in love. The Su family had even managed to persuade the late emperor to arrange a marriage between the Su and Song families. Shortly thereafter, they wed. And a few months into the marriage, Song Jinha was with child, later giving birth to a son, Zhenbei. Reflecting on the past now reveals a multitude of inconsistencies. Zhenbei could very well be the emperor's son. Once this thought entered Gutai's mind, the more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. He must kill Zhenbei. He needed to eliminate Zhenbei before the emperor discovered the truth. He could not allow Zhenbei to become a potential rival to the third prince, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. He could not take that gamble. Of course, based on Gutai's understanding of the emperor. Even if the emperor were to learn of Zhenbei's lineage in the future, he would not blame Gutai for today's events. After all, in the eyes of the emperor, apart from the Empress Dowager, no one holds greater importance than his throne. Kill him. Dismember him. What an interesting scenario. The mad dog and the vicious wolf. Regardless, I shall directly transport everyone into the space, teleport away first, and deal with subsequent matters once this imminent crisis has passed. Su Mibao was about to inform the system that she would accrue debt to bring people into the space when a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed, as a battalion of black cavalry surged forth like a tempest. A chillingly familiar voice rang out, imbued with a bloodthirsty fury, "With me here, who dares to harm him?" In a swift motion, a flying sword spun and severed the coarse ropes. The King of Yen, clad in a black cloak, soared over the crowd on horseback, swooping down to embrace the falling Su Zhenbei. Observing Su Zhenbei's tattered garments, disheveled hair, and blood at the corner of his lips, the King of Yen tore off his cloak to envelop Su Zhenbei, turning to survey the scene with eyes glinting with a predatory coldness. Who has harmed him? His gaze swept across the guards holding nets, as though he were surveying a graveyard. Wow, the King of Yen has arrived. Look, the hero comes to the rescue. My brother is indeed favored by the King of Yen. Su Mibao screamed internally, utterly delighted by the pairing of her brother and the King of Yen. Yan Shihong. Release me. Su Zhenbei glared at Yan Shihong with disdain. The act of wrapping him in a cloak inexplicably made him want to punch that face. He was no woman. So why the cloak? Moreover, to do such a thing in front of his wife, did Yan Shihong not realize how questionable that looked? TSK. It seems the King of Yan's affections are destined to be unreciprocated, Su Mibao mused, convinced that the King of Yan harbored a one-sided affection for her brother. Kill! With the king's command, the cavalry behind him surged forth like dragons plunging into the sea, attacking Gutai's guards. Gutai's guards were formidable. Yet they paled in comparison to these horsemen. In mere moments, over half of Gutai's guards lay defeated. Those who dare to capture a fugitive, no matter who they are, must die. Gutai's expression darkened as he signaled his men to ready their arrows. The dragon guards belong to the Emperor, Gutai. Are you certain you wish for your men to slay the dragon guards? Gutai was taken aback. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the cavalry behind the King of Yen. The late emperor had 300,000 dragon guards, the most elite force during his rise to power. At the crown prince's coronation, the late emperor bestowed upon him 100,000 dragon guards. When the emperor ascended the throne, he did not receive the remaining 200,000 dragon guards, as though they had vanished from existence. Where did the dragon guards accompanying the King of Yen come from? A brief contemplation led Gutai to a chilling realization. The fire at the Eastern Palace was instigated by his own confidants. As the flames engulfed everything, the King of Yen rushed into the inferno, heedless of any obstruction. Upon receiving news from his confidants, Gutai hurried to the Eastern Palace, only to learn that the King of Yen had departed, leaving the palace in ruins. And the Crown Prince's family perished in the flames. The King of Yen had been the last to see the Crown Prince. Could it be that the Crown Prince entrusted his 100,000 dragon guards to the King of Yen? No, that could not be. His subordinates reported that the Crown Prince's entire family had been consumed by the fire. However, the Crown Princess miraculously returned to life last night, even presenting half of the tiger talisman in the Crown Prince's possession to the Emperor. Gutai furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. He had long trusted his instincts after years of commanding the guards, and he sensed something was amiss with the Eastern Palace case. The Crown Prince's family of 3 had all been burned to death. He had personally verified the remains. The Crown Prince's body was half burned, yet his face remained recognizable, confirming it was indeed the Crown Prince. The Crown Princess had perished alongside her son, their bodies turned to charred remains, leaving no trace of their features. What of the Crown Prince's son? Was he truly dead? Under the blazing sun, Gutai shivered. If the Crown Prince's son were also alive, it would spell disaster. His negligence had resulted in a grave blunder. The Emperor would never forgive him. The Dragon Guards? The Crown Prince's son? The King of Yen? In an instant, Gutai connected these seemingly unrelated individuals, and a chill swept through him. Could it be that the Crown Princess was not rescued by the Empress Dowager, but rather that the King of Yen had not only gained the Crown Prince's 100,000 dragon guards, but also rescued the Crown Princess and her son? The Crown Princess needed to make a public appearance, legitimate before the Emperor, hence she conspired with the King of Yen to orchestrate such a scheme, sending her to the Empress Dowager's palace to disclose the truth of the Eastern Palace incident. Only then did the Crown Princess appear with the Empress Dowager entering the palace to see the Emperor. In this light, the Crown Princess was indeed a woman of profound cunning. The half of the tiger talisman she possessed, when united with the other half held by the Duke of State, could command 300,000 Eastern Forest troops and 100,000 from the Su family. However, this talisman could not command the Dragon Guards. If the Crown Prince's son had not perished, and the 100,000 Dragon Guards fell into the hands of the King of Yen, Gutai felt cold sweat trickling down his back. He dared not contemplate further. The Eastern Palace case was not merely mishandled, it was utterly botched. Gutai's countenance shifted. Regardless of whether the Crown Prince's son was alive or dead, he must firmly assert his demise before the Emperor. Get away! The King of Yen cradled Su Zhenbei and left. King of Yen, do you dare defy the Emperor's decree, shielding a fugitive? Gutai pointed at the King of Yen. This mad dog of a prince, openly attempting to seize a prisoner. The Dragon Guards were independent of the Great Qi dynasty's army. In other words, they were the late Emperor's private army, answering only to him. The Crown Prince's 100,000 Dragon Guards listened solely to the Crown Prince. If the Crown Prince had entrusted the Dragon Guards to the King of Yen before his death, it would mean the King of Yen possessed 100,000 private soldiers. Was the Crown Prince's son truly in his possession? Was the King of Yen openly tearing his relationship with the Emperor apart? Kill them all. The King of Yen shot Gutai a cold glance, as if regarding a piece of filth. A clear warning that one more word from him would result in his demise. With a command from the King of Yen, the Dragon Guards pounced like tigers among sheep, initiating a new wave of slaughter. The guards fell one after another, those archers not even having the chance to draw their bows before being slain. Gutai's face twitched violently. He had brought 300 convicted prisoners, aiming to swiftly eliminate Su Zhenbei. He had only managed to gather 500 guards, while the King of Yan's overwhelming cavalry numbered at least 2,000. The disparity in strength was stark, both in numbers and combat prowess, and the mere mention of the Dragon Guards sent the guards into a state of panic. Watching his men fall one by one, Gutai felt his teeth grind. The Dragon Guards belonged to the late Emperor. If he allowed them to be slaughtered, it would be the utmost disrespect to the late Emperor. Even the current Emperor would not shield him. Sheltering a fugitive equated to being a fugitive oneself. King Yen, are you not concerned about the Emperor's wrath? Gutai could not confront the Dragon Guards head-on and was left to cling desperately to the notion that the king was merely protecting an escapee. Prince Rui, Yen Shao, is my own affair. I shall take full responsibility before my brother. The Prince of Yen scoffed coolly, but should you take another step forward, Gutai, I shall have your life. Though you hold the esteemed title of Prince of Yen, you cannot arbitrarily execute ministers of the court. If the Emperor were to learn of this, he would surely not spare you. A sardonic smile graced the lips of the Prince of Yen. My elder brother punish me? Gutai, killing you would be as effortless as dispatching a mere dog. With a derisive huff, he continued. Consider your worth. You are but a sword in my elder brother's hand. Should you perish, the sword's value vanishes. Would my elder brother truly take action against me for a broken blade? Gutai found himself momentarily speechless. Compelled to concede that although the Prince of Yen often appeared lacking in cunning, he displayed unexpected shrewdness when it came to matters concerning Su Zhenbei. Observing Gutai's change in demeanor, the Prince of Yen recognized his fear. Even if you survive, should you sustain serious injuries, you will no longer be able to assist the Emperor. A sword rendered useless holds no value. Do you believe my elder brother would punish me for such a weapon? Prince of Yen, cease your nonsensical provocations. How dare you sow discord between me and the Emperor? You are deluded. Gutai retorted, his indignation flaring. You hold yourself in far too high regard. If I were to offer my elder brother 10,000 Dragon Guards, do you truly think you would weigh more than them in his eyes? Gutai could no longer maintain his composure. You madman. Do you not fear losing everything? Stripped of your power, you will become irrelevant to the Emperor, and your demise will follow. The Prince of Yen regarded Gutai as one would a fool. I am not destined to perish, for my value to the Emperor extends beyond these 10,000 Dragon Guards. It lies in my very existence. Such is the way of the world. Some are born with inherent worth, while others struggle their entire lives merely to become a dog, one that can be discarded at any moment. Mad dog of the Imperial city, I shall confront you. Gutai challenged, his spirit ignited. Let us see who possesses the greater ruthlessness, you beast of Zhao prison. Nearby, Su Mibao could not suppress a laugh, musing that the Prince of Yen was indeed the sharpest tongue among them. Huh. A dog bites another dog, and you are all ruffled. Your Highness. A distant procession approached rapidly. The leader called out, Your Highness. Su Mibao squinted, pondering, the one who dares to address the Prince of Yen as Your Highness must be the second or third prince. Which one has arrived? A decree from the Emperor states that the Prince of Yen is to guard the Imperial tombs and expedite repairs, while the matter of leaving the capital shall be discussed later. Dismounting, the newcomer bowed respectfully to Yen Shiba, adorned in splendid royal attire. Esteemed elder. I pay my respects to the second prince. Gutai returned the gesture. Su Mibao glanced at the second prince, recalling the descriptions of him from the texts. The second prince, Yan Shao, styled Junlin, held the title of Rui Wang, known for his deep cunning, narrow-mindedness, and self-assured intellect, lacking in compassion. Indeed, he seemed frail. This was likely why Emperor Mingda had dispatched the third prince to handle affairs in Yanqing, for the second prince's constitution could hardly withstand the rigors of travel to such distant lands. However, the matters of wealth and military power in the north must not fall into the hands of the third prince at any cost. Cough. Cough, as if to validate Su Mibao's thoughts, the second prince, Yan Shao, suppressed a cough, his pallid complexion revealing an unhealthy flush. You are unwell. You should return. I shall attend to matters and then proceed to guard the Imperial tombs. The Prince of Yen, who shared a close relationship with several of his royal nephews, expressed his gratitude. Your concern is appreciated, but I am quite well. Though Yan Zhao's expression remained impassive, internally he was exasperated by the Prince of Yan's words. The most distasteful remarks come from my uncle. He knows well my aversion to any mention of my health, yet he insists on uttering such words. The courtiers often derided the Prince of Yen for his lack of progeny, and there were always a few elderly officials who advised the emperor to send more women to the Rui Wang's residence, fearing that he might fail to produce an heir and thus extinguish the lineage. Yan Shao cast another glance at Gutai, recognizing the insidious nature of Gutai, who, while ostensibly loyal to the emperor, was indeed aligned with the third prince, consistently undermining the Rui Wang's position. Meanwhile, the third prince has yet to marry a proper consort, but already has several illegitimate offspring. He is nothing short of a stud horse. Oh! What delightful gossip am I hearing? Su Mibao listened to Yan Zhao's inner thoughts and recalled the text stating that the second prince was ailing, both in the present and in the years to come. Despite his numerous wives and concubines, none bore him a child. This weakness would prove to be a significant disadvantage in the rivalry for succession against the third prince. Gutai, as ruthless as he was, would never pass up such a substantial opportunity to exploit this flaw. Soon enough, rumors would spread throughout the imperial city regarding the second prince's illness and his childlessness. TSK? TSK, Su Mibao observed Yan Zhao's countenance, noting that he was tall and slender, possessing a certain charm. It was a pity that he could not bear children. She wondered whether his affliction was due to sterility or simply an inability to perform. Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded you to guard the Imperial tombs and oversee their repairs. I shall accompany you for a visit. The Emperor is wise. And with the dragon guards stationed at the tombs, I believe the spirit of the late Emperor will be pleased to see His Highness and the dragon guards. Gutai interjected smoothly. Indeed, upon hearing of the dragon guards, though Yan Shao maintained his composure, the flicker in his eyes revealed the envy that consumed him. Dragon guards? Your Highness, are these individuals by your side dragon guards? I have just returned from the Imperial tombs, where the collapse was severe. I must inform the Emperor. You should attend to the tombs first. I shall return shortly, the Prince of Yen noted, surprisingly verbose. Yan Shao looked up at him, their gazes intertwining, both understanding the unspoken implications. Yan Shao realized that given the current circumstances, if he insisted that the Prince of Yen not escort the Su family, and ordered him to return to the tombs, the prince would surely disregard his commands and might even abscond with the Su family fugitives. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Shao smiled. Very well, let me accompany you, dear uncle. We shall attend to matters before heading to the tombs. What do you think, uncle? The second prince's demeanor exuded polite humility. The emperor decreed that you may never ascend the throne or take lives. With such vast lands granted to you, and as the only son of the princess of Beijiang, my grandfather and mother have urged me to do everything in my power to secure your support. TSK. Su Mibao mused at the elevated status of the prisoner escort from the Su family. With Gutai, the Prince of Yen, and Rui Wang all personally overseeing the transportation of the Su family into exile. Outside the southern gate, at the Shirley Pavilion, the autumn winds swept through, scattering leaves and painting the mountains in vibrant hues. Nearly 1,000 prisoners and 100 guards were present, alongside relatives bidding farewell, creating a cacophony of emotions, some weeping, others joyfully embracing. Just yesterday, they wore purple robes. Today, they donned prison garb. Such is the nature of life, unpredictable and transient. Among the relatives of the prisoners, some came to bid farewell, while others came to sever ties. The arrival of distant relatives seeking favors is a sign of prosperity, while the impoverished cut ties with their own parents. Here, the complexities of human nature unfold in a poignant display of joy and sorrow. Team Leader Zhou, we appreciate your arduous journey. This is a token of tea money from our prince for you and your brothers. Yan Shao, with a beaming smile, discreetly slipped something into the sleeve of the escort officer, Zhou Fuan. Upon feeling its shape and weight, Zhou recognized it as a stack of silver notes. His gaze shifted to the dignitaries seated nearby, and he inwardly lamented. The Duke of Rui, the Duke of Yen, and Minister Gu, these were figures of such stature that a lowly officer like him would scarcely encounter them. Yet, they had all gathered here today. For criminals, banishment is a punishment slightly less severe than death. The journey to the place of exile is fraught with hardship, and merely surviving to arrive is a feat in itself. For the officers, escorting exiled prisoners means enduring the elements alongside them and ensuring their timely arrival at the destination, all while preventing any attempts at escape. It is indeed a laborious task. Few officers from affluent backgrounds, with connections and upward mobility, are willing to undertake such duties. Although the task is arduous, many lower-ranking officers are eager to accept, as their primary motivation is to earn a living. Families of the prisoners often provide bribes to the escorting officers to alleviate the prisoner's suffering. The presence of relatives today is welcomed by the officers, as the more items the relatives deliver for the prisoners, the more will ultimately end up in the officers' hands. O Fuan was taken aback to find that the first person to offer him a bribe was none other than the Duke of Yen. A glance towards the Su family instantly clarified the situation for him. The young war god and the crown prince, alongside the Duke of Yen, represent the youthful elite of the Great Qi dynasty. However, under normal circumstances, the Duke of Yen should have been cautious to avoid any implication regarding the incident at the Duke of the State's residence. To his surprise, he openly came to bid farewell to Su Zhenbei, even in the presence of Minister Gu and the Duke of Rui, asking the officer to take special care of him. It is important to note that Minister Gu is a favored official of the emperor, and the Duke of Rui is the emperor's own son. To bid farewell to Su Zhenbei in front of these two is akin to doing so in the emperor's presence. Indeed, the Duke of Yen is renowned for his unpredictable nature, always acting according to his own whims without regard for others. Zhou Fuan, known for his keen perception, had risen from a humble position as a small county officer to the esteemed role of a warden in the capital's Ministry of Justice. Given his rank and age, he would not have chosen to take on this assignment voluntarily, particularly since he was well aware of the extensive implications of the Crown Prince's case, which had led to the downfall of the Duke of the State, the Eastern Palace, and the Grand Tutor's residence overnight. The intricacies involved were far beyond what a mere warden could manage. Yet, the right minister had specifically designated him to escort this group of prisoners. Aware of the risks, he had no choice but to accept the task, as his earlier promotions were facilitated by the right minister's son, the former Minister of Justice. Following the untimely demise of the minister, the right minister's current summons to him left him with little room for refusal. The handover procedures were still incomplete, and those coming to bid farewell were all significant figures. The Duke of Yan was determined to protect the Su family. Minister Gu, being related to the Su family, was also there to support them. Zhou Fuan was wise enough to avoid speculating on the intentions of these nobles. His current focus was on maintaining a positive attitude, ready to face whatever challenges arose. Regardless of who sought his attention or requested his care, he understood the importance of not offending any of these individuals. As Yan Xiao departed, Zhou Fuan hurried towards a carriage. Chief Officer, Zhou, please urge those seeing off to hasten. We cannot afford to delay our departure. Chu Mingyang, visibly impatient, lifted the curtain to glance at the sky, lamenting the oppressive autumn heat that would be unbearable for travel. His eyes brightened as he beckoned Zhou Fuan, inquiring about Su Zhenbei's condition. Is he still unconscious? How badly was he beaten? Zhou Fuan found himself at a loss for words regarding this third-generation scion. The Imperial edict had designated the right minister to oversee the escort, who in turn appointed him as the chief officer, with his grandson, Chu Mingyang, as the deputy. This arrangement served to placate the emperor, who, due to age and infirmity, could not personally escort the prisoners, yet by involving his grandson, he had little ground for complaint. Moreover, Chu Mingyang had been coddled by his grandmother and mother since his father's death, leading to a decline in his capabilities. He had entered the Ministry of Justice through family connections, but had since caused various troubles, plummeting from a third-rank official to a ninth-rank officer. The right minister's decision to entrust him to Zhou Fuan indicated a desire for the young man to gain experience, while also enhancing his own reputation upon returning. It was inconceivable for the right minister's grandson to occupy such a low position. Thus, Zhou Fuan was the chief officer, with Chu Mingyang as the deputy, though in practice, Zhou Fuan would consult Chu Mingyang on all matters, ensuring he maintained the necessary respect toward him to avoid any potential turmoil during the journey. Furthermore, he wondered whether his newlywed wife had accompanied them, pondering her beauty. Was she radiant like a celestial being or plain as the earth? Observing Chu Mingyang's distracted demeanor, Zhou Fuan silently criticized him for seeming more interested in gossip than the escorting task. If you are truly curious, Deputy Officer, it would be more prudent to see for yourself rather than rely on hearsay. My presence at this moment would only invite speculation of me taking advantage of the situation. He resolved to wait until they reached their lodging that evening to inquire further about Su Zhenbei. Zhou Fuan considered the burdens of his position, aware that the responsibilities were numerous. Chief Officer, the Duke of Rui. Zhou Fuan quickly recounted the notable figures present for the farewell to Chu Mingyang. Ah, they are all here, Chu Mingyang remarked, relieved he had refrained from visiting Su Zhenbei, for the Duke of Yan would certainly seize the opportunity to criticize him. Of all the individuals in the capital, Chu Mingyang feared only two, Su Zhenbei, whose exceptional prowess always left him feeling diminished, and the unpredictable Duke of Yan, whose erratic temperament was akin to that of a rabid dog. After expressing his thoughts, Chu Mingyang pulled down the carriage curtain, his voice muffled from within. Once those bidding farewell have departed, call for me to depart. Indeed, everyone has their match, and Zhou Fuan found amusement in this revelation. He raised his gaze towards the dignitaries in the pavilion. Suddenly, a figure was sent sprawling onto the grass. Minister Gu? Zhou Fuan glanced at the fallen Minister Gu and then at the Duke of Yan, who stood at the railing, glaring furiously. The Duke of Yan had kicked Minister Gu. What could have prompted such an act? Aunt Zhou, with a demeanor of utmost respect, bowed to the venerable Lady Su, exclaiming, "Alas, what shall we do? Banished 3,000 miles away, and your mother-in-law is of advanced age. Can her frail body endure such a journey?" Turning around, she embraced Song Jinha and her infant daughter, Su Mibao, tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, "Oh, my unfortunate little sister. Just over 3 months after giving birth. And now she must endure this calamity. What hardships await her on this journey? Cursed be that tyrant emperor. My dear sister, you have suffered greatly. Sister-in-law." In her family, Song Jinha was the cherished youngest daughter, the sole daughter of the Song family. Her parents and 3 elder brothers adored her, as did her sisters-in-law. Notably, Aunt Zhou. Being the eldest sister-in-law, had always managed the household's affairs due to Song Jinhe's mother's frail health. In terms of affection, Aunt Zhou doted on her sister-in-law more than anyone else in the Song family. The events unfolded so swiftly that there was no time to prepare adequately. Last night, upon hearing your elder brother's words, I hastily gathered these provisions, and Zhou indicated towards a donkey cart and 3 horse-drawn carriages. 3,000 miles of exile. How could we possibly have enough supplies for the journey? Your third brother insisted that, as exiles, you must not draw attention and forbade us from preparing too much. Hence, I decided to provide you with ample funds for purchases along the way. The third brother is so meticulous, always worrying about every detail. He insisted I only prepare 1 cart to send you off with. But I defied him and secretly prepared 3 additional carts. Just now, my husband looked at me as if his eyes would pop out. Why stare? You, as the elder brother, fear the third brother, but I do not. So, what if I prepared more? I cannot bear to see our sister-in-law suffer. If the third brother dares to create trouble upon our return, I shall let my sister-in-law set him straight. And 1 cart was even sent secretly by the third sister-in-law. With a sigh, Su Mibao, cradled in her mother's arms, gazed at her hard-working aunt, who had prepared 4 carts overflowing with provisions, yet still claimed it was insufficient. The affection from her maternal family, the Song family, was truly heartwarming. Indeed, the formidable third uncle, whom she had never met, was impressive. His position in the Astronomical Bureau had endowed him with an understanding of celestial phenomena and the emperor's intentions. From Yangcheng, 300 miles from the capital, it was the emperor's territory, with watchful eyes everywhere, all eager to see the eldest brother suffer. How could the Su family be allowed to travel comfortably during their exile? Jinhe, I have prepared a special trunk for you in the 4th cart, filled with all your favorite delicacies, art supplies, and those peculiar items you collected during your travels. Rest assured, your elder brother has arranged for someone among the officials to look after you. And you're too kind. You have even prepared food and art supplies for my mother. And, are you mistaken? We are headed for exile, not a leisurely trip. When have you seen exiles riding in horse-drawn carriages from the outset? No amount of preparation will suffice, as all will be confiscated by the officials. No, Su Mibao thought. She must devise a way to secure the items from the 4th cart. Those were her mother's personal belongings from before her marriage. How could she allow the officials to seize them? Oh, my poor little Mibao, just 100 days old, and already she must endure such trials. Aunt Zhou gently caressed Su Mibao's chubby face, her heart aching deeply. Jinhe, I have also prepared some diapers, little clothes, and blankets for our dear Mibao. All placed in the 4th cart. However, I worry, as you will have no milk on this journey. What will our little Mibao eat? I have arranged for 2 nanny goats that produce plenty of milk, and they are also in the 4th cart. And you are truly wonderful. Su Mibao felt a warmth in her heart. Since she had entered this narrative, both her family and the Zhou family had been remarkably united and affectionate, with no one resorting to disgraceful acts for personal gain. She instinctively leaned her cherubic face against Aunt Zhou's, nuzzling affectionately, before planting a kiss on her cheek. Our little Mibao, you truly are the apple of your aunt's eye. Aunt Zhou's tears flowed once more. Suddenly, a fierce voice cut through the air, startling the Su family into silence, even halting Aunt Zhou's tears. What madness is this? How can a convicted exile travel in a luxurious carriage? Come, even before the emperor. No amount of protest will permit such an indulgence. Gutai, rising from the ground, cursed Yan Shiba for disregarding propriety in personally escorting Su Zhenbei to Shirley Pavilion, while preparing a lavish carriage for Su Zhenbei's journey into exile. Is this exile or a royal procession? He opposed Yan Shiba, who, without a word, kicked him, sending him sprawling onto the grass outside the pavilion. He had not anticipated such an attack, especially in front of the Prince Rui. The emperor merely decreed the exile of the Su family without stipulating their mode of travel. Gutai's face darkened as he observed Yan Shiba's audacity. Were you not listening? The Empress Dowager ordered a carriage for Lady Su to assist her during the exile. I am merely fulfilling her wishes by providing a suitable carriage. What is the issue? Do not play tricks, Yen Shiba. The emperor permitted it, but the Empress Dowager specified a donkey cart for transport. Gutai pointed at the half-roofed mule cart prepared for the Su family, asserting it was the proper carriage arranged in accordance with the Empress Dowager's wishes. How can a convict ride in the grand carriage of the Yen Prince? It is against protocol. You mad dog of the Imperial City. Do you think no one sees through your intentions? Once Su Zhenbei is seated in your carriage, who would dare to assassinate him? That carriage is your personal transport. Encountering it is as good as encountering you. Do not blame me, Gutai. You had the audacity to prepare such a shabby cart, one missing its roof and lacking a proper horse. I, therefore, took it upon myself to alleviate the Empress Dowager's concerns by providing a new carriage for Lady Su. If you are dissatisfied, I shall gladly accompany you to meet the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Your Highness, Mr. Gu, let us not quarrel further. It is merely a matter of a carriage, and it is hardly worth the fuss, Prince Rui interjected swiftly. Gutai, a favored minister of the Emperor, could not openly clash with him, nor could he afford to offend Prince Yen, whom he sought to win over. Thus, Prince Rui determined to mediate between them. A mere carriage should not provoke strife between Prince Yen and Gutai. Even though Gutai was furious, he would not risk alienating both parties over such a trivial matter. Moreover, with the two princes vying for the throne, Yen Shiba had become a valuable ally. Desired by both the second and third princes, Yen Wang had already dispatched his dragon guards to eliminate numerous Zhao guards, making his life difficult since the Su family's misfortunes began. Had it not been for these considerations, Gutai would not have let Yen Shiba off so easily. Open favoritism in providing a carriage for Lady Su is acceptable, but it cannot be a royal carriage. In violation of propriety, such news, if disseminated, would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation as well as that of Su Zhenbei. People would speculate that Su Zhenbei harbors treasonous intentions and that the Su family aspires to seize power. Otherwise, why would he, a convict of exile, brazenly ride in the carriage of the Prince of Yen? One must admit, Gutai is a cunning strategist. He understands that the Prince of Yen is impervious to public opinion. Otherwise, he would not have acquired the infamous moniker of the Mad Dog of the Imperial City, a moniker that signifies his audacity even to challenge the Emperor. However, the Prince of Yen cannot allow Su Zhenbei to be the subject of gossip. A change of carriage is necessary. The Prince of Yen turned to Yen Xiao. You, my subordinate, shall handle this immediately. Yen Xiao hesitated. Returning to the capital from Shirley Pavilion to fetch another carriage would indeed consume a significant amount of time. Would his master have to wait idly in the meantime? While his master could afford to wait, the frail body of the Rui Wang could not endure prolonged exposure to the elements. The wild winds of Shirley Pavilion could jeopardize Rui Wang's health. Your Highness, it seems you have noticed that Song Huangshang is quite considerate, having brought 4 carriages. As a seasoned merchant, he naturally provides vehicles suited for travel. Su Zhenbei, gravely injured, had fallen into unconsciousness shortly after being rescued by the Prince of Yen, barely reaching Shirley Pavilion. His body was already battered, and after exerting himself in a fierce struggle, he now lay unconscious, having coughed up blood. Initially, the Prince of Yen had intended to carry Su Zhenbei upon his horse, but with Su Zhenbei now unconscious, he was compelled to transport him in his own carriage. Ordinarily, the Prince of Yen despised riding in carriages, deeming them fit only for maidens. However, the Emperor had commanded him to leave the capital for his fief, necessitating the packing of various belongings, including his opulent carriage, one that had belonged to his mother. It was the very carriage in which the northern frontier princess had traveled to Deqi for her marriage alliance. As the prince prepared to depart the capital, he could not neglect to call for his steward to ensure the royal carriage was ready, especially this particular carriage, which he deemed essential. Originally, the prince had planned to visit the Imperial mausoleum to pay respects to his father, keeping vigil for half the night to converse with him. Then, at dawn, he would calculate the moment when the exiled criminals from the Su family would set out, intercepting Su Zhenbei en route and whisking him away to his fief. Thus, he had instructed his steward to await with the royal carriage team while he went to retrieve Su Zhenbei. Concealed within that carriage was another person, one whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to Su Zhenbei, albeit lacking his exquisite features. It would be a challenge to find anyone in Deqi, or indeed across the realm, who could match Su Zhenbei's beauty. Therefore, the individual hidden within the carriage had undergone disguise. Despite the prince's meticulous plans, he had not anticipated that the emperor would send the second prince to convey a message, insisting he remain to oversee the repairs of the royal mausoleum, deferring his departure. This complication vexed the prince greatly. He intended to hide Su Zhenbei within the mausoleum, beneath the very eyes of his elder brother. Moreover, the ruse of disguising someone as Su Zhenbei could not be sustained for long. Within days, the truth would emerge, and once discovered, his elder brother, shrewd as he was, would surely deduce that it was the prince who had spirited Su Zhenbei away. How then could he protect him? As the prince grappled with these concerns, Su Zhenbei awoke within the carriage. "You need not scheme on my behalf. I must accompany my family into exile. Your condition renders you unfit for exile. You would perish," replied the prince, his eyes reddening at the thought. Over the years, he had never once succeeded in persuading Su Zhenbei. "White garb. Our entire family is heading to the northern frontier. That is the only place I know well. Furthermore, my uncle is missing. Song Erju has been captured. My third uncle is still imprisoned in Yen City, and my eighth uncle's whereabouts remain unknown. They are all awaiting my rescue. I cannot abandon you. You will die." "And I will not permit that," the prince insisted, shaking his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "White garb, you must leave the capital within 3 days." Su Zhenbei softened his tone. "After 3 days, turmoil may arise in the capital. It is foretold by me Bao Bao that upheaval shall occur. Although I trust my sister's insights, I cannot disclose this to you directly. If I did, your nature would ensure it became common knowledge. We are amidst a tumultuous period. The emperor has executed the crown prince and exiled the Su family. Now, with the mausoleum having collapsed, rumors abound throughout the capital. Should you speak of upheaval, especially while you are tasked with repairing the mausoleum, it would incite panic among the populace. Those with ulterior motives among the court will undoubtedly exploit this to attack you. I must oversee the repairs of the mausoleum. My elder brother would not allow me to depart the capital. 3 days is too short. Even if I rush, it will take 4 or 5 days to complete." The prince had always acted upon Su Zhenbei's words without hesitation or dissent. "Do not concern yourself with the interior. Have them simply repair the exterior. Then invite the right chancellor to court. Tomorrow news of war will arrive from the east. The eastern forces invade Deqi and have already taken 3 cities. Let the right chancellor propose that you lead the troops against the invaders. At this moment, there are no generals in the court, and the emperor will surely dispatch you. You need only muster the troops and depart swiftly. Also, do not complicate matters. Our family must reach exile safely. We must leave the capital to find a path to survival. Any delay could invite unforeseen changes. White garb, remember, I am now an exiled criminal. Avoid any conflict with the officials. Conduct yourself as per protocol, and the more discreet, the better. White garb. You must expedite our journey to Shirley Pavilion to transfer custody to the escorting officials. Only then can we ensure our safe exile. Remaining here even a moment longer is perilous. To those with ill intentions, we are not mere exiles but rather fugitives, deserving of execution." Having spoken extensively, expending considerable energy, Su Zhenbei closed his eyes and fell silent. The prince's greatest concern was Su Zhenbei's health. At that moment, Rui Wang's words resonated deeply within him. "Yan Xiao, send some provisions over and arrange the interior of the carriage comfortably. The journey of exile is long, and Zhenbei is gravely injured. We must make the carriage as soft as possible. Also, take everything from my carriage that can be spared." At this juncture, the prince cast a glance at Gutai. "Regarding the 4 carriages from Song Huangshang, you wouldn't dare to raise any objections about propriety, would you?" Without waiting for a response, he smirked coldly. "I will send some provisions over. Since I have no carriage, they shall all be loaded onto the ones provided by Song Huangshang." The escort officials, naturally, would not dare to refuse the Su family's acceptance of the prince's gifts. By stating this, The prince effectively communicated to everyone that the 4 carriages belonged to him, rather than to Song Wangshang. His Highness the Prince of Yen is indeed a thoughtful man. I am in admiration, Gutai remarked. However, I must express a word of caution. A person should not fear scarcity, but rather inequity. Your Highness, consider this. There are many exiles, both scholarly and martial, young and old, all traveling on foot, yet the Su family possesses 4 carriages. Gutai smiled knowingly. At present, we are close to the capital, and under your protection, they dare not harbor malicious intentions. However, as you have just mentioned, the road to exile is fraught with uncertainties. Who knows what may transpire along the way? In such scenarios, the survival of the Su family's carriages, filled with women and children, and with Su Zhenbei in his current state, is far from guaranteed. A single donkey cart does not suffice to address inequity, Gutai continued. We must avoid complicating matters and maintain a low profile. The words Su Zhenbei had spoken earlier echoed in the prince's mind. The ever-pensive King Yen fell silent for a moment. One must admit, Gutai possessed an exceptional talent for discerning the intricacies of the human heart. In an instant, he grasped the king's vulnerable spot. The Empress Dowager had graciously bestowed upon Lady Su a donkey cart, and the Emperor had sanctioned it. Your Highness, consider this. Why would the Empress Dowager choose to gift a donkey cart? Gutai regarded the king with an expression that seemed to question whether he was truly oblivious to the implications. The Empress Dowager, a woman of remarkable acumen, could certainly afford to present something far more extravagant. Why, then, did she forego a grand horse-drawn carriage in favor of a humble donkey cart, repeatedly emphasizing that it was intended for Lady Su's convenience? Firstly, it was a royal gift, sanctioned by the emperor. Who in the realm would dare to lay claim to such a cart? Moreover, it was merely a modest donkey cart of little value. Even in the market, a donkey and cart would scarcely fetch more than 20 taels of silver. No one would risk their neck for such a trivial prize. Additionally, once the exiles departed from Yang City, under the vast sky and distant imperial authority, establishing good relations with the escort officials would allow them to procure ox carts for transporting goods and passengers, provided they remained within reasonable bounds, as officials would not raise objections. However, the distance from the Imperial City to Yang City spanned hundreds of miles, and no exiled prisoner would travel by horse-drawn carriage. The merchant of the Song dynasty was indeed shrewd. Your Highness, why do you think the Song merchant prepared 3 horse-drawn carriages and 1 donkey cart instead of 4 horse-drawn carriages? The king's gaze fell upon Gutai's smirk, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. The Duke Rue hastily interjected, Your Highness, what Gutai states is quite accurate. The Song merchant is undoubtedly astute. The Empress Dowager's gift of a donkey cart to Lady Su was timely. Should the cart fail, the Song merchant can conveniently replace it. This fulfills the Empress Dowager's decree. It is no wonder she and the Emperor often commend him for his benevolence and righteousness. The Duke Rue's clever articulation illuminated the crux of the matter. The implication was evident. If your intent is genuinely for Su Zhenbei's welfare, it would be prudent to adhere to established protocols. The king furrowed his brow. Yan Shao, arrange for the transport to ensure that Zhenbei is as comfortable as possible, minimizing any jolting. Yes, my lord, Yan Shao replied, the weight of a significant burden lifting from his heart. Yan Shao was perceptive and astute. He understood that his lord's insistence on advocating for Su Zhenbei was not necessarily beneficial for the Su family or Zhenbei himself. He had observed keenly that as various groups of exiles converged, the number of prisoners grew increasingly substantial. Members of the Su family, the Wang family, remnants of the Eastern Palace, as well as numerous scholars and military officials entangled in the aftermath of the 3 families. The total exceeded 1,000. These were individuals accustomed to lives of privilege, and their entire families were being exiled. The elderly and children would have to walk, while adult males would be shackled and women and children would be tethered. Furthermore, among the 200 or so prisoners from the Zhao prison, there were notorious criminals, including highwaymen. If the Su family brazenly transported 4 large carts, They would undoubtedly become the most conspicuous targets within the exile procession, effectively inviting theft. Yet, given his lordess temperament, Yuan Shao dared not voice his concerns. Fortunately, the king had finally grasped the situation. Yuan Shao promptly set about his arrangements. The king of Yen is indeed a thoughtful man, the elder statesman mused. However, having struck the elder statesman, you must take him to the court to discuss these matters with the emperor. Gutai recognized that further discourse regarding the cart was futile and shifted his approach. Your Highness, my father has requested that I accompany you to repair the Imperial tombs. With your current engagements, it is time for you to return. The Duke Rue smiled faintly. Your Highness values loyalty, yet the Emperor's commands must not be disregarded. After speaking, the Duke Rue cast a glance at Gutai, who was suddenly jolted from his thoughts. In his single-minded pursuit to eliminate Su Zhenbei, he had overlooked this significant matter. The Imperial tomb had collapsed, which was a grave offense. The Emperor had entrusted the restoration to the King of Yen and the Duke Rue, which effectively cleared his own culpability and placed it in the hands of his rivals. The implications were troubling, and he dared not ponder further. Luzon, you are to escort the prisoners on their journey. If any issues arise, consult with Shou Fuan. Gutai summoned Luzon and briefed him on the arrangements for the transport of the Zhao prison's notorious criminals before hastily departing. He needed to return quickly to devise a strategy to mitigate the fallout from the Imperial tomb incident. As for dealing with the Su family during the exile, with Luzon leading hundreds of Zhao prison convicts, there would be ample time and means to confront the Su family. With Gutai gone, the Duke Rue's expression darkened considerably. My lord, all matters have been arranged, including the provisions for General Su. Yuan Shao was efficient, completing his tasks with remarkable swiftness. Return to the Imperial tomb. The King of Yen waved his hand, leading the Duke Rue towards the tomb. He thought to himself that he must hasten back. The steward of the Yen estate awaited him near the tomb. He needed to return promptly to arrange for the ghost doctor to accompany the exile procession. Given Zhenbei's injuries, it was inconceivable that he could survive the journey without the ghost doctor's assistance. Furthermore, the ghost doctor had recently expressed a desire to depart the Yen estate due to a message from his apprentice regarding some issues in the Ghost Valley, which required his attention. Conveniently, the Ghost Valley lay along the route of the exile, serving a dual purpose. Otherwise, he would have to devise a means to negotiate with that peculiar old man. This cart is excellent, solidly built. Brother, you and the King of Yen have truly considered everything, Su Qingyuan exclaimed with excitement as he patted the donkey cart. The previous cart provided by Gutai was cramped and narrow, drawn by an old mule. Now, the cart prepared by his brother was one commonly used by merchants, spacious and sturdy. Yuan Shao had even arranged it with tiger skin cushions from the king's cart, allowing Su Zhenbei to lie comfortably within. The remaining space was occupied by their mother in the center, with the seventh sister-in-law seated beside her. What do you mean by good? I prepared 4 carts of supplies and you can only take 1. Wasn't all that preparation in vain? Madame Zhou glared at Song Jinha. Sister-in-law, we are exiles. The men must wear shackles, and women, children, and the elderly must be tethered. We cannot breach protocol. The Empress Dowager has graciously gifted my mother a donkey cart for her transport. My brother's arrangement is prudent. It is a royal decree. And the Emperor has sanctioned it, making this donkey cart untouchable. Rest assured, I specifically sent our steward to purchase it at the horse market. Though the donkey appears small, it is of exceptional breed, famed as the walking donkey of the northern frontier. It has broad shoulders, sturdy legs, and large hooves, making it swift and stable, with endurance surpassing that of ordinary mules or horses. Song Jinha whispered to his sister, "We have so little food. It will be inconvenient to carry provisions and water on the journey, and we cannot sustain large livestock. What a pity about the goods in the other 3 carts. They cannot simply be returned." Madame Zhou was discontent. Meanwhile, the third daughter-in-law of the Song family, Zhang, who had been wiping her tears, suggested, "Prepare more silver notes for my younger sister. When we reach cities where we can rest, we can purchase more supplies. My uncle brings grand gifts." Madame Zhou began to weep again. The further north we go, the colder it becomes. My poor younger sister, with her delicate skin, how will she endure this hardship? She truly couldn't bear to part with Song Jinha. Mother insisted on coming. My sister-in-law and I spent half a day persuading her to stay. She is elderly, and witnessing my younger sister in such a plight would surely cause her to faint. And then there is my second sister-in-law. She fell ill after the incident with my second brother, and she is in a pitiable state, pregnant as well. We didn't let her come. Song Jinha felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She is the only daughter of her mother, who has always cherished her dearly. If she were to witness her in such a state now, it would surely break her heart. As for the second sister-in-law, ever since her marriage to the second brother, he has been away in Yen City, returning infrequently. Despite being married for many years, she has yet to conceive. Now that she has finally become pregnant, it is unfortunate that her husband has encountered misfortune. If anything were to happen to him, the child she carries would be the sole heir of the Song family's second branch, a matter that cannot be taken lightly. After all, the second sister-in-law is of an advanced age for pregnancy. Sister, I think we should ask elder brother to negotiate with the officials again and arrange for another carriage for you. It would allow you to rest during the journey if you grow weary, suggested one. That is not feasible, replied the elder sister-in-law. Mother can ride in a carriage only by the Empress Dowager's grace. The guards in the North Town respect the Yen King's protection and cannot disregard that. Even the seventh sister-in-law, who is experiencing complications with her pregnancy, is unable to walk. I had to request a favor from Yen Xiao to persuade the officials to allow her a carriage. Song Jinha glanced at Su San, shackled and following behind the carriage, her heart heavy with sympathy. Look, Su San has sustained severe injuries, yet the officials remain unyielding. He must walk in shackles. What can we do? The third sister-in-law, hailing from an official family, considered matters more thoroughly than the elder sister-in-law, who came from a merchant background. Sister, how about this? Ask elder brother to negotiate again with the officials to exchange the donkey cart for a bullock cart or even a wooden cart. Just say we will load the goods onto it. This way, if you grow tired during the journey, you can rest. Song Jinha gestured for her brother and sister-in-law to observe the stream of convicts approaching, particularly the increasingly near entourage of Wang Taifu. With so many people walking in shackles, the Su family cannot be an exception. Zhou Shi turned to glance at the approaching group of convicts. Oh, Song Jinha, do not speak so carelessly. Look, isn't Wang Taifu riding in a carriage? You did not mention that the emperor granted him this privilege. If Wang Taifu can ride, why can our sister not? Upon hearing Zhou Shi's words, everyone turned to look at Wang Taifu's group. We have caught up with you. 2 legs cannot outrun 4, they remarked. Before anyone could fully assess the situation of Wang Taifu's entourage, a group of 30 or so officials appeared, escorting them to the Shirley Pavilion. Finally catching up, Song Wangshang. You have arrived quite early. Song Jinha recognized the leading official as the one who had been dispatched by the Ministry of Justice to escort the Su family. He had sent someone to negotiate the previous day. Do not worry, Song Huangshang. I will take my brothers over to complete the handover procedures. With our paperwork in order,